Chapter 315, Refined Corpse. In fact, this isn't just true for the evil-warding Divine Thunder, other similar advanced xenomorph spiritual chi are also like this, such as the Heavenly Capital Corpse fire currently used by Old Ancestor Ji Yin. Besides this, other things like magic treasures and secret arts also exhibit the same situation. For example, Liu Yun's spirit-suppressing steel. This item was originally a great work that laid the foundation for Liu Yun's new artifact refining method. In terms of artifact refining techniques alone, it might not be as complex and profound as the later formless needle. However, it was a product of Liu Yun's experimentation with new methods, a result of him piling on materials. To ensure success, Liu Yun's madly fused an entire spiritual island plus materials worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, refining them all into the purest spiritual chi. He then meticulously extracted it using heavenly lightning and earthly fire, finally forming the magic treasure. Both its power and potential were unbelievably exaggerated. Later, to cope with his degenerating time perception ability, Liu Yun simply set up a formation himself. He used the spiritual chi from his 5-element spell to power the core flame within him, continuously cultivating the magic treasure. This has been going on for several decades now. Liu Yun himself doesn't have an accurate concept of how strong the spirit-suppressing steel is now. Yet, even so, this item still couldn't break through the limitations of the spiritual chi system's authority. Liu Yun was confident that if he truly possessed the cultivation of an early nascent soul stage cultivator, dealing with the divine ability of the Heavenly Capital Corpse fire's rank would not require him to summon the spirit-suppressing steel itself. He could simply mobilize some divine abilities to suppress it with a flick of his hand. Unfortunately, the power with which a core formation stage and a nascent soul stage cultivator wield a magic treasure is vastly different. Even if Liu Yun solved the problem of his magical power, the difference in authority brought about by his realm still held him back completely. Liu Yun gave a bitter laugh. He had thought too highly of himself. If he truly had the cultivation of an early nascent soul stage, an opponent like Old Ancestor Ji Yin would pose no threat to him at all. Now, with the help of nascent soul level magical power and 2 extraordinary magic treasures in his hand, being able to fight back and forth with the opponent was already more or less enough. At least, he would have some self-preservation ability in the future life and death escape. As Liu Yun thought this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. The test was over, it was time to finish the main business. Old Ancestor Ji Yin, still in a state of shock, suddenly met Liu Yun's murderous gaze. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His spiritual sense, which had saved him countless times over the years, frantically warned him, as if he would be dismembered the next second. Ah! Old Ancestor Ji Yin roared, and a faint glimmer of light instantly burst out from his lower abdomen. A hint of disappointment flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. As expected, once a nascent soul cultivator was on guard, it was very difficult for the formless needle to directly enter his sea of consciousness. This was normal, after all, before the nascent soul stage, almost no cultivator had any defensive capabilities within his sea of consciousness. And after forming the nascent soul, the sea of consciousness itself is the nascent soul. Although Liu Yun could rely on the unreasonable ability of the formless needle to launch a sneak attack once, catching him off guard, it was beyond his current capabilities to break through the opponent's life-threatening nascent soul when the opponent was already prepared. Putting aside the faint disappointment in his heart, Liu Yun flipped his hand and summoned a blue fishing net. Icy spikes condensed on the net, shooting towards Old Ancestor Ji Yin. Old Ancestor Ji Yin waved his hand, releasing the Heavenly Capital Corpse fire to block in front of him, his eyes as cold as ice. The icy spikes flew into the pitch-black Heavenly Capital Corpse fire, where they were directly reduced to nothingness by the demonic fire. Just as Liu Yun was about to employ other means, the air around him suddenly twisted, and a tall figure appeared mysteriously, reaching out and grabbing downwards. Bang! Liu Yun, caught off guard, was hit squarely by this blow, and his entire body was sent flying backward by an immense force. More than a dozen identical tall figures then appeared from all directions, simultaneously pouncing fiercely towards Liu Yun. A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Old Ancestor Ji Yin's mouth. He suddenly pointed forward, and the ink-black Heavenly Capital Corpse fire instantly transformed into slender lines of fire, which, along with the profound yin demonic chi wildly dancing like tentacles around them, simultaneously rushed towards Liu Yun. Although Liu Yun was sent flying backward, his armor was sturdy, so he wasn't injured. He quickly pointed at the spirit-suppressing steel beneath him, which was suppressing the Heavenly Capital Corpse fire, and a chaotic spiritual chi, formed by the fusion of various spiritual lights, directly spread out from the spirit-suppressing steel. Under this spiritual light, the more than a dozen figures, whose movements were incredibly elusive, felt as if they were burdened by 10,000 pounds, and their actions instantly became abnormally slow. This also allowed Liu Yun to clearly see the appearance of these figures, and he immediately shouted subconsciously. Holy crap! Extreme Yin! How many grandsons do you have, exactly? These monstrous figures were entirely green, clad in glistening black iron armor. They were barehanded, with razor-sharp, inch-long claws, and mouths full of charred yellow fangs, looking incomparably ferocious, more like demons than humans. These were clearly refined corpses, and all of them were advanced refined corpses, no weaker than core formation cultivators. Liu Yun couldn't help but curse inwardly. As early as in Tianese, he had dealt with many advanced refined corpses and later consulted a lot of information. Refined corpses are not easy to create. Advanced refined corpses like these, in particular, require the corpse of a high-level cultivator, combined with the right timing, geographical advantage, countless precious materials, and then hundreds of years of meticulous cultivation, to possibly refine one. Any mistake in any of these steps could lead to years of effort being directly wasted. And now, as far as the eye could see, there were 18 refined corpses around Liu Yun's, each one stronger than the azure nether armored corpse he had seen in Tianese. This was simply outrageous. Tianxi sect in Tianese was famous for its refined corpses, having stood in the Yuanwu kingdom for over 10,000 years. Even so, 20-odd refined corpses of the early core formation stage almost emptied their coffers, forcing them to open secret shops in the dark to replenish their resources. But what about old ancestor Ji Yin? This guy was just an early nascent soul stage demonic cultivator, and his extreme Yin island had only been established for a few hundred years. Yet, he could produce 18 refined corpses that were no weaker than mid-stage core formation cultivators. Was it that the people in Tianese were too weak, or were the cultivators of the chaotic star sea really that powerful? Liu Yun's pondered wildly while mobilizing the spirit-suppressing steel to protect himself. The extremely sharp heavenly capital corpse fire and profound Yin demonic qi, as soon as they entered the range of the chaotic spiritual qi, instantly slowed down to an extreme degree, just like the 18 refined corpses. Liu Yun's finally freed his hands. With a flick of his single hand, a dark alms bowl was summoned above his head, and with a slight turn, it expanded several times in size out of thin air. Subsequently, a pitch-black beam of light shot out from the mouth of the alms bowl. Wherever it passed, both the heavenly capital corpse fire and the profound Yin demonic qi were sucked into it without any resistance. Upon seeing this, old ancestor Ji Yin's eyes widened in horror, and a question blurted out. How did this magic treasure get into your hands? What is Ji Xian to you? Chapter 316, Pursuit. Ji Xian. Liu Yun's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the black alms bowl above his head with a hint of confusion. He had obtained this ancient treasure from the nascent soul that had possessed the Black Fiend cult master. At the time, that nascent soul had tried to use this treasure against Liu Yun's, but unfortunately, this ancient treasure was clearly not meant for offense and couldn't harm Liu Yun's at all. Driven to desperation, he could only hastily perform possession on the heavily injured Black Fiend cult master, which resulted in his realm regressing and his magical power greatly diminished. Not only that, he was left with only a broken magic treasure, a hilt, to fight Liu Yun's, and he died an incredibly frustrated death. And so, this ancient treasure fell into Liu Yun's hands. Over the years, Liu Yun's had studied this treasure more than once. He finally discovered that it had an unexpectedly powerful suppressive effect on almost all types of demonic qi. This was also Liu Yun's confidence in using old ancestor Ji Yin as a test subject. Otherwise, why would he, full of himself, risk his life with a nascent soul cultivator? Now, what surprised Liu Yun's was that old ancestor Ji Yin actually recognized this treasure, and from his words, he even knew its owner. You know Ji Xian? Liu Yun's asked in a deep voice. Old ancestor Ji Yin scrutinized him for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. It seems he's still dead. If you were truly his successor or descendant, you wouldn't be unaware of even me. After saying this, old ancestor Ji Yin glanced at the black alms bowl suspended in the air and said with a grim expression, Fellow Deist Heavenly Eye, do you truly wish to wipe me out completely? Although you possess this treasure, I am not made of mud. Even if I cannot defeat you, I am somewhat confident in taking you down with me. How about we call it quits? I can guarantee that I will never act against the Miao insect again, and I will properly discipline my disciples to keep them far away from the Miao insect people. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. What do you say? Liu Yun stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes as he looked at old ancestor Ji Yin. This guy is impressive. Seeing that he couldn't win, he admitted defeat so readily, and quite gracefully at that. Seeing Liu Yun's fall silent, old ancestor Ji Yin quickly added, a distinguished person like fellow Deist would naturally not act against me for the sake of women. I presume fellow Deist is also after the Void Heaven fragmented map. If so, perhaps you and I can even cooperate during the Void Heaven Palace trip. Old ancestor Ji Yin smiled sinisterly, his face unchanging, and continued, you should know that the Void Heaven Palace is riddled with dangers and countless mechanisms. One wrong step could lead to death and the dissipation of one's Dao. Though I am not very talented, I once visited the Void Heaven Palace 300 years ago and even made it into the inner hall. If fellow Deist is willing to stop now, I am willing to offer a detailed intelligence report on the Void Heaven Palace. It will definitely be far superior to the garbage intelligence reports you can buy on the market. What do you think, fellow Deist? Liu Yun's pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then grinned. A faint, almost invisible ray of light suddenly appeared behind old ancestor Ji Yin's head, silently piercing towards him. At that moment, old ancestor Ji Yin seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, suddenly ducking to avoid it. At the same time, he enveloped Black Ugly beside him, transforming into a black qi and fleeing through the air. From within the black qi, old ancestor Ji Yin's exasperated voice could be heard. Heavenly Eye, what kind of enmity do you and I have? Why must you insist on putting me to death? Liu Yun's merely sneered at his words. He raised a hand and pointed, retracting the 18 refined corpses into the spirit-suppressing steel. Then, he reached out and collected the black alms bowl, instantly vanishing from his original spot. Today, he had to try and see if he could kill old ancestor Ji Yin. This was crucial to whether the future timeline could be altered, and to the extent of its tolerance for changes to the timeline. As for old ancestor Ji Yin's offer to provide intelligence on the Void Heaven Palace, Liu Yun's didn't care at all. His intelligence on the Void Heaven Palace came from Ling Yuling. From the outer hall to the inner hall, every checkpoint, every restriction, and every precaution was clearly detailed, evidently compiled and organized by multiple generations of people. In comparison, Liu Yun simply didn't care about old ancestor Ji Yin's unreliable intelligence. In the sky, ink like black clouds roared across the horizon. Liu Yun's, using his nascent soul level magical power to activate the formless escape technique, almost instantly caught up to old ancestor Ji Yin. Looking at the rolling black chi before him, a cold glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. He once again conjured the black alms bowl, which suddenly expanded in the air, shooting out a black beam of light. Under this light beam, old ancestor Ji Yin's profound yin demonic chi melted away like ice and snow, easily penetrated. This revealed old ancestor Ji Yin, whose face was exceptionally grim, and black ugly, who was filled with terror. Heavenly Eye, you seek death. Old ancestor Ji Yin roared, and the heavenly capital corpse fire surged around his entire body. However, this time, Liu Yun's was faster than him. Under the formless escape technique, Liu Yun silently infiltrated the black clouds. Seeing old ancestor Ji Yin's powerful display, he immediately pulled out the blue fishing net and sent it flying towards old ancestor Ji Yin. Just as old ancestor Ji Yin had summoned the heavenly capital corpse fire, the blue fishing net, magnified several times, appeared out of thin air and directly enveloped old ancestor Ji Yin's head. Caught off guard, old ancestor Ji Yin roared fiercely, and the heavenly capital corpse fire directly met the blue fishing net. Blue light shimmered on the fishing net, and a visible cold chi spread from it. As soon as the heavenly capital corpse fire came into contact with it, it instantly withered, actually being suppressed by this cold chi. Old ancestor Ji Yin's eyelids twitched at the sight. Although his heavenly capital corpse fire was a demonic path fire, it was still countered by extreme yin and extreme cold treasures. Coupled with his hasty summoning just now, he couldn't unleash the full power of the heavenly capital corpse fire, and directly confronting this ice-attributed ancient treasure, which was clearly no ordinary item, put him at a great disadvantage. Old ancestor Ji Yin's cold gaze slightly receded. Having fought to this extent, he already knew he absolutely couldn't win. If he continued to entangle himself, he would likely lose his old life. Old ancestor, let's go quickly. Black Ugly, trembling, said from the side. He had initially thought that old ancestor Ji Yin dispatching the opponent would be an easy matter, which was why he had volunteered to come and watch, intending to thoroughly humiliate the pretty boy frequently mentioned by Purple Spirit. Then, he would propose to Purple Spirit with Venerable Tianmu's head in hand. By then, she wouldn't dare refuse. But now, it seemed old ancestor Ji Yin was no match for Venerable Tianmu. Black Ugly was in a state of panic. Old ancestor Ji Yin was his grandfather and his greatest backing. Without this backing, he would just be an ordinary core formation cultivator. Venerable Tianmu could crush him with a mere flick of a finger. Black Ugly was very aware of this. Old ancestor Ji Yin glanced at Black Ugly, his eyes calm, his face expressionless, and he said softly. All right. Upon hearing this, Black Ugly couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. Just then, old ancestor Ji Yin suddenly pointed at him. Chapter 317 Plan. Liu Yun's formless escape technique had already reached 90% of Kaiang Wuji's mastery from back then. Coupled with the 5 elements escape heaven arts enhancement to his escape techniques and the nascent soul stage magic power provided by the Eye of the Azure Heaven armor, his formless escape technique was even stronger than Kaiang Wuji's had been. With old ancestor Ji Yin's early nascent soul stage cultivation, he simply couldn't detect him. At this moment, he was just a few feet away from old ancestor Ji Yin, watching him with a cold gaze. The black light beam released by the dark bowl overhead swept back and forth over old ancestor Ji Yin's profound yin demonic chi, like a sharp sword, cutting the originally sky-obscuring demonic chi into shattered pieces. Seeing that old ancestor Ji Yin was at his wit's end, Liu Yun's was no longer in a hurry to take his life. After all, he was an old-school demonic path giant, and their previous exchanges had proven that old ancestor Ji Yin was by no means comparable to an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. Liu Yun's didn't believe that old ancestor Ji Yin still had any tricks up his sleeve at this point. But he did believe that old ancestor Ji Yin had a way to drag him down with him. To prevent old ancestor Ji Yin from lashing out in desperation, Liu Yun's didn't rush to attack, but instead silently brewed a fatal blow. A unique pale golden magic array began to unfold on Liu Yun's right-hand armor, rapidly spreading across his entire arm guard. In an instant, the golden and red array diagrams on Liu Yun's right arm armor overlapped, transforming into a layer of intricate and alluring patterns that left observers secretly astonished. Just then, old ancestor Ji Yin suddenly pointed at Black Ugly, and the profound yin demonic chi, which had already been cut into shattered pieces, seemed to receive an order. It intelligently bypassed the dark light beam and swarmed towards Black Ugly. This scene took everyone by surprise. Black Ugly's eyes widened in shock, but he couldn't move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the profound yin demonic chi eagerly drilled into his body. In an instant, all the profound yin demonic chi entered Black Ugly's body, and with a series of chilling click-clack sounds, all of Black Ugly's bones began to twist and deform. Old ancestor Ji Yin watched this scene with indifference, raising a hand to remove the restriction on Black Ugly. Black Ugly immediately let out a painful cry to the heavens, like a dying beast. But the next second, Black Ugly suddenly lowered his head. At this moment, he had completely changed his appearance. He looked like a skinny old man with a small build, and upon closer inspection, his appearance was 80% similar to old ancestor Ji Yin's. This time, I'm afraid you'll have to sacrifice yourself early, old ancestor Ji Yin said with a pale face, his tone full of unwillingness. I was born for this, why do you act like a child? The skinny old man chuckled, waved his hand casually, and a ball of heavenly capital corpse fire ignited in his palm. Go quickly. Following the skinny old man's angry shout, old ancestor Ji Yin directly turned into an incredibly thin black line and instantly fled. Liu Yun's was about to give chase, but he saw the skinny old man suddenly turn his head and look in his direction. Boom. The heavenly capital corpse fire soared up, heading straight for Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's quickly pointed at the dark bowl in the sky. The bowl instantly shifted, and the dark light beam followed, effortlessly absorbing the imposing heavenly capital corpse fire into the bowl. The skinny old man didn't care, he just grinned ferociously, and his entire being transformed into an amorphous mass of profound yin demonic qi, exploding with a bang. The profound yin demonic qi scattered in all directions, transforming into hundreds of dark flying birds that rushed towards Liu Yun's from all sides at high speed. Even with the dark light beam's miraculous ability to counter profound yin demonic qi, it couldn't simultaneously deal with so many attacks from different directions. It could only sweep downwards sharply, absorbing less than half of the profound yin demonic qi into the bowl. The remaining dozens of flying birds, with their terrifyingly ferocious mouths agape, rapidly charged towards Liu Yun's, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. Liu Yun's gaze sharpened. He took one last look in the direction old ancestor Ji Yin had fled, his expression somewhat melancholic. Old ancestor Ji Yin had already escaped the range of his divine sense lock. Dozens of flying birds directly pounced on Liu Yun's. The next second, accompanied by deafening thunder, pale golden lightning, like giant dragons, surged up, instantly crushing all the profound yin demonic qi. Liu Yun's looked at the pale golden lightning raging around him, then at the dimmed golden array diagram on his arm guard, and sighed with some disappointment. He was not only disappointed that he couldn't stop old ancestor Ji Yin, but also disappointed with his research progress on the evil warding divine thunder. In order to fully unleash the powerful might of the evil warding divine thunder without being limited by his core formation stage cultivation, Liu Yun's did not refine any golden thunder bamboo magic treasure. Instead, he drew out the evil warding divine thunder and sealed it within a formation. He would then release it to harm enemies when needed. After this series of operations, although the power of the evil warding divine thunder was preserved, because it was not lightning refined and controlled by him, once released, it was completely beyond his control. Therefore, it could only be used as a one-time close-range trump card, greatly reducing its practicality. If Liu Yun's could freely control the full-powered evil warding divine thunder, then demonic cultivators like old ancestor Ji Yin would probably not be able to withstand him for long. Still too impatient, I need time. Liu Yun sighed deeply. He had felt that time was insufficient more than once. As his research projects increased, even with Liu Yun's mental capacity, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Most importantly, time waits for no one, and it certainly wouldn't be generous enough to give Liu Yun's more time for research. Less than 20 years left. Liu Yun's exhaled a long breath and clenched his fists tightly. Now, everything else could be put aside for a while. He needed to focus his energy on the research of the evil warding divine thunder and the gold-devouring insects, which were already on track. The evil warding divine thunder goes without saying, in the upcoming trip to the Void Heaven Palace, this divine ability, which naturally counters evil demons and ghosts, would definitely prove very useful. As for the gold-devouring insects, through his years of research, he had already discovered some very interesting aspects. Perhaps before the Void Heaven Palace, he could produce results and give himself a big surprise. After quickly sorting out his future research plan, Liu Yun's transformed into a five-colored escape light and flew towards Tianxing City. What he didn't know was that although this battle had not been widely publicized beforehand, the astonishing commotion caused by their exchange still attracted the attention of many nearby cultivators. Among them, the sky-obscuring profound yin demonic qi almost explicitly revealed the identity of one of the parties. And Liu Yun's whereabouts had not been deliberately concealed, so the news that Venerable Tianmu had fought and defeated old ancestor Ji Yin began to spread around Tianxing City. At first, it was only circulated secretly within a small circle, but somehow, this news suddenly spread throughout the entire chaotic Star Sea. Extreme Yin Island's silence further fueled the spread of the rumors. For a time, Venerable Tianmu's name reappeared before some people. Tomorrow's monthly pass will be an extra chapter. Chapter 318, Entering the Mortal World. This high-grade magical artifact, the Cloud Crossing Banner, combines flight and concealment. You only need to fly into the clouds to perfectly hide your form. It can also be used to conceal your whereabouts during battles, offering endless wonders whether in direct combat or when making an escape. It's now only 100 spirit stones. May I ask, Immortal Master, you? Han Li respectfully saw off the generous low-level cultivator, letting out a long, tired sigh as he casually placed the 100 spirit stones into the counter. Several years had passed since King Yun Pavilion opened, and he had been a shop assistant here for several years. Initially, Han Li wanted to leave all the customer service to Chu Hun and focus on studying artifact refining and formation. However, Liu Yun said, "What's the difference between not working all day and being the shop manager? Are you trying to usurp my position?" There were too many plot holes in that statement, and Han Li honestly didn't know where to begin refuting it. In short, under Liu Yun's threat to stop teaching, Han Li was forced to become a shop assistant, welcoming and sending off customers. From the initial discomfort of greeting customers, he now spoke eloquently and clearly, skillfully dazzling a group of low and mid-level cultivators. In these past few years, Han Li had truly discovered his talent for sales. One could only say that people are pushed to their limits. Looking at the endless stream of people outside the door and the large sun in the sky, Han Li sighed, feeling mentally exhausted. How did he, a core formation cultivator, a great senior in the cultivation world, end up in such a state? Brother Han. Just as Han Li was lamenting the impermanence of life, a young man dressed in green, who looked only 16 or 17, ran in a few steps, then suddenly stopped, subconsciously glancing around. Brother Han, your boss isn't in the shop again, is he? The young man said with a grin. The word again conveyed Han Li's endless bitterness. Han Li couldn't help but sigh. Yes, he's not in the shop again. Brother Han, your boss is really good, he doesn't manage you at all, the young man also sighed. Unlike our boss. The young man suddenly stopped speaking, poked his head out the shop door, and looked around twice. Brother Han, you don't know, our boss is practically not human. He controls everything, forbids everything. He wishes we'd just stand behind the counter all day. What a joke, I'm not a puppet people. Once the young man started talking, he couldn't stop, pulling Han Li along as he endlessly criticized his boss. Han Li listened half-heartedly, nodding in agreement from time to time. The young man's surname was Liu. His parents were ordinary fishermen. He was the third child at home, with a younger brother below him. A year ago, his parents sent him to a neighboring shop to be an apprentice, to learn accounting and business. For a young man of his humble origins, this was already considered a good path. It was said that his eldest brother helped his parents with the fishing boat at home, while his second brother became a sailor. Because the young man was of good character and very talkative, he became friends with Han Li within a year of arriving. He often came to talk to him and criticize his inhuman boss. Han Li initially just humored him, but later discovered they actually had some common ground. At least both of them had a terribly unscrupulous boss. Brother Liu, you didn't just come here today to specifically curse your boss, did you? Seeing that the young man had been cursing for a full half-hour with no intention of stopping, Han Li quickly interrupted him. The young man blinked, suddenly remembered something, and quickly said, oh right. I almost forgot about the main business. Brother Han, our boss asked me to inquire if King Yun Pavilion plans to raise prices. Han Li was startled and frowned slightly in confusion. Raise prices? Why would we raise prices for no reason? The young man scratched his head, a hint of helplessness and bewilderment on his face. Brother Han, you must not have been out on the street for a long time, have you? All the raw materials in the market have gone up in price. The port also said that some materials can't be shipped in right now. They say the sellers see the situation is not right and are holding on to their goods. All the bosses on our street feel that prices must be raised, or they won't even recover their costs. Han Li's brows furrowed even deeper. Raw materials rising in price, magical artifacts, talismans, and other finished products prices soaring accordingly, and trade between different regions coming to a halt. This script felt so familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. After a moment of thought, finding no immediate conclusion, Han Li simply shook his head and said to the young man, I can't make that decision. I'll talk to the boss when he gets back. All right, Brother Han, don't forget. The young man turned to leave but suddenly remembered something again and quickly said, oh right, Brother Han, I heard that the shops on the next street have teamed up to organize a celebration. Do you want to go watch the fun? I heard they even bought some Immortal Master fireworks and are planning a big event to attract more customers. They've prepared very thoroughly. The young man said expectantly, then slyly leaned in and deliberately lowered his voice. They're still looking for people to set up the venue over there. One person can earn 1 spirit stone a day, and you can watch the fun for free. I heard they even provide meals. Brother Han, are you going? Han Li shook his head helplessly, saying with a wry smile, as you can see, King Yun Pavilion can't be left unattended. Is that so? The young man showed a disappointed expression, but then smiled and said, then I'll go by myself and tell you about it when I get back. The young man ran out in a few steps. Han Li shook his head with a smile, returned behind the counter, and took out his ledger, but then he faintly heard voices from outside. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Third brother, I'm here too. I see. Why are you here? To see you. How are you? Are you learning well with shopkeeper Lu? Are you eating well? How's your living situation? I'm doing fine, you don't need to worry. Han Li's movements stopped. Black ink dripped from the tip of his brush, hitting the ledger with a thump. He vaguely remembered that a long time ago, someone had cared for him in the same way. It was just that too much time had truly passed, so much so that the memory was still clear, but that warm feeling had already left him. If, back then, he hadn't gone to the Seven Mysteries sect, if he had had a full meal, a way out. After a long moment, Han Li raised his head and said to Chu Hun, who was moving things nearby, you watch the counter here. I'm going to the next street. With that, Han Li stepped out of the shop door. Brother Han, you're here. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. The vast mortal world is where one tempers their original heart. Some things Han Li had put down for far too long. Now was the time to retrieve them from the mortal world. Chapter 319. On the outskirts of the Tianxing city market, a mortal family opened a well-known restaurant. Because of its novel dishes and unique decor, it attracted many customers, including a large number of generous cultivators, and the family thus became wealthy. Today, two people sat by the window on the second floor of the restaurant. One was radiant and handsome. The other had a face like a peach blossom, making it hard to distinguish his gender. In this almost overflowing restaurant, the two sat alone, seemingly both out of place and completely integrated, indistinguishable from the others. What do you need me for today? I stood up a chess friend and came straight here without even playing a game. You'd better have something important to say. Liu Yun said, his words muffled as he picked up his chopsticks. Swallow what's in your mouth before you speak, Ling Yuling said, pressing her temples with a slight headache. Oh. Liu Yun tilted his head back, swallowing everything in his mouth. Ling Yuling's eyelids twitched. She simply closed her eyes, preferring not to see, and handed him a storage pouch. The books you consigned at White Jade Tower years ago sold well. These are your earnings, count them yourself. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's instantly perked up, quickly extending his divine sense into the storage pouch. Seeing the tens of thousands of spirit stones inside, he chuckled with delight. It seems I still have some talent for writing, Liu Yun said proudly, stroking his chin. Ling Yuling rolled her eyes, not having the heart to tell him that everyone who bought the books was after the practical content, and no one cared about his writing style. Thanks. This table's on me today. Liu Yun's was in a great mood, casually tucking the storage pouch into his chest and saying boisterously. Ling Yuling sighed softly, then took out a jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it to him. All the information about the Void Heaven Cauldron and the Azure Blue Ice Flame is here. To be honest, even the Star Palace doesn't know much about these two items, only that they both seem to be related to the upper realm. Liu Yun's took the jade slip and casually put it into his storage pouch. Thanks. Ling Yuling looked at his casual demeanor and shook her head with a wry smile. You accept it so readily. Don't you worry that one day I'll ask you to do something you can't refuse. Liu Yun's looked up, gazing at her with confusion. Why would I refuse? If you want to do something, can't you just say it directly? Ling Yuling opened her mouth, her delicate eyebrows rising slightly, then quickly falling, revealing a hint of bewilderment. You also, Ling Yuling seemed unsure what to say, only shaking her head and letting out a long sigh. Don't you worry that I have ulterior motives for approaching you? You should at least have some caution. Liu Yun's looked at her blankly, saying, Are you all right? Ling Yuling gave a wry smile and said nothing. After a while, Liu Yun's heard her speak in an incredibly calm voice, Sometimes, I really envy you. You live so freely, unlike everyone else. Ling Yuling leaned back in her chair, turning her head slightly to look at the crowd outside the window. Since I was a child, someone taught me a saying, if you wish to obtain, you must first give. If someone is good to me for no reason, it must be because they will have a request of me. The reverse is also true, if I think someone might be useful in the future, I first bestow favor, and when I need them, I make them work for me. This world is like that, everything is just a transaction. It's cold and selfish. Between people, there is only utilization and being utilized, nothing else exists. Liu Yun's blinked, looked at the spare rib on his chopsticks, hesitated, and then put it in his mouth. Do you think that's right? Liu Yun's asked, chewing on the spare rib. Ling Yuling remained silent, looking up at the towering sacred mountain above. Before, I revered him like a god. Everything he said, I believed to be right, as he was undoubtedly the top in this realm, both in power and cultivation. But now. Ling Yuling gave a wry smile, I don't know anymore. Is that so? Liu Yun's was still eating, as if he hadn't taken the matter to heart at all. How should I put it? That person you mentioned. I feel quite sorry for him. What? Ling Yuling's eyes widened abruptly, almost jumping out of her chair. She looked at Liu Yun's in shock, as if she were seeing him for the first time. You say he's pitiful? Do you even know who he is? And you call him pitiful? Liu Yun spread his hands, an infuriatingly roguish posture. I don't know who he is, but that doesn't stop me from feeling sorry for him. Liu Yun said, looking out the window. On the street below, a boy held a younger girl, following closely behind a middle-aged man. The man held the boy's hand, and with his other hand, he pulled out a few brand new copper coins from his pocket, buying 2 sugar figurines from a street vendor for the 2 children. The 2 children joyfully accepted them, carefully licking them, afraid of eating too quickly. Seeing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile contentedly. A smile also appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. He said without turning his head, this world is so colorful, yet he can only see one side of it. Isn't that pitiful? Ling Yuling was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Seeing her like this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but laugh. A long time ago, I read a book whose author believed that the world itself has no good or evil, only people do. The differences in people create different environments, and indirectly, different people. I think he made a lot of sense. People influence the environment, and ultimately are influenced by it. If one indulges oneself, letting a bad environment erode and influence them, drifting along like a deadwood without conviction, then that person's life is merely a repetition of countless stories that have already happened, without any meaning or value. Conversely, if one chooses not to be influenced by the environment, and even influences those around them, then such a life must be meaningful. Even if it changes only a tiny bit, it is still meaningful. Liu Yun smiled, his smile carrying an arrogance and aloofness that defied the world. I live, I think, I never compromise, so every day I live is valuable and meaningful. Liu Yun's reached out and patted Ling Yuling's shoulder, bringing her back from her shock. Lighten up. Why live like an old man? The chaotic Star Sea is such a wonderful place, if you don't enjoy it, that's truly a sin. Liu Yun's laughed freely, his smile identical to that of the middle-aged man on the street, carrying a pure joy unrelated to desire. Chapter 320, Entering and Leaving the World, Monthly Ticket Bonus Chapter. The chaotic star sea is a good place. Some people might have reservations about this, but Liu Yun's was serious, he truly believed it from the bottom of his heart. Since Liu Yun's transmigration, he had only been to two regions, Tianese and the chaotic star sea. Tianese Yu state, in Liu Yun's words from his previous life, was a standard chaotic era of rites collapsing and music decaying, forcibly held together by the seven great sects, ultimately presenting a picture of a doomsday world where the strong preyed on the weak and humans degenerated into beasts. The seven great sects carved up Yu state, tacitly keeping their distance from the imperial court but focusing their attention on Jianghu gangs. With the seven great sects backing them, Jianghu schools regarded laws as nothing, intercepting officials, killing people in the streets, and acting with impunity. There were no rules or laws to bind them, only the strong taking whatever they wanted from the weak. The common people at the bottom became the biggest victims, in the eyes of the Jianghu gangs and the seven great sects. These mortals were no different from livestock. On this point, Han Li had a lot to say. He had stepped into the bloody Jianghu because he wanted to earn a square meal. The Seven Mysteries sect he joined was merely a second or third-rate small gang, and he served as a doctor there for several years. The monthly silver he sent home directly transformed the Han family from a poverty-stricken farming household that couldn't make ends meet into a well-known wealthy family, and his elderly father even became a squire. At first glance, it seemed fine, but upon closer inspection, it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Such a place, in the entire Tianese, could even be considered decent. At least the cultivators of the seven sects usually didn't appear openly, and those who oppressed mortals were only gang members and bandits who were also mortals. The mortals within the demonic path's sphere of influence now that was true misery. In Tianese, Liu Yun's couldn't see even a trace of the beauty belonging to the cultivation world. The vast majority of people had never enjoyed the benefits of the spiritual qi system, instead, it subjected them to constant oppression, yet they were powerless to resist. Such an extreme social environment was bound to create even more extreme ideologies. Liu Yun's, a transmigrator completely out of place in Tianese's grand environment, even wanted to find a deo for mortals to resist cultivators. However, Liu Yun's never mentioned the same words after arriving in the chaotic star sea. This wasn't because Liu Yun's had changed, but because the social environment had changed. Liu Yun's was an anomaly among cultivators, spending his days mingling with mortals, becoming sworn brothers with sailors, and chatting about family matters with laborers. He was surprised to discover that in the chaotic star sea, almost everyone could enjoy the benefits of the spiritual qi system. Leaving aside other things, the incredibly abundant resources of the chaotic star sea alone were enough to make the people of Tianese so envious they'd pluck out their own eyeballs. In an environment with ample spiritual qi, the various resources in the sea were so rich that everyone could live a good life. Sea fish over 10 feet long were everywhere and weren't even considered yao beasts, mortals could attempt to hunt them. Sea cucumbers as tall as a person and abalones larger than a person were merely fodder for low-level spirit beasts here. A single ordinary small fishing boat was enough to support a large family. Even in the chaotic star sea, the lowest level common people could maintain 3 meals a day, fill their stomachs, and often even have meat. This kind of life came entirely from the abundant resources and healthy social environment of the chaotic star sea. In the chaotic star sea, cultivators built formations, drove away yao beasts, and protected mortals. Under the protection of cultivators, mortals engaged in social production activities, bringing various flourishing industries and fresh blood to the chaotic star sea. This was what a healthy, upward-moving cultivation civilization should look like. Liu Yun's could loudly advocate for mortals to resist cultivators in Tianese, but in the chaotic star sea, no matter how loudly he shouted, everyone would just think he was crazy. This was the inevitable result of a positive and upward-moving social environment. Personally, Liu Yun's liked this place very much and had a good impression of the Star Palace, which established the order of the chaotic star sea. However, this didn't mean that Liu Yun's wanted to work himself to death for the Star Palace. His past experiences gave him a natural distrust of such large powers. Therefore, he had always maintained a distant relationship with the Star Palace, and all his connections with the Star Palace were limited to his friendships with Ling Yuling and the Bai Ruxi siblings, while he himself always maintained his independence. This attitude used to work, as no one would provoke a strong individual capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator. But recently, Liu Yun's discovered that there seemed to be a force pushing him to take a side. As time passed, the situation in the chaotic star sea became increasingly tense. All sharp contradictions seemed to suddenly surface, leaving Liu Yun's with no peace. In this situation, it was hard to say whether he opened King Yun Pavilion to help Han Li or to seek quietude. After parting ways with Ling Yuling, Liu Yun's avoided everyone's gaze, bought some materials, and then slowly walked towards King Yun Pavilion. By the time he reached the street where King Yun Pavilion was located, it was already midnight, and the bright lights illuminated the entire city as if it were day. Before Liu Yun's even reached the entrance of King Yun Pavilion, he saw several streaks of fire soaring into the sky not far from King Yun Pavilion, blossoming into brilliant fireworks in the air. The street was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. For these mortals, the situation had deteriorated somewhat, and life had become much harder, but it wasn't unlivable. Since they were still alive today, they had to continue to strive for their livelihood, but before that, enjoying life for a bit was not out of the question. Liu Yun's walked step by step with the crowd, watching the vibrant flowers along the street, the dazzling lights, and the brilliant fireworks overhead that never stopped. Everyone's face was adorned with smiles. He even saw Han Li on the street, gathered with a group of young people, laughing and talking loudly. It was as if he wasn't the decisive core formation stage cultivator at this moment, but an ordinary mortal, the kind and simple-minded bumpkin he once was. If he hadn't been born in Tianese, but in the chaotic Star Sea, in Tianxing City, perhaps he would be like this now? Liu Yun's didn't disturb him. After taking in the sights of the street, he returned to King Yun Pavilion. After greeting Chu Hun, who was still minding the shop, Liu Yun's walked alone into the dark secret chamber. There were less than 20 years until the Void Heaven Palace opened, and his time was short, he dared not waste any more of it. In the secret chamber, several pieces of golden thunder bamboo floated quietly in the air, occasionally emitting faint golden lightning bolts that were instantly absorbed by the formation carved into the ground. Liu Yun sat on the ground, his eyes fixed on the golden thunder bamboo without blinking. Under the effect of the formation, the fragments arranged, combined, and decomposed until the golden thunder bamboo broke down into imperceptibly small pieces, and the faint golden lightning instantly extinguished. In contrast, Liu Yun's eyes lit up with a surprised glow. The mystery of the evil warding divine thunder had finally revealed a corner of its iceberg to him. Chapter 321, Farewell. Spring turned to autumn, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 16 years had passed, and King Yun Pavilion had been open on this street for over 20 years. Han Li, Liu Yun's, and Chu Hun all looked to be in their 50s now. Aside from Liu Yun's, who still wore his loose purple and white brocade robes every day, Han Li and Chu Hun had changed into the long gowns typically worn by elders. At this moment, Liu Yun's was sitting behind the door of a shop not far from King Yun Pavilion, playing chess with an elder in his 70s. His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes fixed on the chessboard, and a faint cold sweat seeped from his forehead. The elder opposite him, however, was full of vigor, watching him with a smile. We've been playing for over 20 years, and you're still a terrible chess player. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and, with a sweep of his hand, messed up the chessboard. This game doesn't count, let's play another one. Hey. You. The elder was so angry that his beard quivered. I'm 73. You're playing dirty with me. What's wrong with 73? Is 73 amazing? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, completely unmoved. He skillfully rearranged the chess pieces. Alright, alright. Hurry up and play another game. I've already thought it through, I'll definitely win this time. When have you not said that? The elder grumbled under his breath, shaking his head helplessly. Old Liu, I'm going home. Liu Yun's looked up in confusion, glanced at the plaque above his head, then looked at him. Aren't you already at your doorstep? The elder was too annoyed to bother with him, his beard twitching comically on his face. I'm talking about my old home. My grandson and son have urged me more than once. I also thought that while I can still move, I should go back to my old home and spend more time with my family. When the time comes, it's better to die at home than outside, and I won't trouble my children. The elder said calmly, even with a hint of a smile on his face. He accepted the fact that his days were numbered with such equanimity, as if it were a matter of course, no different from sleeping and eating every day. It was Liu Yun's who blinked in confusion, then disappointedly put down the chess pieces. So when are you leaving? The elder smiled happily and said to Liu Yun's triumphantly, this afternoon, my eldest grandson and granddaughter-in-law will bring my great-grandson to pick me up. Oh. Good news. Liu Yun's was startled, then chuckled and cupped his hands to the elder. Elder brother, a family with 4 generations under one roof, with children and grandchildren around your knees, what good fortune. Ha 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 ha. The elder laughed triumphantly. Although he was old and frail, his brows were full of vigor and joy. After speaking, the elder excitedly returned to his shop, intending to pick out some gifts for his great-grandson. Liu Yun's also put away the chessboard and slowly walked towards King Yun Pavilion. At this time, the plaque on King Yun Pavilion had already been taken down, soon to be replaced by another sign. Liu Yun's looked at this familiar place, a trace of sadness in his eyes. He had already transferred this place for a very good price. The one taking over was a middle-aged man who looked very honest. Liu Yun's had shown him every brick and tile of the entire King Yun Pavilion, even pointing out the secret room in the backyard. The man said nothing and unhesitatingly offered a price higher than the market value. From then on, this place had nothing to do with him. Liu Yun's turned his head and looked at the shop next door. This shop had changed owners several years ago. The usually sharp-tongued boss surnamed Lu had transferred the shop to the young man surnamed Liu, who often complained to Han Li, for a very low price. Of course, he was no longer a young man now, his children were already in their teens, and he looked exactly like another version of himself. Liu Yun stood in place for a while until Han Li emerged from this shop with Chu Hun. Have you said your goodbyes? Liu Yun's asked. Han Li nodded with a hint of melancholy. Today, he had said goodbye to his old friends one by one. Many of them were already untraceable, and the few he found had already settled down. Han Li did not bother them too much, only exchanged a few words, reminisced about the past, and then bid them farewell. Liu Yun's and Han Li stood on the street together, watching for a long time, until the sun set and the evening glow hung in the sky, dyeing the clouds fiery red. Only then did the two turn to leave. The moment they stepped out of the street, their young faces of their 20s returned to them. Neither of them looked back, as if the two mortals named Liu Yun's and Han Li had remained on that street, calmly and blessedly watching them depart. Neither spoke, flying in silence all the way to Han Li's immortal cave. Upon entering the immortal cave, Han Li took a deep breath, and a smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just a few days ago, his long-awaited 6th golden thunder bamboo had finally been matured to 10,000 years. This meant that his long-dreamed-of magic treasure, the green bamboo bee cloud sword, could finally be refined. For this day, Han Li had prepared for over 20 years. Now, whether in artifact refining or the Dao of formations, Han Li believed he had reached a certain level of skill. Even Liu Yun's admitted that he could now refine the green bamboo bee cloud sword without any problems. Han Li had already prepared the auxiliary materials for refining the green bamboo bee cloud sword and could begin refining at any time. However, before that, there was one thing he had to do. Now begins the first Liu Yun's Scientific Research Achievements Phase Summary Conference. Everyone, a round of applause. Everyone, a round of applause. Everyone, a round of applause. I'm telling you, I can say this all day. Clap, clap, clap. Han Li clapped expressionlessly. He had originally intended to go back and refine the green bamboo bee cloud sword directly, but Liu Yun's had forcibly dragged him over. Han Li had long prepared himself for something like this. There was no helping it, with Liu Yun's personality, if he achieved something and had no one to show off to, he would literally suffocate. First, after numerous experiments, I finally discovered the secret of the evil warding divine thunder. Strictly speaking, this thing is a self-protective measure of the golden thunder bamboo. But during the research process, I found traces of this self-protective measure being artificially induced. So I began to use formations to differentiate the tissue structure of the golden thunder bamboo, stimulating it with different wavelengths of spiritual qi. Halfway through listening, Han Li's brain began to automatically zone out. He couldn't understand. He recognized every single word, but when put together, he just couldn't understand. After thousands of experiments over more than a decade, I finally found the tissue structure for synthesizing the evil warding divine thunder from the golden thunder bamboo. And this tissue structure. Liu Yun's continued to speak to himself, regardless of whether Han Li understood or not. After Liu Yun's lectured incessantly for nearly 2 hours, Han Li finally couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 322, Terrifying Results. Can't you just get to the point? Han Li, having reached his limit, finally couldn't help but say. Liu Yun's was slightly stunned when he heard this, then he showed an incredibly complex look in his eyes, which roughly translated to, "Son, your father is very disappointed in you." Han Li had known this guy for over 100 years. He knew this bastard was up to no good the moment he twitched his butt. Now, with that look in his eyes, Han Li immediately understood. It made him so angry he wished he could jump up and stab this bastard. Old Han, Liu Yun's patted Han Li's shoulder with a complicated look, in the future, just learn from others. Don't ever think of creating something yourself, it's easy to dig your own grave. Han Li looked at him expressionlessly, completely disregarding his words as nonsense. Liu Yun's didn't provoke him further. Instead, he took out a large copper plate, more than 2 feet in diameter, from his storage pouch and casually handed it to Han Li. Try it. Inject your magic power into it. Han Li took the copper plate doubtfully and tentatively channeled his magic power into it. Then, something incredible happened to Han Li. As he injected his magic power, streaks of faint golden lightning began to dance on the copper plate. Evil warding divine thunder. Han Li stood up in shock, looking at Liu Yun's in disbelief. Seeing this, Liu Yun smiled proudly, that's right. After so many years of research, I finally successfully deconstructed the organizational structure that synthesizes evil warding divine thunder in golden thunder bamboo, and I recreated it using a formation. I call it the evil warding divine thunder formation pattern. It only needs would attribute spiritual qi to continuously generate evil warding divine thunder. As Liu Yun spoke, he placed a translucent spherical bead into a pre-reserved groove in the center of the copper plate. In an instant, all the evil warding divine thunder began to surge madly into the spherical bead. After about half an hour, Han Li felt that his magic power had been depleted by about 1/5, and the evil warding divine thunder finally stopped flowing into the spherical bead. At this point, the originally colorless translucent spherical bead had turned a faint golden color, subtly emitting a violent aura. Liu Yun's picked up the spherical bead and casually handed it to Han Li. The evil warding divine thunder bead, its usage is similar to the sky thunder orb. It can maximize the power of the evil warding divine thunder without being affected by cultivation level. Based on my estimations, it shouldn't be a problem to kill a demonic cultivator of extreme Yin old ancestors caliber. Liu Yun stood with his hands on his hips, grinning widely, laughing extremely arrogantly. How about it? Am I not exceptionally amazing? I even think so myself. Han Li suddenly didn't want to praise him anymore. Oh, right, there's one more thing, it's about those gold-devouring insects you gave me last time. Liu Yun suddenly remembered something and quickly reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. They didn't all die again, did they? Han Li frowned, looking at him warily. I've given you gold-devouring insects several times already. Altogether, there must be thousands of them, you. Han Li couldn't finish his sentence. Because he watched with his own eyes as 3 gold-devouring insects, half a foot long and completely golden red, flew out of Liu Yun's spirit beast pouch and directly settled on Liu Yun's arm, unmoving. I've cultivated mature gold-devouring insects, Liu Yun said calmly. Han Li looked at the 3 gold-devouring insects with exposed fangs, ferocious and sinister, then at Liu Yun's calm expression, his mind in a state of chaos. Mature gold-devouring insects, an almost immortal and indestructible existence. Although Han Li's own gold-devouring insects were already very powerful, they were still too far from becoming the legendary mature gold-devouring insects. And Liu Yun's, he had only had the gold-devouring insects for a little over 20 years, and he had actually managed to produce mature gold-devouring insects. And he didn't even react at all. Where was that annoying expression he had just now? Liu Yun's tried to pry at the 3 gold devouring insects twice, but they didn't budge, so he could only let them remain on his arm guard. To be honest, for Liu Yun's, cultivating gold devouring insects was much simpler than deconstructing the organizational structure that synthesizes evil warding divine thunder in golden thunder bamboo. With the success of the evil warding divine thunder formation pattern, he truly didn't feel that this matter was particularly amazing. Han Li, on the other hand, was in a state of utter confusion. After a while, he finally reacted and quickly asked Liu Yun's, "How did you do this?" Liu Yun subconsciously raised his hand, scratched his chin, and said calmly, "Actually, it's not complicated. I dissected gold devouring insects a long time ago and found that the body structure of these strange insects is unusually simple. Apart from a stomach that almost occupies the entire internal cavity, there's almost nothing else inside the entire internal cavity. Normal creatures cannot survive in this form, but gold devouring insects can. So, I later requested more gold devouring insects to observe, and I found that the survival conditions of these little things are surprisingly simple. It seems there are only 2 things in their lives, eating and reproducing. Even reproduction is simple self-reproduction. It's as if these little things want to use all their energy on eating." As Liu Yun spoke, he casually took a few ordinary artifact refining materials and threw them to the 3 gold devouring insects, which immediately scrambled for them. After discovering this, I redissected them and began a series of tests. The results showed that although the stomach structure of these little things is simple, their function is extraordinarily powerful. This special stomach will reduce everything back to its most primitive spiritual qi. Just as I told you before, all things originate from spiritual qi, and these little guys can reverse this process, reducing all things and using the spiritual qi to strengthen themselves. The bodies of these gold devouring insects are simply bottomless pits, they can accommodate a large amount of spiritual qi to strengthen their bodies, and there is no such thing as a bottleneck. After I discovered this, I began to extract a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi and directly poured it into the bodies of the gold devouring insects, wanting to see where their tolerance limit was. Your gold devouring insects basically sacrificed themselves during this period. Liu Yun spread his hands, looking very innocent. Han Li ignored him and stared intently at the 3 mature gold devouring insects. The mature gold devouring insects were completely different from the young gold devouring insects. They subtly emitted a savage and fierce aura, making one feel terrified just by looking at them. They truly lived up to their reputation as ancient fierce insects. Later, I discovered that these gold devouring insects actually gradually approached the mature gold devouring insects through reproductive iteration. As I infused heaven and earth spiritual qi into their bodies, their reproduction speed also increased. Each generation of gold devouring insects had an enhanced capacity for spiritual qi and also moved closer to the mature gold devouring insects. I don't know what principle this is, but since they are like this, I can only accept it. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. This world probably wouldn't produce any biologists. In short, after discovering this, I began to try to see if I could break the limitations of the gold devouring insects and directly make them evolve towards the mature gold devouring insects. And I really found a method. Liu Yun grinned, raised his hand, and with a gesture, the 3 gold devouring insects obediently flew back into the spirit beast pouch at his waist, making Han Li's eyes burn with envy. "Old Han, do you still remember the secret technique I used when I made my core formation breakthrough?" Liu Yun asked with a chuckle. Han Li instantly recalled that sinister secret technique that used Yao Beast essence to strengthen oneself. Could it be that you? Chapter 323, The Future of Gold Devouring Insects. That's right. I filled all the gold devouring insects with heaven and earth spiritual qi, and then used that secret art to gather all their true essence and spiritual qi together. Liu Yun let out a long breath and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. The gold devouring insects you gave me reproduced several times under the influence of a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Excluding those that died in experiments, I probably used over 10,000 gold devouring insects and drained the spiritual qi from an entire spiritual vein to cultivate 3 mature gold devouring insects. At this point, Liu Yun smacked his lips with a hint of emotion. These little things are really hard to deal with. Han Li's scalp tingled, and he instantly dismissed the idea of using this method to cultivate a large number of mature gold devouring insects. 3 mature gold devouring insects required draining an entire spiritual vein. What about tens of thousands of gold devouring insects? Wouldn't that exhaust the spiritual qi of tens of thousands of spiritual veins to cultivate them? If he really dared to do that, he wouldn't need to think about how to cultivate a large number of mature gold devouring insects, it would be more practical to first think about how to die comfortably. Also, after cultivating these 3 mature gold devouring insects, I discovered another interesting thing. Liu Yun pointed at the spirit beast pouch at his waist and said, "These gold devouring insects seem to be able to continue evolving." What? Han Li was stunned. Mature gold devouring insects were already almost immortal existences, how could they still evolve? How would they evolve? It was a coincidence, actually. A few days ago, when I was trying to control these mature gold devouring insects, I suddenly found that my divine sense was being consumed uncontrollably. Liu Yun pointed at his temple and said with a smile. Fortunately, my divine sense is strong enough, so that consumption was nothing. Then I found that this divine sense was actually devoured by the gold devouring insects. This phenomenon was the first time it happened, so I simply took these gold devouring insects and let them devour my divine sense until I was a bit overwhelmed. Only then did I discover that after devouring this divine sense, their divine souls actually became stronger. Liu Yun excitedly patted the spirit beast pouch, causing the gold-devouring insects inside to emit a series of agitated cries. I suspect that this creature is very different from other normal creatures. It doesn't simultaneously strengthen its divine soul and physical body, instead, it first strengthens its physical body, and after its physical body is almost completely strengthened, it then strengthens its divine soul. These past few days, I've fed them a lot of the souls of high-level Yao beasts, and their divine souls have become much stronger as a result. I'm quite looking forward to what they'll become after their divine souls finish evolving. Han Li stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Old Lu, can I borrow those 3 gold-devouring insects for a period of time? Lu Yun's nodded noncommittally, sure, do as you please. But after you finish refining the green bamboo bee cloud sword, come and help me with a small favor. All right. Han Li agreed without hesitation. For the next period, Lu Yun's returned to his immortal cave and began to get busy. Meanwhile, Han Li, full of anticipation, fed the nishang grass to the 3 mature gold-devouring insects. Unfortunately, for already mature gold-devouring insects, nishang grass seemed to have lost its effect. No matter how much nishang grass Han Li fed them, there was no reaction. Han Li was somewhat mentally prepared for this and reluctantly gave up his plan to cultivate a large number of mature gold-devouring insects in one go, instead focusing on refining his green bamboo bee cloud sword. Just like that, an entire year passed. A year later, Han Li finally emerged from the secret chamber. Although he looked haggard at this time, his eyes and brows were filled with excitement. The 72 green bamboo bee cloud swords within his body trembled slightly, emitting an exceptionally powerful spiritual qi. Han Li couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, the joy on his face impossible to hide. Because they had just been refined, the power of these 72 green bamboo bee cloud swords was actually still quite ordinary. But after a period of cultivation, Han Li believed that even the power of a single flying sword among them would definitely far surpass ordinary magic treasures. At that time, with the combined strength of the 72 flying swords, and coupled with the divine ability recorded in the Qing Yuan sword art, Han Li even had the confidence to contend with Lu Yun's magic treasure. While Han Li was feeling proud, Chu Hun gave him another piece of good news. A year ago, Han Li had learned from Lu Yun's the method of accelerating the evolution of gold-devouring insects by infusing them with heaven and earth spiritual qi. Although Han Li couldn't be as crazy as Lu Yun's, directly draining the spiritual qi from an entire spiritual vein to upgrade the gold-devouring insects, a small amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi infusion, combined with the catalysis of nishang grass, still greatly accelerated the gold-devouring insects' evolution and egg-laying speed. At this time, the gold-devouring insects laid eggs again. Looking around, the insect chamber was a vast expanse of white, with snow-white gold-devouring insect eggs everywhere. Han Li pondered for a moment and immediately opened another insect chamber nearby, making it identical to the original one. Then, he carved a huge divine control magic array on the floor of the new insect chamber and dripped a large amount of his essence blood to acknowledge it as his master. He then moved most of the insect eggs to the magic array in the new insect chamber and performed the master acknowledging divine control ritual. In the original insect chamber, several thousand of the most vigorous insect eggs were left behind. Extracting heaven and earth spiritual qi too much would only cause trouble for himself. These gold-devouring insects were the reserve of mature gold-devouring insects that Han Li decided to cultivate by concentrating resources with heaven and earth spiritual qi and nishang grass. After completing these tasks, Han Li rested for a period, replenished his depleted origin qi, and then, in response to Lu Yun's invitation from a year ago, went to his immortal cave to help. As soon as he arrived at Lu Yun's immortal cave, Han Li keenly noticed that something was amiss. The magic array at the entrance had several additional layers, all of which were profound magic arrays he had never seen before. The interior of the immortal cave was even eerily empty. The original stone pillars, luminous pearls, jade platforms, tables, and chairs had all vanished without a trace, leaving only a vast, empty hall. Han Li was startled by the scene before him and quickly conjured 4 flying swords to circle his body, while holding the 0 glasses in his hand, ready to transform at any moment. However, after waiting for a while, he found Lu Yun's immortal cave to be utterly silent, without any sound. Han Li couldn't help but frown, cautiously probing inside with his powerful divine sense. Suddenly, a bright white light erupted inside the immortal cave's hall, and a gigantic teleportation array appeared in the center of the hall. Han Li subconsciously retreated several steps, but with a bang, he bumped into the magic array shield behind him. Han Li quickly turned his head. Unbeknownst to him, the magic array at the entrance of Lu Yun's immortal cave had silently closed. Even with his powerful divine sense, he hadn't noticed it at all. The sudden movement also attracted unwanted attention. Amidst the white light of the teleportation array, a pair of giant eyes seemed to sweep over him, and a powerful spiritual pressure weighed heavily on Han Li's heart. Within the white light, a colossal figure gradually emerged. Chapter 324, Dream. Within the white light, a colossal figure nearly 20 jong tall gradually materialized. Han Li vigilantly watched the enormous shadow until the white light dispersed, only then clearly seeing what it was. The colossal figure was generally humanoid, covered from head to toe in red and silver mechanical armor, resembling a majestic mechanical general. Its head was like both a general's helmet and the cranium of some mechanical humanoid, with a short blade inlaid on its crown, adhering to the top of its head like a dragon's dorsal fin. Han Li looked it over, his brows slightly furrowed. For some reason, he kept feeling that this thing looked very similar to a zero armor. How is it? Cool, right? Lu Yun's appeared beside Han Li at some unknown time, his eyes fixed on the giant mechanical general, a fervent light flickering within them. This is my greatest work, Mobile 7, successfully developed after much painstaking effort. Liu Yun's emotions were incredibly excited. Which man hasn't dreamt of becoming Ultraman? Although a proper Ultraman was still beyond Liu Yun's current technical reserves, this didn't stop him from creating a mobile Ultraman to satisfy his craving. Besides, this was Master 7. Han Li looked at the zero glasses in his hand, then up at the colossal Mobile 7 before him. For some reason, he suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. You didn't call me here just to scare me, did you? Han Li narrowed his eyes, asking in an unfriendly tone. How could that be? How could I be that kind of person? Liu Yun quickly waved his hands and said, actually, this thing is only a semi-finished product right now. Because the process is too complex, I can't handle it alone, so I called you over to help. Han Li turned slightly, looking at Liu Yun with suspicion. That simple. What else? What did you think I wanted to do? Liu Yun rolled his eyes, pouting as he spoke. Han Li was still very suspicious, but they had agreed beforehand. He had already received the evil warding divine thunder formation patterns and the cultivation method for the gold devouring insects, so it was hard to back out now. After much thought, Han Li decided to trust him one more time. Alright, where am I responsible? Han Li said helplessly. Over there, the legs. Can you help engrave the formation patterns on them? Liu Yun straightforwardly assigned Han Li his work. He estimated that such a massive project would take at least 3 years to complete, and the Void Heaven Palace's opening date was in 2 years. Liu Yun expressionlessly glanced at the entrance of the Immortal Cave, where layers of formations covered every corner, leaving no gaps. Over the past 20-odd years, Liu Yun's research into the evil warding divine thunder formation patterns had also advanced his attainments in formations. Now, he was not much worse than Xi and Ruyan back then. And these formations were his most satisfying works, having referenced many ancient magic arrays during their design. Even a single formation, if taken out, could block an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator for a period. And now, with so many formations superimposed, their defensive capabilities had reached a terrifying level. Liu Yun had made up his mind, even if Tianxing City exploded, he wouldn't let him and Han Li take a single step out of this door. He wanted to see what means it could use to force Han Li to the Void Heaven Palace. Thinking of this, Liu Yun touched his storage pouch, letting out a cold sneer. Inside were 2 Void Heaven fragmented maps. Old Han, come over here. This formation pattern. Han Li called out to Liu Yun, beginning to ask him how to perfect the specific processes of the Mobile Zero. The two began to discuss enthusiastically, quickly divided the work, and completely immersed themselves in this massive project. Time flew by like this. Until this day, an escape light shot over and stopped in front of Han Li's Immortal Cave, looking around with confusion. The escape light dispersed, revealing a middle-aged man of about 40. He had fair skin, slender eyes, and long eyebrows, appearing refined and elegant. Where did fellow deist Han go? The middle-aged man frowned in confusion, appearing somewhat troubled. Forget it, I'll try looking for someone else. Just as the middle-aged man was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from not far away. So it's Brother Jin, it's truly been a long time. May I ask what brings Brother Jin here? The middle-aged man turned around following the voice, only to see a young man of about 20 standing not far away, smiling at him. The young man was dressed in a green robe, with an ordinary appearance and somewhat dark skin, as if he would disappear if thrown into a crowd. The middle-aged man blinked, then seemed to suddenly remember something, and quickly said with a smile, so it's fellow deist Han, it's been a long time. To be frank with fellow deist Han, I actually came here with a matter to ask for your help with. Old Han, hand that over. Which one? That one. Oh. Han Li casually picked up a component from the ground and tossed it to Liu Yun. Liu Yun caught it and carefully installed it on the head of Mobile 7. Han Li also finished depicting the spirit runes at the feet of Mobile 7, letting out a long sigh of relief. Old Liu, how long have we been working on this thing? Han Li asked casually. I can't quite remember, probably over a year, Liu Yun said without looking back. He was busy installing the eyes for Mobile 7 at the moment. After hesitating between yellow and red for a long time, he still chose the more imposing red. Over a year, hey. Han Li nodded with emotion, looking at the giant mechanical creation before him. He was starting to understand Liu Yun's obsession with those robots now. The sense of accomplishment from creating such a massive construct bit by bit with one's own hands was indeed very captivating. What a pity, Liu Yun was right, he really didn't have much talent for innovation. Otherwise, Han Li would have wanted to design a set for himself too. Don't even mention it, this thing actually went very smoothly. Liu Yun said this, yet there was no joy in his eyes. In fact, this thing went a little too smoothly. The original 3-year project was now more than half completed in just over a year. Liu Yun didn't believe this was due to his own rapid technological advancement, or how much help Han Li had given. Yeah, so smoothly. Han Li's words were cut short as he suddenly frowned. At this instant, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity towards the Mobile 7 before him, which he had almost personally created. As if he was seeing this thing for the first time. What's wrong? Liu Yun looked behind him strangely. Behind him was a deep, dark abyss. Old Han. Liu Yun froze, then instinctively wanted to pinch himself, but at this very moment, his body was completely beyond his control. In Liu Yun's horrified gaze, his body actually began to move on its own. I have something on tonight, so I can only post early today. Chapter 325, Alien Battlefield. Liu Yun's didn't know where he was now, above, below, left, right, the entire universe was a piece of darkness. He moved uncontrollably, his speed increasing, but there were no reference points, only a vague sensation, as if he was rushing towards some final battlefield. He continued like this for an unknown period until, suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. What appeared before him were the myriad phenomena of the star river, the universe, and a gigantic, utterly illogical vortex. A seven-colored dragon traveled through the universe, plunging headfirst into that illogical vortex. This scene had already exceeded Liu Yun's comprehension. He couldn't even understand what he had truly seen. Everything that appeared before his eyes transcended all common sense and cognition, it was truly something not meant for mortals to behold. Liu Yun's consciousness gradually dissipated with this massive influx of information, as if he would melt into the sea of stars the next second. Suddenly, a heavenly god demon with 12 true spirit heads and 36 arms appeared in the void realm. Each of this god demon's arms held a green giant sword. Although their size and aura varied greatly, Liu Yun's recognized them at a glance. Those were Han Li's green bamboo bee cloud swords. Liu Yun's consciousness reconverged. He suddenly realized that his body could move. Without time to think, Liu Yun's turned to leave. However, the moment he turned his head, he caught a strange aura. It was righteous and grand, yet cold and murderous, without a trace of pity for any living being in the world. Liu Yun stood still, unmoving. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly turned his head. A familiar-looking bottle had appeared in the universe at some point, with a seven-colored glow spreading from its mouth. Liu Yun stared blankly at the scene. He had sensed this aura once before, in the memories of the heart demon, it was its unique aura. At this moment, Liu Yun's realized, he was at the very end of the second timeline, in the great catastrophe that almost cost it its life. After an unknown period, the universe seemed to be in an exceptionally lively battle. But Liu Yun slowly raised his head. Above the universe, an existence that looked like a tree, or perhaps some kind of creature, was looking down at this world. Several tentacle-like things reached into the world onto the towering god demon, onto the seven-colored glow, and also onto that gigantic, illogical, chaotic vortex of all colors. The seven-colored glow was it, the chaotic vortex was it, and everything present, was it. Was it fighting itself? No. This is. Liu Yun's wanted to think more, but his consciousness uncontrollably dissipated again. In a daze, Liu Yun seemed to see Han Li, floating in front of a dark-skinned young man, reaching out and moving a small bottle a few inches, placing it exactly at the young man's feet. Humph. A familiar cold snort suddenly echoed in Liu Yun's mind. In an instant, Liu Yun snapped back to reality, and before he could even look around, his eyes instantly burst open. Ah! The intense pain seemed to penetrate his bones, as if every inch of his brain was violently boiling and burning. Liu Yun's fell heavily to the ground, like a dying beast, wailing, struggling, rolling on the ground, covered in dust. Old Han! Can you hear me? Liu Yun shouted loudly. His ears were buzzing, and warm liquid flowed from his ears, his nasal cavity, and his already exploded eyes. He tried to speak again, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he uncontrollably vomited a large pool of fresh blood. He knelt on the ground, like a long-neglected faucet, intermittently gushing crimson liquid. Old Han, Liu Yun struggled, speaking stubbornly amidst the smell of blood and pain. I was wrong. I made a mistake. You shouldn't have had that small bottle. It was the future you who sent it to your hands. He thought it was his own will, he thought he was still free. But everything he experienced was a timeline set by that small bottle, a timeline controlled and set by it. Liu Yun's wanted to crawl up from the ground, but the blood was too slippery. He couldn't get up, slipping repeatedly on his own blood. That small bottle is the key. Do you hear me? That small bottle is the key. That thing was given to you by it. I was wrong. There was never any heavenly god Han Li. It was it from the very beginning. It was always it. The first timeline, the second timeline. It was behind all of them. It was it who, through Han Li's hand, gave the small bottle to the past Han Li. Everything was planned. It just wanted a Han Li with the small bottle to kill the one who wanted to replace it. No matter how many times it restarts. No matter how many times time restarts. There will always be a Han Li who gives the small bottle to another Han Li. Han Li is just its tool. Everything from the beginning was only controlled by it, only by that small bottle. Do you understand? Old Han. That bottle is the key. Did you hear what I said? Old Han, speak. In the empty immortal cave, only Liu Yun's hysterical voice echoed. This voice gradually stretched and warped, eventually turning into strange, low whimpers, like a lost, lonely ghost wailing in sorrow. After a while, a sigh echoed in Liu Yun's ears. The familiar voice calmly said. Why do you suffer so? Han Li's vision blurred for a moment. His originally clear memories, for some reason, seemed somewhat indistinct, like looking through a thick piece of frosted glass, unclear. Senior Han. Senior Han. Han Li suddenly snapped back to attention. Before him, a woman of average looks but bright, dazzling eyes was looking at him in confusion. Senior Han, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this formation? Han Li blinked, looking at her with some confusion. Yes, fellow deist Han, why did you suddenly freeze? Could it be that there's still some problem in breaking this formation? Another very familiar middle-aged cultivator also leaned over and asked, with a hint of worry on his face. Han Li looked at them and suddenly remembered. A few months ago, he was invited by his friend Jinqing to break a formation and seek treasure. Now, all the outer formations of the Grand Formation had been deciphered, leaving only the last layer, which could be broken at any time. I apologize for worrying you fellow deists. I just got a little distracted. Han Li said with a smile. Ha ha ha. It's good that you are fine. Jinqing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, fellow deist Han, quickly break the formation. Chapter 326, Attending the Game. Liu Yun's lay on the ground, gasping for breath, forcibly suppressing the indescribable pain in his mind. He had considered that he might lose this time, and he didn't expect that he wouldn't succeed, but Liu Yun's never imagined that his trump card for breaking the situation would be this. How did you get in? Liu Yun's asked, his voice hoarse. Hat. The familiar voice chuckled softly. Are you referring to your immortal cave, or this timeline? Liu Yun's didn't speak. His empty eye sockets, following the sound, looked towards Han Li's position. Han Li didn't continue to tease him, but calmly said, you should have expected this day. Your self-righteous probes would sooner or later touch his bottom line. Liu Yun struggled to sit up, his hands reaching for his empty eye sockets. What was that just now? Why did I see those things? Hearing Liu Yun's words, Han Li suddenly fell silent, seemingly pondering for a moment, then chuckled and said, this is actually not difficult to explain. How about this, I'll ask you a question, what do you think time is? Liu Yun's thought for a moment with a blank expression, then calmly said, a unit that records the changes of things. Close enough. Han Li chuckled and said, so-called time itself actually has no meaning. Its meaning is given by all things. As the saying goes, isolated yin cannot grow, and isolated yang cannot be born. Everything in this world is actually independent yet mutually reliant. Time itself has no meaning, its essence is actually the changes of all things. This is the power of the origin of time, the power to control the changes of all things. A creaking sound came from Liu Yun's ear, as if Han Li had found a comfortable place to sit down. And a timeline is not just a line, as you imagine. If I had to describe it, it's more like a deep pool of water. Everything beneath the surface of the water is everything that should have existed on this timeline. Originally, these things should have developed little by little along a predetermined dao, following the food chain and fixed way of life in the water. But once an external force throws a stone into the bottom of the water, this stone will break the surface of the water and interrupt the normal development path of the underwater creatures. Of course, the surface and the bottom of the water will eventually heal themselves, and may even turn that stone into part of the underwater ecosystem. But at the moment the surface is broken, ripples and splashes will still be generated. These forces, before being absorbed by the pool, will still cause a certain degree of damage. And you were just affected by those ripples. Liu Yun's nodded expressionlessly, and said indifferently, I understand. There's one more thing I want to clarify, do you know that everything you've done has been guided by him? Why do you still let your former self walk this old path? Why are you still working for him even now? Working for him is not quite right, it's merely a matter of mutual needs. Han Li chuckled, as if mocking Liu Yun's, or perhaps himself. Back then, when I sensed the aura of the heavenly Dao from the power contained within the small bottle, I already understood. Everything was just his scheme. But so what? I've already gotten everything I wanted, haven't I? Since that's the case, why should I change anything? Liu Yun's looked at him calmly, following the sound. What's the price? Liu Yun's asked. Hat. Is there anything in this world that doesn't require a price? Han Li's voice was calm yet resolute. His voice was still so young, but his tone was already very much like that of an elderly person. It's you, on the other hand, who has done so much. Why? You clearly have a great future, and there could be a place for you at the top. And with your intelligence, it wouldn't be difficult to find a way not to be assimilated. Why on earth are you doing these things? Why are you trying to resist an existence that you simply cannot resist? Han Li asked calmly. Perhaps he truly couldn't understand why someone would give up a great future and choose to fight a seemingly insurmountable opponent. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yun's burst out laughing. His voice was still hoarse, blood clots forming in his throat. This made his laughter sound like a night owl haunting desolate graves, chilling to the bone. Perhaps what I want is very simple. Liu Yun said with a laugh, perhaps, I just purely want to kill those bastards who want to control me. Is that so? Han Li responded noncommittally. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yun's was still laughing. It's rare for us to have a face-to-face chat today. How about I tell you a story? Oh. Han Li seemed interested. In my previous world, when I was very young, I admired a hero. At that time, not only did I admire him, but everyone my age and not my age admired him. I still remember his story to this day, frightening the East Sea, descending into the underworld, causing havoc in the heavenly palace. But later, I don't know when it started. It seemed like everyone around me was saying that hero wasn't so great after all, he was just a pathetic pawn, an unfortunate soul manipulated from beginning to end. I didn't believe it, so I went to read, I looked through various ancient texts and materials, and I told everyone that he was a hero. However, no one was willing to listen to me, and even fewer were willing to believe me. Even if I slapped all the information and all the documents in their faces, they still wouldn't believe it. They just believed that the so-called hero was just a clown who had been schemed against. I couldn't understand why they thought that way. Why they preferred to believe those baseless jokes rather than the books I showed them. It wasn't until much later that I finally understood. Is that so? Han Li asked with a smile. You understand why they didn't believe you? Yes, I understand. The answer is actually quite simple. Liu Yun's raised his head, looking directly at Han Li. Because they are unwilling to believe that an unfair tyranny can be shattered. Because they are unwilling to believe that the power to resist tyranny can be strong enough to break through all obstacles. Because they are unwilling to believe how vulnerable those high and mighty beings are in the face of true courage. Because they are no longer willing to believe in heroes, and even less willing to believe in themselves. They'd rather believe that the hero they'd admired since childhood was just a monkey, manipulated in the palm of someone's hand. Han Li, what about you? Do you still dare to believe in yourself? Do you still have the courage to resist? Do you still dare to be immortal starting from scratch once more? Han Li didn't speak. The two fell silent, and who knows how much time passed. It wasn't until Liu Yun's regained a little control over the qi in his body that he took out the Void Heaven fragmented map, of which only one piece remained, from his storage pouch. His fresh blood quickly dripped onto it, staining the Void Heaven fragmented map a bloody red. I'm in for this round. Seeing this, Han Li sighed helplessly. Aren't you tired living like this? Hat. Liu Yun's chuckled, his voice unusually calm. People like you wouldn't understand. Chapter 327, Retreat to Advance. Are you really going to the Void Heaven Palace? In a tavern in Tianxing City's market, Ling Yuling frowned, her eyes fixed on Liu Yun's. Must you go? Ling Yuling asked in a low voice. Liu Yun's nodded, a hint of helplessness in his clear, black and white eyes as he glanced away. I should have already told you, there's a problem with the Void Heaven Palace. Inside, Ling Yuling suddenly stopped, then gritted her teeth fiercely and whispered to Liu Yun's, this trip to the Void Heaven Palace is a special situation. Many people will die inside, do you understand? Liu Yun's nodded, taking a sip of the tea in front of him. Do you absolutely have to go? What's in there that's worth risking your life for? The Void Heaven Cauldron. Ling Yuling's emotions were very agitated, even somewhat exasperated. Liu Yun's grimaced from the bitter tea and said to Ling Yuling with a hint of helplessness, I have my reasons. On one hand, a friend of mine was plotted against, and I must go help. And then there's... Liu Yun's raised a hand to touch his eye socket, shrugged, and chuckled, there's a bit of a personal grudge involved. I need to resolve it. You, Ling Yuling opened her mouth, but didn't know how to persuade him. She could only slump onto the table, taking deep breaths. Do you have confidence? Ling Yuling slightly raised her head and asked in a low voice. Confidence? Hey. It depends on the situation, about 70%. The rest will depend on luck and improvisation, Liu Yun said with a grin, pushing the tea aside and pulling out a sugar cube from his storage pouch to eat. That high. Ling Yuling frowned in confusion, then seemed to recall something and scrutinized Liu Yun's up and down. What's wrong? Liu Yun's felt uncomfortable under her strange gaze. Ling Yuling's frown deepened, as if she had seen something incomprehensible. How do I feel? You seem very happy today. Ah, Liu Yun's froze, subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth, and quickly asked, is it that obvious? What exactly is wrong with you? Ling Yuling didn't answer him, but stared at him with an unusually serious expression, asking word by word. We've known each other for almost 100 years now. Is there anything you can't tell me? Liu Yun scratched his hair, his gaze drifting as he sighed. It's not that I won't tell you, it's just that the matter is a bit complicated. Let's put it this way. Liu Yun's looked out the window. Unbeknownst to him, the bustling streets of Tianxing City had become somewhat desolate. Looking out, one couldn't even see many pedestrians. The cultivators in the city were all on edge, living in seclusion. Mortals merely hurried through the streets, and many had even closed their shops, choosing to leave Tianxing City and seek temporary refuge elsewhere. The cause of all this was a rumor that had recently spread throughout the entire chaotic star sea. The twin saints of heavenly stars had suffered qi deviation, losing all their cultivation, and the power within the star palace had been usurped by several elders. In the past few decades, there had been many similar rumors in the chaotic star sea, but none had spread as terrifyingly wide as this one, to the point where even mortals in the chaotic star sea had heard the news. And the star palace's tacit approval only accelerated the spread of this rumor. The direct result was a violent upheaval throughout the entire chaotic star sea, and the once prosperous Tianxing City had almost completely changed its appearance. For the people of the chaotic star sea, the title Twin Saints of Heavenly Stars represented more than just the masters of the star palace or powerful cultivators. This title was more like a belief, representing the star palace's supreme, irresistible power and its rightful, transcendent authority. And belief itself is a powerful yet fragile existence. It is strong enough to endure all harm, yet fragile enough to withstand not a shred of doubt. When a belief is questioned, the belief itself has already been shattered. The star palace's symbol of supremacy was thus pulled down from its altar, and the violent upheaval of the entire chaotic star sea seemed imminent. As Liu Yun watched this scene, his eyes remained calm. I can probably guess what the star palace, or rather, the twin saints of heavenly stars, wants to do. It's like when you clean a room, there are always some pests hiding in various hidden corners of the room. If you want to clean the room thoroughly, you must first lure these pests out. As the chaotic star sea has developed, the various major forces are intertwined, and even within the star palace, many pests are hidden. To lure these pests out, the twin saints of heavenly stars must take a step back. Once all the pests are out in the open, it becomes much easier to clear them out. This is called retreating to advance. Liu Yun said with a smile, pointing to the top of the towering sacred mountain. Although doing this carries greater risks, I must say, it truly saves time and effort. The method I use is similar to theirs, it's called advancing to retreat. Take a step forward, forcing the opponent to make a move. At the cost of losing one game, see the opponent's entire layout and trump cards. To be honest, so far, the cost of losing this game is so light that I can hardly believe it. Liu Yun shrugged, smiling very calmly. You might not believe it, but I even prepared myself mentally to die once. I even prepared a backup plan for resurrection, but I didn't need to use it. Resurrection. Ling Yuling's mouth slightly opened, her face filled with disbelief. You can do something like that? It's nothing, really. I learned this trick from an old senior. The principle isn't very complicated, and it's not difficult to operate. As long as I don't get too caught up in complex philosophical questions like who am I, my backup plan for resurrection is practically foolproof. Liu Yun spread his hands, grinning proudly. So you don't need to worry about me. Even in the worst case scenario, I'm fully prepared. What's more, I absolutely must go on this move. Ling Yuling looked at him, her eyelids slightly lowered, revealing a hint of sadness. This scene was truly pitiful, but Liu Yun's, believing his sexual orientation to be quite firm, felt nothing special. He got up, told the shopkeeper that Ling Yuling would pay, and then left the tavern alone. He strolled casually down the street, which seemed somewhat empty compared to before. The biting wind blew dust high into the air, obscuring the hurrying pedestrians. Liu Yun's walked normally until he returned to his empty immortal cave, then finally let out a sigh of relief. Surrounded by the many formations in the immortal cave, Liu Yun's took out his formless needle, staring at this life-bound treasure expressionlessly. Come out, let's talk. Chapter 2 will be released later. Chapter 328, Divided Soul, Artifact Spirit. Come out, let's talk. Liu Yun's voice echoed in the empty immortal cave. Even after his voice completely faded, the formless needle in front of him showed no reaction, as if Liu Yun's had simply gone mad. To be honest, the formless needle has always been quite useful. I never found any problems with it. It wasn't until recently, when I was fighting Ji Yin, that I suddenly realized, as a unique magic treasure existing between a nascent soul and a heart demon, isn't the formless needle's spirituality a bit too low? Although for an ordinary magic treasure, the formless needle already possesses extremely high spirituality. But it's no ordinary magic treasure. When I refined this thing, I directly used the standards for refining a second primordial spirit. Its essence is the fusion and sublimation of core formation level true essence and primordial spirit, plus the component of a heart demon. Its starting point alone far surpasses all nascent souls in this realm. How could such a thing only have this level of spirituality? Don't you think I have a point? The formless needle floated silently before him, completely still. Alright, you're forcing my hand now. Liu Yun's casually pulled out a large vat from his storage pouch. Friend, I believe you might be the person who understands me best in this world. I also believe you definitely won't guess what's inside, because most of the time, when I go crazy, even I think I'm insane. So next, I will put the formless needle into this vat, and then we'll see how far my condition has progressed. Come on, give it a try. Buzz. The formless needle suddenly let out a loud hum and instantly appeared over 10 zhang away. Damn it! You lunatic! Accompanied by a perfectly enunciated national curse, a small figure emerged from the formless needle, hovering in mid-air. This figure was only a few inches tall, entirely composed of 5-colored spiritual light, looking like a Liu Yun's shrunk many times over. I knew it. Liu Yun sneered, casually putting the large vat beside him back into his storage pouch. To be honest, I thought that one returning to one secret art back then had exhausted your divine soul. I didn't expect you to actually be parasitic in the formless needle. At this moment, what appeared before Liu Yun's was precisely the divided soul he had separated when refining the formless needle, to deal with the heart demon within him. Back then, due to the long-term nourishment of the ancient jade treasure, coupled with Liu Yun's deliberate indulgence, the divided soul successfully achieved awakening of self-consciousness. He also, by using the returning to one secret art through the divided soul, assimilated the heart demon into the formless needle. However, even though he had awakened self-consciousness at that time, it didn't change the fact that he was just a fragile divided soul. Forcibly using a secret art like returning to one secret art should, by all accounts, have either caused him to dissipate on the spot or severely damage his divine soul. And after Liu Yun's regained consciousness from the heart demon's memories, he didn't find any trace of the divided soul, so he naturally assumed that his divided soul had dissipated. But as Liu Yun's became more proficient in using the formless needle, especially after fighting 2 nascent soul cultivators, he gradually began to realize that the current formless needle seemed somewhat inconsistent with the extraordinary magic treasure he had envisioned. In terms of power and divine ability, Liu Yun's had no complaints. Under the formless needle, all core formation cultivators couldn't survive a second in front of him. Even against nascent soul cultivators, relying on the formless needle's bizarre characteristics, Liu Yun still possessed an unreasonable advantage in preemptive sneak attacks. It was even enough to severely wound the opponent's nascent soul with a single strike. But even so, Liu Yun still felt that using this thing wasn't as smooth as he had imagined. The fundamental reason lay in the formless needle's spirituality. For an ordinary magic treasure, the formless needle's spirituality could be said to be quite superior. With a single thought, it moved as he willed, like his own limbs, he felt almost no sluggishness. But the formless needle was no ordinary magic treasure. As the creator who designed and manufactured this magic treasure, Liu Yun's didn't think there was any comparability between an ordinary magic treasure and the formless needle. They were completely different things. Therefore, Liu Yun's couldn't help but suspect the divided soul that had suddenly disappeared back then, which led to today's test. At this moment, Liu Yun's split spirit floated in the air, cursing at Liu Yun's. What the hell is wrong with you? This is your life-bound treasure, you motherf. Liu Yun's split spirit spewed profanities throughout, with a very high mother content. Liu Yun's listened with a bored expression, even digging his ear to show his disdain. Had enough cursing. Liu Yun's split spirit cursed for over half an hour, and only when his voice began to lower did Liu Yun's ask with a helpless expression. If you've cursed enough, come over here. Let's have a good talk. Talk to your mother. Do you think I don't know what you are trying to do? Not only did Liu Yun's split spirit show no intention of approaching, but he also teleported another dozen zhang away, almost across half the hall from Liu Yun's. You clearly want to dissect me. Do you think I don't know? Friend, you're going too far. Liu Yun spread his hands and smiled very amicably. I believe that even in the entire history of the human realm, you are absolutely a special case. As a divided soul, you actually parasitized my life-bound treasure and became its artifact spirit. An intelligent artifact spirit, big brother. Do you know what that means? Can't you dedicate yourself to the bright future of the cultivation world? A flush spread across Liu Yun's face, and the excited light in his eyes almost solidified. He looked exactly like a mental deviant who had escaped from some hospital. Liu Yun's split spirit felt a chill run down his spine. Although he possessed almost all of Liu Yun's memories and emotions, it was only at this moment that he understood how terrifying it was to be treated as an experimental subject. The most tragic part was that he understood himself too well, he understood Liu Yun's too well. He was very clear that once this guy entered research mode, his moral bottom line wasn't just flexible, it simply ceased to exist. Normal humans might not be able to accept experimenting on another version of themselves, and even if they could, they would feel extremely uncomfortable. But Liu Yun's was so excited he was practically ovulating on the spot. You stand right there and don't move. Liu Yun's split spirit shouted sternly. If you dare to take another step closer, I'll commit suicide right in front of you. Liu Yun stopped, his eyes becoming somewhat dangerous. Friend, have you misunderstood something? Liu Yun said expressionlessly, a chilling smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. The formless needle is my life-bound treasure. As soon as Liu Yun's finished speaking, the formless needle directly carried Liu Yun's split spirit and teleported him in front of Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's split spirit looked up at the other, immensely larger version of himself, his eyes filled with despair. Chapter 329 Another Self. Who is the person who understands you best in the world? Regarding this question, different people may give completely different answers, but in terms of results, this person will definitely not be himself. After all, even the most narcissistic person in the world has to admit a fact: humans always have a natural filter when it comes to themselves. For example, if I am willing to work hard, this matter will definitely succeed. If it doesn't, it's only because I didn't work hard. Or, what I did was very correct, and even if it was wrong, it was a forgivable mistake. The bad outcome was all someone else's fault. Such filters and excuses, more or less, severely affect the accurate judgment normal humans make about themselves. Note, here I'm talking about normal humans. So the question is Liu Yun a normal human? Don't be silly, the reason this guy hasn't been classified as a mental patient yet is entirely because mental medicine in the cultivation world hasn't developed. And Liu Yun's, as an abnormal human, his self-evaluation in the past was actually under a thicker filter than normal humans. This filter mainly came from his unique experience of living two lives. In his first life, he was a favored son of heaven, a top student, a genius, a golden phoenix flying out of a small town, the legendary kid next door. His parents doted on him, relatives envied him, teachers held him in high regard, classmates respected him, and even school leaders hoped this big brother could help the school improve its performance metrics. In his second life, he was the direct disciple of the first core formation cultivator in the largest sect of U State, a famous genius madman inside and outside U State. Such a special upbringing almost carved arrogance into his bones. Of course, if he only had arrogance, he would just be an ordinary spoiled brat, and society would naturally teach him how to behave in the future. But the terrifying thing is, besides arrogance, he also possessed talent worthy of that arrogance. This is truly terrifying. A genius with extraordinary talent, yet without the awe a normal human should possess. The fact that this guy hasn't caused some anti-human incidents yet only proves that his high school harbored dragons and crouching tigers, and the teachers there managed to guide him onto the righteous path. Even now, the earnest teachings of those teachers are still invisibly preventing Liu Yun from tearing his other self into pieces. Censored, madman. Censored, your mother, censored. Liu Yun's split self was fixed in mid-air, spread out in a standard big character pose. Even so, it didn't stop him from using profound language to offer a soul-deep greeting to his other self. What self-filter? At this moment, it's all rubbish. No matter how thick the filter, it can't stop your other self from wanting to tear you into pieces. Liu Yun's main body completely ignored his intense insults. He was currently wearing a pair of strangely shaped glasses, intently studying the lower half of his other self. It must be said, this scene was quite perverse. Amazing. Liu Yun's exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. A tool spirit, yet it can retain so many memories and emotions. This is different from all other forms of life in this world, almost a prototype of artificial intelligence. Can you imagine? If a tool spirit's memories and emotions can be preserved, then can they also be edited, set, and even used to create a completely new form of life? A life form with a magic treasure as its body. Just thinking about this makes my blood boil. You are also me, so I believe you can understand, right? Censored, your mother, censored. Clearly, he didn't want to understand. Don't get so excited yet. Liu Yun seemed to realize something, took off his glasses, and casually removed the restriction on Liu Yun's split self. I told you, I want to talk to you. Liu Yun's split self glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth as he asked, then what were you doing just now? Purely accidental, an involuntary reaction. Liu Yun's wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Now I've restrained myself, let's talk. Liu Yun's split self wanted to continue his outburst, but after thinking it over carefully, he suddenly calmed down. He was also Liu Yun's, and Liu Yun's main body's words might sound quite outrageous to others, but he believed them. After cautiously glancing at Liu Yun's main body, Liu Yun's split self floated in midair, a sullen expression on his face, waiting for Liu Yun's main body to speak. First, I think I should say thank you to you. Liu Yun's main body scratched his head, sounding a bit embarrassed. After all, you saved my life. If you hadn't pulled me back when I was lost in the time illusion, I might have had to initiate the resurrection plan by now. Speaking of this, Liu Yun's also let out a long breath of lingering fear. At that time, because he directly witnessed a clash of laws that mortals could not comprehend, his consciousness almost melted away. If it weren't for a voice in his head pulling him back from the illusion, the consequences would have been far more severe than just bursting his eyeballs. Facing Liu Yun's main body's gratitude, Liu Yun's split self appeared extremely perplexed. What did you say? Liu Yun's split self frowned, looking at him in confusion. I saved you? Are you mistaken? Liu Yun's main body froze, then his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait. That voice in my head that day wasn't you? Then how did I break free from the time illusion? Big brother, you really think highly of me. Liu Yun's split self said from the bottom of his heart. Do you really think something of that level could be handled by a mere tool spirit like me? Liu Yun's main body was instantly stunned, unable to recover for a long time. If the voice that appeared in his mind at that time wasn't his divided soul, then who was it? Hey! Stop for a moment. Liu Yun's split self quickly spoke out, interrupting Liu Yun's main body's thoughts. I'm telling you, our biggest flaw is that we tend to overthink. Sometimes you have to stop. Thinking about such distant things is of no help to our current situation. You must first focus your thoughts on the matter at hand. Wait. Why am I advising you? Liu Yun's split self instantly fell into self-doubt. Perhaps deep down, I've always wanted someone to wake me up when my thoughts go astray, but I couldn't find a suitable candidate, right? Liu Yun's main body said carefully. He had always known his biggest flaw, he just couldn't change it. Liu Yun's split self looked up and gave him a disgusted look. Liu Yun's main body returned the same look, and then, almost without any warning, both of them burst out laughing simultaneously. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 330, Void Heaven Palace. Inside Liu Yun's immortal cave, Liu Yun's and his divided soul, or as Liu Yun's himself put it, Liu Yun's number 2, were making their final preparations for the trip to the Void Heaven Palace. The outer palace's checkpoints are no problem for us at all. With your preparations, passing them won't even take much effort. The problem lies in the inner palace, Liu Yun's number 2 mused. If it's just those puppets and restrictions, I'll be perfectly fine, Liu Yun said calmly. As a great master of puppets and a grand master of formations, Liu Yun's didn't feel that the things in the inner palace could cause him much trouble. Holding the same confident mindset, Liu Yun's number 2 also agreed with this point. So the main problem lies with the people who will enter the inner palace with you. Liu Yun's number 2 manipulated a list, making it float before the two of them. According to the intelligence you obtained from the temporal illusion and the information provided by Ling Yuling, these are the only nascent soul cultivators we can confirm will be at the Void Heaven Palace. First, there's old ancestor Ji Yin. We've fought him before, and you've studied profound Yin demonic chi and heavenly capital corpse fire, so he shouldn't pose much of a threat. Liu Yun's nodded in agreement, confidently saying, with the complete evil warding divine thunder and my current understanding of his cultivation technique and divine ability, killing that guy won't even take 5 seconds. Very good, then Ji Yin can basically be ignored. Next is Layman Qingyi, a loose cultivator who has been famous in the chaotic star sea for several hundred years. His life-bound treasure, the Azure Nether Needle, is extremely well known in the chaotic star sea, and he also raises a group of azure thorn birds with considerable divine abilities. Even among early nascent soul stage cultivators, he's a very difficult individual to provoke. Liu Yun's No 2's expression was a bit solemn. Nascent soul cultivators of the same stage are still divided into strong and weak, and Layman Qingyi was undoubtedly among the top tier of his peers. Liu Yun's main body gave Liu Yun's number 2 a peculiar look and asked, as a fellow needle-type magic treasure, you shouldn't have any problem dealing with the Azure Nether Needle, right? Liu Yun's number 2 rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, and said, if you had nascent soul stage cultivation, I could kill him in one encounter, but you don't. So. I really might not be able to deal with him. Wait. According to the configuration I gave the formless needle, you should at least have nascent soul cultivation by now, shouldn't you? I'm just an artifact spirit. What can I do if your own cultivation hasn't advanced? Liu Yun's number 2 wished he could stuff the paper directly into Liu Yun's main body's mouth. Liu Yun's immediately scratched his head, feeling a headache. He also knew that the formless needle's abilities were far more than this, but if his own cultivation wasn't high enough, Liu Yun's number 2 couldn't fully exert them. But he couldn't do anything about it. Cultivation for core formation cultivators really couldn't be improved in a short amount of time. Even if he ate spirit medicine like Han Li ate meals, it would be useless. Time was pressing, so he could only choose to research unconventional methods that could quickly enhance his strength. Liu Yun's looked at Layman Qingyi's information, pondered for a moment, and then said, if I ask you to temporarily stall the Azure Nether Needle, or prevent him from using it for a while, can you do it? Liu Yun's number 2 thought for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded at his main body. That's not a problem. If I'm lucky, I might even cripple half of his divine abilities. Can you deal with those Azure Thorn birds then? No problem, they won't be able to do much. Very good, now Layman Qingyi is no longer a major threat. As for the rest, according to the information provided by Ling Yuling, the Myriad Law Sect, the number 1 righteous path sect in the chaotic star sea, also seems to have collected some void heaven fragmented map and is confirmed to be sending people, but we don't know who they will send. Excluding those early nascent soul stage cultivators who pose no threat to us, and third Antwan, the late nascent soul great cultivator who must guard the Myriad Law Sect, the remaining individuals who could pose a huge threat to us are the Myriad Law Sect leader Wan Tianming, and the extremely famous Heavenly Fate Child, both mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. Liu Yun's pressed his brows, feeling a headache. There's no trickery with these two. If we go all out with our trump cards, we might be able to contend with one of them, but if both of them go, then I don't have any good solutions. Yes, at that point, we'll just have to adapt to the situation. Liu Yun's number 2 casually tossed the list aside and picked up another jade slip. The chaotic star sea is so vast, there must be other nascent soul old monsters who have obtained void heaven fragmented map. But time is pressing, and we don't have time to investigate them one by one. We can only memorize this list of information provided by Ling Yuling first, so that if we encounter these old monsters that we can't confront head-on, we can at least be prepared. Liu Yun's nodded with a solemn expression and said, that makes sense. I'll leave this matter to you. Before the Void Heaven Palace opens, try to come up with a feasible plan. And you? I need to prepare some trump cards, I really can't spare the time. Liu Yun's gave Liu Yun's number 2 an encouraging smile. The capable do more work. I'm leaving it to you. Censored, your mother's, censored, Liu Yun's number 2 began his tirade again. Liu Yun's main body pretended he heard nothing, turning to look at the main hall. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun stomped his foot on the floor. Suddenly, more than a dozen ominous blood light rose from around the empty hall. Accompanied by chilling, eerie cackle sounds, 18 slightly trembling coffins emerged from beneath the hall. The coffin lids automatically opened, revealing 18 tall, fanged demonic corpses. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. A month later, over a certain sea area in the chaotic star sea, Han Li looked at the magnificent and enormous palace above his head, slightly lost in thought. This palace was about 100 zhang tall, entirely made of flawless white jade, grand and majestic yet beautiful and splendid, clearly exhibiting the unique architectural style of the chaotic star sea. In addition, the entire palace emitted a faint, shimmering glow, enveloped by a thick golden light barrier, looking like something from the immortal realm at first glance. Han Li had been here for several days, watching with his own eyes as more than a dozen cultivators, holding a familiar piece of silk cloth, flew into it with excited expressions. Han Li pondered for a long time, then, with a somewhat grim expression, took out a piece of silk cloth from his storage pouch that was identical to those in the hands of the other people. He, too, had been drawn here by this item. Besides him, there was also an old monster he had unintentionally released, who similarly held one of these silk cloths and had arrived here. It seemed there was some great opportunity within, otherwise the old monster he had released wouldn't have been so excited, rushing straight here as soon as he was freed. Now Han Li also held the same silk cloth, but he wasn't happy at all. Because no matter how he recalled, he couldn't remember how this item had gotten into his hands. It seemed to have appeared abruptly in Han Li's storage pouch, brightly drawing him here. After hovering in the air and thinking for a long time, Han Li's expression grew even more somber. He immediately wanted to leave, but looking at the excited faces of the cultivators, he felt a bit reluctant. Especially since a strange intuition deep within him told him that his opportunity was hidden inside. After hesitating for a long time in place, Han Li finally gritted his teeth and flew straight in. Entering the palace gate and passing through a narrow, straight, and seemingly endless passage, Han Li arrived in a large hall. The hall was 300 to 400 zhang wide, incredibly grand and majestic. At this time, many people had already arrived inside. Chapter 331, Provocation. Dozens of thick jade pillars stood evenly in the hall, each meticulously carved and exceptionally large, appearing to be quite valuable. At this moment, these jade pillars were already filled with people. Han Li looked around and could only helplessly find a clean, empty spot to sit down. At the same time, he felt a surprised gaze. Following the gaze, the old monsters who had just separated from him not long ago was sitting on a jade pillar, looking at him in surprise. Han Li couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. This old monster was Extreme Yin Old Ancestor's master, calling himself Venerable Xiangu. If he wasn't lying, he was at least over 1,000 years old, a genuine 1,000-year-old old monsters. It was this fellow who was ambushed by his two disciples, Extreme Yin and Ji Xian, resulting in his body being destroyed and his divine soul being sealed. And not long ago, Han Li and others accidentally released this old monsters. Originally, with the powerful might of the evil warding divine thunder pearl, Han Li was on the verge of killing this old monsters on the spot. But this fellow could actually control Chu Hun. Caught off guard, Han Li was almost dealt a severe blow by Chu Hun. Although he successfully dodged it, Venerable Xiangu, who had obtained Chu Hun's body, saw his divine ability greatly increase. Han Li had to use almost all his trump cards, barely managing a 6-4 split with him. He could only suppress him but couldn't kill him, allowing him to successfully escape. Thinking of this, Han Li's teeth itched with anger. Chu Hun, as Han Li's Sha Dan clone, although his cultivation base was only early core formation stage and could not advance further. However, possessing the blood refining divine light, a demonic path cultivation technique of immense power, and a black bone magic treasure meticulously cultivated within his body for nearly 100 years, perfectly aligned with his cultivation technique, along with the arm guards crafted by Liu Yuns to enhance the blood refining divine light, Chu Hun's strength was not much inferior even when compared to some late core formation stage cultivator, making him a very reliable helper. And now, he had inexplicably benefited Venerable Xiangu. How could Han Li not be fuming? Upon seeing Han Li's figure, Venerable Xiangu's face instantly darkened. He had a deep impression of this junior, whose cultivation base was only early core formation stage, yet possessed extraordinary divine ability and nearly took his life. Seeing that Han Li had also entered the Void Heaven Palace, Venerable Xiangu, feeling somewhat uneasy, became wary of him while also harboring some other thoughts. However, Han Li had no intention of paying attention to him at this moment. In Han Li's opinion, Venerable Xiangu's divine ability was impressive, but without a nascent soul stage cultivation base, he posed no significant threat. Instead, there were a few individuals in the hall whose demeanor and temperament were exceptionally outstanding, appearing to be nascent soul stage cultivator 9 times out of 10. One was an old man in green robes with yellow robes, white eyebrows, and a gaunt face. One was a middle-aged cultivator with a somber expression and a pale face. At this moment, these two were gathered together, talking as if no one else was present. The others not only showed no dissatisfaction with this inconsiderate behavior but also had a hint of awe in their eyes when looking at the two. Besides them, there was also a middle-aged beautiful woman dressed in white with a beautiful face. This middle-aged beautiful woman wore a cold expression that kept people at a distance, emanating a chilling aura that captivated the soul. Her eyes were icy and piercing, and everyone around her was as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Even the two who were talking occasionally looked at the middle-aged beautiful woman, their eyes filled with apprehension. Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his apprehension towards this place growing even more. Besides these three, there were probably a few others among the cultivator present who would pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, and they should not be underestimated. This opportunity, I'm afraid, will not be easy to seize. Han Li couldn't help but secretly clench his fists. The mysterious silk scroll, the Void Heaven Palace floating in the air, and these nascent soul old monsters, rarely seen in ordinary times, all indicated that something extraordinary was bound to happen here. But he knew nothing about it, and this feeling, for Han Li, who lacked a sense of security, could be said to be terrible. Most importantly, Han Li suddenly realized that he seemed to have grown accustomed to having a lunatic by his side to cover his back. Now he was alone, and that lunatic was unreachable. Han Li looked around, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this sense of loneliness, even having an urge to turn and run. Just then, two figures suddenly emerged from the entrance of the Void Heaven Palace. The expressions of everyone present varied the moment those two figures appeared. Han Li sat in place, a faint smile playing on his lips. The cold middle-aged beautiful woman looked up, her brows deeply furrowed. A sharp glint flashed in the old man in green robes' eyes, while the pale, somber middle-aged cultivator directly stood up and roared in fury. Heavenly Eye! I heard you! Why shout so loudly? I'm not deaf. Liu Yuns, who had just entered the Void Heaven Palace, dug his ear and said irritably. The middle-aged cultivator's chest heaved with anger, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Heavenly Eye, you killed my grandson, and now you dare to appear before me. Liu Yuns disdainfully rolled his eyes, waving his hand casually and saying, Extreme Yin, have some shame. You're the one who killed your grandson, at most, I'm indirectly responsible. Besides, look at your appearance. While not particularly handsome, at least you resemble a human. Now look at your grandson. Seriously, are you sure your wife or your son's wife wasn't abducted by a Yao beast at some point? After hearing Liu Yun's words, Extreme Yin's eyebrows shot up, his eyes bloodshot, almost bursting. Heavenly Eye! Extreme Yin roared, black chi surging all over his body, almost breaking free. What? Want to fight? Liu Yun sneered, beckoning to him. Why don't you come over here? You. Extreme Yin looked at the disdainful Liu Yuns, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sat down where he was. This surprised everyone. Extreme Yin old ancestor, renowned in the chaotic Star Sea, was insulted in such a manner, yet chose to settle the matter peacefully. For a moment, everyone in the Void Heaven Palace looked at Liu Yuns, their eyes filled with apprehension, fear, and a hint of joyful schadenfreude. Venerable Tian Mu, it's him. It's really that person. Indeed, it's him. While surprised, many people in the Void Heaven Palace recognized Liu Yun's. Some familiar cultivator began to transmit messages to each other, discussing this famous Venerable Tian Mu. Only Han Li pressed his brows, as if having a headache. Liu Yun's didn't pay much attention to that, he sneered, and just as he was about to say something more, the person behind him suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Brother Liu, this is not the place to fight. The speaker was dressed in loose clothing, making her figure unclear, but her exposed face was exceptionally beautiful, like a fairy from the heavens, not of the mundane world. This person was Ling Yuling. Chapter 332, The People in the Hall. After learning that Liu Yun's insisted on going to the Void Heaven Palace no matter what, Ling Yuling, for some unknown reason, managed to acquire a Void Heaven fragmented map herself. She blocked the entrance to Liu Yun's immortal cave, adamantly insisting on accompanying him. Liu Yun's couldn't refuse her, so he could only bring her into the Void Heaven Palace. In Liu Yun's opinion, he could still protect her, at least bringing one more person into the outer hall wouldn't be an issue. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's gaze swept over the people in the hall, lingering on Extreme Yun's face for a moment longer. His finger twitched slightly, and he suddenly felt an urge to eliminate Extreme Yun right then and there. This wasn't impossible. The main hall of the Void Heaven Palace greatly suppressed a cultivator's magic power and divine sense. Nascent soul cultivators, relying on their profound cultivation, could use some magic power, but definitely not much. Although Liu Yun's magic power was also suppressed, the spirit stone power supply for his armor was still normal, and most of the armor's functions could still be used, including the all-around enhancement of strength and speed. At this distance, Liu Yun's had absolute confidence in punching Extreme Yun's dog head into oblivion. With that thought, Liu Yun's eyes immediately turned somewhat unfriendly. Extreme Yun's brows twitched, as if he sensed something. The old man in green robes, who was originally beside him, smiled amiably at Liu Yun's and, without hesitation, moved to a different spot, looking as if he wanted to stay out of the matter. Layman Qingyi, what a cunning old monster. Liu Yun's cursed silently in his heart. He had originally wanted to see if he could keep both of them here. Liu Yun's thought for a moment and decided not to act for now. As Ling Yuling said, this was really not a good place to make a move. If he were to kill Extreme Yun in broad daylight like this, it would be tantamount to openly opposing the demonic path forces within the Void Heaven Palace. Before figuring out which demonic path old monsters would be coming for the Void Heaven Palace trip, Liu Yun's decided to let Extreme Yun live a little longer. With that thought, Liu Yun's immediately sneered, his gaze sweeping unceremoniously over everyone in the hall. Then he suddenly caught sight of a few familiar figures, and his brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. On a jade pillar in the main hall, the disguised mother and daughter, Wang Yueying, stood there, looking at him with surprise. Liu Yun's frowned and said nothing, his gaze casually sweeping over Han Li without lingering for a moment. Immediately, Liu Yun saw Venerable Xiangu, who looked like a young man, not far away. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. He flew directly to Venerable Xiangu's jade pillar and looked down at him from above. This spot is mine. Get lost. Liu Yun said coldly. Venerable Xiangu's expression immediately changed, but he didn't do anything extra. He simply rose and flew to the base of the jade pillar with an indifferent expression. Ling Yuling looked at Liu Yun strangely, her gaze sweeping over Venerable Xiangu, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly, then she flew to Liu Yun's jade pillar and stood with him. For a time, the people inside the main hall were shocked by Venerable Tianmu's domineering nature, but no one dared to say anything superfluous. The cultivation world has always been about the strong preying on the weak, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Looking at Venerable Xiangu who was sitting on the ground like him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile hung on Han Li's lips. Just then, Venerable Xiangu's voice transmission sounded in his ear. Who is this person? His cultivation is only at the middle core formation stage, so why is Extreme Yin, that rebellious disciple, so wary of him? Han Li sneered and simply closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring Venerable Xiangu's question. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear, almost making him jump on the spot. Do you want to form a nascent soul? Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes immediately widened, and he transmitted a message without turning his head. What do you mean by this? Humph. Nothing, it's just that I happen to know of something that can greatly increase the chances of forming a nascent soul. This item is currently within the Void Heaven Palace, it just depends on whether you want it. Han Li coldly glanced at Venerable Xiangu. At this moment, he calmly closed his eyes, looking as if he had nothing to fear. Han Li frowned, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, and transmitted in a cold tone. What do you want? A smile of unknown meaning appeared at the corner of Venerable Xiangu's mouth, and he transmitted with slight lip movements, nothing, I just want to discuss a transaction with fellow Daoist Han, but before that, fellow Daoist Han, could you tell me who that person is? By the end, a hint of coldness had entered Venerable Xiangu's voice. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing this, then he sneered and transmitted, Senior Xiangu, are you perhaps seeking revenge? Then Junior advises you to give up on that thought. This person is named Venerable Tian Mu, a renowned powerful cultivator in the chaotic Star Sea, who once directly killed an early nascent soul stage cultivator. If Senior wishes to seek revenge, you must at least wait until your cultivation recovers, otherwise, it will be courting death. Killed a nascent soul cultivator? No wonder that rebellious disciple is so wary of this person. Venerable Xiangu seemed to say with some emotion, and then there was no further comment. Han Li waited in place for a while, feeling as if a kitten was scratching wildly in his heart. But Han Li was, after all, a deeply scheming individual, well aware that Venerable Xiangu actively contacting him and offering a treasure that increased the chance of forming a nascent soul as bait, must mean he had a compelling reason to seek his help. Presumably, at this moment, no matter how calm Venerable Xiangu appeared on the surface, he must be extremely anxious inside. With that thought, Han Li immediately relaxed, closing his eyes in meditation as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until an hour later that Venerable Xiangu's voice sounded in his ear again. This time, Han Li first showed joy, then his brows furrowed deeply as he fell into contemplation. Clearly, the transaction between the two made Han Li somewhat hesitant. Liu Yun sat on the jade pillar, conversing with Ling Yuling beside him, while observing Venerable Xiangu and Han Li out of the corner of his eye, a faint smile always playing on his lips, though it was unclear what he was smiling about. The mother and daughter, Wang Yueying, never took their eyes off Liu Yun's. Seeing his cold demeanor, the two women were somewhat surprised, and their gaze couldn't help but linger on Ling Yuling for a moment, then they pretended not to know him and closed their eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Extreme Yin acted as if he had never seen Liu Yun's, conversing without a change in expression with Layman Qingyi, who had returned. During their conversation, they also tried to strike up a conversation with the cold beauty nearby, but she mercilessly rejected them. Neither of them showed any signs of annoyance, as if this matter was quite commonplace. The main hall passed another day in this strange atmosphere. It wasn't until the next day, under the grave gazes of Extreme Yin and Layman Qingyi, that footsteps once again echoed from the hall entrance. Chapter 333, Righteous and Demonic Factions Gather. Blue light flickered a few times at the entrance of the Void Heaven Palace, and two people walked in, one after the other. One was an old deist with a ruddy complexion and the appearance of a crane-haired child, while the other was a gaunt, dark-skinned old man dressed as a farmer, with a face full of bitterness. Upon seeing these two, most of the people inside the Void Heaven Palace showed expressions of awe, while Ji Yin and Layman Qingyi's faces darkened, their expressions becoming extremely grim. Liu Yun's also looked up and, after realizing who the newcomers were, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Heavenly Enlightenment Master. Fortunately, it's not his senior brother Heavenly Fate Child. Over there, Ji Yin and Heavenly Enlightenment Master met and immediately began to mock each other, neither giving an inch. Liu Yun's, meanwhile, let out a long breath, his previously tense expression relaxing considerably. So far, 5 nascent soul cultivators had arrived inside the Void Heaven Palace, but they were all only early nascent soul stage cultivators, and belonged to different factions. With Liu Yun's current strength, he could completely defeat them one by one. This way, the unexpected events of this trip to the Void Heaven Palace could be minimized, allowing him to focus on how to. Fellow deist Liu, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Liu Yun's ear. Liu Yun's looked up and saw Heavenly Enlightenment Master smiling at him. We meet again. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt an urge to slap himself. That's right, Liu Yun's and Heavenly Enlightenment Master had met before. Back then, when he had just killed the Star Palace's nascent soul elder, Ling Yuling had defied orders to help Liu Yun's and entered a life and death seclusion. To help Ling Yuling out of her predicament, Liu Yun's had gone to meet people from the Myriad Law Sect, accepted their meeting gift, and promised to join the Myriad Law Sect in the future. Then, Liu Yun's had righteously stood them up and even handed over the meeting gift they had given him to the Star Palace. The person who met Liu Yun's at that time was precisely this Heavenly Enlightenment Master. It had been decades since this incident, and coupled with the fact that Liu Yun's hadn't taken it seriously, he had completely forgotten about it until Heavenly Enlightenment Master greeted him, which made Liu Yun's recall the matter. Fellow deist Heavenly Enlightenment Master, it's been decades since we last met. You look to be in good spirits, Liu Yun said with a natural smile. Heavenly Enlightenment Master chuckled, as if he wasn't the one who had been stood up all those years ago. Seeing the two of them acting as if they were on very good terms, Ji Yin and Layman Qingyi couldn't help but exchange glances, their expressions simultaneously becoming grim. Fellow deist Liu, decades have passed, yet your charisma remains, which truly makes this old deist quite envious. Heavenly Enlightenment Master laughed heartily, then turned and subtly glanced at Ji Yin, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, not long ago, this old deist received news that fellow deist Liu and that old devil head Ji Yin had a major fight, and you even seriously injured that devil head. I wonder if this is true. Liu Yun's glanced at Ji Yin, then shrugged helplessly and said, Fellow deist Heavenly Enlightenment Master, you're wronging me. Ji Yin ran so fast, I couldn't possibly injure him. Ha ha ha. Fellow deist speaks truly. This old deist was mistaken. Heavenly Enlightenment Master couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter. Ji Yin's face darkened, his gaze shifting between the two of them, deep in thought. Heavenly Enlightenment Master, are you perhaps trying to get involved with the one surnamed Liu? Ji Yin sneered. Don't you know how close this person is to the Star Palace? In the eyes of the Star Palace, what difference is there between the righteous path and the demonic path? In this ancestral master's opinion, he is probably a spy for the Star Palace, and his purpose in coming to the Void Heaven Palace this time is likely something else. Ji Yin sneered, narrowing his eyes, his malicious gaze making Liu Yun's frown. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a deep voice from the entrance of the Void Heaven Palace. Ji Yin. That's none of your concern. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Yin and the previously silent Layman Qingyi's expression suddenly changed. And the cold, beautiful woman, who had initially appeared aloof, suddenly raised her head, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Wang Tianming, you've come to. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's heart suddenly sank. Wang Tianming, sect leader of the Myriad Law sect, a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator who had been famous in the chaotic Star Sea for a long time. Madam, when hasn't she also arrived? What's strange about me being here? Along with this deep, arrogant voice, a majestic middle-aged man in a purple robe with a jade belt walked in from the entrance. His gaze swept over everyone in the hall, lingering especially on Ji Yin and Layman Qingyi, then he sneered and turned to look at Liu Yun's. Fellow deist Liu, I've heard much about you, and seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Wang Tianming laughed with an overwhelming aura, making everyone in the hall change their expressions. Sect leader Wan is too kind. Liu Yun smiled casually, feeling a strong sense of unease. With his current strength, and with all his trump cards revealed, he should be able to contend with an average mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. But the problem was that Wang Tianming was no ordinary mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. As the sect leader of the chaotic Star Sea's foremost righteous path force, and the direct nephew of the righteous path's only late-nascent soul great cultivator, who knew how many trump cards this guy possessed? If they truly fought, Liu Yun's could at most entangle him, winning would be impossible. Among the entire Myriad Law sect, apart from the late-nascent soul stage third Ant Wan, he and the mysterious heavenly fate child were the opponents he least wanted to encounter. The thought of potentially having a major battle with this guy in the inner hall, while also dealing with his malice, made Liu Yun's scalp tingle. Over there, the cold, beautiful woman, seeing Wang Tianming's dismissive attitude, immediately bristled with anger, intending to demand an explanation from Wang Tianming regarding her sword-wielding maidservant being injured by Wang Tianming's disciple. Wang Tianming clearly didn't want to deal with her, but also didn't want to offend her too much, so he just said some unhelpful, insipid words. At this moment, Liu Yun's was staring intently at the entrance of the Void Heaven Palace, hoping that the demonic path side would be a little more reliable and send a powerful devil head who could contend with Wang Tianming. Only when the forces of the righteous and demonic factions were balanced would Liu Yun's have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters in between. Not to mention, compared to Wang Tianming of the righteous path, Liu Yun's, with the complete evil warding divine thunder, would have an advantage against a demonic path mid-nascent soul stage old monster. If he was lucky, he might even win. As if sensing Liu Yun's earnest anticipation, the entire hall suddenly trembled, and a rumbling sound, like muffled thunder, continuously came from outside the passage. A hint of joy had just appeared on Liu Yun's face, but then he seemed to remember something abruptly, and his expression became incredibly grim. The expressions of the other people were not much better, even Layman Qingyi and Ji Yin from the demonic path side wore bitter smiles. The expressions of the few people from the righteous path side were even more complex. Wang Tianming's eyes flickered with a cold light, revealing a killing intent as sharp as a blade. Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the silent old farmer had unpleasant expressions, a hint of worry faintly visible in their eyes. As the rumbling grew louder and louder, an exceptionally tall figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. A strange man with curly yellow whiskers, dressed in a blue robe, and of abnormally towering stature slowly walked in. With every step he took, the entire hall immediately swayed, as if this person weighed thousands of pounds. The strange man looked around, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall, finally resting on Wang Tianming, and then he burst into laughter as if no one else was present. And Liu Yun's, looking at this person, couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. Why is it him? Chapter 334, Savage Beard. Savage Beard was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator who rose to fame very early in the demonic path. His prestige far surpassed that of Extreme Yin and Green Easy. He was also the opponent Liu Yun's least wanted to face. If facing Wang Tianming, Liu Yun still had the confidence to go up and spar a few times, then against Savage Beard, Liu Yun's could only think about how to run. This was not only because of his powerful divine ability and his peak mid-nascent soul stage cultivation, which was only half a step away from the late nascent soul stage. It was also because the heaven-supporting demonic art he cultivated was an extremely rare top-tier body-refining demonic technique. This demonic technique had been circulating in the chaotic Star Sea for a long time, enjoying great renown, and was hailed as the chaotic Star Sea's #1 defensive demonic technique. Although Liu Yun's had never witnessed the power of this demonic technique, from the intelligence provided by Ling Yuling, he could vaguely discern how absurdly strong this person's physical body was. It was no exaggeration to say that, judging by Savage Beard's attainment in the heaven-supporting demonic art, his physical body strength would probably not be much inferior to that of a Yao beast of the same stage. Coupled with the enhancement of this demonic technique, this person's defensive capabilities had reached an extremely terrifying level. That also meant that all of Liu Yun's methods, except for the formless needle which directly attacked the nascent soul, would be unable to break through his defense. And while the formless needle was potent, attempting to severely injure a nascent soul that was only half a step away from the late nascent soul stage was an impossible feat. Thinking this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the righteous and demonic path forces, locked in a standoff. Now, he could only watch how the righteous and demonic path factions would contend, hoping to fish in troubled waters. Brother Liu, something isn't right, Ling Yuling's voice transmission suddenly rang in Liu Yun's ear. Wang Tianming is the sect leader of the Myriad Law sect, and Savage Beard is a grand figure in the demonic path. Both of them are pivotal existences in the righteous and demonic factions of the chaotic Star Sea, and now they have both arrived at the Void Heaven Palace. Savage Beard is a separate matter for now, from what I know, his lifespan is running out. He likely came to the Void Heaven Palace simply to gather some longevity fruit to extend his lifespan by a few decades. But Wang Tianming is in his prime, and he is also the sect leader of the largest righteous path force. His presence here likely indicates a much larger ambition. Ling Yuling's expression was somewhat grim, his silence tinged with a hint of fear. After all, he was a member of the Star Palace. Whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, if they discovered his identity, they probably wouldn't mind crushing him. Not to mention he had another identity, if it were exposed, who knew what these people would do to him. Liu Yun's understood his concerns and, closing his eyes, sent a reassuring message to Ling Yuling. Ling Yuling moved a little closer to Liu Yun's, seemingly gaining a lot of confidence all at once, then transmitted to Liu Yun's. A few years ago, our people received news that the disciples of the Myriad Law sect were searching everywhere for golden silkworms, but then the news suddenly stopped. I speculate that the Myriad Law sect has likely found this rare insect. If aided by this rare insect, Wang Tianming might set his sights on the Void Heaven Cauldron. Liu Yun slightly opened his eyes upon hearing this, glancing at the nascent soul old monsters from both the righteous and demonic factions. And there's old ancestor Extreme Yin. Not long ago, he obtained 2 strange fire pythons on Li Huo Island. These strange fire pythons are naturally ancient variant species. In terms of the probability of retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron, they are even a few points higher than the golden silkworms. Brother Liu, if the righteous and demonic factions obtain the Void Heaven Cauldron, then a major disaster will occur. Ling Yuling's voice transmission carried a hint of urgency. He vaguely knew some inside information about the Void Heaven Cauldron. If it were in the past, even if the righteous and demonic factions obtained the Void Heaven Cauldron, it wouldn't matter, as they wouldn't be able to keep it anyway, and it would eventually fall into the Star Palace's hands. But the situation was different now. The righteous and demonic factions each had a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage 3rd and 1 of the Myriad Law sect and the 6 Paths extreme sage of Holy Demon Island. Regardless of which of them the Void Heaven Cauldron fell into, it would be a disaster for the Star Palace. Liu Yun's frowned slightly, his gaze introspective, and he remained silent. His eyes, however, involuntarily glanced towards Han Li. As far as he knew, it wasn't just the strange fire pythons and golden silkworms that could retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron, there was also a type of exotic beast whose success rate in retrieving the cauldron far surpassed these Yao beasts. Blood jade spiders. Liu Yun's couldn't help but let a mocking smile play on his lips. No matter how resourceful these people were, how many layers of schemes they laid, how meticulously they planned each step, it would all ultimately be in vain. Under his gaze, the Void Heaven Cauldron would only belong to Han Li. No matter how glorious or capable these people were, it wouldn't change the fact that they were merely supporting characters. They were destined to be nothing more than an insignificant stepping stone in someone else's story. This is truly disgusting. A blade-like chill flickered faintly in Liu Yun's eyes. He believed that at this moment, he was also watching him, and perhaps he had already assigned Liu Yun's a role as well. A supporting character? A clown? A mentor and friend destined to be sacrificed on the protagonist's path? Or the blackened villain to be trampled underfoot? For a moment, Liu Yun's was genuinely a little excited, anticipating what unexpected dance steps he, this puppet in the drama, might perform. Liu Yun slightly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of each nascent soul cultivator in turn. Suddenly, a soft light seemed to glow in the corner of his eye. Liu Yun's turned his head in confusion, only to see a monk in white robes sitting on the jade pillar next to him. The monk was originally meditating with his eyes closed, but as if sensing Liu Yun's gaze, he directly opened his eyes and smiled gently at Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown. When he had just entered, was there, a monk in the hall. As Liu Yun's was pondering, 2 white-robed old men suddenly entered from outside the hall. Both men had white hair and beards, their robes flowing, and their steps were light and effortless, making them appear like immortals. Upon seeing the 2 enter, all the cultivators in the hall immediately fixed their gaze upon them. Among the many gazes, some were respectful, some indifferent, and some even held traces of hostility. Some cultivators even breathed a sigh of relief upon their arrival, displaying expressions of immense relief. However, the old monsters from both the righteous and demonic factions showed extremely complex emotions when they saw them. There was envy, disgust, and a hint of helplessness. When the 2 white-robed old men saw everyone looking at them, one of them spoke, "For this trip to the Void Heaven Palace, our 2 holy leaders are in seclusion, so they cannot preside over this treasure hunt. Therefore, we..." The old man's words abruptly stopped, his eyes instantly widening to their maximum. The other old man beside him reacted similarly, but quickly regained his composure and continued, without changing his expression, "Therefore, we 2 law enforcement elders will represent the Star Palace to supervise this grand event. The rules for this time are the same as before, no arbitrary bullying of the weak or killing for treasure. If anyone deliberately..." As they spoke, both men subconsciously looked towards the jade pillar where Liu Yun's was located. Their eyes looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 335, Entering the Palace. After the 2 white-robed elders finished speaking, they sat down at the entrance of the hall with expressionless faces, completely ignoring the surprised gazes of those around them, and closed their eyes to rest. Seeing their demeanor, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, surprised at how low-key the Star Palace envoys were this time. But despite their confusion, no one dared to ask anything. The nascent soul old monsters from both the righteous and demonic factions merely frowned, then continued to meditate cross-legged as if nothing had happened. Time quickly passed in this eerie silence. Several days went by, during which a few more slow-moving core formation cultivators arrived. After glancing at the surrounding cultivators, they quietly sat on the ground. Other than that, nothing else occurred. It wasn't until this morning that a low rumble suddenly echoed from the entrance of the hall. A white jade stone door descended without any warning, instantly sealing off the entire hall. The door was a hazy white, with faint spiritual light flickering within. Liu Yun's opened his eyes for a moment, then, with a smile on his lips, closed them again to rest. Besides him, only the nascent soul cultivators and some core formation cultivators who were clearly nearing their end remained seated. The others, more or less, showed signs of panic. Only then did the two white-robed elders from the Star Palace slowly open their eyes and stand up. They walked towards the other end of the hall, their movements almost identical, eyes fixed straight ahead. They appeared utterly wooden and stiff, like automatons. Several nascent soul cultivators looked at the two strangely, frowning, but said nothing. Before the two had walked far, a white pillar of light suddenly illuminated the far end of the hall. The white light shone brightly, then instantly vanished, leaving behind a small teleportation array about 10 feet in size. Liu Yun's instantly opened his eyes, widening them to their fullest, which startled Ling Yuling beside him. A shifting teleportation array? You can do that? Liu Yun's was secretly astonished. Moving an entire teleportation array with a restriction and then activating it instantly was similar in concept to the white jade tower carving teleportation arrays onto movable floor tiles, but the technical skill was clearly not on the same rank. Hiss. Wait. The white jade tower is a subordinate intelligence agency of the Star Palace. Could this technique have been learned by the Star Palace from the Void Heaven Palace? Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes slightly. The Star Palace had governed the chaotic Star Sea for so many years, it seemed they had thoroughly researched the Void Heaven Palace. Changing his thoughts, Liu Yun's couldn't help but feel excited. Having studied formations for so many years, his attainments in this area were now not much worse than Xin Ruyan's back then. In fact, due to the Xin family ancestors' notes, his attainments in ancient restrictions and spatial restrictions were even considerably stronger than Xin Ruyan's. After all, although she had also obtained this notebook back then, she hadn't been able to study it for very long. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, had almost daily perused and diligently studied this notebook during his 70-plus years of studying the Dao of formations. And recently, Liu Yun's had vaguely felt that his progress in this area of study had reached a bottleneck. The reason was simple: although the knowledge recorded in the Xin family ancestors' notes was extensive and exceptionally detailed, it was still just notes. There were no physical objects for Liu Yun's to study, which made his learning in this area somewhat theoretical. And now, the numerous and complex ancient restrictions in the Void Heaven Palace, especially the highly technical teleportation restrictions, were laid directly before him. For Liu Yun's, this was far more substantial than any treasures in the Void Heaven Palace. Looking at the teleportation array, which was clearly different in form from contemporary ones, Liu Yun's couldn't help but take an excited deep breath, a flush instantly appearing on his face. This scene gave Ling Yuling a headache and made her doubt herself. While Liu Yun's was still acting strangely, the two white-robed elders had already finished inspecting the teleportation array. They stood up and coldly addressed the crowd in the hall. The teleportation array is fine. From here, you will enter the outer hall of the Void Heaven Palace. Fellow deists, please take care of yourselves. After saying this, the two elders showed no intention of lingering and stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the two elders instantly vanished from their original spot. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but exchange glances. However, the nascent soul old monsters of the righteous path, led by Wang Tianming, stepped onto the teleportation array without hesitation. Seeing this, Liu Yun's did not act rashly. Instead, he subtly exchanged a glance with Han Li, then looked towards the demonic path side. At this moment, the demonic path cultivators were all sitting obediently on the jade pillars, showing no intention of moving. Liu Yun's was not in a hurry. A faint white light flickered in his clear, black and white eyes as he focused intently on the teleportation array. Meanwhile, many cultivators in the hall could no longer hold back. They quickly stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared with a flash of white light. In a short amount of time, more than half of the hall was empty. When Han Li saw Xiangu Shangren also disappear into the teleportation array, he slightly narrowed his eyes, looked up, exchanged a glance with Liu Yun's, then also got up and entered the teleportation array. A faint smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. His gaze shifted slightly, seeing that the three old monsters of the demonic path still looked unhurried. However, the beautiful white-robed woman had already stepped onto the teleportation array, appearing as if she wanted no connection with anyone. Brother Liu, let's go too. If we don't, this teleportation array will disappear, Ling Yuling whispered beside Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's nodded and led Ling Yuling directly towards the teleportation array. Under the sinister and curious gazes of the three demonic path figures, they instantly vanished. Liu Yun's vision blurred for a moment. When he regained his senses, he had appeared on a desolate small dirt mound. Looking around, the sky and ground were both a hazy grey, with no sunlight to be seen. The entire world seemed devoid of any vitality, a complete land of death. About a dozen feet from the dirt mound, an endless expanse of greyish-white ghost mist drifted, writhing like a living creature, with gusts of eerie wind blowing through the mist. From within the mist, faint sounds of ghostly wails and sharp cries seemed to emanate, sending chills down one's spine. This is the ghost mist. Liu Yun slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of white light flickering in his pupils. Brother Liu. Ling Yuling tugged on Liu Yun's sleeve, signaling him to look the other way. On the dirt mound, besides him and Ling Yuling, there was a man, two women and a black-robed person whose figure was indistinct. Seeing the two appear there, a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking man who wished to remain unnamed, a certain Han, casually greeted them. Old Lu. Then he looked curiously at Ling Yuling beside Lu Yun's. Who is this? Chapter 336 Crying Soul. With Han Li's memory, he naturally hadn't forgotten this Star Palace member he had met nearly a century ago, who had left a deep impression on him. He was just a little curious, how did Lu Yun's end up with him? Although this person had a social superpower, calling everyone he met a brother, he shouldn't be that close to someone from the Star Palace, right? Lu Yun's had no intention of explaining, instead, he frowned and looked at the two women with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Among the two women, the one standing in front wore a loose white robe that tightly enveloped her shapely and charming figure, and she was currently smiling sweetly at Lu Yun's. The woman behind her was about 15 or 16 years old, with a rather delicate appearance, standing respectfully with her hands clasped. Lu Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. Others might not recognize these two women, but he recognized them at a glance. These were clearly Wang Yuying and her daughter, whose appearances had been altered. The method the two women used to change their appearances was not a secret art, but a magical artifact recorded in Immortal Tianjing's notes, called the face-changing veil. When worn on the face, one could change their appearance at will, and even ordinary nascent soul cultivators couldn't detect any flaws. Lu Yun's had also researched this item, but later found it too simple to create, lacking any significant technical content, so he didn't delve deeper. He hadn't expected this item to be put to such good use by Wang Yuying. Thinking about it, Wang Yuying was one thing, but Purple Spirit's heaven-defying beauty was better hidden until she had the power to protect herself. Looking at these two, Lu Yun suddenly felt trouble coming his way. He truly hadn't expected such a coincidence, to be teleported with these two. One must know, the reason he and Han Li were teleported together was because they had already prepared a soul fusion talisman. This talisman had a peculiar effect, capable of sending two randomly teleported people to the same location. Han Li had seen someone use it once in the Seven Sects Forbidden Land back then, and ever since, he had paid attention, specifically preparing a soul fusion talisman each with Lu Yun's to carry with them. This time, it just happened to come in handy. Brother Lu, long time no see. Wang Yuying stepped forward a few paces and said with a smile. Seeing that he couldn't avoid them, Lu Yun said straightforwardly, indeed, it's been almost 20 years since we last met. I didn't expect us to meet again here. As Lu Yun spoke, he looked at Purple Spirit behind Wang Yuying with a puzzled expression. Wang Yuying was one thing, with her cultivation and the might of the spirit-suppressing steel, she would have no problem protecting herself in the first stage of the outer hall. But why was Purple Spirit, a Foundation establishment cultivator, here to join the fun? Wang Yuying noticed Lu Yun's gaze and gave a helpless, bitter smile. My daughter is currently in the false core stage and is about to attempt core formation. However, her aptitude is truly not good, so I thought of coming here to try our luck. Lu Yun's frowned slightly but said nothing. He knew that Wang Yuying definitely hadn't told the truth. Given Wang Yuying's doting on Purple Spirit, for her to bring her to a dangerous place like the Void Heaven Palace, the reason behind it must not be simple. However, Lu Yun's had no intention of delving deeper, he had enough problems of his own to deal with and no energy to meddle in the affairs of this mother and daughter. He simply stepped aside, letting Han Li out, and said. Old Han, let me introduce you. This is Sect Master Wang and her daughter, Purple Spirit. The materials for your magic treasure were provided by their clues. And you too, this is a passerby, you can ignore him. Upon hearing this, Han Li rolled his eyes at Lu Yun's in annoyance, then cupped his hands and said, I am Han Li, merely a loose cultivator. Wang Yuying and Purple Spirit greeted Han Li very politely, then curiously looked at Ling Yuling behind Lu Yun's. Fellow Daoist Ling, it's been decades, and you've already successfully formed your core. This is truly cause for celebration, Wang Yuying said with a smile. Lu Yun's opened his mouth, about to speak, when Ling Yuling stepped out first, standing in front of Lu Yun's. She politely cupped her hands towards Wang Yuying and her daughter, saying, Sect Master Wang is too kind. My advancement to core formation was only a matter of the past few years. However, Sect Master Wang has led the Miaoan sect to continuous growth and prosperity in recent years, with its reputation growing daily. I truly admire it. Ling Yuling spoke politely to Wang Yuying, then turned her head to look at Purple Spirit, who stood silently behind her, appearing well behaved. Presumably, this is fellow Daoist Purple Spirit. Your esteemed name has long been known to me. Purple Spirit also smiled and nodded, politely saying, Senior Ling is too kind. My humble name is not worth mentioning. The three exchanged compliments and pleasantries, and the scent of their insincerity made Lu Yun's and Han Li instinctively retreat several steps. Their gazes also involuntarily shifted to the mysterious black-robed person not far away. Unlike the lively group, the black-robed person stood alone, solitary, before the ghost mist, pondering who knew what. Fellow Daoist, this ghost mist is dangerous. We'd best travel together, Lu Yun shouted loudly. Han Li glared at him in annoyance from the side but said nothing more. As Lu Yun's words left his mouth, the three who were exchanging pleasantries also looked at the black-robed person, all showing friendly expressions. Who knew that in the face of their goodwill, the black-robed person didn't even glance at them, walking straight to the ghost mist. Under their puzzled gazes, the black-robed person lifted a loose sleeve, and a green light immediately shot out from it, landing in front of him, revealing a small spirit beast that resembled a monkey. This small monkey was about a foot tall, with luminous green fur. At first glance, it seemed somewhat cute, but a closer look revealed that its nose was highly bulged, extraordinarily large, occupying almost 2/3 of its face, making it appear somewhat deformed and monstrous. Ti Hun beast. Ling Yuling's face suddenly changed, and she couldn't help but blurt out, her face filled with horror. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at the small monkey with some curiosity. That's the Ti Hun beast? It doesn't look like much. Han Li looked at them in confusion and quickly asked, Ti Hun beast? What kind of strange beast is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Liu Yun's glanced at him, about to explain. Just then, a gentle and peaceful voice suddenly came from behind the two. The Ti Hun beast is not a naturally occurring spirit beast, rather, it is a peculiar creature, somewhere between a spirit beast and a demonic soul, refined by those on the demonic path using a special secret art. It is born with the ability to absorb souls and devour ghosts, making it the bane of numerous yin souls and ghostly entities. The two were startled and quickly turned around to look. Behind them stood a monk in a white kazaya, smiling gently at them. Chapter 337, Pure Thought. Liu Yun's and Han Li couldn't help but exchange a glance, then looked at the person with astonishment. This monk appeared to be only in his early 20s, with an ordinary appearance but clear eyes and a gentle demeanor. Not a trace of spiritual power was emitted from his body. Liu Yun's and Han Li's divine senses swept over him several times, yet they couldn't detect any cultivation from him. And just now, until this monk spoke, neither of them had even noticed his existence. For their divine sense, this was almost an impossible feat. May I ask Great Master your Dharma name? And when did you arrive here? Liu Yun's tone involuntarily became much more polite. This person was precisely the monk who had been sitting on the jade pillar next to him in the main hall earlier. Even then, just like now, Liu Yun's hadn't detected the person's presence. However, at that time, Liu Yun's magic power and divine sense were suppressed by the restrictions in the hall, so he didn't find it too strange. But now, in this place, Liu Yun's divine sense and magic power were fully present, yet he still couldn't detect his existence, which was a bit terrifying. In this situation, either the difference in their divine sense cultivation was too vast, or this monk possessed some special secret art that could shield him from others' perception. Liu Yun's thought about it and felt that the latter possibility was more likely. After all, his current divine sense was even stronger than that of an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator, and while Han Li was slightly weaker than him, he was still far superior to an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator. Under these circumstances, unless this monk had divine sense equivalent to a late nascent soul stage cultivator, Liu Yun's and Han Li would never have failed to detect even a trace of his aura. Moreover, Buddhist secret arts were famously unorthodox. If there truly was a secret art that could completely shield a person's aura, Liu Yun's wouldn't find it strange. However, this was merely Liu Yun's speculation, and one must always be prepared for the unexpected. Besides, even if this monk only possessed a secret art, he was still absolutely not to be underestimated. This humble monk, Pure Thought, greets all benefactors. The monk smiled lightly, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly to the group. His clear eyes lingered on Liu Yun's for a moment, then a smile appeared in them. This humble monk was just lost in thought outside and inadvertently fell behind. Fortunately, I managed to enter before the teleportation array disappeared, so I have only just arrived here. Liu Yun's blinked his eyes in a daze. For some reason, he always felt that this monk looked familiar, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen him. Logically speaking, he shouldn't forget such a distinctive person. Benefactor. Liu Yun's was still deep in thought when he was startled awake by Pure Thought's suddenly louder voice. Pure Thought called out to the black-robed person, who was about to walk through the ghost mist alone, and said with a smile, pressing his palms together, Benefactor, your Tahun's cultivation is still shallow, and it cannot be called a true Tahun. It is more than enough to deal with ordinary vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts, but if it truly encounters a powerful ghost, I'm afraid it won't be able to help Benefactor much. The black-robed person suddenly turned his head, his eyes, hidden in the darkness, staring intently at Pure Thought, carrying an indescribable hostility and wariness. But Pure Thought merely smiled gently and said calmly, Benefactor, the ghost mist is dangerous. In recent years, as more and more cultivators have died in the ghost mist, all sorts of powerful vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts have emerged endlessly. Relying solely on Benefactor's Tahun, it will likely be very difficult to pass this trial. How about we travel together? Benefactor Liu, are you willing to take this humble monk and this benefactor along? Pure Thought then turned to Liu Yun's and asked with a smile. I don't really care. Liu Yun's rubbed his chin, his eyes slightly narrowed, as he looked Pure Thought up and down with suspicion. Why did this person's shameless demeanor look even more familiar? Hearing Liu Yun's words, Pure Thought smiled even more brightly and then whispered to the black-robed person, Benefactor, with Benefactor Liu here, passing this trial should be very easy. If Benefactor still wishes to venture further into the inner hall, then befriending a few fellow deists is not a bad idea. Upon hearing this, the black-robed person looked at Pure Thought somewhat warily, then slightly lowered his head and cupped his hands, bowing to Liu Yun's. Then many thanks, fellow deist Liu, the black-robed person said in a hoarse voice. It was clear that the black-robed person also felt that Liu Yun's, who could directly confront old ancestor Extreme Yin, would find passing the ghost mist trial effortless, even if he brought along a few burdens. Liu Yun's waved his hand casually and said nothing. For him, lending a hand was an indifferent matter. Compared to that, the mysterious Pure Thought piqued Liu Yun's interest more. The group introduced themselves to each other without much delay. With Liu Yun's leading and Han Li bringing up the rear, they stepped into the ghost mist. The grayish-white ghost mist, like a living entity, strangely churned out of thin air upon seeing living people approaching, as if countless ghostly hands were reaching out from within, grabbing at the group. If mortals were here, once enveloped by this ghost mist, they would naturally be sucked dry of their essence blood without any resistance, and even their souls would be taken by the ghost mist, becoming part of this dead land. However, the group were all accomplished cultivators. Strange runes flickered around Liu Yun's, electric light flashed around Han Li, a thin layer of blue demonic fire ignited on the black-robed person, and pure thought pressed his palms together, spiritual light shimmering around him. Wang Yueying, on the other hand, had the phantom image of a spirit-suppressing steel flickering around her, and golden runes protected both mother and daughter. Those golden runes even bore some resemblance to the strange runes around Liu Yun's, seemingly originating from the same source. Everyone present was sharp-eared and keen-eyed, naturally seeing clearly. However, no one said much, only Ling Yuling's smile grew even brighter, and faint spiritual flames ignited around her, burning away all the ghost mist that dared to approach her. The 7 of them thus grandly charged into the ghost mist. Just then, Han Li's voice transmission sounded in Liu Yun's ear. Liu Yun's, something's wrong. I suspect my memory might have been tampered with. Liu Yun's footsteps paused imperceptibly, then he continued walking as if nothing had happened. No need to suspect, you definitely had your memory tampered with. What? Han Li's eyes widened in horror, but he quickly returned to his original indifferent expression. Fortunately, he was at the back of the team, so no one noticed his abnormality. You knew about this. What exactly happened? Han Li's voice was unusually anxious. Liu Yun's helplessly dug at his ear and transmitted his voice with a slight movement of his lips. It's a bit complicated to explain in detail. First, tell me how you noticed something was wrong. Han Li gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice with a complex look in his eyes. In my memory, I went to a deserted island and helped someone unravel several formations. There was nothing wrong with that, but the method I used was to break formations with formations. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 338, 3 Corpses and 3 Poisons. In the past, Liu Yun's had taught Han Li the Dao of artifact refining and formations. For others, this was a pleasant anecdote, but for the 2 of them, it was a nightmarish memory. Liu Yun's couldn't understand why this person, usually so clever, became so clumsy when learning new things. No matter how many times he taught him, it was useless, he just couldn't grasp it. After a period of utter darkness, Liu Yun's began to change his approach, reflecting on whether his teaching methods were flawed. Immediately, the 2 engaged in a deep exchange regarding learning and instruction, and Liu Yun's finally understood where the problem lay. Liu Yun's had never had experience teaching anyone, so when he taught Han Li, he could only apply his own learning methods. And he was an out-and-out innovative talent. In most cases, he only needed to learn some basic principles, and then he could explore and discover the most suitable rules for himself through repeated practice. Han Li did not possess that kind of talent. According to Liu Yun's, he was a talent of the exam-oriented education system. If you taught him a bunch of basic formulas and then let him try to figure out how to solve problems on his own, the result would be both teacher and student going crazy. Conversely, if you directly told him the problem-solving approach and demonstrated the entire process step by step, he would learn very quickly. Although this method would only allow him to learn how to solve this one type of problem, without grasping the underlying principles, leaving him at a loss when encountering variations, he made up for it with a good memory and a willingness to work hard. So, with this method, Han Li truly learned a bit of the superficial aspects of the Dao of formations. Liu Yun's also understood that Han Li was not an innovative talent, but a learning talent. Therefore, he had no so-called personal style, he adopted the style of whoever taught him. And according to Liu Yun's, breaking formations with formations, a showy method of breaking formations, was Xin Ruyan's most commonly used method. Liu Yun's style was completely different from hers, comparatively simpler and more direct, without such complex processes. This was why Han Li could detect that there was a problem with his memories. In his memories, he was still the same person, but in many matters, things were vaguely familiar yet different, greatly differing from his true self. This eerie change made Han Li's heart inexplicably turn cold. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, felt a little relieved. Under his influence, Han Li had ultimately embarked on a different Dao than in the second timeline. At the same time, he also felt he had vaguely caught the tail of another Han Li. Old Han, what I'm about to tell you might be hard for you to accept at first, but I can assure you, it's all true. Before Liu Yun's could finish speaking, a white light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and the multicolored talismans around him instantly lit up, blocking a translucent ghost mist 3 feet in front of him. This ghost mist looked like an old woman in her 60s, ugly in appearance, with resentful eyes, and her movements were almost integrated with the ghost mist, making her difficult to detect. Seeing that her attack missed, the old woman ghost mist immediately let out a shriek that seemed to pierce the soul, and pulled back, intending to return to the ghost mist. However, her hands seemed to be stuck to the multicolored talismans, and when she pulled hard, she couldn't pull them off. Only then did she realize that one by one, the multicolored talismans had, at some unknown point, climbed up her hands and onto her arms, and were even spreading towards her body. A flash of resentment flickered in the old woman ghost mist's eyes. Her neck elongated several feet as if boneless, and she opened a large mouth, revealing a mouth full of fangs. She bit off her own arms in 2 bites and withdrew. Liu Yun's casually collected the old woman ghost mist's arms and watched her disappear into the ghost mist, with no intention of pursuing her. Ling Yuling frowned, couldn't help but take a step closer, and whispered, "Brother Lu, why not pursue?" Lu Yun shook his head and said calmly, "No need." As soon as he finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from deep within the ghost mist. Only then did Lu Yun's lead everyone forward, completely ignoring their shocked gazes. "You want me to deal with trash like that? Can you be any lazier?" Hearing the voice of his other self within his body, Lu Yun's lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Magic treasures with artifact spirits and magic treasures without artifact spirits were fundamentally two different things. What's more, the artifact spirit of his magic treasure was another version of himself, which caused the abilities of the formless needle to undergo a qualitative leap. It was no longer a lifeless object that could only obey his commands, but a living entity with its own thoughts and knowledge, perfectly in sync with Lu Yun's. Of course, occasionally listening to this guy's nonsense was one of the side effects, but there's nothing perfect in this world, and being like this was already pretty good. For a considerable period afterward, the group did not encounter any ghosts. This made everyone feel that something was amiss, and at the same time, they couldn't help but start chatting. A few cultivators, rarely gathered together, naturally discussed issues related to cultivation. Initially, they thought it was just a normal exchange of experiences, but as soon as Pure Thought spoke, everyone was astonished. His profound insights into cultivation and his extensive knowledge had reached an incredible realm. Whether it was a cultivation anecdote from Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demonic arts, or demonic beasts, Pure Thought could recite it effortlessly, without any obscurity. One could not possibly have such profound insights without having deeply studied the cultivation methods of several schools. Gradually, this journey through the ghost mist seemed to turn into Pure Thought's personal tutoring session. For all the cultivation questions posed by the group, Pure Thought hit the nail on the head every time, enlightening them with just a few words. Even Lu Yun's felt greatly enlightened, as if the path ahead had instantly become unobstructed. Dao speaks of the three corpses, while Buddhism speaks of the three poisons. The three corpses are, the upper corpse, named Pengchu, who loves ornate decorations, the middle corpse, named Pengzi, who loves the five flavors, and the lower corpse, named Pengqiao, who loves lewdness. The three poisons are greed, anger, and ignorance. Greed is the source of hungry ghosts, anger is the source of hell, and ignorance is the source of beasts. In essence, whether it's the three corpses or the three poisons, they are merely the desires of cultivators that hinder their cultivation. Once one carelessly succumbs to them, it leads to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, almost all cultivators are trapped by these three corpses and three poisons. A mortal elder of 70 can still know his destiny and have a broad mind. Yet, a cultivator of 800 or 900 years is consumed by avarice, losing all sense of direction, with eyes and heart fan muddled by desire. The power of these three corpses and three poisons is evident. Pure Thought spoke calmly, as if what he was describing was merely a distant story. Lu Yun stroked his chin and asked doubtfully, "Great Master, according to you, there are no good people among cultivators." "Of course not, there are exceptions to everything." Pure Thought smiled and said, "For example, this trip to the Void Heaven Palace, those who came, whether they were demons or ghosts that had lived for 1,000 years, or cultivators whose lifespans were nearing their end, all came for profit. Only Miss Yuan, risking her life, came solely for righteousness. For this humble monk is quite impressed." Clang! The black-robed person suddenly turned around, and a strangely shaped small hammer instantly appeared in his hand. A terrifying evil chi emanated from his eyes, hidden within his hood. "Who are you?" the black-robed person asked in an icy tone. Everyone was startled and instantly scattered, looking at the two with surprise and uncertainty. Pure Thought still looked at him calmly and gently, smiling as he said, "This humble monk is merely a monk." Chapter 339, Yuan Yao. The atmosphere went from harmonious to tense, separated by just one sentence. The others hadn't even reacted to what was happening when they saw the black-robed person directly pull out a magic treasure, looking as if they were about to fight to the death. Lu Yun's, however, couldn't help but frown. Remembering a scene he had seen in an illusion in Jing Nian's words, he asked in a low voice, "Miss Yuan?" "Yuan Yao." The black-robed person's body trembled, and blue demonic fire instantly erupted from the small hammer in their hand. "Why is Miss Yuan acting like this?" Just as everyone thought they were about to attack, Jing Nian smiled and said, "This humble monk is a Buddhist, and benefactor Lu is a mortal enemy of the demonic path's old ancestor Ji Yin. If we cannot be trusted, then who can Miss Yuan rely on? Or is Miss Yuan confident that she can break through to the inner hall alone?" "Humph!" The black-robed person snorted coldly. This time, it wasn't the deliberately disguised hoarse voice, but a clear and melodious female voice. "Trust you? I don't even know who you are. How do you recognize me?" Jing Nian didn't mind. He gently took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "This humble monk has said, I am just a monk. Seeing a young lady bravely venture into a dangerous place for righteousness, I developed a sense of respect. Besides, even if you don't trust this humble monk, don't you trust benefactor Lu?" Jing Nian smiled and looked at Lu Yun's, making him momentarily stunned. "How am I involved in this?" The black-robed person hesitated for a moment, then put away their demonic hammer and lifted their hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. This woman's skin was as white as snow, seemingly breakable with a touch. She had long, glossy black hair that reached her shoulders, and a golden hair ornament on her forehead, adding a mysterious charm. Lu Yun's gave Jing Nian a strange look. For some reason, he didn't say much, but naturally greeted Yuan Yao. "Miss Yuan, long time no see." Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar person, Lu Yun's eyes were unusually complex. He hadn't expected to meet her again in the Void Heaven Palace. Yuan Yao also smiled freely, her eyes calm as she spoke to Lu Yun's. Fellow deist Lu, after 100 years, your demeanor remains the same, and you've gained such great fame. Yuan Yao truly admires you. The two exchanged questions and answers, their attitudes very natural, as if they were just two ordinary old friends. The few people who had been preparing to act also breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. They didn't want to fight in this ghost mist. If they expended too much, and then attracted some powerful ghost creatures, it could lead to a major disaster. Only Ling Yuling watched this scene expressionlessly, lost in thought. The two wanted to say more, but Han Li interrupted first. Fellow deists, let's get going. This is not a safe place. It will be troublesome if some powerful ghosts appear later. Naturally, no one had any objections, and they began to move again. Only this time, Yuan Yao stood at the front of the group, very close to Lu Yun's, almost second only to Ling Yuling, who for some reason had suddenly taken the lead. Brother Lu, that monk is strange. Do you know his origins? Ling Yuling transmitted her voice silently. Lu Yun shook his head almost imperceptibly, faint white light flickering in his dark pupils, making him appear unusually eerie. They didn't know how long they had walked, but before them was still that expanse of hazy ghost mist, without the slightest distinction. Suddenly, Lu Yun grabbed Ling Yuling in front of him, scanned his surroundings, and said in a deep voice, "Something's wrong. We've fallen into a trap." As soon as these words left his mouth, the ghost mist before them instantly surged, thickening several times over, almost making it impossible to see one's own hand. Caught off guard, everyone quickly used their methods to protect themselves. However, this ghost mist, for some unknown reason, had become extremely sentient, bypassing everyone's divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, only the hazy ghost mist remained before Lu Yun's. No one could be seen above, below, or in any direction. Only Ling Yuling, whom he was holding by the hand, was still in front of him. "Old Ling, have you seen anyone else?" Lu Yun's quickly asked. As soon as his divine sense extended, he felt countless small mouths tearing at it, causing him to quickly retract his divine sense in pain. In this thick ghost mist, without divine sense, he was no different from a blind person. Lu Yun's couldn't even clearly see Ling Yuling, whom he was holding by the hand. Ling Yuling grabbed Lu Yun's hand in return and said, "Brother Lu, this ghost mist is strange. There must be a powerful ghost creature with profound cultivation casting spells nearby. We must proceed with caution." As soon as Ling Yuling finished speaking, Lu Yun's looked at him with some doubt. His hand was firmly held by Ling Yuling's hands, unable to move at all. "Brother Lu, look at this place." "Ah!" Before Ling Yuling could finish his sentence, a brilliant white light suddenly shot out from Lu Yun's eyes, striking him directly. When the white light hit Ling Yuling, Lu Yun's instantly felt his hand go empty. Ling Yuling was directly reduced to nothing by this white light. Lu Yun's narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression instantly darkening. Not long ago, after his own eyeballs exploded, Lu Yun's replaced them with the mysterious yin eyes he had obtained back then. These eyes are naturally divine, capable of observing yin and yang, discerning life and death. All evil spirits and ghost creatures have nowhere to hide. They can even cultivate the glare divine light, which restrains all yin and evil ghost creatures in the world. That white light just now was the Chimu divine light that Lu Yun's had already cultivated to a certain degree. This rank of divine light is useless against human cultivators. Only vengeful spirits and evil ghosts would be directly reduced to nothing by this divine light. This means that this ghost mist can not only shield divine sense but also confuse the five senses and teleport things out of thin air. Otherwise, it would be impossible to replace Ling Yuling with an evil ghost in an instant. This is only the first trial of the Void Heaven Palace. How could such a thing appear? What is going on? What is going on? In a hidden location within the Void Heaven Palace, an old voice asked the same question as Lu Yun's, but it was particularly exasperated, even mixed with a hint of fear. How could such a thing appear in the ghost mist? The two old men from the Star Palace were looking at each other in horror at this moment. Another old man, who was relatively calmer, took a deep breath, his eyes instantly becoming placid, revealing a hint of ferocity. Never mind how that thing appeared. Now that it has happened, we must quickly find a way to remedy it. Remedy? How can we remedy it? The other old man almost shrieked hysterically, that ghost mist has been controlled. Even if the two of us rush there now, we won't be able to enter. If young lord has any mishap here, then the two of us. The other old man's face grew increasingly ugly until he became more and more agitated, then he suddenly raised his hand to interrupt him. What can cause such a phenomenon is definitely not an ordinary late core formation stage ghost king, nor can it be a naturally occurring ghost creature in the ghost mist. It must be some old monster who died here, or has been secretly cultivating the demonic path of a ghost cultivator in the ghost mist. The old man was stunned and subconsciously said, "How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Although this ghost mist is a deadly place, it only opens once every 300 years with the activation of the Void Heaven Palace. But it must be said that if one cultivates the demonic path of a ghost cultivator, this place is absolutely a rare blessed land. If I were a ghost cultivator, I would probably be reluctant to leave easily." The old man's face grew increasingly grim, and he coldly said to the other, "Think carefully, in all the previous times the Void Heaven Palace opened, were there any nascent soul cultivators who disappeared in the ghost mist?" Chapter 340, Green Shadow. At this moment, Lu Yun stood still, unmoving. At first glance, it looked as if he was in a daze, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyes flickered with tiny white lights. To be able to unleash such a divine ability, even if it borrows the power of the ghost mist here, it is still extraordinary. This level of cultivation normally shouldn't appear in the first stage of the Void Heaven Palace. It must be either an old monster at the nascent soul stage who, through an oversight, died here and transformed into a fierce ghost, or someone who is recklessly cultivating the Dao of a ghost cultivator here. Liu Yun's almost instantly made the same deduction as the two-star palace elders. With Han Li's ability and identity, he probably won't be in trouble. Ling Yuling has the items I gave her, so she shouldn't have any major problems either. Wang Yuying and her daughter are protected by the spirit-suppressing steel, so they have more than enough self-preservation. Monk Jingnian is mysterious, I might die before he does. Yuan Yao has that immature Ti Hun beast, so she should be able to protect herself for a short period. Liu Yun's expression relaxed considerably. After thinking it over, he suddenly realized that none of them were simple individuals. At least within this ghost mist, temporary self-preservation wasn't a major issue, provided that the entity controlling the ghost mist hadn't made a move. But if the delay is prolonged, something unexpected might happen. Let's finish this quickly. Liu Yun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and performed several magic treasure incantations with his hands. A black light then rose above his head. The black light dissipated, revealing a small mirror the size of a palm. This small mirror, made of unknown materials, was entirely black, neither gold nor jade. It seemed to absorb all light, reflecting not a single ray. As soon as this small mirror appeared, it instantly spun in place, transforming into an illusory black phantom image. Then, dozens of black lights flew out from it, densely forming dozens of pitch-black small mirrors the size of bowls, completely protecting Liu Yun's from all sides. Only then did Liu Yun's finally open his eyes. A dazzling white light shot out from his eyes, hitting one of the small mirrors directly. The mirror that was struck instantly burst forth with a brilliant white light. The other dozens of small mirrors, as if connected to it, also lit up with the same white light. Fire! Liu Yun's roared, and dozens of small mirrors simultaneously shot out white light pillars the size of bowls, attacking in all directions. In an instant, white light erupted. The light pillars, like white dragons, charged into the ghost mist, tearing the entire ghost mist to shreds. At the same time, a deafening thunderclap sounded from somewhere not far from him. Liu Yun's instantly recognized it as the sound of an evil warding divine thunder bead exploding. Liu Yun's eyes darted around, but he wasn't in a hurry to rendezvous with Han Li. Instead, he controlled the dozens of small mirrors to guard him, continuously releasing rays of glare divine light, preventing the ghost mist from having any chance to reform. Immediately after, a series of Sanskrit chants echoed from a certain part of the ghost mist. Large swathes of seven-colored Buddhist spiritual light radiated outwards, completely sweeping away the remaining ghost mist. For a time, there was not a trace of ghost mist within 100 jong radius. And the figures of the 7 individuals also became visible. Brother Liu. Ling Yuling was protected by a phantom image of a battle general whose form was unclear. As soon as she saw Liu Yun's, she quickly retracted her phantom image and flew to Liu Yun's side. The rest of the group also quickly gathered, and the ghost mist, whether afraid of these individuals or for some other reason, all retreated beyond 100 jong, showing no further movement. Wait. Liu Yun suddenly looked at Han Li. Han Li was stunned for a moment. In that brief instant, white light burst from Liu Yun's eyes, instantly engulfing his body. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, an emerald green ghost phantom image actually broke free from the white light, circling painfully in the air above. Junior! How dare you! The ghost phantom image wailed, its painful voice filled with astonishing evil chi. Liu Yun's merely sneered, his gaze cold as he said, I knew you had a problem. Old Han wouldn't be so bold as to approach others as soon as the ghost mist receded, would he? As soon as his words fell, dozens of small mirrors around Liu Yun's automatically flew out, forming a mirror wall above Liu Yun's head. Within the mirrors, the glare divine light lit up again. In an instant, dozens of white lights converged, bursting forth simultaneously. In a flash, heaven and earth turned white. The green phantom image wailed in despair, releasing large swathes of green light threads, wrapping itself into a green cocoon, attempting to resist. But under this white light, its figure instantly vanished, leaving only a pale bone fragment that fell powerlessly to the ground. It was a pity that this person, despite possessing a divine ability, couldn't even use it before encountering the glare divine light, which restrains all yin souls and ghosts in the world. He died an incredibly stifled death. As the white light dissipated, Liu Yun contentedly put away the small mirrors and casually picked up the bone fragment from the ground. Although this profound yin mirror magic treasure was merely an auxiliary magic treasure he refined to amplify the power of the glare divine light, it seemed its effect was truly good. He could put more thought into it in the future. As for this bone fragment, Liu Yun couldn't discern anything special about it for the time being. However, the green phantom image, being an ethereal soul body, actually carried this item with it, which was enough to indicate its extraordinary nature. Liu Yun glanced at it twice, then casually placed it into his storage pouch, planning to study it further when he had time. The time it took from Liu Yun's exposing the green phantom image to him instantly annihilating it, though long in description, was actually only about 10 breaths, ending in the blink of an eye. Before the others could say anything, Pure Thought frowned first, looking around and saying, Everyone, have you seen Benefactor Han? At these words, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions changing. Among the 7, only Han Li was unaccounted for. Coupled with the fierce ghost taking Han Li's form, everyone immediately had some very ominous suspicions. Liu Yun's, however, didn't think that way. He felt that with it watching, Han Li was definitely the safest among everyone. Even if everyone in the entire Void Heaven Palace died, Han Li couldn't possibly be harmed, at most, he would suffer a little. But seeing the worried expressions of the others now, he could only open his mouth to say something. Just then, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded not far away. Liu Yun's frowned, instantly flung out the profound yin mirror, and his eyes shot out glare divine light. Amplified by the profound yin mirror, it instantly transformed into a white dragon-like light pillar, directly piercing through the ghost mist in front of him. On the other side of the ghost mist, a huge fierce ghost had just been slain by Han Li's sword. Only then did he turn his head, looking at everyone with some surprise, and let out a slight sigh of relief. It seems you are all fine, that's great. This ghost king was powerful, it took me some effort to slay him. There shouldn't be any powerful ghosts nearby anymore. Seeing Han Li safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This ghost mist was truly dangerous. Heaven knows how many ancient ghosts were hidden within. If they lost any members at this point, it would be even more perilous. And what Han Li said, everyone felt made sense. The habits of vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts share some similarities with wild beasts. Generally, powerful fierce ghosts have their own territories, and within their territory, they will not allow another powerful evil ghost to survive. The green phantom image just now was clearly not right, it was probably either some intelligent ghost or a cultivator who had converted to the ghost Dao. And the ghost slain by Han Li being so close to him suggested their relationship was not ordinary, it was highly likely that ghost was a helper nurtured by this green phantom image. Liu Yun's, however, looked at Han Li with some suspicion, asking expressionlessly, you wait a moment. What evidence do you have to prove that you are Han Li? Han Li was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the others. Seeing that, besides pure thought, the others also had some suspicion on their faces, he couldn't help but frown and look at Liu Yun's cautiously. How do you want me to prove it? Han Li subconsciously took a step back, asking carefully. Chapter 341 Jade Pavilion. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's with vigilance, ready to bolt at any moment. Seeing this, the others seemed to recall something and quietly began to circulate their magical power, prepared to act at any time. In their opinion, Liu Yun's was merely asking Han Li to prove himself, but the latter's strong reaction indicated a guilty conscience. Considering the incredibly eerie green shadow from before and the evil ghost Han Li had slain with a single sword strike, who knew if that green shadow had a contingency plan, a divided soul transformation attempting to deceive them. Only Monk Jingnian gave the others a strange look, then quietly retreated 2 steps, preparing to watch the show. Liu Yun stroked his chin, lost in memories of his youth. Back then, old Han and I fought side by side on the battlefield, carving out a great reputation for ourselves. At that time, we even had a resounding nickname. Can you tell me what that nickname was? Liu Yun asked, narrowing his eyes with an unfriendly gaze. Upon hearing this, Han Li's face instantly turned ashen, as if recalling some unbearable memory. Purple-green twin heroes. Han Li probed. Nonsense. What kind of nickname is that? Liu Yun was furious. What a vulgar nickname to dare pin on him. Han Li glanced at him, took a deep, expressionless breath, and turned to leave. Today, he would pierce through this ghost mist alone. He would preserve his innocence in the world. Ling Yuling, beside him, looked at Liu Yun with confusion and asked curiously, fellow Daoist Liu, what was your nickname back then? A smug smile played on Liu Yun's lips. He theatrically cleared his throat, put his hands on his hips, and declared loudly, the BA. Whoosh. Liu Yun only managed to utter one word when everyone heard a whoosh of wind. Han Li's figure suddenly appeared before them and kicked Liu Yun away. Then the two began a primitive brawl. The few people looked at each other, somewhat confused about what was happening. Only Jingnian smiled at the scene, his eyes filled with envy, reminiscence, and a touch of nostalgia. It seemed no one noticed a figure flashing through the ghost mist. Several hours later, in a garden-like area, unknown exotic flowers and plants bloomed in vibrant colors, subtly emitting a unique fragrance that invigorated the spirit and brought comfort to the entire body. There were also 7 or 8 exquisitely carved jade pavilions, all constructed from rare and beautiful jade, combined with craftsmanship that could only be described as divine, making them perfect works of art. The two elements complemented each other, creating an extraordinary, otherworldly scene that uplifted the heart and mind, as if even the impurities within one's heart were purified. Unfortunately, at this moment, 2 or 3 dozen cultivators were sparsely seated within the jade pavilions, none of them in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Among these cultivators, most either had pale faces or were covered in bloodstains, appearing to be in rather poor condition, yet their faces held an undeniable excitement. Some familiar cultivators even huddled together, silently communicating with each other, discussing who knows what. Ji Yin Old Ancestor and Wang Tianming, along with other righteous and demonic factions nascent soul stage cultivators, were also present, but they were in separate jade pavilions, meditating with their eyes closed. The white-robed beautiful woman, however, occupied a jade pavilion alone, her gaze cold and sharp, no one daring to approach her. In addition, 2 white-robed elders from Star Palace were currently seated in the open space in the middle of the crowd, silently meditating cross-legged, like stone carvings or clay figures, without a sound. Just outside the entire garden, the grey ghost mist surged like a living entity, but it was firmly held back by a white light, unable to enter this place by a single step. Suddenly, a section of the ghost mist automatically parted, and a large group of people swaggered in. No, it should be said that only the person walking at the very front of the group was swaggering and walking arrogantly. The others kept some distance from him, looking as if they weren't very familiar with him. Humph. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Yin, old ancestor of the demonic path side, immediately let out a cold snort, his face suddenly darkening. Oh, you. Ji Yin, you haven't gone to accompany your grandson yet. The newcomer was also impolite, offending people to the extreme the moment he opened his mouth. Who else but Liu Yun's could say such a thing? Ji Yin, old ancestor, clenched his fist fiercely, closing his eyes and meditating silently with an expressionless face. Seeing that he didn't respond, Liu Yun's could only curl his lips in boredom and look around at the people in the garden. Leaving aside the old monsters of the righteous and demonic factions, the number of core formation cultivators who had passed through this ghost mist was surprisingly high, which somewhat surprised Liu Yun's. It seemed either these fellows were lucky enough, or the core formation cultivators of this generation were all quite capable. Liu Yun's even saw Xiangu Shengren in a green robe among these people. At this moment, he had not a single scratch on his body and was sitting cross-legged, appearing perfectly calm, showing no signs of abnormality. Liu Yun's merely glanced at them twice, then found a jade pavilion with Han Li and Ling Yuling to sit down and begin meditating to restore their magical power. The others dispersed. Seeing Ji Yin, old ancestor, and others present, Wang Yueying and her daughter did not want to appear too close to Liu Yun's, so they simply found a secluded jade pavilion to sit down. Monk Jingnian showed no signs of abnormality, smiling as he casually found a spot to sit, picking up his prayer beads and silently chanting scriptures to himself. Yuan Yao, however, looked around, stood for a moment feeling somewhat lost, then gritted her teeth and followed behind Liu Yun's and the others. Liu Yun's ignored them and silently restored his magical power. The ghost mist was just the beginning, the later stages would be truly deadly. Without sufficient preparation, even Liu Yun's could potentially suffer a setback. He did not notice that as everyone sat down in the jade pavilion, Xiangu Shangren, not far away, opened his eyes, looked at Liu Yun's with a serious gaze, and then, as if nothing had happened, continued to meditate cross-legged. Glare divine light. Old friend, your death was not unjust, Xiangu Shangren sighed inwardly. At this moment, Yuan Yao also sat down in the jade pavilion. As soon as she sat down, she heard Ling Yuling's voice transmission in her ear. Miss Yuan, it's fine to follow, but can you please tell us what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into? Yuan Yao looked at Ling Yuling in surprise, finding that he was still meditating behind Liu Yun's, showing no outward signs of abnormality. Fellow deist Ling is joking, what big trouble could I possibly get into? Just now in the ghost mist it was because, Yuan Yao quickly sent a voice transmission, attempting to explain, but before she could finish, her transmission was interrupted by Ling Yuling. Fellow deist Yuan, I have no other particular strengths, but my information is quite well informed. I once heard that the young lord of the demonic path's major sect, Qingyang sect, died mysteriously, enraging the Qingyang sect old ancestor, who then issued a widespread manhunt for the killer. According to the Qingyang sect, that person died at the hands of one of his concubines. And that concubine also had the surname Yuan. Chapter 342, Interface. In the Jade Pavilion, Yuan Yao's face instantly turned ashen, devoid of any color. Miss Yuan, take care of yourself. Ling Yuling's voice boomed and echoed in Yuan Yao's ears, as if coming from the depths of a bottomless abyss. Liu Yun's gave the two a strange look, then turned his head to look at Han Li. At this moment, Han Li had just opened his eyes, discreetly glancing in Xiangu Shangren's direction. Just then, in the center surrounded by several jade pavilions, on a bare stone slab very close to the two-star palace elders, a dazzling white light illuminated, drawing everyone's attention. After the white light subsided, a teleportation array appeared on the ground, identical in shape and size to the previous one. The two palace elders stepped forward to inspect it, then raised their heads and said to everyone. This teleportation array is the only path to the next stage, the ice and fire path. As a reward for passing the first stage, everyone has 1 day to explore this space before entering the second stage. If anyone feels the next stage is too dangerous, they can also wait here. After 1 month, a teleportation array that leads directly back to the main hall will appear, and everyone can return on their own. Liu Yun's opened his eyes and looked at the teleportation array, his pupils slightly contracting, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. When he had observed the previous teleportation array, Liu Yun's had already had some suspicions, but he wasn't quite sure. But now, observing another identical teleportation array from such a close distance, Liu Yun's could completely confirm that this was not an ordinary short-distance teleportation array at all, but a cross-realm teleportation array. According to the Xin family ancestor, this kind of cross-realm teleportation array was simplified from the teleportation array between the human realm and the spirit realm, and could be used by cultivators to travel between the human realm and the small interfaces, pocket dimensions, they had opened up themselves. Liu Yun's had previously felt that the landscapes within the Void Heaven Palace were very unusual, but now it seemed they were probably not even inside the Void Heaven Palace at all. Whether it was the ghost mist or the ice and fire path that this teleportation array led to, they were all small interfaces, pocket dimensions, opened up by those ancient cultivators using their divine abilities. It seemed that perhaps only the so-called inner palace was the true Void Heaven Palace. Aside from Liu Yun's, the other cultivators also looked excited, but their excitement was mainly focused on being able to explore this space freely. As if sensing everyone's excited gazes, one of the two white-robed elders coldly spoke, "Fellow deists, please remember, you only have 1 full day to gather spirit medicine. If you exceed this time and remain inside, you will be permanently trapped. His gaze swept over the cultivators before him, lingering for a moment longer on the nascent soul old monsters of the righteous and demonic factions. Liu Yun's, however, frowned slightly and transmitted a question to Ling Yuling beside him, is that really true? Ling Yuling silently nodded and told Liu Yun's, the spiritual qi within this space is far richer than any spiritual vein in the human realm, so naturally, many cultivators who feel they cannot break through their bottleneck in the outside world would rather risk 300 years without seeing the light of day to remain in this space. And with the Void Heaven Palace open for so many years, countless cultivators have stayed here, but all who remained have mysteriously disappeared. As for the reason for their disappearance, no one knows to this day. Liu Yun's was somewhat surprised by this. It seemed these spaces were probably not just simple small interfaces, pocket dimensions, and most likely had some identity recognizing restrictions added by those ancient cultivators. He had seen similar restrictions before, in the Forbidden Land of the Seven Sects. Back then, the Xin family ancestor's master was obsessed with the Ling Miao Garden, attempting to create his own Ling Miao Garden with the strength of a single sect, but ultimately failed. However, as a semi-finished product, the Forbidden Land of the Seven Sects copied all the restrictions from the Ling Miao Garden, including that type of identity recognizing restriction. This restriction would automatically scan all life within the space, any life not recorded within the restriction would receive special attention from it. Lesser cases were like the Forbidden Land of the Seven Sects, where anyone above the Qi refinement stage could not enter. More severe cases would even directly obliterate outsiders. It seemed those ancient cultivators who built the Void Heaven Palace also imposed similar restrictions on the spaces here. Liu Yun's thought expressionlessly, the sharp glint in his eyes growing brighter. For others, such a restriction was almost insurmountable, but for Liu Yun's, it was different. He had done little else for decades. When it came to the study of ancient restrictions/seals and man-made small interfaces, pocket dimensions, Liu Yun's dared to say that even across the entire human realm, few could surpass him in this regard. As long as he could find the restriction center that controlled these small interfaces, pocket dimensions, Liu Yun's was confident he could add his own information to the restriction. This way, as long as he recorded the coordinates and teleportation arrays of these several small interfaces, pocket dimensions, and then created identical teleportation arrays outside, he could freely travel back and forth between the human realm and these small interfaces, pocket dimensions. In a sense, this meant Liu Yun's would have several small interfaces, pocket dimensions, of his own. He might even be able to control the entire Void Heaven Palace in reverse through these small interfaces, pocket dimensions. This was the most precious thing about the Void Heaven Palace. Compared to these treasure trove-like small interfaces, pocket dimensions, and the Void Heaven Palace itself, the so-called first secret treasure of the Chaotic Star Sea, the Void Heaven Cauldron, seemed rather ordinary. Liu Yun's instantly became excited, almost impatiently rushing towards the teleportation array. His sudden action startled everyone else. Han Li, Ling Yuling, and Yuan Yao quickly followed, and everyone else also surged forward, afraid of falling behind. Only the old monsters of the righteous and demonic factions, perhaps out of self-importance or for some other reason, did not step onto the teleportation array immediately. Instead, they watched the crowd from their original positions, seemingly not intending to compete with them. As the white light receded, everyone stepped out of the teleportation array. What appeared before everyone was a vast, boundless space. As far as the eye could see, the sky was a pristine blue, dotted with white clouds. All around was an endless expanse of emerald green grassland, with distant mountain ranges faintly visible, and the fragrant scent of flowers and plants drifting on the breeze. Liu Yun's face showed excitement, and he took a deep breath. The rich spiritual qi in the air was several times stronger than in the human realm, no wonder so many cultivators were willing to risk 300 years without seeing the light of day to remain here. This space was probably not much inferior to the so-called Ling Miao Garden. Han Li poked his head out from behind him, looking around incredulously. Although he had long learned about ancient cultivators opening up small interfaces, pocket dimensions, from Liu Yun's, with his talent, that knowledge was really just like Liu Yun's telling him a story. And now, the things from Liu Yun's story had truly appeared before him. Is this a small interface? Han Li murmured in disbelief. Tomorrow's monthly pass will be an extra chapter. Chapter 343, Conjecture. That's right, this is a small interface opened by an ancient cultivator with immense divine ability. Liu Yun stood with his hands on his hips, a triumphant look on his face. Although he had just arrived, in his heart, he already considered this small interface his own. Han Li looked around in shock. The divine ability of this ancient cultivator was truly incredible, capable of even opening a small interface. In truth, logically speaking, the various miscellaneous studies, divine abilities, and cultivation techniques in the cultivation world should constantly improve. Just like Liu Yun's newly created artifact refining and puppet techniques, they were developed by standing on the shoulders of two giants, Immortal Tianjing and Great Evolution Divine Lord, allowing for innovation and surpassing their predecessors. No matter how unpromising later generations might be, when faced with the treasure trove left by their seniors, the most they would do is learn it as is. It wouldn't get worse with improvement. However, the human realm's situation was somewhat unique. A long time ago, the legacy of the human realm was once broken, and even the spiritual qi of the entire human realm dropped significantly. This led to later generations only being able to glimpse the immense divine abilities of those ancient cultivators from fragmented words and remaining ruins. Thinking about it now, this was a very tragic thing. However, Liu Yun's wasn't so sentimental. Those thoughts only lingered in his mind for a moment before he promptly dismissed them. Old Han, I'm making a move first. Liu Yun's laughed heartily 3 times, transforming into a 5-colored escape lights and soaring into the air, then instantly disappearing from sight. This miraculous scene caused the people emerging from the teleportation array to turn their heads, their hearts filled with dread. Han Li watched his departing figure, a helpless smile on his face. Fellow Daoist Han, shouldn't we be going? Hearing the voice transmission in his ear, Han Li's gaze suddenly turned cold, then, as if nothing had happened, he transformed into a green light and sped away. A faint green light quietly followed, unnoticed by anyone. And at this moment, the nascent soul cultivators from both the righteous and demonic factions emerged from behind the crowd, watching Liu Yun's vanish into thin air, each lost in their own thoughts. The cold-tempered middle-aged beautiful woman glanced in the direction Liu Yun's disappeared, then turned back to the others and said, I need to pick some spirit medicine, and then I will return to the pavilion. You can fight amongst yourselves however you wish. Just don't involve me. After speaking, she transformed into a white streak of light and soared into the sky without looking back. Wang Tianming and the other 2 exchanged some unknown voice transmissions, showing no intention of greeting the 3 from the demonic path. They directly merged into a 3-colored rainbow glow and sped off in one direction. The 3 from the demonic path looked at each other. Layman Qingyi stroked his long beard and said with a smile. Venerable Tianmu's escape lights are truly miraculous. With only a middle core formation stage cultivation, he can disappear from under our divine sense without leaving a trace. Fellow Deists, have you ever heard of a similar legacy in the chaotic star sea? Layman Qingyi's lips curved into a smile, but his brows were slightly furrowed, indicating his mind was far from calm. Extreme Yin's expression had always been unpleasant, and hearing Layman Qingyi's words, his gaze immediately sharpened a bit more. If such a powerful escape lights legacy truly existed, how could it remain unknown? He must have had great luck and obtained an ancient cultivator's legacy in some ancient cave. Such things have happened more than once or twice in the chaotic star sea. Layman Qingyi nodded in agreement. The ancient era of the chaotic star sea was an era where humans and Yao beasts coexisted. The ancestors of the chaotic star sea sacrificed themselves for generations, earning the vast territory of the inner star sea today, allowing later generations to grow up in a relatively safe place. Those sacrificed ancient cultivators might have secretly left their legacy in some strange place. In a sense, these legacies, whether complete or fragmented, laid the foundation for the cultivation civilization of the chaotic star sea today. In the eyes of Extreme Yin and Layman Qingyi, Liu Yun's miraculous escape lights and his absurdly powerful puppet techniques must have come from an ancient cultivator's legacy found in some ancient cave. Only this could explain his immense divine ability, which even nascent soul cultivators had to take seriously. This was also the consensus of most cultivators. Whenever something incredibly absurdly powerful appeared, the first reaction of most cultivators was that it must have been left by an ancient cultivator. In the vast cultivation world, geniuses like Liu Yun's, Green Origin Master, Immortal Tianjing, and Great Evolution Divine Lord, who could build upon the past and innovate, were ultimately too few. Most people were already doing well if they could preserve the legacy of their ancestors and prevent it from being lost. Watching Layman Qingyi and Extreme Yin chat lively, Savage Beard couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. He's just a junior. Is he really worth so much of your attention? Extreme Yin and Layman Qingyi exchanged glances, showing no intention of explaining, and instead naturally changed the subject. Brother man, I need to go gather some spirit medicine for alchemy, so I'll be taking my leave. We'll meet again at the canyon entrance. After saying this, Extreme Yin didn't wait for their reaction and directly transformed into a black escape lights, soaring into the sky. Savage Beard watched his departing figure, grunting in dissatisfaction. He runs quite fast, no wonder he managed to escape from that junior heavenly eye. Savage Beard sneered with a gloomy expression, then looked at the thoughtful Layman Qingyi. Fellow Daoist Qing, why don't we go pick some longevity fruits together? As far as I know, your lifespan seems to be nearing its end. If we join forces, we'll have a better chance against the mountain demon guarding the spirit tree. With the evergreen pills refined from this fruit, both of us can extend our lifespan significantly. Layman Qingyi pondered for a moment, then, somewhat awkwardly, cupped his hands and said to Savage Beard, Brother man, I'm truly sorry, but I also have some things to do. Let's meet again at the canyon before the ice and fire path. After saying this, Layman Qingyi also transformed into a green light and sped away. Savage Beard's expression instantly became unpredictable. He looked in the direction they left, snorted angrily, and then transformed into a yellow light, soaring into the sky. At the same time, Han Li and Venerable Xiangu, one visible and one hidden, one in front and one behind, flew towards the depths of this space. The two flew for half a day, passing several tall, spiritual chi-rich mountains, from which astonishing spiritual chi faintly emanated, clearly hiding some extremely precious treasures. But the escape lights they had transformed into showed no intention of stopping, whistling past without a trace of lingering, finally stopping on a barren mountain. The green escape lights suddenly stopped, revealing Han Li's figure. For some reason, his expression was somewhat unpredictable at this moment, and his eyes contained a hint of anger. That thing you mentioned, is it here? Han Li asked in an unfriendly tone. Chapter 344, Anomaly. In the Void Realm, a faintly discernible green phantom image revealed Venerable Xiangu's form. He cautiously maintained a considerable distance from Han Li before smiling and saying, Why, fellow Daoist, don't you believe me? Han Li's face darkened, and he looked coldly at Venerable Xiangu. What do you think? Ha 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 ha. Venerable Xiangu couldn't help but burst into laughter as he watched Han Li's face grow increasingly displeased. Fellow Daoist Han, Could it be that you think I want to set an ambush here to kill you? Then your thinking of this old man is too foolish. Not to mention that this old man still needs to join forces with you to deal with that unfilial disciple, Extreme Yin. Just your evil warding divine thunder is not easy to handle. If this old man is not careful, it's not impossible to die by your hands. There's no deep hatred between this old man and you, so why would I do something so foolish? Hearing Venerable Xiangu's words, Han Li's expression softened considerably. After glancing around below, he said to Venerable Xiangu, Senior, don't blame me for being cautious. It's just that the spiritual qi in this place is truly barren. I'm afraid it can't even nurture the lowest grade heaven and earth treasure, let alone a legendary item like the 9-ben spirit ginseng. Venerable Xiangu waved his hand casually, looking as if he hadn't taken Han Li's previous caution to heart at all. This is not your fault. If this old man hadn't accidentally passed by this place while chasing a spirit bird and happened to stumble upon that spiritual item, I wouldn't have believed that such a high-grade heaven and earth treasure would make its home in a place like this. Something almost like an immortal's item shouldn't normally appear here. I suspect that this space has been sealed for too long, and under the nourishment of such vast spiritual qi, after countless years, it received the creation of heaven and earth and automatically gave birth to such a spiritual item. It was completely beyond the ancient cultivator's predictions at the time. Now, it's a boon to you, fellow deist. Venerable Xiangu's tone was filled with endless lament. If that item were not useless to his ghost cultivator body, then this opportunity would have been his. Han Li narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Although he didn't completely believe it, he did put aside some of his doubts. Alright, let's find that thing first. As soon as Venerable Xiangu finished speaking, a blood-red light about an inch long shot out from his eyes, causing Han Li to frown deeply. A pale golden round bead was already clutched in his palm. Meanwhile, on a certain peak in this space, the middle-aged beautiful woman struck out with a sword, and the surging, monstrous sword light instantly condensed into a slender sword thread, effortlessly slicing the Tenjong-long, dragon-like variant beast in front of her into two. After slaying this Yao beast, the middle-aged beautiful woman did not rush to pick the spirit medicine behind the Yao beast. Instead, she turned her head to look in a certain uninhabited direction and said coldly, "Come out." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows of the dense forest and gradually walked into the sunlight. The middle-aged beautiful woman's gaze turned cold, and she said expressionlessly, "It's you." The newcomer respectfully bowed, and an astonishingly beautiful face revealed unconcealed bitterness. "Ling Yuling greets Aunt." Humph. The middle-aged beautiful woman snorted coldly and casually put away the magic treasure in her hand. "Aunt? Don't you know the relationship between Holy Demon Island and Star Palace now? Earlier in the hall, I didn't expose you in front of those old monsters, that was already giving your parents enough face. How dare you still appear before me?" Ling Yuling respectfully lowered her head, cupped her fists, and said softly, "Yuling thanks Aunt for her great kindness. If not for that, Yuling would not dare to appear before Aunt." The middle-aged beautiful woman looked at him expressionlessly, then casually waved her hand. "It's not a great kindness, and why you're here is none of my business. I just want to collect some spirit medicine here and then leave. It's best if we don't disturb each other." After saying this, the middle-aged beautiful woman plucked the spirit medicine and was about to ascend into the air. "Aunt." Ling Yuling quickly took a step forward and called out to her. "Yuling still has one more matter, I wish to ask Aunt for help." The middle-aged beautiful woman turned to look at him, her eyes full of ill will. "Did you not understand what I just said? Not to mention that I don't want to get involved in your messy affairs, just considering the current situation in the chaotic Star Sea, it's still unknown whether Holy Demon Island and Star Palace are friends or foes. Why should I help you? Just because you call me Aunt." Ling Yuling's face paled for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. She respectfully continued to speak to the middle-aged beautiful woman, "Aunt, are you not interested in the heaven-mending pill either?" "Heaven-mending pill? You're after the Void Heaven Cauldron." The middle-aged beautiful woman's face changed dramatically. "Aunt, it's not us, but this time Wang Tianming has brought several golden silkworms, and Extreme Yin also has 2 strange fire pythons from Luo Island. Both the righteous and demonic factions are targeting the Void Heaven Cauldron. At this time, neither Star Palace nor Holy Demon Island would want to see the Void Heaven Cauldron appear, let alone fall into the hands of Wang Tianming or Savage Beard." Ling Yuling looked up, meeting the middle-aged beautiful woman's eyes. This nephew requests Aunt to lend this nephew a helping hand. At this moment, Liu Yun's was in no mood to bother with other people's messy affairs. He had now flown to the end of this space, which was the valley before the ice and fire path. At this time, everyone was racing against time to utilize this one day, hoping to find some rare heaven and earth treasure, so the valley was empty, without a single person. Liu Yun's excitedly studied the restriction before the ice and fire path, his eyes gleaming, and the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. As I expected, this restriction is clearly also a cross-interface teleport array, but it's designed much more ingeniously. It seems that both the profound crystal path and the lava road, like this place, are small interfaces, pocket dimensions, specially opened up by these ancient cultivators. I didn't expect this kind of gameplay, these ancient cultivators really played these things to a godly level. Liu Yun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In his eyes, whether it was this space, or the profound crystal path and the lava road, and even the previous ghost mist space, they were all already within his grasp. He ascended into the air, turned around, and surveyed this space. This space was vast, almost as large as Yu country in Tianese, and coupled with its spiritual qi, which was several times denser than the human realm, and the long period of opening only once every 300 years, it was believed that the resources within this space must be astonishingly abundant. Liu Yun's even began to ponder how to develop this space. I definitely can't do it alone. Even if I work myself to death, I can't develop a territory equivalent to a medium-sized country. Should I recruit some people? Or make more puppets? While Liu Yun's was still thinking, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of a dense black cloud. Profound yin demonic qi. Liu Yun's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 345, The Pond of Time, Monthly Ticket Bonus Chapter. The moment Liu Yun's glimpsed the profound yin demonic qi, he immediately felt a great sense of unease. From the looks of it, it seemed old ancestor Ji Yin was confronting someone not far from here. At this distance, Liu Yun's divine sense could just barely detect it. Besides old ancestor Ji Yin, there were two other familiar auras there. Those were clearly the auras of Han Li and Venerable Xiangu. How did they get cornered by Ji Yin? Liu Yun's heart pounded instantly, as if something unavoidable was about to happen. He immediately transformed into a 5-colored escape light and shot out. However, before he could fly out of the canyon, a 7-colored spiritual light unique to Buddhism intercepted Liu Yun's. Benefactor Liu, why the hurry? From within the Buddha's light, Monk Jingnian, dressed in a white kazaya, walked out with a smile. Looking at Monk Jingnian's solemn figure, as if untouched by dust, Liu Yun's eyebrows shot up. He spoke with a cold tone. Get out of the way. Monk Jingnian clasped his hands together, looking calmly at Liu Yun's. Benefactor Liu, some things cannot be avoided by hiding. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Yun's had already summoned the spirit-suppressing steel. In an instant, the original form of the several-foot-tall spirit-suppressing steel appeared in the air, displaying a glazed texture. Innumerable strange-colored seal characters emerged upon it, surging towards Monk Jingnian like a tide. For a moment, the 7-colored spiritual light and the strange-colored seal characters intertwined, like two armies clashing fiercely on a cruel ancient battlefield, mixing together in extreme chaos. However, in the very next second, Liu Yun's mysteriously appeared back inside the canyon. Looking around, Monk Jingnian and the 7-colored spiritual light were nowhere to be seen. The spirit-suppressing steel was still in his danshan, and even the profound yin demonic qi in the distance showed no changes. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Benefactor Liu, when we were in the ghost mist before, I spoke of the 3 corpses and 3 poisons. It seems Benefactor Liu did not take it to heart. Monk Jingnian's gentle voice echoed behind Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's turned his head. Monk Jingnian simply stood there, looking at him with a gentle and calm expression. If the people in this void heaven palace are the middle corpse and lower corpse that enter the bones, representing one of the 3 poisons, greed, then Benefactor Liu, you are the upper corpse that enters the brain, representing one of the 3 poisons, anger. The so-called upper corpse is Pengju, who loves lavish decorations. Its essence is the natural vanity and arrogance in the human heart. The so-called anger arises from aversion, blinding one to the truth, clouding the spiritual platform, and causing restlessness in body and mind. Benefactor Liu, you are intent on dragging Benefactor Han out of fate's control, but have you considered his own wishes? And have you ever thought of telling him all of this and letting him choose for himself? Monk Jingnian looked calmly into Liu Yun's eyes, his own eyes clear and distinct, as if seeing through the deepest filth in Liu Yun's heart. Liu Yun's opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He had truly thought about telling Han Li all these things, and he had also thought about letting Han Li choose for himself whether to conform to fate and become that heavenly venerable Han, or to resist it and forge his own future. But every time these words reached his lips, Liu Yun's found himself unable to speak them. What could he say? Brother, you originally had a great future. The heavenly Dao has already designated you to be the celestial venerable. But I don't think this is right. I've decided to smash the heavenly Dao. Are you in? If he put himself in Han Li's shoes, what would Han Li's reaction be? Liu Yun's didn't know, and he didn't dare to think about it. Benefactor Liu. Monk Jingnian spoke calmly, your talent is rare in the world, but the arrogance that comes with such talent has blinded your eyes. Geniuses like Benefactor are always prone to falling into cognitive traps. You seem to firmly believe that your subjectivity is greater than objectivity. You can change the entire world according to your own will. But you are unwilling to trust any power other than your own. This arrogance isolates you from everyone, even your best friends. They seem to have no place in your thoughts. Monk Jingnian extended his hand, smiling at Liu Yun's. Benefactor Liu, allow this humble monk to show you something. Liu Yun's hesitated for a moment, looking at Monk Jingnian's eyes, which for some reason seemed very familiar, then silently extended his hand. The moment their hands clasped, Liu Yun's vision seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, overlooking all the myriad realms from a grander and indescribable perspective. Benefactor Liu, look. Following Monk Jingnian's voice, Liu Yun's gaze turned towards a small interface among the myriad realms. This is the spirit realm, a higher interface than the human realm, similar to the human realm in many ways. However, hundreds of races live here, and among them is one called the spirit race. Following Monk Jingnian's voice, Liu Yun saw a form of life that should have only existed in his imagination. This is... Liu Yun's was momentarily speechless. This is a species created tens of thousands of years ago by a genius in the spirit realm. As time passed, they gradually formed a clan and secured a place in the spirit realm. And here, these are mortals of the human race in the spirit realm. Although these people do not have a spiritual root, they can temper their bodies to master powerful abilities not inferior to cultivators. Their weapons are called spiritual artifacts. By embedding spirit stones into them using specific runes, they can cast specific spells. Besides these, there are many other things that are similar to what you consider your original inventions. Lu Yun's blinked. His consciousness had returned to his body at some point. Before him was still Monk Jingnian, smiling brightly at him. Benefactor Lu, someone must have told you that time is like a vast pond. Everything in the pond actually develops according to a specific pattern. This pattern depends on the rules of the pond itself, on the will and developmental laws of all living beings within the pond, and on everything in the pond. What is destined to appear will surely appear. This does not change with human will, but is driven by the objective laws of development. Just like an apple, it might fall to the ground, or it might hit someone's head, but no matter what, it doesn't affect the discovery of gravity, it's just a matter of time. The same principle applies to everything you have created. They are all inherently destined to appear. Oppression will inevitably lead to resistance, and civilization will inevitably lead to development. You have merely accelerated this process. Lu Yun stared at him blankly, his mind in a state of confusion. So, everything I've done has no meaning. Monk Jingnian sighed, shaking his head. Benefactor Lu, my meaning is that you are not an existence independent of the pond. Just like a stone thrown into a pond will eventually become part of the pond. You are already a part of this timeline. Everything you have done conforms to the objective laws of this timeline, it is an achievement made as a part of the timeline. Benefactor Lu, you are no longer an outsider. From the moment you intersected with the living beings on this timeline, you became a part of this timeline, and a part of all living beings. You were born here, grew up here. This pond is almost like a birth mother to you. What mother would watch outsiders bully her child? As soon as Monk Jingnian finished speaking, Lu Yun heard the roar of the evil warding divine thunder pearl in his ear, followed by Han Li's angry shout. Xiangu, why aren't you acting yet? What are you waiting for? Chapter 346 The Fall of Ji Yin. Just a while ago, Benefactor Han's blood jade spiders, by a stroke of opportunity, both advanced to 5-colored spiritual light Yao beasts. Benefactor Han used them to fight fiercely with someone on the deserted island where Venerable Xiangu had a seal, leaving behind a piece of spider silk. Pure thought looked into the distance. In the sky above, the pale golden evil warding divine thunder exploded like a scorching sun, instantly dispelling the heaven-covering profound yin demonic qi. Extreme yin came for this, but he was hesitant due to Benefactor Lu's presence, which is why he kept it hidden. Now, taking advantage of Benefactor Lu and Benefactor Han being separated, he intends to forcibly claim the blood jade spiders. According to the original development, Benefactor Han should have, out of helplessness, become Extreme Yin's disciple, and been coerced by 3 demonic path nascent souls into the inner hall to obtain the Void Heaven Cauldron, known as the Chaotic Star Sea's #1 secret magic treasure. However, even though he and another Benefactor Han tried their best to pull things back to the original development track, this Han Li is ultimately no longer the Han Li they could control. In the distant sky, the overwhelming profound yin demonic qi seemed to react, sweeping towards a certain direction accompanied by Extreme Yin's furious roar. However, a faint green light phantom image dispelled all the profound yin demonic qi with a raised hand, cackling as he stirred up layers of cold, eerie green demonic fire. It really is you. How dare you appear before me? Extreme Yin's enraged voice came from within the profound yin demonic qi, causing the air within dozens of feet to hum with strain. Ha ha ha. My dear disciple. Your master is here, why aren't you bowing? Venerable Xiangu's figure appeared amidst the eerie green demonic fire, laughing heartily up at the sky. The dark heavenly capital corpse fire unhesitatingly met the eerie green demonic fire, gradually pushing it back, until another scorching sun-like evil warding divine thunder exploded within the heavenly capital corpse fire, instantly dispersing all the demonic fire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, large swathes of eerie green ghostly qi rose, actually merging into the sky-filling profound yin demonic qi. Moments later, a large portion of the profound yin demonic qi summoned by old ancestor Extreme Yin suddenly turned eerie green, and its control was easily seized by Venerable Xiangu, who then surged it towards old ancestor Extreme Yin. Han Li and Venerable Xiangu, working together, actually managed to force Extreme Yin into a disadvantage. Lu Yun's watched in a daze. This development was truly unexpected, yet reasonable. Benefactor Lu, do you understand now? Pure Thought's voice pulled Lu Yun's attention away from the great battle. He turned his head to look at Monk Jingnian, who had a gentle smile. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, they all transformed into a calm smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems Benefactor Lu understands now. He is indeed powerful, but by no means omniscient or omnipotent. There is another power in this world, strong enough to contend with him. Benefactor Lu can understand this power as the binding force of the timeline. Each timeline's pond, its developmental laws, are constructed by its own rules, the needs of all living beings within the pond, and many other complex factors. It's like an apple falling to the ground, this doesn't shift according to any will, it just always exists. And when civilization develops to a certain degree, someone will naturally discover this phenomenon, thereby ushering in the progress of civilization. This law is the timeline's own developmental trajectory, a law jointly decided by everything within the time pond working together. And his actions are trampling on this law, forcibly making things that have already appeared give way to his will. To put it in a way Benefactor Lu might understand better, he is reversing the course of history. And this reckless act of throwing stones into the pond will inevitably trigger a strong counterattack from the space-time binding force. This is also why the little green bottle, like his clone, can only enter the human realm in a severely incomplete manner. It's also why the original Han Li, if not for the intervention of second loop Han Li, would have deviated by a few inches, thus missing the little green bottle. Similarly, this is also why he and second loop Han Li cannot directly attack you, Benefactor Lu. It's not because, as Benefactor Lu believes, you exclusively occupy a single timeline. Rather, it's because you are already a part of this timeline, a native born and raised here. The rules and developmental laws of this time pond nurtured Benefactor Lu. Just as the long-term oppression of mortals by cultivators in the cultivation world inevitably breeds resistance, and the broken cultivation civilization of the human realm is bound to develop. Everything you have done, Benefactor Lu, is not without meaning, but rather an inevitability of the timeline. It is the objective factors within countless timelines that gave rise to a person like you, Benefactor Lu. Benefactor Lu is already an indispensable part of the timeline, just like the many predecessors in the spirit realm who invented body refining techniques, spiritual artifacts, and the spirit race. For this time pond, you, Benefactor Lu, are its child, and it is your birth mother. Monk Jingnian pointed to old ancestor Extreme Yin, who was already in a precarious situation under the combined assault of the two, and said with a smile, a mother will not allow outsiders to break into her home and bully her child. Lu Yun stared at him blankly. He recalled the hardships along the way, the constantly tensed nerves over the past century. For some reason, Lu Yun suddenly felt a little choked up. Memories flashed through his mind, Qian Wuji, Li Wuya, and his sister, Xin Ruyan. Yes, objective reality gave rise to Lu Yun's actions, and the passers-by along the way made Lu Yun's the person he is. He had long since become a part of this timeline. Benefactor Lu, you exist. Your very existence is the most powerful counterattack against him. Just like now. No sooner had Pure Thought finished speaking than old ancestor Extreme Yin gathered the remaining profound Yin demonic chi around him and turned to flee without hesitation. A familiar, wildly arrogant smile appeared on Lu Yun's lips. Monk, you won't stop me now, will you? Lu Yun's asked with a smile. Monk Jingnian put his palms together and said with a smile, Benefactor Lu is joking. This humble monk is just a monk. What can this humble monk do if Benefactor Lu wants to do something? Ha ha ha. Good. Lu Yun's laughed heartily, transforming into a five-colored spiritual light rainbow and soaring into the sky. In an instant, vast five-colored spiritual light dominated the sky, brazenly blocking old ancestor Extreme Yin's path. Extreme Yin. Lu Yun's roared with wild laughter, as streaks of sky-covering five-colored spiritual light transformed into countless exotic runes, instantly sealing Extreme Yin's profound Yin demonic chi. Heavenly Eye. How are you here? Extreme Yin widened his eyes in horror. He never imagined that Lu Yun's wouldn't seize the time to search for treasures in this space, but instead blocked the canyon in front of the ice and fire path. Extreme Yin, you're going to die today. Lu Yun's laughed. Countless exotic runes sealed Extreme Yin's figure. A massive spirit-suppressing steel phantom image, like glazed glass, gradually materialized amidst the intertwining exotic runes, enveloping old ancestor Extreme Yin. In an instant, Extreme Yin felt his entire body weigh tens of thousands of pounds, unable to move even a single finger. Lu Yun's armor emitted a deep crimson light, and his nascent soul stage magical power poured into the spirit-suppressing steel without reservation. This was the first time Lu Yun's had activated this extraordinary magic treasure without any reservations or concerns. The spirit-suppressing steel did not disappoint him. This powerful magic treasure directly suppressed both old ancestor Extreme Yin's body and nascent soul, rendering him unable to use any of his formidable techniques. Fellow deist, wait. In the distance, a green light was breaking through the air, exuding the powerful spiritual pressure of an early nascent soul stage. Lu Yun's didn't even glance at him. His gaze sharpened, and a five-colored midget, shrunken countless times, suddenly appeared within Extreme Yin's nascent soul. Under Extreme Yin's terrified gaze, the midget chuckled, directly grabbed Extreme Yin's nascent soul, and ripped it apart with a violent tear. Ah! Extreme Yin cried out in pain. His body was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp by the spirit-suppressing steel, leaving only a five-colored midget who sneered and crushed a black ball of light in his hand. Old ancestor Extreme Yin, the great demonic path villain famous in the chaotic Star Sea for hundreds of years, was utterly destroyed today. Chapter 347, Before the Canyon. Layman Qingyi instantly stopped his escape lights, looking at Lu Yun's figure with a shocked expression. He had originally thought that no matter how famous celestial ascetic Lu Yun's was, he was still just a core formation cultivator, at most slightly better than him or Extreme Yin. Even if they couldn't win, it would be easy for them to leave. But today, he watched with his own eyes as old ancestor Extreme Yin, whose cultivation and divine ability were on par with his, was almost without any power to retaliate, beaten by Lu Yun's until his body and soul were destroyed. Layman Qingyi had to admit that the true strength of the person before him had far surpassed the early nascent soul stage level. But how was this possible? How old was he? Could it be that the legacy of these ancient cultivators was truly so unreasonable? Lu Yun's turned his head and gave him a cold look. Layman Qingyi instantly felt his scalp tingle, and cold sweat uncontrollably poured down his back. Without any hesitation, Layman Qingyi turned and transformed into dozens of green light, shooting in all directions. Lu Yun's withdrew his gaze and cursed inwardly, these nascent soul cultivator are really fucking useless. Why do they all practice escaping so skillfully? Don't they know how much trouble it will cause others? They're really fucking uncivilized. Lu Yun's waved one hand, retrieving the spirit-suppressing steel. He also conveniently took several storage pouch and spirit beast pouch. A green light followed closely, flying in front of Liu Yun's, revealing Han Li's figure. Old Liu. You. Han Li opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words. Old ancestor Extreme Yin, he was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Although he and Venerable Xiangu had previously broken the heavenly capital corpse fire and profound yin demonic qi, even so, he died a bit too easily. Originally, Han Li had thought that once he could freely control the 72 green bamboo bee cloud sword, he would come back to find Liu Yun's and test his magic treasure against his. But now, Han Li suddenly had no confidence in his green bamboo bee cloud sword. Liu Yun's looked disappointedly in the direction Layman Qingyi had disappeared, sighed helplessly, and said to Han Li with an unfriendly gaze, "Where's Dark Bone?" He ran away. Han Li spread his hands, looking even more helpless than Liu Yun's. He also hadn't expected that old monster to be so decisive. As soon as he saw Liu Yun's coming, he turned and ran without a word. It just so happened that the old monster's Ghost Deo divine ability in escape techniques was truly ridiculously powerful. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, Han Li would have really wanted to team up with Liu Yun's to kill this old monster first. As for the pill formula for the 9-ben spirit ginseng that Venerable Xiangu had promised him, Han Li wasn't stupid. Compared to that pill formula, whose authenticity was hard to discern, he was more inclined to kill Venerable Xiangu first. This old monster, who had lived for over 1,000 years, was truly too dangerous. A single oversight could lead to him being tricked until not even a corpse remained. Is that so? Forget it, if he ran, he ran. We'll kill him if we get the chance later. Liu Yun's waved his hand casually and said. Han Li looked at Liu Yun somewhat strangely, then scrutinized him from head to toe. What's wrong? Liu Yun asked curiously. I'm not quite sure. How should I put it? You seem to have relaxed a lot. Han Li frowned, looking at Liu Yun in confusion. It seems like it's been a long time since I've seen you so relaxed. I always felt like you were worried about something before, and it's been a long time since you've gone all out without any reservations like this. Liu Yun was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How should I put it? Thanks to a bald man, I finally realized just now that I also have someone above me. What? Han Li looked at him with a bewildered expression. This matter is very complicated. I'll explain it to you later if there's a chance. Did you get your 9-ben spirit ginseng? Liu Yun changed the subject, asking about Han Li's purpose for being here. Han Li nodded and patted his storage pouch. That makes it easy. Come here first, I have something to make clear to you beforehand. Liu Yun led Han Li flying into the canyon in front of the ice and fire path. 2 hours later, many people gradually gathered in the canyon. But the canyon was silent, not a single person dared to make the slightest sound. Everyone was quietly transmitting messages to each other, and from time to time, they would look at a certain person sitting on one side of the canyon with an incredibly reverent gaze. The phantom image of the spirit-suppressing steel, dozens of zhong in size, had almost dominated the entire sky. Except for some cultivator who were truly too far away, almost everyone else had witnessed Liu Yun's beating old ancestor Extreme Yin until his body and soul were destroyed. This scene almost shattered their worldview. A core formation cultivator being able to kill a nascent soul cultivator, this was no longer just absurd, it was like something from a dream coming into reality. Although celestial ascetic Liu Yun had long had a record of killing nascent soul cultivator, for most people, that was just an unbelievable rumor and not very credible. However, they had witnessed this battle today with their own eyes. Liu Yun opened his eyes and glanced at them, then closed his eyes helplessly again. For Liu Yun, there was actually nothing to show off about this. The reason was simple: would you feel awesome for killing a medieval plate-armored knight with a crossbow? For ordinary magic treasure, the spirit-suppressing steel and formless needle were just that unreasonable. This was an absolute gap in technical level, like a bronze sword versus a refined steel sword, a longbow versus a siege crossbow. The two were simply not on the same rank. In the cultivation world, it was like the magic treasure that were popular tens of thousands of years ago, refined from purely single materials, going up against the magic treasure of today, refined from various different materials with precise proportions. They were equally fragile and vulnerable. Not to mention Liu Yun also had the Eye of the Azure Heaven armor, providing him with nascent soul rank magical power. Extreme Yin's demise could only be said to be within expectations. Brother Liu. A familiar voice rang in Liu Yun's ear. He opened his eyes and saw Ling Yuling standing in front of him, smiling sweetly at him. It seems Brother Liu's divine ability has advanced again. Even a notorious demonic overlord like Extreme Yin, who has been famous for hundreds of years, could be easily slain by Brother Liu. I imagine Brother Liu would not fall into a disadvantage even against Wang Tianming and Savage Beard. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he said to Ling Yuling with drooping eyelids, "Don't spread such rumors. I'm really not their opponent." Liu Yun wasn't lying. Wang Tianming might be manageable. If Liu Yun used all his trump cards, he might actually be able to fight him for a few rounds. Savage Beard was another matter entirely. He truly couldn't be beaten, with no hope of winning at all. That kind of despair-inducing defensive power and physical body strength, he could probably withstand the spirit-suppressing steel and smash himself into a pulp with one punch. Coincidentally, as Liu Yun and Ling Yuling were just discussing Savage Beard and Wang Tianming, they saw a three-colored rainbow light piercing through the air not far away. Chapter 348, The Heaven Supporting Demonic Art. Liu Yun frowned, looking at the three-colored stream of light flying rapidly towards them. This three-colored stream of light, carrying astonishing spiritual pressure, flew into the canyon, revealing the figures of the three nascent soul old monsters from the righteous path. Fellow deist Lu, I never imagined that the devil head Ji Yin, who committed so many evil deeds, would ultimately die by your hand. This is truly gratifying. Ha 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 ha, as soon as the three landed, Wang Tianming laughed and said. His words immediately characterized the event as Lu Yun's acting out of righteousness, and his intention to win him over was clear. Besides that, he was genuinely happy. After all, with Ji Yin now dead, the balance of power between the righteous and demonic factions began to tip towards the righteous path. This meant their chances of seizing the Void Heaven Cauldron increased significantly. How could he not be happy about this? Ling Yuling at his side frowned but said nothing, instead silently sitting down next to Lu Yun's. Wang Tianming, in his excellent mood, wanted to continue speaking, but just then, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he looked back over his shoulder. A cold white light tore through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in the canyon, revealing the figure of a cold beautiful woman. Upon seeing her arrival, Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the old man resembling a farmer immediately changed their expressions, glancing at each other, both seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Wang Tianming's gaze turned cold, and he asked expressionlessly, Madam Wen, if I recall correctly, Madam once said that you had no interest in the disputes of the inner hall and only wished to collect some spiritual plants nearby. Am I correct? The cold beautiful woman's gaze swept over Wang Tianming like a blade, and she said coldly, What? Do I need sect leader Wan's permission for what I want to do? Wang Tianming's expression immediately grew even gloomier, his fingers twitching slightly, but in the end, he only said with a somber face, Madam Wen is joking. I am not Six Paths. What Madam Wen wishes to do naturally has nothing to do with me. I only hope we don't encounter each other in the inner hall. After saying this, Wang Tianming, with a stern face, led the other two to casually find an empty spot to sit down, and began transmitting messages to each other, discussing who knows what. The cold beautiful woman, however, narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of cold killing intent, but then merely snorted coldly and found an unoccupied spot to sit down. The chill emanating from her created an aura that warned others to stay away, making everyone present feel a shiver down their spines. For a time, the canyon was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Anyone could see that the companion of the chaotic star sea's foremost figure in the demonic path was at odds with sect leader Wang Tianming of the Myriad Law sect. Faced with these two figures who stood at the pinnacle of the righteous and demonic factions, no one dared to get involved in their affairs. Under this strange atmosphere, about another quarter of an hour passed. Several more people arrived in the canyon one after another. Seeing the tense atmosphere inside, they quickly and quietly found a place to sit down, fearing that a single wrong word might drag them into trouble. During this time, the two white-robed old men from the Star Palace also arrived as if nothing had happened. However, for some unknown reason, the remaining two nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path, Layman Qingyi and Savage Beard, had yet to arrive. Everyone waited for a while longer, but still, there was no sign of the two. At this, the three from the righteous path could no longer hide the joy on their faces, occasionally looking towards the two white-robed old men from the Star Palace, thinking who knows what. Lu Yun's opened his eyes, glanced at them, and shook his head silently. Benefactor Lu, this is the power of the three corpses and three poisons. Alas, the common people of the world have their spiritual platforms obscured, their bodies and minds restless, deeply afflicted by its poison without realizing it. It is truly lamentable. Lu Yun's turned his head and looked at Pure Thought strangely. When did you get here? Benefactor Lu, your words are a bit strange. This humble monk has never left, Pure Thought said with a smile. Instead, Benefactor Lu, have you obtained what you sought? Lu Yun's rolled his eyes and silently closed them again. The restrictions here were not quite what he had expected. The center of the restrictions controlling this small interface was not located within this space, which greatly puzzled Lu Yun's. After a moment of thought, Lu Yun's suspected that these small interfaces might not be connected to the Void Heaven Palace merely through cross-interface teleportation arrays, as he had thought. Instead, they might be subsidiary interfaces of the Void Heaven Palace, attached to the surroundings of the Void Heaven Palace's space. Although this was not entirely what he had expected, it wasn't a major problem. After all, Lu Yun's only wanted to set up a cross-interface teleportation array to ensure he could enter at any time, not to actually pry away the small interface. As long as he found the center of these restrictions and added his identity information, there would be no problem. And the center of the restrictions for these small interfaces should be located in the inner hall of the Void Heaven Palace, which is the true center of the Void Heaven Palace. This meant he would have to make a trip to the very center of the Void Heaven Palace. Thinking carefully, these ancient cultivators were quite ruthless in their design, which made Lu Yun's once again question the purpose of the Void Heaven Palace's existence. Such a complex structure and incredibly ingenious technology could not simply be for leaving behind a legacy for later generations. For some reason, Lu Yun's briefly imagined the scene of various small interfaces attached to the space around the Void Heaven Palace. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this structure resembled a heavily guarded prison. But what kind of prison only appears once every 300 years, almost broadcasting across the chaotic star sea with a loudspeaker, telling people to come and raid a dungeon? Isn't that just afraid the prisoners inside won't escape? The more Lu Yun's thought about it, the more he felt this place was peculiar, but things had already progressed to this point, so thinking too much was meaningless. Just do it. Seeing Lu Yun's reaction, Pure Thought sighed silently and shook his head. Thus, Time passed little by little. A day was almost up, and the joy on the faces of the three from the righteous path was almost overflowing, as if the void heaven cauldron was right before their eyes, within reach. Just then, a piercing shriek that could penetrate metal and stone suddenly came from outside the sky. The roar was like towering waves, each higher and fiercer than the last, shaking all the seated cultivators into expressions of horror. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a huge golden yellow orb of light flying from the horizon, howling like a meteor from outer space. In the blink of an eye, it was above the cultivators. White light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, and the corner of his eye twitched uncontrollably. Within the orb of light, Savage Beard was radiating golden, stinging rays. His exposed hands, feet, and face, not covered by his clothes, were covered in dense, coin-sized golden scales. At first glance, these scales appeared to be forged from pure gold, dazzling and brilliant, shimmering with a terrifying golden light that made one feel they were indestructible. At this moment, Savage Beard was covered in scales, bathed in golden light, and his already exceptionally tall figure had nearly doubled in size, making him appear like a terrifying demon god, too formidable to look at directly. Liu Yun's took a deep breath. The heaven-supporting demonic art, so this was the chaotic star C's #1 defensive demonic technique, the heaven-supporting demonic art. Originally, he thought that no matter how strong this guy's physical body was, and no matter how profound his cultivation technique, his physical body couldn't truly be like that of a Yao beast of the same rank. At most, with the amplification of his cultivation technique, he would have the physical qualities of an ordinary 9th level, cultivation rank, Yao beast. But now Liu Yun's realized he was greatly mistaken. This guy's physical strength was probably not inferior to a grade 9 demonic beasts at all. After activating this heaven-supporting demonic art, he might even be able to contend with a 9th rank flood dragon. Is this really a physical strength that a human can cultivate? Could this guy inherently have some Yao beast bloodline? Boom. To everyone's terrified gazes, the golden orb of light that Savage Beard had transformed into actually crashed directly onto the ground, causing the entire canyon to tremble slightly. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, not because he felt guilty for slandering someone in his mind, but because Savage Beard had landed directly in front of him. Heavenly Eye, I heard that Ji Yan died by your hand. Savage Beard gave a cold smile, his face covered in dense golden scales, making him look as terrifying as a vicious beast. Chapter 349, Analysis. Heavenly Eye, I heard that Ji Yan died by your hand. Manhuzi asked with a sneer, the malevolent glare in his eyes almost solidifying. Liu Yun's looked up at him, his gaze cold and his expression blank. Did Layman Qingyi tell you that old geezer? Liu Yun's asked calmly. The corner of his eye had just caught the green light that followed the golden light, and the figure of Layman Qingyi within the green light. He must have been afraid of something happening to him if he came alone, so he appeared here with Manhuzi. A sneer appeared on Liu Yun's lips as he casually said to Manhuzi, that's right, Ji Yan died by my hand. Fellow Daoist man, you're not thinking of avenging him, are you? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Manhuzi actually laughed uproariously. What a joke. What does Ji Yan's death have to do with me? Manhuzi waved his large hand, his body returning to its normal size, and sat cross-legged in front of Liu Yun's. His physique, whether due to his cultivation of the heaven-supporting demonic art or naturally so, was unusually tall. Even when both were sitting, Liu Yun's had to crane his neck to see Manhuzi's face. What I want to know is, did Ji Yan's 2 strange fire pythons fall into your hands? Manhuzi's lips curved into a malicious smile, as if he would immediately strike and crush Liu Yun's into a pulp if the answer Liu Yun's gave was even slightly unsatisfactory. Liu Yun's, however, ignored his malice, and expressionlessly dug his ear, saying, fellow Daoist man, that's an interesting thing to say. Don't you know that given Ji Yan's personality, if something happened to him, he would certainly not let anyone else obtain these 2 strange fire pythons. Manhuzi grinned and nodded. Of course he knew that Ji Yan must have placed a restriction on the 2 strange fire pythons that would cause the spirit beasts to immediately self-destruct if their master died. But looking at Liu Yun's casual expression, Manhuzi just laughed ferociously, as if he hadn't heard Liu Yun's words at all. Kid, do you think I'm a fool? If you hadn't obtained those 2 strange fire pythons, would you have acted so decisively to kill him? Manhuzi asked with a sneer. Judging others by himself, Manhuzi believed that if it were him, he would never have let Ji Yan die before obtaining those 2 strange fire pythons. Liu Yun's glanced at him and said expressionlessly, fellow Daoist man, if I said I wasn't interested in the Void Heaven Cauldron, and only killed Ji Yan due to personal grievances, would you believe me? Hat. Manhuzi sneered, clearly not believing him. Liu Yun's felt a bit of a headache looking at the aggressive Manhuzi. To be honest, although Manhuzi's conjecture was a bit unreasonable, he actually guessed correctly. Inside Liu Yun's body, Liu Yun's #2 was playing with a small black light spot, pouting disdainfully. This thing was a part of Ji Yan's nascent soul, and also the part that set the restriction on the 2 strange fire pythons. Before Liu Yun's #2 tore Ji Yan apart, he specifically tore this part from Ji Yan's nascent soul. To others, such an operation was simply unheard of. But for Liu Yun's #2, who was a special existence between a nascent soul and a heart demon, this was just basic operation. With this thing, as far as the restriction on the 2 strange fire pythons was concerned, Ji Yan was still considered alive, and naturally, the self-destruct restriction would not be triggered. When he had time, Liu Yun's only needed to refine this part of the restriction, and then these 2 strange fire pythons would belong to him. Of course, Liu Yun's wasn't lying. He wasn't taking these two strange fire pythons for the Void Heaven Cauldron. He himself wasn't interested in the Void Heaven Cauldron. What he was interested in was the Void Heaven Palace itself and the several small interfaces, pocket dimensions, attached to the Void Heaven Palace. These things were much more valuable than the Void Heaven Cauldron. Taking these two strange fire pythons was, on one hand, because Lu Yun's was somewhat interested in the fire pythons themselves. These creatures were only at the 3rd level, yet they could ignore the Kunlan Ice Flame, which even nascent soul old monsters dared not touch, for a short period of time. This miraculous characteristic made Lu Yun's instinctively want to study them. On the other hand, this also served as a smokescreen, keeping these two strange fire pythons could also provide cover for Han Li's blood jade spiders. At least for now, within the Void Heaven Palace, besides him and Han Li, and the whereabouts of Venerable Xiangu being unknown, no one else knew the secret of the blood jade spiders. Thinking about this, Lu Yun's heart suddenly sank. Indeed, letting that old monster Venerable Xiangu escape was a huge mistake. Heaven knows what he would stir up while hiding in the dark. Heavenly Eye, let's talk. Just as Lu Yun's mind was racing, Man Huzi, to everyone's surprise, suddenly transmitted a friendly message to Lu Yun's, I'll be direct. If you want to monopolize the Void Heaven Cauldron, that's simply impossible, whether it's me, or Wang Tianming and his group, or even. Man Huzi paused, then sneered and glanced at the two white-robed old men from the Star Palace. The two white-robed old men were still meditating with their eyes closed, as if completely unconcerned with what was happening in the outside world. Humph. Man Huzi snorted coldly and continued to transmit his message to Lu Yun's, no one will let you leave. The result of trying to monopolize it can only be a dead end. Lu Yun's nodded casually, and transmitted expressionlessly, so I must join forces with you. It's not that you must join forces with us, it's that you can only join forces with us. Man Huzi sneered, and a hint of shrewdness actually appeared on his rough and ferocious face. Only we and Wang Tianming's group can enter the inner hall to retrieve the treasure. Now that Ji Yin is dead, if you join Wang Tianming's side, you could easily deal with us, allowing the righteous path to dominate. The strange fire pythons and golden silkworms combined might even easily retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron. But what after it's retrieved? You are merely a loose cultivator. Although your divine ability is astonishing, it won't exceed the nascent soul middle stage. Those three from Wang Tianming all come from the Myriad Law sect, the foremost power of the righteous path in the chaotic star sea. To put it bluntly, if they only give you a bone then, what can you do? Without me to restrain Wang Tianming, he would be the number one person within this Void Heaven Palace. With those two standing beside him, and Third Ant Wan and the entire Myriad Law sect behind him, what can your divine ability, no matter how strong, do? How much you get will still depend on Wang Tianming's wishes, won't it? Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, either swayed by Man Hughes's words or surprised that he could deliver such a coherent analysis. So, Heavenly Eye. Your only choice is to join our side. With you joining, our strength, though greater than the righteous paths, won't be completely unbalanced. And while Layman Xingyi and I dominate an island, we are merely loose cultivators. Cooperating with us, after the matter is done, your say will also be greater. Also, don't forget, Layman Xingyi and I are both nearing our end. All we seek is a heaven-mending pill, and at most a few ancient treasures from the Void Heaven Cauldron. As for the Void Heaven Cauldron itself, we will not touch it. After all, no matter how powerful a treasure, if it cannot help us advance further, it's just a burden that will only bring trouble upon us. Compared to Wang Tianming, the two of us ask for less. Heavenly Eye, do you think what I said makes sense? Man Huzi said with a smile. This last sentence, he did not use sound transmission. Chapter 350, Ice and Fire Path. Lu Yun's looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes deep, revealing neither joy nor anger. Savage Beard grinned, as if completely indifferent to Lu Yun's choice. A moment later, Lu Yun's calmly asked, how will we divide it? Savage Beard grinned and said confidently. The Void Heaven Cauldron is yours. From the treasures inside the cauldron, Green Easy and I will each take one heaven-mending pill. Of the rest, you and I will each take 40%, and Green Easy will take 20%. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he asked, seemingly in disbelief, fellow Daoist man is so generous. Humph. Savage Beard snorted coldly, saying without any pretense, if it were extreme yin, I naturally wouldn't be so easy to talk to. But fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye is different, even if he isn't as good as me, he's not far off. In that case, he naturally deserves a larger share. Lu Yun's smile became exceptionally brilliant, but he was rolling his eyes internally. If he believed a single word of the nonsense Savage Beard said, then he would be Han Orlenz's son. Although this person seemed to have a screw loose, he was actually quite shrewd, acting generous with things that weren't even in his hands yet. When it truly came time to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron, everything said now would naturally be hot air, the real test would be in their actions. Everyone understood this perfectly. It was just that Lu Yun still needed Savage Beard to tie down Wang Tianming, and Savage Beard also needed Lu Yun's strange fire python to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron. They simply needed and used each other. Alright, since you two are so sincere, it would be ungracious of me to refuse, Lu Yun said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist Lu will never regret it. Savage Beard laughed uproariously, looking extremely pleased with himself. Not far away, the cold beautiful woman glanced at Lu Yun's side, the coldness in her eyes completely unconcealed. On the other side, the expressions of the three righteous path members instantly turned ugly. Wang Tianming even snorted coldly, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. It seems that Extreme Yin's two strange fire pythons really did fall into Heavenly Eye's hands. Now, it's good that Extreme Yin died, but Heavenly Eye came along. The demonic path side has become even more troublesome, Wang Tianming said with icy words. Heavenly Enlightenment Master, who was beside him, silently gritted his teeth, while another old man resembling a farmer sighed and remained silent. Sect Master Wan, Venerable Tianmu is not from the demonic path after all. Do you think we have a chance to win him over? Heavenly Enlightenment Master said with a deep frown and some hesitation. Humph. Don't forget, we have tried to win over Heavenly Eye before, but what was the result? Wang Tianming looked coldly in the direction of Liu Yun's and Savage Beard, speaking without turning his head. Heavenly Eye is a loose cultivator, cultivators like him are driven by profit. He will help whoever gives him more. No matter how much we offer, can we really give him the Void Heaven Cauldron? Even if we dared to say such a thing, he probably wouldn't dare to believe it. Wang Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze subtly sweeping over the two white-robed old elders from the Star Palace. I'm not afraid of that kid Heavenly Eye siding with the demonic path now. What I'm afraid of is if he truly has some unspeakable connection with the Star Palace. If that's the case, then this trip to the Void Heaven Cauldron might give rise to many unforeseen complications. Under the complex situation of the chaotic Star Sea, as the sect leader of the Righteous Path's top power, he dared to openly come to the Void Heaven Palace, controlled by the Star Palace, to retrieve treasures. The reason was simply that he believed the two sages of the Star Palace had encountered problems while cultivating the legendary primal magnet Divine Light, making them unable to leave the Star Palace. The remaining mid-nascent soul stage cultivators had to stay in the Star Palace to oversee the overall situation, making it difficult for them to leave. And the early nascent soul stage cultivators who could be sent would naturally not be his match. Savage Beard from the demonic path side presumably had the same thought. But now, if the Star Palace side gained a venerable Tianmu, plus these two early nascent soul stage elders of the Star Palace, the situation would be completely different. Even if venerable Tianmu couldn't compare to him and Savage Beard, relying on the Void Heaven Palace restrictions that the Star Palace had controlled for so many years, the Star Palace's power would be enough to contend with either the righteous and demonic factions. Furthermore, with the demonic path having lost old ancestor Extreme Yin, the Star Palace's power would even be greater than the demonic paths, capable of dispersing and killing them at any time. If it were in another place, Wang Tianming would naturally be happy to watch the show. But within this Void Heaven Palace, facing the Star Palace, the common enemy of the righteous and demonic factions, Wang Tianming naturally couldn't stand by and watch the demonic path go to their deaths, allowing the Star Palace to then focus on dealing with them. At this moment, Ling Yuling, who was pretending to be a stone, couldn't help but open her eyes and glance at everyone, then silently lowered her head again. Here, the three forces of the righteous, demonic, and Star Palace all harbored ulterior motives and hidden killing intent. On the other side, Han Li sat silently, as if everything happening had nothing to do with him. Monk Jingnian took all of this in, lowering his brows slightly in compassion, and recited scriptures, praying for the cultivators who were about to perish in this place. In this eerie atmosphere, the two white-robed old elders of the Star Palace finally opened their eyes. In the direction of the giant mountain, red and blue lights suddenly flared brilliantly. At the same time, the mountain wall near the canyon entrance suddenly shook violently. Amidst a tremor that shook the earth and mountains, two narrow passages opened up. At the entrance of each passage, a stone tablet about 3 to 4 feet high emerged. They were respectively inscribed with Profound Crystal Path and Lava Road. Liu Yun's opened his eyes, took a look, and then walked over, bringing Ling Yuling with him. Just as he arrived outside the Lava Road passage, before he even entered, a dizzying wave of scorching wind blew towards him, immediately making him feel parched. Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown. This didn't seem like something an ordinary cross-interface teleportation array could achieve. After hesitating for a while, Liu Yun's walked to the outside of the Profound Crystal Path. Streams of white, icy chi continuously emerged from within, accompanied by faint sounds of howling whines, sending shivers down one's spine just by looking. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched. These deranged ancient cultivators. They actually glued 3 interfaces together. Is it really necessary? It's not like I want to. Oh, right, I really do want to pry away these small interfaces, pocket dimensions. Even so, it's too much. As seniors, can't you leave some good things for your juniors? Why can you ancient cultivators create them, but we modern cultivators can't take them? This is blatant discrimination against us modern cultivators. Standing in front of the ice and fire path, Liu Yun's couldn't help but shiver. Chi trembling cold.jpg. Now, the idea of simply adding identity information and then creating a teleportation array to come and go freely has fallen through. If he were to do that, facing the strange sight of these 3 interfaces glued together, the best outcome for his smuggled teleportation array would be to randomly throw him into one of the 3 interfaces. At that point, it would be difficult to get out again. Chapter 351, Lava Road. Liu Yun's had never even heard of such a bizarre spatial phenomenon before, let alone dared to imagine it. Those people outside still had the nerve to call him a lunatic. They should all come and see, these ancient cultivators were the real lunatics. Anyone who could stick 3 small interfaces, pocket dimensions, together definitely wasn't right in the head. Liu Yun's ranted furiously in his mind at the ancients from countless years ago, and his mood instantly plummeted. Under these circumstances, if Liu Yun still wanted to execute his plan of poaching from the Void Heaven Palace, he would need to obtain the structural prototype of the teleportation array within the Void Heaven Palace and completely decipher the cross-realm teleportation array inside the Void Heaven Cauldron. Acquiring such an item would be much harder than simply adding an identity to the core of a restriction. In the worst-case scenario, he might need to analyze all the restriction cores within the entire Void Heaven Palace, which would be a massive undertaking, impossible to consider in anything less than several decades. But where would he find several decades of time in the Void Heaven Palace? He would be lucky to stay here for a month, and that's only if no one else caused trouble. Forget it, there's always a way when you get to the mountain, Liu Yun sighed, leading a bewildered Ling Yuling into the lava road. As soon as they entered the passage, gusts of hot wind blew towards them. The scorching temperature felt as if a red-hot oven was placed right in front of them. If they were ordinary mortals, they would probably start sweating profusely and quickly suffer from heat stroke and collapse. However, both of them were high-level cultivators in the core formation stage, with much stronger physiques than ordinary mortals. For them, this temperature was still within a tolerable range. But as they ventured deeper into the passage, the surrounding temperature grew hotter and hotter. By the time they could vaguely see a shocking red glow at the end of the passage, the temperature had already risen to an unbearable level for both of them. Liu Yun's quickly pulled out the blue fishing net, sacrificing it to transform into a large net, about 10 feet long, protecting him and Ling Yuling. The cold air from the fishing net immediately counteracted the scorching heat in the passage, allowing them to continue forward. After walking another dozen steps, a hazy red light wall blocked their path. This was the lava road's small interface, the spatial barrier between it and this area. These ancient cultivators, using some unknown method, not only stabilized this barrier but also imposed a cross-realm teleportation restriction on it. Regarding this, Liu Yun's could only say that these ancient cultivators really knew how to have fun. Liu Yun's and Ling Yuling exchanged glances and stepped in simultaneously. Amidst a dazzling red light, they both felt the world spin and their heads reel. Before they could recover, an indescribable high temperature, like a towering tidal wave, crashed onto their faces. Liu Yun's, suppressing the dizziness from the teleportation, furiously poured a large amount of magical power into the blue fishing net, instantly stabilizing this ancient treasure. Only then did he have time to carefully survey this world. Crimson mountains, reddish-yellow earth, red glowing plants and trees. A deep red and blurry sky. As Liu Yun's looked around, it seemed as if even the air in this space was burning fiercely. Normal small interfaces, pocket dimensions, are based on the mutual generation of the 5 elements, continuous and inexhaustible, which provides enough power to sustain an interface. However, the lava road small interface before them had no spiritual chi other than fire spiritual chi. Now Liu Yun's understood why the ancient cultivators had attached both the profound crystal path and the lava road to the previous small interface. Without the support of that spiritual chi-rich small interface, an interface with such extremely abnormal internal spiritual chi simply couldn't be maintained and would collapse on its own in a short time. Brother Liu, can your magical power sustain this? Ling Yuling couldn't help but ask. Ancient treasures, for ordinary core formation cultivators, were actually a bit beyond their scope. Normally, such items required nascent soul-level magical power to be manipulated freely. Core formation stage cultivators who wanted to control ancient treasures not only needed to expend a large amount of magical power and divine sense but also couldn't unleash their true power. Of course, even so, it was enough for core formation cultivators to use them as a trump card. And now, while Liu Yun's activating the blue fishing net could temporarily resist the deadly high temperature in the lava road, in this second stage, the ice and fire path, the sky was restricted by ancient cultivators, preventing all cultivators from flying and forcing them to advance slowly on foot. This meant that cultivators in the ice and fire path had to walk for several days and nights without rest to reach the end of the canyon. What was more critical was that the cultivators were teleported to completely random locations. Some might reach the end after 2 days and nights, while others might need to walk for 5 or 6 days without rest. In other words, Liu Yun's would have to continuously sustain the consumption of the blue fishing net while also dealing with potential dangers in the lava road. Under such consumption, no matter how profound his magical power was, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun simply looked up at the sky in silence, and then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I knew this day would come sooner or later. Ling Yuling instinctively took a step back, looking at Liu Yun's with a blank expression, wondering what madness he was up to now. Watch closely, this is my proudest creation from back in the day, the Genesis motorcycle. Liu Yun slapped his storage pouch, and a mechanical contraption with an extremely strange shape, in Ling Yuling's size, shot out. At first glance, this object resembled a sleek, rounded sea beast, with streaks of blue light covering its entire body like scales, and 2 large wheels below, also emitting a bright blue light. As soon as this item appeared, Ling Yuling felt as if the surrounding temperature had dropped significantly. While Ling Yuling was still in a daze, Liu Yun's had already mounted it with an excited expression. The prototype of this thing was one of Liu Yun's early works, from shortly after he had just reached core formation. At that time, Liu Yun's had just developed a miniature engine powered by spirit stones and personally crafted a motorcycle. This motorcycle only needed 1 mid-grade spirit stone to continuously travel for several days and nights, its speed no less than the top-tier flying magical artifacts, and it could also be equipped with other restrictions, allowing it to move across the sea as if on flat ground. This novel and powerful magical artifact was affectionately called the most useless magical artifact in the history of the chaotic star sea by Han Li, who was observing. According to Han Li, who would bother on the ground when they could fly? Liu Yun's was greatly disheartened at the time. But now, let's see who still dares to say his invention is useless. Come on, oldling. I'll take you for a ride. Liu Yun's put away the blue fishing net and pressed the start button with an excited expression. Immediately, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder echoed from within the motorcycle, and wisps of white cold air emerged from the blue light, instantly forming a white protective shield that enveloped the entire motorcycle. Ling Yuling curiously sat on the back seat, immediately feeling a unique cool sensation enveloping her entire body. Before she could fully appreciate this wonderful feeling, Ling Yuling suddenly felt a huge push from her back, causing her to uncontrollably lean against Liu Yun's back. Amidst Liu Yun's excited shouts, the two of them, riding the motorcycle, instantly transformed into a streak of blue light and sped away. Chapter 352, Zero Armor. Han Li looked up at the world where even the air seemed to be burning, and a sense of oppression involuntarily settled in his heart. He had been walking on this lava road for a day and a night, but all he saw was an endless expanse of fiery red. The scorching high temperature distorted the air, and even the sand grains under his feet seemed like sparks, emitting heat that could instantly roast a person alive. The blue protective shield formed by the talismans around him had also reached its limit, flickering incessantly, and he didn't know when it would be completely consumed. Looking at the lifeless fiery red desert before him, Han Li couldn't help but take a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the irritation in his heart. He still had a dozen talismans left, but trying to cross the entire lava road with just these talismans was simply a pipe dream. In the worst-case scenario, these talismans might not even last through this desert. And without the aid of talismans, if he relied solely on his own magical power to move, he would probably collapse in this desert within a day due to exhaustion of magical power, and be roasted alive into a human jerky by the high temperature here. Han Li frowned tightly, as if making a very important decision. Just then, Han Li's eyes suddenly widened, and his figure flickered, instantly transforming into several after-images, shifting more than 10 zhang away. Almost simultaneously, several red lights flew out from beneath the ground where Han Li had originally stood, circling unwillingly in the air, transforming into several ferocious fire spirits, each several feet long with 2 wings on their backs, spitting flames as they charged towards Han Li. It's these fire spirits again. Han Li secretly gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and a talisman shot out, instantly transforming into a dozen ice cones, carrying terrifying cold air, attacking the several fire spirits. Within this lava road, these innate fire spirits were almost everywhere. Not only were their divine abilities not weak, but their vitality was also extremely tenacious. Unless ice attribute spells were used to attack them, it was very difficult to kill them quickly. The unfortunate thing was that within this lava road, any ice attribute spell would be weakened by 3 points before it was even cast, while these fire spirits were nearly twice as strong. This made them extremely troublesome. Han Li had dealt with many such fire spirits before, and after repeated struggles, he had used up most of the ice attribute talismans he carried. Of course, if Han Li truly unleashed his full power, these fire spirits naturally couldn't harm him in the slightest. It was just that within this lava road, Han Li had to find ways to conserve his magical power, and as a result, these fire spirits became a considerable nuisance. Han Li's face turned ashen, then he widened his eyes in shock. Based on previous experience, this intermediate ice attribute talisman should have been enough to deal with these few fire spirits, but before Han Li's eyes, these fire spirits actually gathered together, spitting fierce flames, and stubbornly stalemated with the dozen ice cones formed by the talisman. As he continued to delve deeper into the lava road, these fire spirits had actually grown stronger. This made Han Li's expression even uglier, and he suddenly made a decision in his heart. Han Li took a deep breath, and accompanied by a 3-colored stream of light, a uniquely shaped 3-colored pair of glasses suddenly appeared on his face. Immediately, a phantom image of a mechanical battle armor appeared around Han Li, and quickly materialized. Han Li's figure instantly transformed into a mechanical warrior covered in red, blue, and silver 3-colored patterns, faintly emitting an incomparably vast spiritual pressure. The several fire snakes sensed the drastic change in the opponent's aura, and their flames instantly turned scorching white, forcing back the ice cones. Without thinking, they shot out in all directions. However, Han Li, clad in the mobile zero armor, moved slightly, and suddenly split into several identical clones. A flash of 3-colored light caught up with the several fire snakes, and without caring about their fierce flames, directly grabbed them. The bodies of the several fire snakes burst into bright flames, still attempting to resist, but with a single palm strike, the several fire snakes were easily shattered. After dispersing the fire snakes, the clones disintegrated into 3-colored streams of light and returned to Han Li's main body. Han Li couldn't help but extend his hands, looking at this seemingly indestructible armor, feeling the seemingly endless power within his body. No matter how many times it was repeated, this feeling of immense power made him uncontrollably indulge in it, unable to extricate himself. However, host's dawning time is approaching 3 minutes. Please answer the question to extend dawning time. Han Li's previously intoxicated expression instantly dropped, his face as ugly as someone who had finally managed to go out, only to open the door and see a certain lunatic grinning foolishly at him. Question: in the host's life, what was the most unforgettable day? What did you do? With whom? Please describe the specific details. Han Li unhesitatingly disengaged the zero armor. Although this sentence has been repeated many times, to prevent anyone from forgetting, it is specifically repeated here again. Liu Yun's would absolutely never act like a decent person in situations where he could avoid it. After so many years, Han Li had gained a very profound understanding of this. No matter how good the things he gave were, no matter how many guarantees he made beforehand, he would always leave a bottomless pit for you in some place that a normal person's mind could never conceive. For example, this set of zero armor. That's right, this time he thoughtfully set the password, activation posture, and startup voice to freely selectable modes. At first glance, there seemed to be no problem. Even Han Li himself was fooled at first. It wasn't until later, to be on the safe side, that Han Li tried it again in a secluded place. Only then did he discover that Liu Yun's, that bastard, had designed an incredibly disgusting mechanism for this armor. As long as the dawning time approached 3 minutes, the armor would ask an incredibly personal question, and only by answering correctly could he continue to use the armor. And this question was completely random. Sometimes it was better, asking only things like what was your former name? When did you first peek at someone bathing? Was the person you peeked at male, female, or another minority gender? And so on, which, although inexplicable, could still be answered with a strong will. But sometimes, the questions this thing asked even made Han Li suspect that Liu Yun's had designed some incredible reaction mechanism for it. That was truly despicable to the point of breaking Han Li's last bottom line. Don't forget, Han Li had been friends with Liu Yun's for over 100 years. One can imagine how low this guy's bottom line had become now. Han Li stood in place for a long time, looking at the still endless desert, and couldn't help but let out a tragic sigh, then summoned the zero armor again. Veeb. Detected host's previous unauthorized armor disengagement. Please answer the question previously unanswered, otherwise this unit will refuse to be used by the host. Liu Yun's definitely added some incredible things to this gadget. The majestic zero armor stood in place for a long time. About half a quarter of an hour later, the zero armor's eyes lit up again, and its surrounding protective shield completely lost its last trace of power, like a fragile bubble, instantly shattering and disappearing without a trace. Han Li's figure was completely exposed to the high temperature on the lava road, but this time, this high temperature, which was enough to instantly roast an unprotected high-level cultivator into human jerky, failed to harm Han Li in the slightest. This armor blocked all the high temperatures outside. Han Li didn't even feel a trace of heat. After taking a deep breath, Han Li moved. The zero armor transformed into an extremely fast three-colored stream of light, instantly disappearing from its original location. Chapter 353, Trouble. While Han Li and Liu Yun's each displayed their divine abilities, advancing towards the end of the lava road, others within the ice and fire path encountered significant trouble. On the lava road, a small blue hammer flew around Heavenly Enlightenment Master, circling him at an extremely fast speed, flipping up and down like an elven blue light, shattering the continuous stream of fiery red strange birds that charged at him. Although this small hammer was incredibly powerful, every strange bird hit by it instantly turned into fragments of blue dust. However, the flock of strange birds seemed endless, charging at him fearlessly. In just a moment, hundreds of strange birds had died by his hand, but looking around, the overwhelming flock of strange birds seemed to have suffered no losses at all, still a dense, dark mass that made one's heart tremble. Heavenly Enlightenment Master's face grew increasingly grim as time passed. While this ancient treasure was powerful, its consumption of chi was also considerable. If he continued to wear himself out against these strange birds, even with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, he might not be able to sustain it. Something is wrong with this place. How can a mere outer hall have such a dangerous flock of birds? Heavenly Enlightenment Master's face was gloomy, as if he had made a major decision. He suddenly slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Lee Turtle. A strange-looking giant turtle shot out from the spirit beast pouch, revealing its form in mid-air. The giant turtle floated in the air, its body resembling a jellyfish, semi-transparent. One could vaguely see its faint meridians and equally translucent five-colored internal organs within its body. Its two fiery red small eyes, like two excellent quality rubies, blinked as if full of sleepiness, as if it had just woken up. Go. Heavenly Enlightenment Master pointed at the overwhelming flock of birds. Upon receiving the command, the Lee turtle immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a large expanse of cold chi mixed with countless sharp snowflakes, directly confronting the seemingly endless flock of birds. In an instant, the cold chi directly submerged large swathes of strange birds, easily turning them into a sky full of ice shards. Heavenly Enlightenment Master nodded with satisfaction. He had specifically borrowed this Lee turtle from his senior brother Heavenly Fate Child before coming to the Void Heaven Palace. Its divine ability was so formidable that it was even stronger than Heavenly Enlightenment Master himself by 3 points. If it weren't for the myriad law sex grand plan involved in this trip to the Void Heaven Palace, even as Heavenly Fate Child's junior brother, he would never have been able to borrow this powerful ancient exotic beast. No matter what, with the Lee turtle's help, passing through this lava road should not be a problem. It's just... Heavenly Enlightenment Master looked into the distance, his eyes unutterably gloomy. At the same time, in the profound crystal path, Savage Beard heavily stomped on the ice beneath his feet, instantly shattering the ice layer within 100 jong radius. The powerful immense force vibrated the air, turning into an invisible chi wave that spread out. The ice, originally 3 points harder than refined steel, was instantly crushed, swept up by the chi wave into a rolling torrent, like an ice storm sweeping across, extending hundreds of jong away in an instant. Beneath the shattered ice layer, countless ferocious Yao beasts resembling four-armed white apes were directly crushed to death by the stomp before they could even burst out of the ice layer. Those closer to the ice layer didn't even leave a complete corpse. Humph. At this moment, Savage Beard circulated the heaven-supporting demonic art, transforming into a golden-scaled giant resembling a demonic god. His large eyes swept around, letting out a disdainful snort. These bastards are truly shameless. Savage Beard roared, maintaining his golden-scaled giant form, and took a step, continuing forward. With each step, the ground trembled, making people feel as if they had returned to the ancient era when vicious beasts roamed the earth. This place is definitely problematic. Venerable Xiangu's face was gloomy, and clusters of eerie green flame flowers bloomed around him, sucking in numerous ice spirits that seemed to be entirely composed of ice. He looked up into the distance, vaguely seeing translucent ice pillars, like crystals, standing like a dense forest on the ground. Venerable Xiangu's face immediately became even gloomier. Besides these individuals, many core formation cultivators with insufficient divine abilities and cultivation suffered greatly. On the lava road, a middle-aged cultivator wearing a bamboo hat was heavily surrounded by fire spirits. With a crisp sound, the jade bowl on his head instantly shattered, and the white light that had enveloped him also disappeared. Fire spirits rushed up without hesitation, incinerating him into ashes. In the profound crystal path, a beautiful and graceful woman had her heart ripped out by a giant ice beast's claw, falling unwillingly to the ground. On the other side, a white-robed young man who looked only 20-something years old cautiously walked on the ice layer. But the next second, a giant hand suddenly broke through the ice layer, gripping him entirely in its palm, then squeezed hard, and streams of fresh blood spurted out from between its fingers. Similar scenes played out repeatedly in the ice and fire path. More than half of the cultivators who entered the second stage of the Void Heaven Palace had already perished by the second day the ice and fire path opened. Like sifting sand with waves, none of the remaining ones were simple individuals. Is this all the lava road is? A blue light swiftly sped across the sandy ground, instantly leaving a few shriveled, thin fire spirits behind. Liu Yun's, driving the Genesis motorcycle, made an annoying sound, but his expression was unusually innocent. It had been a day and a night since he entered the lava road. At the speed of this motorcycle, they had at least traversed half of the entire lava road. Yet, up until now, apart from a few incredibly slow fire spirits, Liu Yun's hadn't encountered any danger, not even a single dangerous terrain point. This made Liu Yun's wonder if these ancient cultivators had created such a place merely to test the endurance of younger cultivators. That sounds like something he would do. Ling Yuling, sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, grabbed Liu Yun's shoulder and subtly rolled her eyes. Brother Liu, have you ever considered that maybe it's just that the two of us are lucky? Ling Yuling tilted her head, asking with unclear meaning. Liu Yun's pouted, not even bothering to reply. The blue light continued to speed through the desert. As time passed, Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown, looking up and around. Old Ling, don't you think we've been in this desert for too long? Is this desert really that big? Ling Yuling was slightly startled by the question, then her eyes turned cold. She suddenly looked around and said, this fire spirit sandy ground only occupies a quarter of the lava road. Even if we started from the very beginning, we should have left by now. Brother Liu, we might have run into trouble. Buzz. Liu Yun's instantly stopped the Genesis motorcycle, his eyes cold as he looked around, white lights flickering in his eyes. Chapter 354, Breaking the Restriction. Inside the Void Heaven Palace, in a remote secret chamber, 2 Star Palace elders in white robes were bustling about, covered in cold sweat, their expressions as grave as if they were heading to the execution grounds. Have you confirmed it? Is there really no danger anymore? It's been confirmed. The Purple Thicket Forest, Lava Road, Black Desert, everyone has already passed through them. The restrictions have been mostly broken. Mostly broken? Before one of the Star Palace elders could finish speaking, the other elder nearly jumped up in anger. Mostly broken isn't good enough. What if something goes wrong? Last time with the ghost mist, we were lucky, but this time in the ice and fire path, we might not be so fortunate. Don't forget, this matter concerns our lives and fortunes. The white-robed elder looked at his agitated companion, and seemed to recall some extremely terrifying consequence, causing him to shiver involuntarily. How about we stall those two for a bit longer? Wait until everyone else has cleared the path ahead, then release them. Upon hearing this, the white-robed elder's expression became somewhat uncertain. Then, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, although this sand restriction is being used for the first time, it's not a dangerous or complex restriction. Once those two realize what's happening, this place probably won't be able to trap them. We must speed up. Activate all the restrictions in the Black Desert and the Blood Ice Forest now, to make those nascent soul old monsters put in some effort and also consume more of their magic power. As the white-robed elder spoke, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, but his companion frowned in hesitation and quickly asked, isn't this too obvious? What if that group of old monsters unites to cause us trouble? Humph. You're not unaware of the current situation in the chaotic Star Sea. Although the 2 Holy Lords are temporarily unable to leave the Holy Mountain, with the profound foundation accumulated by the Star Palace over many years of dominating the entire chaotic Star Sea, those from the righteous and demonic factions are still very wary of us. The more crucial the moment, the less we can show weakness. Moreover, even if all the restrictions are activated, all they can do is make those old monsters put in some effort. Could they really tear off all pretense of cordiality with us over this? The white-robed elder's face was grim, his lips pressed into a tight line, and the coldness in his eyes almost seemed to burst forth. The most important thing now is to ensure the young lord's safety. As long as this is done well, then this trip will be a success for us too, with no fault. Conversely, if something happens to the young lord, even if you and I manage to keep Wang Tianming and Savage Beard here, we will still not escape death. We must weigh the importance of these matters carefully. The white-robed elder sighed deeply, and the other man also looked weary and melancholic. What was supposed to be a relatively easy task had inexplicably sprouted so many complications, it was truly bad luck. Not good. The white-robed elder's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately roared, "Those two are out." Inside the lava road, Lu Yun's turned to look at the desert behind him, stroking his chin with a hint of emotion. The restriction in this place is quite interesting. It uses displacement and substitution, moving sand plate sections to confuse divine sense and vision. It's quite creative. Lu Yun's curled his lips. With him being caught off guard, this novel restriction really did confuse him. But once he realized what was happening, it was a simple matter for Lu Yun's to break this level of restriction. So much time wasted. Let's hurry. I'm really looking forward to what good things this stage will give after we pass it. Lu Yun's grinned. So far, he had discovered the ghost mist space, the spiritual chi space, and a total of 4 small interfaces, pocket dimensions, the lava road and the profound crystal path. He was quite curious how many more small interfaces, pocket dimensions, there would be, and if they would be as unique as the previous ones. Benefactor Lu Yun's was startled and quickly turned to look. He saw Monk Jingnian, in a white kazaya, standing at the edge of the desert, smiling at him. Benefactor Lu, we are truly fated. Indeed. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. He swore on Kaiang Wuji's grave that when he came out just now, there was absolutely no one there. So how did this monk just pop out? Benefactor Lu, Benefactor Ling, if you don't mind, could you give this humble monk a ride? Pure Thought said with a smile, this humble monk is a monastic, possessing nothing of value, and truly has no magic treasure to withstand the intense heat of this place. Now, I can only rely on the two of you. Lu Yun's turned around and exchanged glances with Ling Yuling behind him, then both looked at Pure Thought with an incredibly strange expression. The intense heat of the lava road was enough to instantly dry out a high-level cultivator, and even ordinary protective spells couldn't withstand it. Yet, this great master stood directly on the sand, with no magic treasure or spiritual glow visible on him, appearing to withstand the high temperature of the place entirely with his physical body. The most absurd thing was that he didn't even have a single drop of sweat on his forehead. Just looking at his calm and serene expression, Lu Yun's would believe him if he said he was here for a spring outing. Great master, we all know you are hiding your true strength, but could you please show a little respect for our intelligence and eyesight? Lu Yun said expressionlessly. Monk Jingnian wore an innocent expression, looking at him blankly, as if he truly didn't know what Lu Yun's was talking about. Forget it. If you really want to come along, it's not impossible, but can you answer one question for me? Lu Yun's expression instantly became serious, his eyes fixed intently on Pure Thought's eyes, unwilling to miss any subtle change. Who exactly are you? Lu Yun's asked expressionlessly. Pure Thought smiled gently, still appearing as kind and indifferent as ever, with the demeanor of an enlightened great master. Benefactor, is this question truly so important to you? Pure Thought asked with a smile. Lu Yun's nodded, looking at him expressionlessly. Ling Yuling in the back seat slightly widened her eyes, her gaze shifting between the two with curiosity. He suddenly felt that Lu Yun seemed to have some very important things he had never told him. This made Ling Yuling feel a little blocked up inside, but watching the confrontation between Monk Jingnian and Lu Yun's, she felt somewhat comforted. At least Lu Yun's wasn't hiding from him, but rather openly presenting this matter before him. For Ling Yuling, that was enough. Monk Jingnian stood rooted to the spot for a long time, his clear, black and white eyes glowing with compassionate starlight, then he suddenly let out a long sigh. Benefactor, this humble monk did not intend to conceal anything, but at this moment, if this humble monk were to reveal his identity, I fear it would disrupt Benefactor Lu's important affairs. Please allow this humble monk to keep you in suspense for now. Once Benefactor Lu has handled all matters here, this humble monk will naturally tell you everything I know. Lu Yun's tilted his head slightly, looking at him expressionlessly, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 355, Heavenly Dao, Human Dao. In the Ice and Fire Path, two individuals who didn't follow the usual route broke through the restriction. Although it was an individual act, it indirectly led to the deaths of a large number of cultivators within the entire Ice and Fire Path. Layers upon layers of extremely dangerous restrictions appeared without any restraint in the second trial of the Void Heaven Palace. For a time, countless high-level cultivators from both the righteous and demonic factions suffered casualties. Even the nascent soul-old monsters from both sides were forced to use their true abilities, gritting their teeth and pushing through, leaving behind a trail of ruined walls and debris. However, at this very moment, certain individuals were completely unaware of this. They were speeding on motorcycles, their emotions incredibly high. If it weren't for two of them holding back a certain someone, they might have already started showcasing their loud singing voices. Lu Yun's and Ling Yuling were still sitting on the front and back seats of the motorcycle, but next to this cool motorcycle, there was now a sidecar made of solidified ice. Monk Jingnian was sitting inside, and he seemed quite happy. Great Master, I know there are some questions I probably shouldn't ask right now. But can you tell me why you came here? Lu Yun's asked without looking back as he drove the motorcycle. Upon hearing his words, Ling Yuling couldn't help but frown, nervously looking at Monk Jingnian beside them. Since they set off, although the two hadn't communicated much, combining the unusual behaviors of both during this period, Ling Yuling had a very bold guess. This great master Jingnian might have come from the upper realm. And Lu Yun's clearly knew this, yet he showed no sign of reverence, but rather an indescribable emotion. This made Ling Yuling's imagination run wild, and she began to ponder what kind of connection Lu Yun's had with the upper realm, to the point where a powerful figure like great master Jingnian, who could cross realms, would come to show goodwill. Could it really be as the legends say, that Lu Yun's obtained some incredible ancient legacy? Benefactor Lu, please believe this humble monk harbors absolutely no ill will towards Benefactor Lu. On the contrary, this humble monk immensely admires Benefactor's awareness and courage. After all, not everyone dares to defy an almost omniscient and omnipotent existence. Ling Yuling was suddenly stunned, then looked at Lu Yun's back in disbelief. Ha ha ha, are you sure you're not insulting me with that? Normal people would definitely think I'm overestimating myself, right? Lu Yun said with a loud laugh. Cowardly individuals observe the myriad beings of the world, and all who strive for advancement and are unyielding are deemed to be overestimating themselves. Since Benefactor Lu doesn't care about the opinions of those people, why would you use such words to mock this humble monk? Monk Jingnian was still smiling gently, and he even nodded slightly to Ling Yuling, which caused her heart to tremble with fear. She subconsciously withdrew her gaze and hid herself behind Lu Yun's back. Well said. I need to write down such cultured and refined words. They'll definitely come in handy when I want to show off next time. Lu Yun said without looking back, his tone carrying an indescribable amusement. Jingnian smiled and nodded, indicating that he didn't mind Lu Yun's act of plagiarism at all. Then he smiled and said, actually, this humble monk's purpose in coming here is very simple. It's just that this humble monk discovered some unreasonable things, and some of this humble monk's old acquaintances are involved, so I just need to find a way to correct them. Is that so? What unreasonable things? Lu Yun quickly asked. Jingnian didn't answer directly, but instead silently looked up at the sky. The sky of the lava road had no sun, only an endless expanse of fiery red. It was as if heaven and earth were a furnace, refining all beings within it, turning them into a soul transformation stage pill to offer to the immortal. The Dao of heaven diminishes the abundant and supplements the deficient. The Dao of man diminishes the deficient to serve the abundant. Who can be abundant enough to serve the world? Only those who embody the Dao. Jingnian calmly recited a classic Daoist saying. Great Master, as a monk, is it really appropriate for you to say that? Lu Yun couldn't help but ask. Buddhism, Daoism, Confucianism, all methods ultimately return to the source. They are merely ways of seeking truth. To be overly attached to the method and ignore the essence is to be attached to form, Jingnian said with a smile. That's so well said. Great Master, give me a few more lines, I'll write them down. Lu Yun excitedly clapped the handlebars, and Ling Yuling in the back quickly poked him in the small of his back, urging him to sober up. Jingnian seemed completely unconcerned by Lu Yun's digression, and instead, like a benevolent elder, smiled as he looked at the two of them. The so-called Dao is like this, to follow the heavenly Dao is to diminish one's own abundance to supplement the world's deficiency. But if this Dao does not take serving the world as its responsibility, and even abandons the heavenly Dao, using the body of the heavenly Dao to act as the Dao of man, diminishing the world's deficiency to serve its own abundance, then this Dao is no longer worthy of remaining in the position of the heavenly Dao. Oppression will inevitably lead to resistance, history will always move forward, and life will find its own way. When a high and mighty Dao goes astray, blocking the path of civilization and hindering the upward development, then another Dao will stand out and replace it. This is the inevitability of time and space, the destination that the pond of time will surely reach. However, that bastard heavenly Dao can't handle it, so it flips the table and throws stones into the pond, trying to change this outcome. Right. Lu Yun instantly understood Jingnian's meaning. Exactly, that's what it is. Jingnian smiled and nodded. Ling Yuling had a bewildered expression. I'm just an ordinary core formation stage cultivator, why are you discussing such high-level topics in front of me? I don't understand. Alright, I get it. Lu Yun sighed deeply. Unbeknownst to him, this matter had already transformed from his simple dissatisfaction with his fate being controlled into a struggle over the heavenly Dao's path. To follow the heavenly Dao, or to follow the human Dao. For the heavenly Dao itself, following the human Dao would definitely be more satisfying, taking from the world's deficiencies to serve its own abundance. But it was obvious that the world it had taken from had its own ideas. When an upper structure is completely corrupt, certain individuals will naturally step forward, shatter this corrupt structure, and then rebuild a new upper structure. Regardless of how similar or dissimilar this new structure is to the previous one, this is the inevitability of history. This inevitability applies even to the high and mighty Dao. It's just that it was clearly not very willing to face this inevitability, so it twisted time and space from a simple line into a braid. What a damn bastard. Lu Yun cursed directly. You're right. Jingnian nodded in agreement. Ling Yuling still looked bewildered. Benefactor Lu, this is this humble monk's purpose in coming here, to correct some things that shouldn't have happened. Jingnian sighed deeply, then suddenly said, turn left ahead. Chapter 356 Iron Fire Ants. Turn left ahead. The moment Monk Jingnian spoke, Lu Yun subconsciously yanked the handlebars, almost throwing everyone off. Everyone was just discussing high-level topics like the heavenly Dao's upper structure, what do you mean by suddenly giving me directions? At least give me some time to buffer. Benefactor Lu, an old acquaintance there needs your help, Monk Jingnian said with a smile. Lu Yun steadied the motorcycle and rolled his eyes in displeasure. Great Master, next time, could you not be so sudden? I'll try. Lu Yun rolled his eyes, turned the motorcycle around, and headed straight in the direction Monk Jingnian indicated. Ling Yuling in the back seat couldn't help but frown, cautiously asking, Great Master Jingnian, who is that old acquaintance? Can they be trusted? In this lava road, we really can't bring too many people. Monk Jingnian smiled freely and said to the two of them, benefactors, you don't need to worry. That person is probably the only one in this Void Heaven Palace who isn't here for fame or fortune. Ling Yuling's brows instantly furrowed, and she asked in confusion, Yuan Yao. Precisely. Lu Yun's looked at Monk Jingnian with some surprise, Great Master, I feel like you are very protective of that girl. Do you know her? She's an old acquaintance, I suppose. Monk Jingnian's lips still held a gentle smile, but for some reason, the smile seemed tinged with bitterness. If possible, please lend her a hand, benefactor Lu. In this world, all living beings are trapped by the 3 corpses and 3 poisons without realizing it. In this vast Void Heaven Palace, only she came for the sake of righteousness. Such a state of mind should not be let down. Lu Yun's nodded calmly, spurred the motorcycle beneath him, and the blue light instantly accelerated by 3 points, like a comet flying close to the ground, speeding across the scorching surface. The blue light whistled, quickly passing through a patch of fiery red weeds, finally stopping before a black desert. The blue light gradually faded, and Lu Yun's, straddling the motorcycle, looked at the scene before him, his brows furrowing slightly. Old Ling, what's the situation here? Lu Yun's turned around, just in time to see Ling Yuling, whose complexion was extremely poor. Brother Lu, this is the Black Desert, Ling Yuling said with a solemn expression. The sand here is black because it's rich in black iron, the entire area is a black iron desert. And this arrangement is for raising a unique insect here. Iron fire ants. Before Ling Yuling could finish speaking, Lu Yun's already knew the danger of this place. Back then, Han Li had coincidentally obtained a strange insect list compiled by a certain core formation stage cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, which detailed various unique insects of heaven and earth and even ranked them. Although Lu Yun's was very skeptical about the authority of this item, he had to admit that the deceased Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator was very professional in this regard, at least reliable in describing the habits and divine abilities of these strange insects. And these iron fire ants, which can only survive near black iron ore veins, were listed as 37th on that strange insect list, considered one of the most powerful among the flying ant-type strange insects. It is said that these flying ants are not only invulnerable to blades and spears but also impervious to most spell attacks. Except for powerful water and ice attribute spells and a few secret techniques that directly attack the soul, which can cause fatal damage to them. They almost have the same abnormal defense as gold-devouring insects. And in terms of resisting direct magic treasure attacks, they are even superior to gold-devouring insects. Of course, Lu Yun's expressed skepticism about this. He had 3 mature gold-devouring insects here. Without using the formless needle to directly attack their divine soul, even if Lu Yun's activated the Eye of the Azure Heaven and attacked with Galatron, he could only give them a light scratch. No. It wasn't even a scratch. Those 3 gold-devouring insects showed no reaction under such fierce attacks, they were sleeping soundly. That was nascent soul-level attack power. Lu Yun's even suspected that there were no means in the human realm that could directly penetrate their defense. If these iron fire ants were also this outrageous, Lu Yun's would definitely turn around and leave without a moment's hesitation. According to the Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator, these iron fire ants, in addition to their terrifying body hardness, also possessed the terrifying abilities of spitting black flames and collective combination deformation. Their power was far greater than ordinary magic treasures. Thinking of this, Lu Yun's clicked his tongue in confusion. Even if there were exaggerations in the Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator's description in the strange insect list, a swarm of mature iron fire ants was definitely not something a core formation stage cultivator could provoke, even those nascent soul-old monsters might perish here. This was only the 2nd stage of the Void Heaven Palace, how could such an outrageous thing appear? As Lu Yun's thought this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, discovering something not far away, and he drove the motorcycle directly into the black desert. Ling Yuling's heart trembled, but after a second thought, she calmed down. The motorcycle stopped on the black desert, and Lu Yun's bent down, picking up a jet black flying ant from the ground. It just died not long ago. It seems someone just passed through here. Ling Yuling also noticed at this time that this black desert was covered with dense iron fire ants, numbering tens of thousands at first glance. They were a bit far away before, and coupled with the iron fire ants blending into the black desert, there was no discernible difference, which was why Ling Yuling hadn't discovered the anomaly here. This iron fire ant swarm has been breeding here for who knows how long, yet it hasn't evolved to the mature stage. Lu Yun's couldn't help but frown, asking in confusion. Ling Yuling's eyes darted around, and she said with a smile, perhaps these flying ant swarms are only awakened when the Void Heaven Palace opens, and they are dormant the rest of the time, so it's possible they haven't evolved to the mature stage. Lu Yun's nodded, accepting this explanation, then slapped his storage pouch, collecting all the iron fire ant corpses. He was still a bit curious about the unique ecological form of the iron fire ants, so given the opportunity, he naturally wanted to bring them back for research. Besides that, the corpses of these iron fire ants were also rare artifact refining materials for Lu Yun's, and he wouldn't let them go either. Thinking this, Lu Yun's again urged the motorcycle, speeding towards the direction Monk Jingnian indicated. Since they were all immature iron fire ants, their threat was greatly reduced, no matter how many there were, they couldn't threaten him. The blue light formed by the Genesis motorcycle sped through the black desert, stopping several times, and each time, large numbers of iron fire ant corpses were found on the ground, with at least 10,000 and sometimes even tens of thousands. The deaths of these iron fire ants also varied, suggesting that more than one group of people had already entered this black desert, each displaying their divine abilities and thoroughly annihilating these iron fire ants. Chapter 357, Rescue. After 2 hours of travel in the Black Desert, Ling Yuling judged that they were approaching the center of the Black Desert. But strangely, they hadn't encountered any living iron fire ants. Instead, the deeper they went, the more iron fire ant corpses they found. Liu Yun's even collected hundreds of thousands of iron fire ant corpses, which left the others speechless, all lamenting how unlucky the cultivators who had entered the Black Desert before them must have been. In this peaceful atmosphere, Liu Yun's even slowed down the Genesis motorcycle, starting to multitask by observing these iron fire ants and their environment. Pure Thought, who was originally guiding them, also seemed completely unhurried, even taking the time to discuss the survival methods of this creature with Liu Yun's. After Liu Yun's dissected several iron fire ant corpses, both agreed that these iron fire ants likely fed on black iron, obtaining the spiritual qi necessary for their survival and growth by ingesting the unique metallic spiritual qi within the black iron. In this regard, iron fire ants and gold-devouring insects had some similarities. However, gold-devouring insects were not as picky as iron fire ants, and correspondingly, iron fire ants were not as extreme as gold-devouring insects. At least, they still possessed basic physiological structures. When Liu Yun saw their internal structure, he knew that the Spirit Beast Mountain cultivators' claim that the iron fire ants' defense could eventually rival that of gold-devouring insects was pure nonsense. Leaving aside other factors, in terms of internal body structure alone, gold-devouring insects were already completely superior. It is well known that the simpler the structure of anything in the world, the more durable it is. Complex structures represent more functions, but in terms of sturdiness, they certainly cannot compare to the simple structure of gold-devouring insects, which is essentially just an esophagus and a stomach. Time passed bit by bit until Liu Yun's picked up over 10,000 more iron fire ant corpses from the ground, when Pure Thought suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction deep within the Black Desert. Liu Yun's was startled and quickly extended his divine sense as well. Just over 10 li away, a swarm of tens of thousands of iron fire ants was relentlessly attacking a protective shield. Clusters of black fiery flames exploded on the surface of the shield, causing the entire shield to tremble slightly, threatening to break at any moment. Benefactor Liu, it's over there, Pure Thought said calmly. Liu Yun's nodded, urging the Genesis motorcycle beneath him, which immediately emitted a series of muffled, thunderous roars from within. Hold on tight. Liu Yun's shouted, instantly transforming into a streak of blue light and speeding off. The distance of over 10 li was covered in barely 10 breaths of time under Liu Yun's full acceleration. The sudden arrival of uninvited guests attracted large numbers of iron fire ants, and the pressure on Yuan Yao inside the shield eased. She looked up, surprised and delighted. She saw a blue light speeding towards them, directly confronting the overwhelming swarm of iron fire ants. The next second, as if countless invisible objects had sliced through the air, large numbers of iron fire ants instantly fell to the ground, completely lifeless. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of iron fire ants surrounding Yuan Yao were completely wiped out, yet she hadn't even seen what had killed them. The blue light sped to the outside of Yuan Yao's shield, stopping almost flush with it, revealing the figures of 3 people. Miss Yuan, we meet again. Liu Yun's, straddling the Genesis motorcycle, greeted her warmly, casually collecting all the iron fire ant corpses on the ground into his storage pouch. The moment she saw Liu Yun's, Yuan Yao's eyes lit up. Her charming and alluring face instantly became incredibly radiant, like a peony blooming and spring waters melting. But the next second, she saw the person on the back seat of Liu Yun's Genesis motorcycle. Fellow Daoist Yuan, I never expected to meet you again on this lava road, Ling Yuling said with a smile. For some reason, Liu Yun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Yuan Yao's expression stiffened for a moment, then she hastily deactivated her shield and bowed to Liu Yun's. Thank you, fellow Daoist Liu, for your assistance. If not for fellow Daoist Lu's help, Yuan Yao might have died here, Yuan Yao said, smoothing her disheveled, damp hair, a little embarrassed. At this moment, Yuan Yao had shed her loose black robe and changed into a thin, tight-fitting garment, exposing both her arms and calves. It was the same fisherman girl's attire she wore when Liu Yun's first met her. And this outfit, now clinging tightly to her body drenched in fragrant sweat, had an effect almost akin to a tight leather suit. It accentuated her already graceful and alluring figure, making her even more captivating, every movement filled with deadly temptation. Liu Yun's could even smell a strange, faint fragrance emanating from Yuan Yao with her movements. Fortunately, Liu Yun's was also a seasoned professional, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Instead, he patted the Genesis motorcycle and said to Yuan Yao, Miss Yuan, get in. We'll give you a ride. At this moment, on the other side of the Genesis motorcycle, another sidecar made of ice had extended out. This originally very cool Genesis motorcycle had now completely transformed into a T-shape, making people feel extremely uncomfortable, yet also a strange sense of harmony, as if its aesthetics had been violated by some mentally unstable fellow. When Yuan Yao heard Liu Yun's words and saw the sidecar that had extended from the blue light, she blinked in disbelief. Then she subconsciously frowned, and a scrutinizing look appeared in her eyes as she looked at Liu Yun's. Fellow Daoist Liu is so enthusiastic towards Yuan Yao, it truly leaves me at a loss, and I don't even know how to thank fellow Daoist, Yuan Yao said, tossing her hair, her eyes charming as she smiled. Seeing her feigned composure, yet truly suspicious and scrutinizing expression, Liu Yun's couldn't help but let out a head and chuckled. This familiar scene directly transported him back over 100 years ago, when old Liu was still brother Liu, old Han was still brother Han, and Han Li, just like Yuan Yao now, seemed at a loss when faced with unexpected kindness, even subconsciously suspecting Liu Yun's of ill intentions. This wasn't their fault, blame could only be placed on this world, which forced the weak to live cautiously, preferring to assume the worst in others rather than easily opening their hearts and then being stabbed through. Liu Yun's understood this and remained calm. He was no longer the naive youth he had been back then. Now, he knew how to deal with the distrust of others. Miss Yuan, have you thought it through? We've only covered half of this black desert so far. I might not be able to save you next time, Liu Yun asked with a smile, so, Miss Yuan, do you want to get in? Yuan Yao paused slightly, then her brows furrowed, and she actually hesitated, standing rooted to the spot. After a while, the corners of Yuan Yao's mouth gradually relaxed, and she bowed slightly to Liu Yun's, smiling charmingly as she said, then I'll leave everything to fellow deist Liu. Liu Yun's chuckled directly, pointing to the empty sidecar, motioning for Yuan Yao to get in. Under Ling Yuling's somewhat piercing gaze, Yuan Yao slowly sat into the sidecar. The coolness inside made her sigh in relief, and she subconsciously turned her head, only then realizing that there was another person sitting on the other side of the Genesis motorcycle. This person seemed to have suddenly appeared in Yuan Yao's line of sight. Before this, she hadn't even noticed such a conspicuous sidecar on the other side of the Genesis motorcycle. Great Master Pure Thought, Yuan Yao nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her vigilance in her heart strengthening by several points. Pure Thought didn't mind, putting his palms together and smiling as he bowed to Yuan Yao. Alright, welcome everyone to the Genesis motorcycle driven by Liu Yun's. Now, let us depart for the end of the lava road. Liu Yun's shouted excitedly, driving the Genesis motorcycle, transforming into an illusory blue light and speeding towards the end of the lava road. At the same time, not far from this location, at the bottom of a hillside, a three-colored streak of light flashed past. Chapter 358, Secret Talk. The Black Desert wasn't actually that large, after all, it was a place one could traverse on foot. Liu Yun's, driving his Genesis motorcycle, took less than half a day to vaguely spot the end of the Black Desert. During this time, the group didn't encounter a single iron fire ant, not even a corpse, as if all the iron fire ants had vanished into thin air. Thus, their speed was astonishingly fast. However, not far from the end of the Black Desert, Liu Yun's and the others suddenly stopped, their expressions solemn as they looked at what appeared before them. They were dazzling and beautiful crystal prisms, standing on the ground like beacons, extending far into the distance. The unique red light of the lava road passed through the crystal pillars, reflecting incredibly brilliant colors. This scene was like both the uncanny workmanship of nature and the perfect creation of a craftsman who had spent a lifetime meticulously carving. However, amidst this rare spectacle, tens of thousands of iron fire ants were densely piled together, making one's scalp tingle and body uncomfortable just by looking at them. Seeing this extremely bizarre scene, everyone present wore solemn and grave expressions. Liu Yun's finger moved slightly, and the formless needle instantly entered the sea of consciousness of many iron fire ants. A moment later, Liu Yun spoke with a grave expression, the primordial spirits of these iron fire ants have all disappeared. This answer was actually within everyone's expectations, but when it was truly confirmed by Liu Yun's, it still sent a chill down their spines. None of them were reclusive shut-ins who rarely ventured out, or social phobics who, when leaving their homes, would add 8 layers of restrictions to themselves, fearing being recognized. They naturally knew very well that in the chaotic Star Sea, only one ancient treasure could create such a strange phenomenon. The myriad law sect's renowned treasured ancient treasure, the Xianhuang mirror. Any living being enveloped by this mirror would have its soul immediately dissipate without a trace, and with its body covered in these brilliant crystal pillars, it would turn to dust within a few days. As an extremely rare ancient treasure specifically targeting souls, the Xianhuang mirror's reputation was terrifyingly great. They hadn't expected Wang Tianming to go to such lengths this time, even bringing this treasure. Everyone exchanged glances, and Liu Yun's eyes flickered slightly as he whispered something to them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's face instantly changed drastically, while Ling Yuling nervously gripped Liu Yun's shoulder, shaking her head slightly at him. Liu Yun's gave her a reassuring look, then directly left the motorcycle, donning a blue fishing net and passing through the crystal pillars alone. Ling Yuling sighed softly, gripped the motorcycle's handlebars, and drove in another direction. As for Liu Yun's, it didn't take him long at all to spot Wang Tianming's figure at the end of the Black Desert. Sect Master Wan, I didn't expect us to meet again here. Before Liu Yun's arrived, his divine sense had already sent a voice transmission into Wang Tianming's ear. Wang Tianming's body stiffened, and he turned around with a frown, looking at Liu Yun's. At this moment, Wang Tianming was covered in a layer of purple chi like a dragon. Without any treasures or ice attribute divine abilities, just this seemingly ordinary dragon-shaped purple chi blocked the deadly high temperature of the lava road. Liu Yun's cast a spell and reached Wang Tianming in a few steps. He openly scrutinized him from head to toe before exclaiming in admiration, Sect Master Wan, this heavenly net true art truly lives up to its reputation as the myriad law sect's ultimate secret art. To be able to block the high temperature of this place with just the purple chi transformed by this cultivation technique is truly impressive. Wang Tianming's gaze swept over him, then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said casually, fellow deist heavenly eye is too modest. No matter how powerful this heavenly net true art is, how can it compare to fellow deist heavenly eye's astonishing divine ability, sitting as an equal to us as a core formation cultivator. Sect Master Wan, those words are meaningless. Liu Yun's chuckled, then suddenly his expression turned serious, and he said in a grave tone, Sect Master Wan, you should understand that whether it's your golden silkworm or my strange fire python, the chances of successfully retrieving the void heaven cauldron are minuscule. But if you and I cooperate, then the Void Heaven Cauldron will be ours for the taking. A glint flashed in Wan Tianming's eyes as he asked calmly, so, fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye intends to cooperate with this sect leader? But haven't you already agreed with Savage Beard and the others to stand with the demonic path? Sect Master Wan, I came with sincerity. Lu Yun shrugged helplessly, looking very disappointed. In this day and age, where are the honest people who keep their word? Everyone stabs each other in the back. No matter how good the words sound on the surface, in the end, it's still about who has the bigger fist. Since that's the case, why shouldn't I find someone with a bigger fist? The corner of Wan Tianming's mouth lifted slightly, and he said with a smile, listening to fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, could it be that you think I can definitely defeat Savage Beard? Lu Yun's gave him a slightly mocking look, letting him interpret it himself. Of course not. The bigger fist I'm referring to is the Myriad Law Sect, the Righteous Path's #1 force in the Chaotic Star Sea, and the only late nascent soul great cultivator of the Righteous Path in the Chaotic Star Sea, Sect Master Wan's own aunt, Third Aunt Wan. Upon hearing Lu Yun say this, a hint of undetectable anger flashed across Wan Tianming's face, but he quickly suppressed it. Sect Master Wan, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of insulting you. A person's background is inherently part of their strength, and there's nothing wrong with that. Lu Yun slumped his shoulders and said with a grin, it's just that since we're going to cooperate, I think it's better for us to be straightforward with each other. After Lu Yun's finished speaking, he extended a finger without changing his expression. As Third Aunt Wan's nephew, Sect Master Wan should know something about the Void Heaven Cauldron. I'll be direct. That thing is useless to me, a core formation cultivator. I can give it to Sect Master Wan, but I have one condition. Wan Tianming looked at Lu Yun's finger, his brows furrowing slightly, then immediately relaxing. Speak. As long as it's not too excessive, I'll agree to it. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, I want a position as an elder of the Myriad Law Sect. Of course, not a core formation level honorary elder, but a nascent soul level elder with real power. Wan Tianming's eyes suddenly widened, and he blurted out subconsciously, impossible. Lu Yun's chuckled, but said nothing. Wan Tianming hesitated, then explained with a grim expression, the internal situation of the Myriad Law Sect is complex. Even if I am the sect leader, I cannot give you the power of those elders with real authority, unless I don't want to be the sect leader anymore. Is that so? Lu Yun's casually picked at his ear, asking with a smile. What if an elder with real power dies in the Void Heaven Palace? What? Wan Tianming looked at him in shock, then suddenly reacted, his brows instantly furrowing in anger, and several veins bulging on his face. His entire face was twisted like a terrifying Azura demon. Looking at the nonchalant Lu Yun's, Wan Tianming gritted his teeth and asked, you want to kill Heavenly Enlightenment Master? Why not? Lu Yun's countered with a smile. Of course not. He is an elder of my Myriad Law Sect. He has always been loyal to the Myriad Law Sect, how can you? Loyal to the Myriad Law Sect, or loyal to you? The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curved into a malicious smile, directly interrupting Wan Tianming's high-sounding words, and he asked with a chuckle. As far as I know, Heavenly Enlightenment Master's senior brother, Heavenly Fate Child, although he is in seclusion all year round and doesn't bother with worldly affairs, in terms of strength and cultivation, he firmly surpasses you, Sect Master Wan. If it weren't for Third Aunt Wan's full support, the position of Myriad Law Sect leader might not necessarily be yours. And although this Heavenly Fate Child claims not to bother with worldly affairs, his junior brother Heavenly Enlightenment Master is very active. To hold great power in the Myriad Law Sect with an early nascent soul stage cultivation, how could there be no shadow of Heavenly Fate Child behind this? Lu Yun's voice was calm and steady, like an invisible tentacle, reaching along Wan Tianming's ear, extending into his skull, intertwining, dancing wildly, and singing in his brain. Sect Master Wan, trading one Heavenly Enlightenment Master for one Venerable Tian Mu, this deal is a sure profit for both the Myriad Law Sect and yourself. So, Sect Master Wan, it's time for an answer, isn't it? Looking into Lu Yun's eyes, the corners of Wan Tianming's mouth tightened slightly. The fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to be suddenly pulled apart, then haphazardly piled together, like vines extending into his abyss-like pupils. The two looked at each other and simultaneously laughed. Everything was unsaid. Chapter 359, Profound Soul Yin Fire. In the profound crystal path, a gigantic, demonic godlike figure advanced step by step through the swirling snowstorm. Each step caused the earth to tremble. A pair of eyes, shimmering with bright golden light, glowed in the snowstorm that buried all things. They were like two brilliant suns moving through the blizzard, yet they offered not a shred of warmth, instead appearing incredibly terrifying. After an unknown period of walking, the colossal figure suddenly halted. Its two golden lights shifted slightly, looking towards a certain spot in the snowstorm. Who's there, lurking suspiciously? Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a huge, golden-scaled fist tore through the air, smashing down like a meteor. Boom! The massive, ferocious fist struck downwards, shattering the earth with a single punch. A violent shockwave then erupted, sweeping the snowstorm and surging in all directions. For a moment, this sky-obscuring snowstorm was actually dispersed by this demonic godlike figure's punch. Savage Beard's massive and ferocious body was then revealed. The heaven-supporting demonic art. As expected of the Chaotic Star Sea's #1 defensive demonic technique, it is truly formidable. It's a pity that Senior Jin back then wasn't able to cultivate this demonic technique to the transcendent state. Instead, fellow Daoist man, you have surpassed him. I presume fellow deist man is not far from the 9th layer of this heaven-supporting demonic art, right? A young, ethereal voice suddenly echoed from the void realm. The voice shifted from left to right, extremely bizarre, making it impossible for Savage Beard to pinpoint the person's whereabouts for a time. Who's playing games here? Savage Beard scowled, his eyebrows furrowed, and he demanded sharply. Streaks of golden light illuminated his body, instantly transforming him into a giant golden hedgehog. Within the golden light, a pair of light golden eyes constantly surveyed the surroundings, completely clear, without a trace of anger. Ha ha ha. Fellow deist man, after several hundred years, do you not even recognize an old acquaintance? As the ethereal voice gradually solidified, a faint green shadow slowly appeared in the void realm, eventually revealing the form of Venerable Xiangu. Savage Beard's divine sense swept over him, and the opponent's late core formation stage cultivation was exposed without a doubt. But besides that, there was also an indescribable yin sha qi, which made him feel a strange sense of familiarity. Who exactly are you? Savage Beard asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Venerable Xiangu sighed with a hint of melancholy, saying helplessly, it seems fellow deist man truly doesn't recognize me. And rightly so, with my current appearance, neither human nor ghost, even if I were to stand before my past self, I probably wouldn't be recognized. Fellow deist man, it's normal that you don't recognize me, but do you still remember this fire? Venerable Xiangu extended his palm, and with a sizzle, a ball of black-green demonic fire slowly burned in his palm, faintly emitting a chilling qi even more terrifying than that of the profound crystal path. Profound soul yin fire. Savage Beard exclaimed in shock, blurting it out. You are Darkbone. This is impossible. Weren't you long dead? And this demonic fire, I distinctly remember this thing was only a semi-finished product. Indeed, this fire is the profound soul yin fire. Venerable Xiangu looked at the demonic fire in his hand, a self-mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Back then, I poured my heart and soul into cultivating this fire, but even at the very end, I couldn't fully refine it. I didn't expect that fellow deist man would still remember this matter, it seems I haven't come to the wrong person. Savage Beard looked at him coldly, his large eyes scrutinizing Venerable Xiangu up and down, full of suspicion. Are you truly Darkbone? Of course. I've been refining this profound soul yin fire for so many years, but it wasn't until I transformed into a ghost cultivator that I completely succeeded. With this fire as proof, fellow deist man should be reassured. Humph. I don't care if you are Venerable Xiangu or not. So much time has passed since then, and Darkbone and I were merely nodding acquaintances back then. Why are you looking for me now? You're not trying to get me to help you take revenge, are you? Savage Beard crossed his arms over his chest, his lips curling into a sneer as he asked mockingly. Of course not. I actually have another important matter to discuss with fellow deist man. Venerable Xiangu seemed completely unfazed by Savage Beard's words and continued with a smile. Fellow deist man, do you know about blood jade spiders? Inside the Void Heaven Palace, in an extremely simple stone hall, Lu Yun's was curiously surveying his surroundings. This place was extremely vast, showcasing the chaotic Star Sea's consistent architectural style of big is beautiful. Its height alone was 7 or 8 zhang, and its area was several tens of zhang wide, appearing exceptionally grand. However, inside the stone hall, apart from a teleportation array in the very center, there were only 4 giant blue stone doors, each several zhang high, and a large number of various, unique stone tables and stone stools. Although arranged in an orderly fashion, for some reason, it always gave off a strange sense of poverty. At this moment, a few cultivators with varying expressions were sparsely seated on these stone stools. The 4 surrounding large doors were tightly shut, and everyone seemed like prisoners, trapped in this place. However, none of the people in the hall showed any unusual expressions, instead, they all closed their eyes to rest, appearing unwilling to engage with the outside world. A hint of an unidentifiable mocking smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. He turned his head and scanned the people in the hall. Layman Qingyi, Wang Tianming, and Savage Beard were each sitting in a corner of the hall, meditating intently. The remaining people were only him, Ling Yuling, Yuan Yao, Pure Thought, and Venerable Xiangu, who had appeared here at some unknown time. The others had not yet arrived, and it was unknown what trouble they had encountered. Thinking about it, the restrictions in the ice and fire path were clearly not something a core formation cultivator could pass through. Those who could pass through by their own ability were either old monsters of the nascent soul stage or deeply hidden powerhouses. Lu Yun's wasn't worried about Han Li, but Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the old farmer-like elder had not yet arrived. In the main hall, there were only 3 nascent soul cultivators, Savage Beard, Layman Qingyi, and Wang Tianming. If the other 2 still didn't arrive after a while, and Savage Beard and Layman Qingyi couldn't resist the temptation and attacked Wang Tianming together, then before joining the battle, he could only apologize to Wang Tianming in his heart. Presumably, compared to dying at the hands of those 2 demonic path individuals, Wang Tianming would rather benefit him, his ally, right? Thinking this, Lu Yun's even felt a little excited. Apart from anything else, Lu Yun's was very interested in the Xianhuang mirror in Wang Tianming's hand, which could directly attack the soul. Inside the main hall, time passed bit by bit. Less than half a day remained until the teleportation array closed. Savage Beard and Layman Qingyi, at some unknown point, slowly opened their eyes and exchanged glances. Wang Tianming, however, remained with his eyes closed, resting, appearing completely unguarded. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive until white light once again lit up within the teleportation array, and two figures slowly emerged from it. Chapter 360, Disappearance. Upon seeing the two figures emerge from the teleportation array, Savage Beard immediately snorted coldly and closed his eyes in annoyance. A trace of undetectable disappointment also flashed in Layman Qingyi's eyes, but he still wore a cheerful smile, showing no signs of abnormality. Wang Tianming glanced at Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the skinny old man who emerged from the teleportation array, and couldn't help but frown slightly, though a smile still hung on his lips. These two, unlike Green Easy, who was also an early nascent soul stage cultivator, were full of spiritual power and true essence, as if they hadn't encountered any trouble at all. More importantly, the skinny old man, who was not very familiar with Heavenly Enlightenment Master, was now standing extremely close to Heavenly Enlightenment Master, which made the smile on Wang Tianming's lips stiffen considerably. Liu Yun's casually found a large stone stool and sat down, resting his hand on his face, watching the various expressions of the others with a cheerful, exceptionally punchable look. After a while, as the white light of the teleportation array lit up again, Han Li slowly walked out of the teleportation array, and after scanning his surroundings, he found a secluded corner and sat down. For a moment, the stone hall was so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. Not long after, the teleportation array suddenly flickered a few times, then abruptly vanished. At the same time, the stone doors on the four walls suddenly rumbled, and to everyone's surprise, they automatically rose, revealing deep blue stone passages, leading to unknown destinations. Everyone present couldn't help but exchange glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Counting the time, it was indeed when the teleportation array was supposed to disappear, and the opening of these stone doors was perfectly normal. But the two Star Palace elders who should have been presiding here were gone. How could this be? Could it be that something happened to the Star Palace members? Or did the Star Palace have other plans? This sudden change left everyone somewhat at a loss, especially the nascent soul old monsters from the righteous and demonic factions, whose expressions were even more complex and difficult to discern, vaguely mixed with a hint of anger and inexplicable confusion. Wang Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze swept coldly over everyone in the hall before he suddenly asked, "Where is Madame Wen?" At these words, everyone was stunned for a moment, but then Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the skinny old man's faces instantly turned deathly pale. Layman Qingyi's expression also changed drastically, while Savage Beard snorted coldly with a dark expression, saying nothing. They had personally watched the cold beauty enter the ice and fire path, but now, her figure was nowhere to be seen in this stone hall. Could it be that this early nascent soul stage female cultivator died within the ice and fire path? How could this be? Wang Tianming's face was terrifyingly grim. If it were just an ordinary early nascent soul stage female cultivator who died in the ice and fire path of the Void Heaven Palace's second trial, then this matter would at most be a strange rumor, though odd, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem was that the cold beauty was no ordinary female cultivator. Her Deo companion was the number one figure of the demonic path in the chaotic star sea, the only late nascent soul great cultivator in the demonic path, the six paths extreme sage. If he were to learn the news of his Deo companion's death in the Void Heaven Palace, Wang Tianming felt a chill down his spine just thinking about the consequences. After all, normally speaking, no matter how dangerous the ice and fire path was, it was still far from being able to deal with a nascent soul cultivator, not to mention that the cold beauty was a sword cultivator, and the cultivation technique she cultivated, the Luan Phoenix sword art, was one of the top tier sword cultivation techniques in the chaotic star sea. The three early nascent soul stage cultivators present were all undisputed elites among cultivators of the same stage, but if they were to face the cold beauty, none of them would be her match. For such a person to die in the ice and fire path, it was simply a huge joke, unless another nascent soul cultivator had attacked her. Thinking this, Wang Tianming suddenly clenched his fist tightly. He suddenly realized that if the Six Paths Extreme Sage really pursued the matter, his suspicion would actually be the greatest. In terms of factions, they were divided into the righteous and demonic factions. In terms of strength, he and Savage Beard were the only two in the entire Void Heaven Palace who could possibly kill the Cold Beauty, and Savage Beard took the profound crystal path, not the lava road chosen by the Cold Beauty. In terms of grievances, his disciple had just injured the Cold Beauty's sword-wielding maidservant a while ago. Because of this incident, Madame Wen had even threatened to seek an explanation from Wang Tianming. Under so many preconditions, if he were the Six Paths Extreme Sage, he would also come to trouble himself. As Wang Tianming pondered, he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Heavenly Enlightenment Master. He didn't know about others, but as far as he knew, Heavenly Enlightenment Master had borrowed his senior brother Heavenly Fate Child's Lee Turtle before coming to the Void Heaven Palace. As an ancient species, although the Lee Turtle couldn't take human form due to the lack of spiritual chi in the human realm, its divine ability was far superior to that of ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivators. If assisted by the spirit beast, along with Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the skinny old man, killing the Cold Beauty didn't seem to be an impossible feat. If that were the case. While Wang Tianming was being suspicious, everyone else had already chosen a blue stone path and walked in. Only a few nascent soul cultivators remained in place, unsure of what they were thinking. And Ling Yuling, at some point, had moved closer to Liu Yun's again and asked with a smile. Brother Liu, 3 of these 4 passages lead to a pavilion, and the items within each pavilion are different, consisting of ancient treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and other items left behind by ancient cultivators. Which type would you like, Brother Liu? Liu Yun's considered it carefully, stroking his chin as he seriously said, I'm not lacking in ancient treasures, and I still have quite a few medicinal pills. However, I am quite interested in the cultivation techniques and scriptures of ancient cultivators, they might give me some surprises. To be honest, with Liu Yun's current wealth, the treasures found in the outer hall no longer held much appeal for him. Even if he took nothing and directly entered the next trial, the wonderful illusion realm, it wouldn't matter. However, it's always better to take something than to leave empty-handed. He could only hope that the wisdom of the ancient cultivators would give him some inspiration, perhaps allowing him to research some interesting things. Cultivation techniques and scriptures. Ling Yuling nodded somewhat unexpectedly, then looked around and smiled, pointing to one of the bluestone paths. Brother Liu, let's go that way. Liu Yun shrugged indifferently and followed her. On the other side, Han Li also immediately chose a bluestone path and slowly walked onto it. A sharp glint flashed in Savage Beard's eyes, then vanished. He seemingly casually glanced at Han Li's back and also stood up. Fellow Daoist Qing, don't think so much. Even if the Six Paths Extreme Sage really goes crazy, it should be Wang Tianming who suffers, what does it have to do with you and me? Layman Qing Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying in a low voice, Fellow Daoist man, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Humph. Savage Beard snorted disdainfully and strode onto a bluestone path. Chapter 361, Tianyi Pavilion. Liu Yun's and Ling Yuling were currently walking up a winding bluestone staircase, step by step, heading higher. They didn't know how high this bluestone staircase was built or where it led. They had been walking for a full 2 hours, yet the end was still nowhere in sight. Above and below, there were only winding bluestone staircases, as if they reached to the heavens and pierced the earth, seemingly without end. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and his divine sense probed the surroundings, but it was instantly blocked by the bluestone walls. Seeing Ling Yuling still calm, Liu Yun's, with no other option, could only walk honestly, step by step. After another quarter of an hour or so, the two had climbed at least 100 zhang, and a glimmer of light finally appeared before their eyes. Liu Yun's quickly hastened his steps, and after climbing the last step, they finally saw an ordinary square exit. Looking out through the exit, Liu Yun's face instantly lit up with wild joy, and he hurried out with large strides. Beyond the exit was a gigantic cylindrical space. It was nearly 1,000 zhang in circumference. In terms of area, it didn't seem particularly large, but its upper and lower ends were unfathomably deep. Liu Yun's looked up, and above his head was a dark yellow sky, surrounded by a hazy mist. There was no blue sky or red sun, everything he saw was a dim and unclear color. This space seemed to be filled with thick mist, neither his divine sense nor his mysterious yin eyes could penetrate it in the slightest. Looking down, enveloped by the surrounding mist, was a bottomless chasm 10,000 zhang deep. Even with Liu Yun's eyesight, he could only vaguely discern some blurry blackness. The two were now standing in a window-like opening carved into the misty wall. In the mist before them, a white jade bridge, dozens of zhang long, was suspended. The surrounding mist receded from the bridge, clearing a distinct path in this dim space. This white jade bridge was exquisitely carved with dragons and phoenixes, and ancient patterns of various styles were faintly visible. One end of the bridge connected to the square exit, while the other led to a four-cornered pavilion floating in the center of the space. This pavilion was dozens of zhang high, divided into 3 levels, and entirely constructed from beautiful jade. It shimmered with dazzling spiritual light in the void realm, like an immortal palace of jade terraces. Above the entrance of the pavilion hung a golden plaque, about a zhang in size, with 3 large ancient characters written on it. Tianyi Pavilion. Liu Yun's frowned in confusion. The name didn't reveal what was inside. Most likely, it wasn't medicinal pills, it should be something like ancient texts or ancient treasures. Brother Liu, it seems our luck is good. This is precisely where the ancient texts of ancient cultivators are stored. Ling Yuling smiled, turned around, and said to Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's glanced at her and shrugged with a smile. It seems my luck has improved. The two exchanged a smile, said no more, and walked step by step along the artistic white jade bridge. Liu Yun's also took a few glances at this space. As he expected, it was also a small interface, but it wasn't as complete as the previous small interfaces, pocket dimensions. Instead, it resembled a half-finished product. Not only was there not a trace of spiritual qi inside, but even the space seemed somewhat unstable, as if the ancient cultivator who set up this small interface was in a great hurry, merely stabilizing it before leaving, without making any further changes. This white jade bridge wasn't too long. Liu Yun's had only just scanned the area when he already reached the entrance of Tianyi Pavilion. This gigantic pavilion was currently shimmering with dazzling spiritual light, faintly emitting astonishing spiritual power fluctuations, clearly protected by a very powerful restriction. Liu Yun's observed it carefully and discovered that it was a very unfamiliar ancient restriction. He had never seen this type of restriction in the information Xian Ruyan had given him. On second thought, this seemed quite normal. All of Xian Ruyan's knowledge of ancient restrictions/seals came from the Xian family's scholarly tradition, essentially passed down by the Xian family's old ancestor. Although very comprehensive, it was, after all, only restrictions from the Tianese region. In the chaotic Star Sea, tens of thousands of miles away, it was quite normal for new types of ancient restrictions/seals to appear. However, in that case, Liu Yun's probably wouldn't be able to break this restriction in a short amount of time. Thinking this, Liu Yun suddenly lowered his head in disappointment. Brother Liu, what's wrong? Ling Yuling asked curiously. Nothing, just a little sad. Liu Yun shook his head and cheered up again. Anyway, this Void Heaven Palace wasn't going anywhere. As long as he had enough time, he wasn't afraid of not understanding the teleportation array here. When the time came, the entire Void Heaven Palace would be his, so one Tianyi pavilion wouldn't make much difference. Ling Yuling was a bit confused about what mental breakdown he was having, so she just sighed, patted Liu Yun's shoulder, and pointed to the entrance of Tianyi pavilion, saying, "Brother Liu, let's go in first." The entrance to Tianyi pavilion was a semicircular archway, about 2 zhang high, sealed by a layer of yellow light curtain. Liu Yun stepped forward and tried to reach through, his 5 fingers easily passed through without encountering any obstruction. Seeing this, the two exchanged glances and walked straight in. As soon as he entered Tianyi pavilion, Liu Yun saw a huge, empty space where hundreds of light points flew around, chasing each other, like an endless fireworks display, blooming and exploding in this space. Brother Liu, this is the first floor of Tianyi pavilion, where some strange tales and anecdotes from the ancient era, as well as insights and experiences of ancient cultivators during their cultivation, are stored. The second floor stores some pill formulas from the ancient era, methods for refining ancient treasures, or methods for creating certain ancient jade talismans. As for the third and final floor, it records many cultivation techniques and secret arts from the ancient era, among other texts. Ling Yuling pointed at the light points and continued, each light point is a text. In this Tianyi pavilion, everyone can only take one text. Once they take one, they will be teleported by the restriction here to the next stage, the wondrous illusion realm. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he looked at the light points in shock. Old Ling, is there any way for me to know the contents of these light points beforehand? Liu Yun's couldn't help but ask. To be honest, after hearing how comprehensive the information recorded in this Tianyi pavilion was, Liu Yun's idea of emptying the place surged again. Ling Yuling spread her hands and shook her head, mimicking Liu Yun's. Is that so? Then never mind. Liu Yun's didn't dwell on it, this place would be his sooner or later. He immediately walked towards the teleportation array nearby. Brother Liu, which floor are you going to? Ling Yuling quickly asked. The second floor. Liu Yun's waved his hand without looking back. Liu Yun's naturally had no interest in the items on the first floor, nor was he particularly interested in the cultivation techniques and secret arts on the third floor. For him, these things weren't very appealing. Instead, the various ancient treasure pill formulas and methods for creating ancient jade talismans on the second floor piqued his interest more. Especially the methods for crafting ancient treasures and the techniques for manufacturing ancient jade talismans. These were all techniques that had been lost in the modern cultivation world. Even if a cultivator occasionally got lucky and found related texts from some ancient era ruins, they wouldn't share them with others. For Liu Yun's, these things were far more valuable than those so-called ancient era cultivation techniques. Chapter 362, The Second Floor. Arriving at the second floor of Tianyi Pavilion, a vast space unfolded before him, similarly enveloped by an even larger light barrier. However, the number of light specks flying within the barrier was significantly fewer, appearing to be only about 100. Their flight speed was also far superior to the light specks on the first floor, so much so that to the naked eye, they resembled streaks of light constantly extending and intertwining in the air. Liu Yun stroked his chin, looking at these light specks with some hesitation. His goal was the artifact refining methods for ancient treasure and the creation methods for ancient jade talismans. As for ancient pill formulas, he wasn't interested in those. According to Ling Yuling's explanation, he seemed to be able to take only one item from here. So, how could he ensure that he would get exactly what he wanted? Liu Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes fixed intently on the light specks before him. A moment later, as if he suddenly thought of something, he snapped his fingers. A small figure, complete with facial features and seemingly composed entirely of 5-colored spiritual light, appeared before Liu Yun's. I'm counting on you. Go and see if you can discern the contents of those light specks without triggering the restriction. Liu Yun's waved his hand, displaying the classic leadership demeanor of I'll take the blame, you go die. I'll try my ass. What if I trigger the restriction? Liu Yun's number 2 rolled his eyes and gave Liu Yun's the middle finger. Aren't you capable of instant teleportation? Liu Yun's completely disregarded the other's rude attitude, saying with a smile, besides, you're an intangible entity, an existence between a nascent soul and a heart demon. Even if those ancient cultivators had the wildest imaginations back then, it's impossible they could have guarded against something like you, right? Liu Yun's number 2 sneered, we're both Liu Yun's. Do you think you can fool me? What if there was a technique in ancient times to capture heart demons for artifact refining? Then wouldn't I be dead for sure? Friend, you seem to have missed the point. Liu Yun's tilted his head and poked his ear. I'm not trying to trick you by misleading you, I just want you to feel a little better when you go in. But since you don't accept it, there's nothing I can do. What? Wait. Everything can be discussed. Liu Yun's number 2 hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Liu Yun snap his fingers, and his entire being instantly appeared in the space where the light specks were located. You're an artifact spirit, don't add so much drama to yourself. Hurry up and see if you can detect the contents of the light specks. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, saying impatiently. I'm going to effing. Liu Yun's number 2 raised his middle finger, furiously outputting at Liu Yun's to demonstrate his unwavering refusal. However, circumstances were stronger than his will. As soon as Liu Yun slightly urged the formless needle, Liu Yun's number 2 immediately obediently began chasing after those light specks. To be honest, these light specks were not only astonishingly fast and extremely small, but under the control of the restriction, they seemed to possess sentience, automatically evading Liu Yun's No 2's pursuit. In his helplessness, Liu Yun's number 2 could only employ his instant teleportation technique, grabbing a blue light speck in his hand. Liu Yun's, watching from outside, instantly became fully alert, concentrating intently on Liu Yun's number 2. He saw Liu Yun's number 2 completely burrow into the light speck. The surrounding restriction remained silent, showing no fluctuations whatsoever. Liu Yun's immediately clenched his fist in pleasant surprise. He was right, an existence as special as Liu Yun's number 2, capable of entering a cultivator's sea of consciousness, could fully enter the light speck and directly read its contents without actually taking it away. This way, since the ancient texts inside weren't taken, the restriction naturally wouldn't be triggered. Liu Yun's No 2's voice echoed in Liu Yun's ear. The artifact refining method for the ancient treasure, Hidden Moon Ring, take 3 caddies and 4 tails of black cloud cold iron. Liu Yun's was startled, then quickly transmitted a message. That's too slow. Copy the contents directly, store them in your divine soul, and quickly copy several more. You effing. Work was work, but this didn't stop Liu Yun's number 2 from continuing to output at his main body. Listening to the various unspeakable words in his ear, Liu Yun's couldn't help but look up and let out a deep sigh. It was still that same saying, normal humans have a filter for themselves. Liu Yun's wasn't normal, his filter was much thicker than a normal person's. But during his time with Liu Yun's number 2, Liu Yun's had come to understand exactly what kind of thing he was. Facts spoke louder than words, no matter how thick the filter, it couldn't withstand being with such a thing for 12 hours a day, inseparable. He wouldn't respond to gentle persuasion or harsh words, had a pile of ideas in his head, obeyed no one, was either causing trouble or on his way to causing trouble, and if you stopped him from causing trouble, he'd disgust you, yet you couldn't kill him. It was a rare occurrence, the appearance of his second self made Liu Yun's begin to reflect on himself. And he began to wonder if he should make some changes. However, his reflection was cut short halfway by Liu Yun's No 2's profound greetings to his female relatives. You are me. What's the difference between you cursing me and cursing yourself? Liu Yun said helplessly. Before his eyes, Liu Yun's number 2 directly transformed into a tiny 5-colored light speck, chanting national essence into Liu Yun's ear while swiftly rushing into one light speck after another. Ling Yuling had mentioned earlier that cultivators had a time limit here. Once the time was up, even if the cultivator took nothing, the restriction would automatically activate and send him to the next trial, the exquisite illusion. Calculating the time, there was about an hour left. At Liu Yun's No 2's current speed, it should be enough for him to copy all the information here. Liu Yun's just watched, letting Liu Yun's number 2 curse up a storm in his ear without retorting. By the end, even Liu Yun's number 2 was startled by his eerie silence and silently shut his mouth, focusing on his task. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. Liu Yun's number 2 instantly teleported out of the space, directly entering Liu Yun's body. He raised both hands and flung out over 100 light specks. That's all of them. There's still a little time, want to go up to the 3rd floor and take a look? Liu Yun's number 2 asked somewhat guiltily. As a copy of Liu Yun's, and having spent so much time with him, he knew all too well what his main body was like. Liu Yun's hadn't even retorted after being cursed at like that, he must be thinking of some particularly vicious idea to get revenge. No need. We wouldn't get much in this short time, and the restriction on the 3rd floor must be much stricter than the 2nd. If there really is a restriction that can target heart demons, then that would be bad. Liu Yun said with a smile, taking out a blank jade slip from his storage pouch and importing the 100+ light specks from his body into it. Time was tight, there was no time to see what was inside. He'd look later when he had time. Thinking this, Liu Yun soared into the space before him, easily shattering the light barrier and reaching out to grab a light speck. The second update will be a little later. Chapter 363 Wonderful Fantasy. After a burst of dazzling blue light, Liu Yun's feet sank, and he instantly appeared in a small stone room. He swayed a few times, barely managed to steady himself, and endured the dizziness brought by the teleportation to look around. The surroundings were empty, with only a fairly wide square stone path appearing in front of Liu Yun's. The other end of the stone path was pitch black, making it impossible to see what was there. Presumably, passing through this square passage should lead to the legendary extremely wonderful illusion. Liu Yun's expression was somewhat solemn as he took out a bracelet from his storage pouch. The bracelet was strung with 4 small beads that appeared to be neither metal nor jade, and it was unknown what material they were made of. Liu Yun's held the bracelet in his hand and twirled it a few times, feeling a bit more confident. This bracelet was taken from Extreme Yin's hand after he killed Extreme Yin. The 4 beads on it were the famous Bodhi beads of the cultivation world, which had the miraculous effect of calming the mind and soul. As long as one wore one on their body, it could greatly reduce the interference of heart demon during cultivate, making it an extremely rare treasure in the cultivation world. And Extreme Yin, this guy, didn't know where he got 4 Bodhi beads from, and even strung these 4 beads into a bracelet. To be honest, from Liu Yun's perspective, Extreme Yin was really wasting resources. With such a good thing, even if you refine it slightly, its effect could be increased by at least 50%. If these 4 Bodhi beads were used as the main raw material for refining a magic treasure, the refined magic treasure would naturally have the divine effect of calming the soul and mind, and eliminating distracting thoughts. With this magic treasure protecting the divine soul, not to mention the benefits it would bring during cultivate, even when used in fighting, it could directly ignore those insidious secret techniques that shake people's divine soul. Extreme Yin was good, he directly strung this thing into a bracelet and just wore it like that. Liu Yun's despise, extreme Yun's incompetence in his heart and sighed helplessly. Although he wanted to refine this thing into a magic treasure, he didn't have enough time. Now he could only wear this bracelet on his body like extreme Yin, which was better than nothing. In Liu Yun's size, the extremely wonderful illusion was the most dangerous level in the Void Heaven Palace. He could rely on his own strength and knowledge to pass through the other levels step by step. But this level was purely testing the cultivator's state of mind. And Liu Yun's, the biggest problem was his state of mind. To put it nicely, he had a pure mind, loving what he desired and hating what he loathed. To put it bluntly, this person was just a big spoiled brat who lacked the beatings of society and had no sense of reverence. It was okay usually, but when he encountered a place like the extremely wonderful illusion that specifically tested the cultivator's state of mind, his situation would be immediately exposed. Touching the Bodhi bead bracelet on his hand, Liu Yun's couldn't help but take a deep breath and stepped into the square passage. What needs to be faced will always be faced. Today, he wanted to see how these ancient cultivators could shake his state of mind. This passage was much shorter than he had imagined. After turning a right angle, Liu Yun's walked out. A faint white light shone on Liu Yun's face, and what appeared in front of him was actually an open-air corridor. This corridor was beautifully decorated and extremely exquisite. Looking at it, it stretched endlessly, and he didn't know how far it extended or where it led. Outside the corridor were floating white clouds and melodious immortal music, and faintly visible were patches of jade pavilions and towers, like a heavenly immortal realm. Seeing this scene, Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown and walked onto the corridor in confusion. Here, like the ice and fire path in the previous level, cultivator were not allowed to use flying techniques, or even some escape techniques that increase speed, and could only walk slowly step by step. Liu Yun's was mentally prepared for this, but this extremely wonderful illusion seemed different from what he had imagined. Liu Yun's looked around, frowned, and continued to walk forward. As he walked further and further, the faint immortal music in his ears became clearer and clearer. The melody was beautiful, melodious, and lingering, making people involuntarily indulge in it and forget where to return. At the same time, a group of graceful and ethereal white cranes flew from the white clouds outside. They raised their necks and danced to the music. Their dance was so beautiful, like phoenix flying together and 10,000 birds following, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Liu Yun stood in place, looked at it for a few times, and frowned even more. Extremely wonderful illusion, is that it? Liu Yun's couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had done so much intense mental preparation before coming in. It turned out that in the eyes of the ancient cultivators, a song and dance performance was considered a test for future generations. Which cultivator couldn't withstand this kind of test? Liu Yun shook his head with a complicated mood. It seemed that he had thought too much. Maybe the ancient times were really simple, making them all think that singing and dancing accompaniment was considered. Holy crap! Liu Yun's eyes widened suddenly. In his eyes, these extraordinary dancing cranes suddenly twisted their waists and turned into 16 or 17-year-old girls. These girls were all exceptionally beautiful. Every move they made was full of youthful vitality. Their slender waists, which could be grasped in one hand, twisted as if they were boneless. Their bright eyes, like stars, were full of affectionate expressions, staring at Liu Yun's without blinking. What does this mean? What do you ancient cultivators take Liu as? Using these underage girls to fool me? Do you think I am Han Li? Dare to give me something real? Liu Yun's looked at the scene expressionlessly, his psychological activity was extremely complicated. As if hearing the opinions in Liu Yun's heart, these girls, who were originally only 16 or 17 years old, suddenly changed their appearance, as if they had instantly grown 7 or 8 years older, becoming beautiful and plump young women. Liu Yun's nodded in satisfaction and continued to move forward while watching. Today, he wanted to see what tricks these ancient cultivators could play on him. These beautiful women, each with a flushed face and fiery eyes, kept making teasing movements and gradually took off the thin veils on their bodies, soon becoming completely naked, showing off their plump and fair bodies to Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's looked at the scene and shook his head expressionlessly. As a professional who grew up in the Yunyu sect, he could only give this performance a meager 3 points, considering that the expressions of these women were barely passable. These ancient cultivators are still not good enough. Too unprofessional. Do you know what hazy beauty is? Do you know what vague is? Half undressed is called temptation. Who can be attracted by being completely naked like this? Even those semi-concealed prostitutes on the street these days wouldn't take off their clothes so directly. Liu Yun sighed in disappointment, turned around and left without saying a word. No matter what bold actions those women made, even if they started doing lesbian things in front of him, they didn't make Liu Yun's gaze shift for even a second. Still, in other words, too unprofessional. Perhaps Liu Yun's behavior stimulated them. These women actually changed their appearance again and put on their clothes. This time, even Liu Yun's couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Among these women, there were noble ladies who were dignified and generous with a majestic temperament, there were harlots with hooked eyes and revealing clothes, there were widows in white clothes with sad expressions, and there were masochists who were tightly bound and only revealed a moving red lip. All kinds of styles were available, enough to satisfy anyone's preferences. Liu Yun's looked at the scene, couldn't help but take a deep breath, and silently raised a thumb to show his respect as a descendant of the Yunyu sect. By the way, he took out the shadow recording pearl, recording while walking. These are all precious materials. If Liu Yun's had to think of it himself, he, the theoretical great master and practical novice, would definitely not be able to come up with such a variety of all-encompassing things. Just this segment of video, if he put it up in the White Jade Tower, he could earn at least 100 spirit stone for each copy from those people. At that time, he could make a fortune just by this. Lu Yun's thought beautifully and couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this way, Lu Yun's walked and recorded, slowly walking for several hours before reaching the other end of the corridor. What appeared in front of him was a pure black palace. Chapter 364, Emotion Transformation Technology. As soon as he reached the black hall, a strong scent of blood rushed at him. Lu Yun's instinctively held his breath, choking, and peered inside. Only then did he realize that this palace was not entirely black, but rather, amidst the darkness, there were faint dark red patches, as if the entire hall had been solidified into black by hot blood, filled with a terrifying aura. Lu Yun's lips twitched twice. He raised his hand and released a ball of light, sending it into the black hall. However, as soon as the ball of light entered the black hall's door, it flickered twice intensely, instantly dimming and no longer emitting any light. Lu Yun's watched this scene with a solemn expression. This wretched place actually had a restriction that could absorb light. After a moment of silence, Lu Yun still stepped inside. This was an extreme darkness without any light source. Lu Yun's walked down this incredibly dark passage, the light from behind him quickly receding. His steps felt slick, not like treading on a floor, but rather like some kind of wriggling flesh. This gave Lu Yun some strange illusions, as if he wasn't walking through an exquisite illusion, but rather moving through the intestines or blood vessels of some giant creature. It's worth mentioning that the choking, strong scent of blood suddenly became much fainter after he entered the passage. It was unclear whether Lu Yun's had gotten used to it, or if the smell here had truly faded. As he walked, Lu Yun suddenly stopped. Second brother. If you call me that again, I'll take you down with me. Lu Yun's no two's defiant voice rang out from within Lu Yun's. Younger brother. Isn't that the same damn thing? Then what the hell do you want to be called? Lu Yun's roared angrily. This time, Lu Yun's number 2 fell silent. Lu Yun stood still for a long time, unable to get a response from him. He looked within his divine soul and found Lu Yun's number 2 curled up in an inconspicuous corner in a standard self-isolating posture. You are Lu Yun's, so who am I? Lu Yun's number 2 asked profoundly. Lu Yun's main body's lips twitched. He suppressed the urge to slap him, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Big brother, can we please not ponder such complex philosophical questions in a place like this? Who else could you be? Aren't you just me? Lu Yun's number 2 rolled his eyes. If I'm you, then who are you? I am me. Who decreed that there can only be one me in this world? Even old Han is splitting a bit, and he hasn't had any problems. Makes sense. Indeed, when someone is depressed, reasoning with them is useless. Finding someone worse off than them is clearly much more effective. Why did you call me? Lu Yun's number 2 instantly emerged from his depressed state, sitting cross-legged within Lu Yun's divine soul, picking his nose as he asked. His attitude was extremely rude. Lu Yun's was too lazy to discuss matters of civility and politeness with him at this moment. He went straight to the point. Don't you think this place is strange? Nonsense. I'm not blind. Lu Yun's took another deep breath. These past 100+ years hadn't been in vain, at least his chi refining cultivation had improved a lot. I mean, don't you think this place is a bit like the methods of a heart demon? From the moment he entered, Lu Yun's felt his emotions being guided by this place, gradually sliding towards negativity, despondency, and fear. At first, Lu Yun's thought it was just the environment affecting his mood, but later, as he went deeper, his emotions gradually began to destabilize. If Lu Yun's hadn't experienced the repeated struggles with the heart demon back then, he might not have noticed this point, and instead would have allowed some unknown method of this place to control his emotions, gradually dragging him into the abyss. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lu Yun's number 2 also frowned, closed his eyes, and began to sense. In a sense, Lu Yun's number 2 was already a very special heart demon, possessing an extremely strong perceptive ability for similar methods. It was just that he was unprepared before, which was why he was affected by the methods of this place, even having his defenses broken by 2 questions from Lu Yun's. But now, under Lu Yun's no 2's focused perception, Lu Yun's entire body was like a funnel, constantly leaking various negative emotions, and all these emotions were being absorbed by this dark passage, gradually nurturing something. A moment later, Lu Yun's number 2 opened his eyes, his gaze unusually solemn. You're right, this place is really like a heart demon. No, it's not just like, it feels like this place is fundamentally a supersized heart demon. Hey. Lu Yun's eyes instantly widened. Although he found this method of manipulating and absorbing emotions very familiar, he hadn't expected Lu Yun's number 2 to come to such a terrifying conclusion. Don't be nervous. If those ancient cultivators could really capture such a huge heart demon and place it here as a dungeon checkpoint, then it would have long since made a move. It wouldn't be our turn to suffer. Lu Yun's number 2 chuckled and continued, if I'm not mistaken, this place should be similar to me. Those ancient cultivators must have used some method to capture or study heart demons, and then, in imitation of heart demons, created this restriction that triggers negative emotions, absorbs them, and utilizes them. With the technology of human realm cultivators in the ancient era, such a thing is not impossible. Didn't you also deal with the heart demon using the returning to one secret art? A 5-colored radiance flashed, and Lu Yun's number 2 voluntarily emerged from between Lu Yun's eyebrows, hovering in midair before Liu Yun's, curiously surveying his surroundings. Interesting, truly interesting. A heart demon itself feeds on the emotions in people's hearts and uses them as a source of power to create various illusions. Some powerful heart demons can even directly interfere with a cultivator's divine soul, affect the circulation of their magic power, cause their true essence to go awry, and lead to their bodies exploding and dying. Liu Yun's couldn't help but frown, asking curiously, according to you, the emotions of living beings can actually be utilized and transformed into some kind of energy. Is it just that only heart demons have this ability? Sort of, yes. Otherwise, what do you think I relied on to restore my origin after I performed the returning to one secret art back then? Liu Yun's number 2 waved his hand casually, saying indifferently. But it's not entirely accurate. Look around here. These ancient cultivators actually researched a restriction similar to a heart demon. Relying on the restriction's ability, they can trigger emotions and transform emotions. This technology is simply astonishing. There are also some demonic path and ghost deo secret arts that utilize the divine soul, which more or less involve this emotion transformation technology. Those demonic path cultivators, who often slaughter cities and annihilate sects, repeatedly torment the souls of those mortals and cultivators, not because they have nothing better to do. Resentment, this special energy that only the souls of those who died unjustly possess, to some extent, determines the quality of a soul. As long as there is enough resentment, a fierce ghost formed from a mortal soul can even have the ability to slaughter some low-level chi refinement stage cultivators. This resentment is actually the manifestation of negative emotional energy. Liu Yun's number 2 floated ahead, and Liu Yun's followed behind him, talking as he walked. The dark and deep passage, in an instant, seemed to become less terrifying. Chapter 365, Funeral. Without a doubt, Liu Yun's number 2 replicated everything about Liu Yun's, including his intelligence and intense curiosity about unknown domains. But at the same time, he was an independent entity. As a special existence between a nascent soul and a heart demon, his research on divine soul and emotions inherently had a much greater advantage than Liu Yun's. At this moment, Liu Yun's number 2 floated in the air, while Liu Yun's walked behind him. Neither of them intended to stop their negative emotions from being absorbed by this dark passage, they both wanted to see what kind of divine ability this passage would manifest after absorbing enough negative emotions. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a low sob reached Liu Yun's ears. The two Liu Yun's exchanged glances and walked forward simultaneously. In a daze, they seemed to pass through a faint, ethereal membrane, and before them was a funeral set against a dark background. A red lacquered coffin was placed in the center, and inside the mourning hall, a black and white photo was enshrined. The ashes from burning incense and paper money drifted with the wind, obstructing their view. Liu Yun's and Liu Yun's number 2 stepped over the burning paper money in front of them, and right in the center of the mourning hall, astonishingly, was Liu Yun's black and white photo. Only, the person in the photo appeared more youthful, with simple short hair, wearing a modern jacket, and revealing a big smile as if without any worries. Liu Yun's body suddenly shook, and he slowly turned his head. Outside the mourning hall, figures appeared one after another. His teachers, classmates, relatives, and friends appeared outside the mourning hall one by one. They wiped away tears, and their suppressed sobs were like pervasive insects, desperately trying to bore into Liu Yun's ears. Just as Liu Yun's was at a loss, a piercing wail, like a sharp thorn, suddenly pricked his ear. Son. Liu Yun's entire body suddenly stiffened, like a truly dead corpse, and he slowly, rigidly turned his head. Just in front of the coffin, an old woman, who looked only in her 40s but had a full head of white hair, wailed, collapsing weakly into the arms of another middle-aged man. The man sat halfway, helping the woman up. His usually upright spine was severely hunched at this moment. His face, which bore a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to Liu Yun's, showed no expression. He was now almost numbly patting the woman's back. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, turned his head to look at the red lacquered coffin beside him, and said to Liu Yun's number 2, I remember that the year we transmigrated, cremation was already fully implemented, right? How is there still a coffin? Shouldn't it be a small box? Liu Yun's number 2 shrugged and said casually, who knows? Maybe it's to give everyone something to remember for a few days before taking it for cremation. It's hard to say. Perhaps, Liu Yun said noncommittally, patting his own coffin. Speaking of which, the restriction here is really powerful, it can even read both of our memories. Basic operation. Any heart demon of a certain caliber has this ability. If you put me into any cultivator's divine soul, I can also read his memories. Liu Yun's number 2 waved his hand and said casually. You have this ability, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. As the two chatted, the white-haired middle-aged woman suddenly broke free from the man's embrace and rushed towards the coffin almost frantically. Son. Looking at the approaching figure, deeply hidden in his memories, Liu Yun's let out a long breath and raised his hand, releasing a 5-colored stream of light. The stream of light easily pierced through the middle-aged woman's head. The next second, the surrounding scene vanished like a fleeting dream bubble. The middle-aged woman's corpse collapsed to the ground, transforming into a faint white shadow that instantly disappeared without a trace. An extremely wondrous illusion, so that's it. Liu Yun sighed softly, bent down, and touched the spot where the white shadow disappeared with one hand, lost in thought. Liu Yun's number 2 floated beside him, extending a small hand and symbolically patting Liu Yun's shoulder. One must look forward. Let's go. Liu Yun's uttered a brief sound from his nose, indicating his agreement. Let's go. Speaking of which, can you tell how the restriction here operates? Liu Yun stood up and asked calmly. Liu Yun's number 2 shrugged, saying helplessly, I really can't with this one. It's probably because it's close to the inner hall, the restrictions here aren't operating independently. If I'm not mistaken, the restrictions here should all be connected to the very center of the Void Heaven Palace. If we can get there, we might be able to copy the relevant restrictions and see if we can analyze them. Good. Liu Yun's nodded succinctly. Liu Yun's was very interested in this kind of restriction that could use the power of restriction to mimic the abilities of a heart demon. Besides that, he was also very curious about the power of emotion that Liu Yun's number 2 mentioned. Where did this power come from, and what were its wonderful uses? Vaguely, Liu Yun's felt that he had grasped a flicker of inspiration, but it vanished in an instant. Helplessly, he could only continue walking forward, towards that deep and terrifying darkness. One day later, in front of an enormous, tower-like building, several people sat motionless. The tower soared into the clouds, immense in scale, built entirely from massive green stones. At first glance, it seemed much more humble than buildings made of fine materials and beautiful jade, but upon closer inspection, one would find that these giant stones all shimmered with a faint spiritual light, each being some unknown rare spiritual material. If one were to move a little further away, they would see that the tower seemed to be divided into 5 layers, becoming thinner towards the top, but the interval between each layer was at least an astounding 100 zhang, and the green stone tower gate at the very bottom alone was 50 to 60 zhang high. Such a magnificent building was rare even in the chaotic Star Sea. The only one that could compare was probably the Star Palace in Tianxing City. At this time, the giant tower was enveloped by a layer of faint white light. The people in front of the tower, like ants, sat with their heads bowed, eyes closed in meditation before the light. In the center they surrounded, a white teleportation array was quietly built. This teleportation array, apart from its style, was entirely different from the previously encountered teleportation arrays. It bore some resemblance to the teleportation arrays used by the Star Palace to access the Outer Sea, its origins unknown. Among the people in front of the tower were Savage Beard, Wang Tianming, and other nascent soul stage cultivators from both the righteous and demonic factions. Additionally, Darkbone, Han Li, Yuan Yao, and Ling Yuling were present. The only ones missing were the 2 elders from the Star Palace and Liu Yun's. Chapter 366, Entering the Inner Palace. Looking at the teleportation array in the center, everyone present had different thoughts, yet their faces showed no emotion, leaving one to wonder what they were thinking. As time passed little by little, the expressions of everyone present gradually became solemn. Ling Yuling stared intently at the teleportation array, the fierceness in her eyes almost solidifying. Han Li, meanwhile, sat far away in a corner, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He particularly lingered on Venerable Xiangu for a while, his face devoid of any expression. The several nascent soul cultivators from the righteous and demonic factions, however, had varying expressions. Savage Beard was calm, eyes closed in meditation, while Green Easy's face was unpredictable, lost in thought. The righteous path cultivators, on the other hand, were all expressionless, showing no reaction whatsoever. In this eerie atmosphere, the teleportation array finally glowed white again. Liu Yun's, dressed in luxurious purple and white brocade, stepped out of the teleportation array, looking at the crowd before the pagoda with a smile of unknown meaning on his lips. Brother Liu. Ling Yuling let out a sigh of relief and greeted Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's returned a smile, then turned his head, looking at Venerable Xiangu with what seemed to be some confusion, and was about to say something. Just then, Wang Tianming, sitting between the other 2 righteous path cultivators, opened his distinct black and white eyes, which faintly glowed as he stared at Savage Beard, his aura pressing down on Savage Beard like a giant wave. Fellow Daoist man, the time for the inner palace to open is almost here, but those 2 from Star Palace are nowhere to be seen. It seems they won't be appearing. Wang Tianming's lips curled into a cold, murderous smile, and he spoke with an imposing aura. Savage Beard merely opened his eyes and glanced at him, then said expressionlessly, that's not necessarily true. Don't forget, Madame Wen still hasn't shown up. Chances are, she's met with misfortune. The only ones who could kill her in this Void Heaven Palace are either you, Sect Master Wan, or those 2 from Star Palace. Although I, man, haven't known Sect Master Wan for long, I know you're not so foolish as to strike at that fellow Lu Dao's dual cultivation partner at this time. At this point, Savage Beard suddenly let out a cold laugh and looked around. Wang Tianming, however, frowned deeply and said without changing his expression, fellow Daoist man means that the Star Palace people want to use this opportunity to incite a war between the righteous and demonic factions, so they can reap the benefits. Humph. If not for that, what other reason could there be? It can't be that you, Sect Master Wan, actually killed Lu Dao's dual cultivation partner, can it? If so, I, man, would be truly impressed. Golden light burst from Savage Beard's eyes, like 2 golden pillars of light, sweeping across the entire space without missing an inch. A moment later, Savage Beard retracted the golden light from his eyes and said in a deep voice. Those 2 might be hiding somewhere right now, waiting for us to fight each other, and then they'll come out and finish us both off. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianming nodded in agreement, then asked, then, according to fellow Daoist man, do you suggest that we, the 2 sides, should not interfere with each other, so as not to give those 2 from Star Palace an opportunity? Savage Beard bared his teeth in a savage, cold smile and said without reservation, Wang Tianming, are you joking? There's only one Void Heaven Cauldron, so how can we not interfere with each other? We're going to fight sooner or later. It's just a bit ridiculous to fight over a treasure that's not even in our hands yet. How about this, after we both enter the inner palace, we'll each rely on our own abilities. If we truly manage to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron, then it won't be too late to fight. Wan Tianming's gaze was profound, his emotions unreadable as he nodded and said, good. Then he closed his eyes and said nothing more. The two nascent soul cultivators behind him exchanged glances, both somewhat confused, but not daring to question Wan Tianming. So, they could only follow suit and close their eyes in meditation. In this way, after about another half an hour, a violent tremor suddenly came from the ground. The huge stone gate of the inner palace slowly rose, revealing the blue stone passage inside. Looking from afar, this passage seemed extremely tall and wide. It was dozens of zhang in circumference, so large it didn't even look like it was meant for people to walk through. Everyone stood up simultaneously, looking excitedly at the interior of the great gate. Just then, Savage Beard suddenly turned his head to look at Han Li and Yuan Yao, his eyes filled with fierce light. He rubbed his hands together, then flung them out, releasing two lightning-like golden lights directly towards the two of them. Just then, Liu Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Streaks of strangely colored talismans shot out, transforming into two large hands that grabbed the two golden lights. Fellow Daoist man, why such a temper? Liu Yun's casually extinguished the two golden lights and asked with a grin, you're an old man, why are you still bothering two juniors? Savage Beard narrowed his eyes and asked with a cold laugh, Heavenly Eye, you want to protect them? What do these two juniors have to do with you? Liu Yun's turned his head, glanced at the two, then turned back and said expressionlessly, I find them pleasing to the eye. Is that reason enough? Savage Beard looked coldly at Liu Yun's, his eyes flashing with fierce light, while Liu Yun's met his gaze without fear, a cold smile even playing on his lips. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Wan Tianming's group, who were about to step into the inner palace, stopped, looking over with curiosity and a hint of excitement on their faces. If these two were to fight, the best outcome would be for Heavenly Eye to be killed by Savage Beard, and Savage Beard to be injured by Heavenly Eye. This way, they would have implicitly eliminated two formidable rivals. Savage Beard clearly understood this point, but having publicly confronted Liu Yun's, he found himself in a difficult position. Fortunately, the demonic path still had the shrewd layman Qing Yi. Seeing that neither of them seemed to intend to make a move, he quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, fellow Daists, with a great enemy before us, let's not harm our harmony over trivial matters. If you two were to truly fight here, it would only benefit outsiders. Humph. Savage Beard snorted upon hearing this, turned his head, and walked away. Liu Yun's also shrugged and followed with a grin, his gaze darting to Venerable Xiangu, who had somehow appeared behind Savage Beard on the other side. Fellow Daoist man, may I ask who this is? Liu Yun's showed no embarrassment from the previous conflict, instead asking with a beaming smile, as if he and Savage Beard had a deep friendship. This person is a descendant of an elder who showed me kindness. Heavenly Eye, I can leave those two juniors alone, and even the young man who has been following you, but you cannot touch him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Savage Beard said coldly, looking straight ahead. Of course. Liu Yun's chuckled in response, his gaze never leaving Darkbone's figure, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 367, The Mantis and the Oriole. With Wan Tianming and his group having gone ahead, Savage Beard and Liu Yun's side also entered the inner hall, only they were subtly divided into two groups, one in front and one behind. One group was led by Savage Beard, with Layman Qing Yi and Darkbone walking behind him. The three of them walked together at the very front, their pace astonishingly fast, not even considering whether those behind them could keep up. The other group was led by Liu Yun's, followed by Han Li, Yuan Yao and Ling Yuling. The four of them walked together at the back, all silent and uncommunicative. And not long after everyone entered the inner hall, the previously quiet teleportation array lit up again, and three figures gradually emerged. Before they even stepped out of the teleportation array, the figure in the middle snorted coldly, saying in an icy tone. Humph. I didn't expect the Star Palace to have already deciphered the teleportation restriction here. Entering this place is completely at their whim. Yet they kept it hidden from us outsiders. Truly worthy of being the overlords who have dominated the chaotic Star Sea for many years. The speaker's voice was melodious and pleasant, but her tone was frighteningly cold, as if she would draw swords with someone the next second. It was none other than the cold and beautiful Madame Wen, who had been missing for a long time. The other two were the two white-robed elders of the Star Palace. At this moment, listening to the beautiful Madame Wen's harsh sarcasm, the two of them showed no change in expression, not betraying a hint of awkwardness. Instead, they chuckled and said, Madame Wen, you are mistaken. No matter how outsiders try to instigate, Holy Demon Island and the Star Palace are related by blood, and there have been many exchanges over the years. How can you be considered outsiders? Related by blood. The cold Madame Wen sneered, a look of disdain in her eyes. Remember this, my condition for helping you is that the Void Heaven Cauldron must not be obtained by anyone, including your Star Palace. If you two do not stop the righteous and demonic factions from taking the Void Heaven Cauldron, and instead plan to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind, then I would rather help Savage Beard and Wan Tianming than help you. Understand? Listening to her impolite words, the two elders did not show the slightest anger. One of the elders even smiled gently and politely said to the cold Madame Wen. That is natural. To be honest, Madame Wen, although this void heaven cauldron is extremely precious, for us, protecting the young lord's safety is the most important thing. We dare not think of anything else. That's best, the cold Madam Wen said coldly, giving them a dagger-like look, then stepped into the stone door. Suddenly, the cold Madam Wen seemed to remember something and turned back to the two, saying, since she calls me aunt, I will try my best to save her life. But you two must take her and leave immediately. Do not let her interfere with what happens next, understand? Madam Wen is absolutely right. The two elders nodded in agreement, chuckling. Humph. The cold Madam Wen snorted, turning into a white light and flying inside. The two white-robed elders looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. They could only transform into escape lights and follow in. At this moment, Liu Yun's and the others were walking through a labyrinthine corridor. Before them were crisscrossing blue stone passages, tall, solid, and thick walls, and at every crossroads, a stone door carved with strange runes. These stone doors were identical in size and shape, 10-odd zhang long and wide, forming a square. Sometimes they faced south, sometimes north, seemingly without any discernible pattern. But they all shimmered with a faint white light, clearly indicating the presence of some restriction. Along the way, Liu Yun's and the others had seen at least 7 or 8 stone doors, causing Han Li to look at them frequently, his eyes full of curiosity. Seeing his appearance, Ling Yuling kindly explained, fellow Daoist Han, each of these stone chambers hides a treasure. As long as you place the Void Heaven fragmented map in your hand on it, the stone door will open automatically. After entering, you just need to break the restriction inside to retrieve the treasure. However, once you enter, whether you succeed in retrieving the treasure or not, you will never be able to come out again. If you obtain the treasure, you will also be directly teleported outside the Void Heaven Palace. Of course, these stone chambers on the first floor only contain the most common treasures in the inner hall. With each higher floor, the treasures inside the stone doors become more valuable. Correspondingly, the restrictions inside become more dangerous. Ordinary core formation cultivators can only retrieve treasures on this first floor. Han Li's brows relaxed, and he smiled kindly at Ling Yuling, saying, thank you, fellow Daoist Ling, for clarifying. Ling Yuling smiled and nodded, then expressionlessly turned her head to look at Liu Yun's and Yuan Yao, who had somehow gathered together in front. So that's it. So your target is a certain stone chamber on the second floor. Liu Yun stroked his chin, speaking as if suddenly enlightened. That's right. Yuan Yao was completely covered by her black robe, seemingly a bit embarrassed as she transmitted her voice to Liu Yun's, brother Liu, please forgive Yuan Yao for not being able to tell you what that treasure is. It's just that that item is extremely important to my senior sister. If Yuan Yao cannot obtain that treasure this time, then my senior sister's life will be in danger. Liu Yun's nodded understandingly. So, Monk Jingnian's words about coming for righteousness meant this. Damn bald donkey, no good people indeed. Always speaking in riddles. Couldn't he just say something like this directly? Miss Yuan, I can take you to the second floor. As for how to break the restriction in that stone chamber, that will depend on Miss Yuan's own methods. Liu Yun's transmitted his voice without changing his expression. Yuan Yao quickly nodded and transmitted to Liu Yun's, brother Liu, don't worry. I still have some trump cards, enough to deal with the restrictions on the second floor. Liu Yun's lips then curved into a smile. Suddenly, this smile vanished. Liu Yun seemed to have abruptly remembered something and quickly asked Yuan Yao beside him, Miss Yuan, how did you know what the treasure in that stone chamber was? As far as I know, even the righteous and demonic factions in the Star Palace cannot identify what the treasures in the stone chambers are. They can only rely entirely on luck, taking whatever they get. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao, fearing that Liu Yun's might misunderstand, quickly transmitted her voice to Liu Yun's, brother Liu, the treasure in that stone chamber, along with the map leading to the stone chamber, I found in a secluded immortal cave of an ancient cultivator. As Yuan Yao spoke, she also slipped a brocade handkerchief of unknown material into Liu Yun's hand. Liu Yun's raised his hand to look, and saw a red line winding left and right through a labyrinthine terrain, finally arriving at the entrance of a stone chamber. Just as Yuan Yao said, this was indeed a map of the inner hall. And this unknown ancient cultivator, for some unknown reason, had marked the map of this place in unusually fine detail. According to Yuan Yao, he had even specifically noted the treasures inside the stone chambers. Liu Yun's eyes gleamed, and he put the brocade handkerchief back into Yuan Yao's hand. He was now certain that the establishment of the Void Heaven Palace in ancient times definitely involved a major event. This brocade handkerchief was clearly deliberately left by a certain ancient cultivator, specifically for future generations to retrieve the treasure in that stone chamber. And this kind of behavior was probably not allowed by other ancient cultivators. Otherwise, this treasure in the inner hall of the Void Heaven Palace would have spread long ago, and wouldn't have remained only in that ancient cultivator's immortal cave, eventually benefiting Yuan Yao. This ancient cultivator risked offending other ancient cultivators just to benefit some unknown cultivator of later generations. This matter felt wrong no matter how he thought about it. While Liu Yun's was still pondering, a dull thud suddenly sounded in his ears, as if a heavy object had fallen. Chapter 368, Wolf-Headed Puppet. The moment Liu Yun's heard the heavy thud, his body instantly tensed up, but then he seemed to suddenly remember something, his eyes widening to their maximum, sparkling with excitement, appearing exceptionally spirited. Facing Liu Yun's sudden change in expression, Ling Yuling remained expressionless, as if she was used to this sight. Han Li was initially startled by the heavy sound and instinctively gathered his magic power, but seeing Liu Yun's demeanor, he immediately understood what caused the sound. His mouth twitched slightly, and he put away his stance, which was prepared to retreat. Yuan Yao, who was not yet very familiar with Liu Yun's, was first startled by the sound, then by Liu Yun's. Now, she was pressed against the wall, looking extremely vigilant. Liu Yun's was in no mood to worry about their emotions. As the heavy thud grew closer, his mood became excited, and he quickly stepped forward, about to say something. Just then, Savage Beard suddenly sneered, transforming into a golden light and charging into the depths of the passage. In the darkness, a series of exceptionally harsh metallic grinding sounds instantly rang out, mixed with several loud bangs like air explosions. Liu Yun's was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. He instantly transformed into a five-colored escape light and followed after him. Man Huzi! You wait! A loud boom instantly interrupted Liu Yun's voice. Then, crisp cracking sounds rang out in a continuous stream, as if something had shattered. The remaining few looked at each other. Han Li and Ling Yuling both had helpless expressions, while Yuan Yao and Layman Qingyi looked bewildered. After a while, Layman Qingyi seemed to suddenly remember something. He shook his head and chuckled softly, then walked over. The group quickly followed. After only walking a dozen zhang and turning a corner, everyone saw Savage Beard laughing heartily, looking up at the sky. At his feet was a large pile of sparkling silver parts of various sizes, half a broken golden wolf head, several sections of thick, dull black blades, and other strange items of various colors whose purpose was unclear. It was vaguely discernible that these items had once been part of some large machine. Liu Yun sat on the ground without any regard for his image, tremblingly holding a twisted and deformed part in his hand, his eyes having lost their high-spirited glow. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Savage Beard laughed even more happily. Ignoring Liu Yun's, who was deeply traumatized on the other side, he laughed and said to everyone, "These puppets in the Void Heaven Palace are quite interesting. They are perfect for me to warm up. I wonder how those ancient cultivators made these puppets and kept them running until now." Layman Qingyi glanced at Liu Yun's, a pleasant smile appearing on his lips. He chuckled and said to Savage Beard, "This is also thanks to Brother Man's heaven-supporting demonic art being incomparably sharp. Other cultivators would find it a bit troublesome to use magic treasures in such a narrow space. Dealing with these puppets would certainly not be as easy as it is for Brother Man." Savage Beard laughed triumphantly twice. He glanced at Liu Yun's, who was silently organizing the puppet's wreckage, then snorted coldly and continued to walk ahead. "Brother Liu, are you all right?" Ling Yuling stepped forward, knelt in front of Liu Yun's, and asked softly with a gentle tone. "I'm fine." Liu Yun's didn't even lift his head, his eyes fixed on an emerald green gem within the puppet's body. This object was embedded inside the puppet's body, emitting a faint, eerie green glow, subtly radiating an extremely cold aura, giving people a very strange feeling. Liu Yun stared at the gem with intense concentration, his fingers tracing the patterns around the gem, moving inch by inch. Energy transmission, imparting sentience. Fusion of parts. This thing actually serves the dual purpose of spirit stone and spirit. Is this the secret of the ancient puppet? Liu Yun's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The frustration of being a step too slow just now, allowing Savage Beard to smash the puppet, was now swept away. Seeing him like this, Ling Yuling couldn't help but roll her eyes. She stepped forward, snatched the gem, and stuffed it into Liu Yun's embrace, saying gently, "Brother Liu, let's go quickly. This kind of wolf-headed puppet is just the lowest grade puppet in the inner hall. There are many other types of puppets ahead. On the uppermost floor of the inner hall, there are even ancient puppets that can rival nascent soul cultivators. If you don't hurry, Savage Beard might smash all those puppets." Liu Yun suddenly raised his head, his two innocent eyes blinking in shock. Judging by his gaze, his psychological age, conservatively estimated, was probably no less than that of an 8-year-old adult. Han Li, expressionless, turned his head away, pretending not to know him. Just then, the familiar metallic grinding sound came again from the front of the passage. Savage Beard. Liu Yun's casually collected all the parts on the ground, shouted loudly, and flew over. Everyone followed with some helplessness, just in time to see Savage Beard punching a wolf-headed puppet, suppressing it. At this point, the group finally saw the full appearance of the puppet. It was humanoid, about 7 or 8 zhang tall, with a hideous golden wolf head. It held 2 huge black thick-backed blades, and its dual blades, when wielded, showed considerable skill. Coupled with the golden light beams it occasionally sprayed from its wide-open mouth and its massive size, its strength was definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary early core formation cultivator. And in such a narrow space, which was indeed too cramped for cultivators, it would probably cause considerable trouble even for an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. It was just a pity that its opponent was Savage Beard, whose physical body had been tempered to be no less than that of a Yao beast of the same rank. With just 2 punches, those 2 formidable-looking giant cleavers were smashed into several pieces. Seeing that the next punch was about to shatter the wolf-headed puppet, Liu Yun suddenly rushed over. Fine chains made of strange runes swiftly extended from Liu Yun's body, tightly binding the wolf-headed puppet. Several special chains suddenly contracted, directly pulling the wolf-headed puppet away from Manhuse's, Savage Beard, front and towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's looked it up and down twice, then pointed at a certain spot on the puppet's body. The wolf-headed puppet instantly stopped struggling, becoming still as if it were a dead object. Savage Beard frowned, snorted in displeasure, and turned to leave. Liu Yun's finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly put away the wolf-headed puppet, and followed him. Next, the group encountered 7 or 8 more identical wolf-headed puppets. Liu Yun's and Savage Beard seemed to be in a competition. As soon as they encountered a wolf-headed puppet, they would both rush forward. If Savage Beard was a step faster, he would smash the puppet to pieces with his iron fists. If Liu Yun's could be a step faster, he would naturally put away the puppet without hesitation. In this strange atmosphere, everyone gradually approached the teleportation array leading to the second floor. The second update will be later. Chapter 369, The Second Floor. Boom. With a loud bang, the giant body of the wolf-headed puppet was directly pierced by a punch, followed by another punch, and the wolf-headed puppet instantly shattered into pieces. Kicking away the giant golden wolf head, Savage Beard looked at Liu Yun's, who was expressionless beside him, and couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, feeling exceptionally pleased. Starting from the first wolf-headed puppet, they had encountered a total of 9 puppets along the way. 6 of them had been smashed to pieces by his bare fists, and only 3 puppets had been collected by Liu Yun's. Although this wasn't a competition, it didn't stop Savage Beard from feeling delighted. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, collected the scattered parts on the ground, and disdainfully muttered in his heart. Childish. Then, he took the lead, walking with unusually heavy steps. But after only a few steps, Liu Yun saw a small teleportation array emitting a faint glow in the middle of a crossroads. Seeing this, Savage Beard frowned and let out a cold snort. What methods did Wang Tianming use to move so fast? Layman Qingyi, who was walking behind, took a step forward and asked with a somewhat grim expression. Humph. Who cares about him? The Void Heaven Cauldron isn't that easy to obtain. Savage Beard snorted disdainfully and was the first to step onto the teleportation array. Seeing this, Layman Qingyi smiled and nodded at Liu Yun's, then followed suit. Liu Yun's looked at the teleportation array in front of him, didn't immediately follow, but turned around and said to Yuan Yao, who was clad in a black robe, Miss Yuan, let's part ways here. You can go up to the second floor a little later, by which time we should have already gone far. Yuan Yao felt a warmth in her heart and nodded at Liu Yun's. Brother Liu, no words can express my gratitude. If there's an opportunity in the future. Never mind, with Brother Lu's divine ability, how could he possibly need my help? After Yuan Yao finished speaking, she reached up and pulled back her hood, revealing her stunning, charming, and captivatingly beautiful face. Brother Liu, the mountains are high and the roads are long. I hope we can meet again in the future. By then, Yuan Yao might have the ability to repay Brother Liu. Liu Yun's didn't take her words to heart. He just smiled at Yuan Yao, turned around, and stepped onto the teleportation array. The others also stepped on it, and as flashes of white light flickered, only Yuan Yao remained in front of the teleportation array, and... Fellow Daoist Ling, aren't you going to the second floor? Yuan Yao nervously took a step back, warily watching Ling Yuling, who had inexplicably stayed behind. Ling Yuling merely gave her a silent glance, her face stern, and turned to walk away without a word. Only Yuan Yao remained, looking at his departing back with confusion. Liu Yun shook his head and looked up. Before him were crossroads and blue stone passages similar to those on the first floor. Savage Beard and Layman Qingyi stood silently in front of the teleportation array, both looking somewhat grim. Liu Yun's tilted his head, looking at them with some confusion. Behind him, white light flickered, and Han Li and Darkbone also teleported over. Fellow Daoist Liu, something is wrong. These righteous path fellows used some unknown method, and now we can't find them at all. Layman Qingyi turned around and said with a solemn expression. Savage Beard frowned deeply, his eyes fixed on the blue stone passage in front of him, and said coldly, what's the rush? The Void Heaven Cauldron isn't that easy to obtain. Wan Tianming's few golden silkworms trying to get the Void Heaven Cauldron is simply a pipe dream. Despite saying this, Savage Beard's expression showed no sign of relaxation. Liu Yun's glanced at the two of them, ignoring the two behind him, and said directly to them, no matter what, we are already behind now. If they get too far ahead and set up some formation near the Void Heaven Cauldron, then we will be at a disadvantage. As Liu Yun spoke, he walked over to Savage Beard and Layman Qingyi, tore off his purple and white brocade robes, revealing the eye of the azure heaven armor beneath, which faintly glowed with a crimson light. Fellow Daoist Qing, fellow Daoist man, and I will clear the way ahead. Please assist us from the side. Layman Qingyi stroked his long beard and said with a smile, of course. Two fellow Daoists, rest assured, my azure nether needle is not to be trifled with. As the people in front were talking, Venerable Xiangu frowned and turned to glance behind. Seeing that the team had lost 2 members, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly. Savage Beard also turned to look and asked Liu Yun's, Heavenly Eye, where did those 2 little ones who were following you go? Could it be that they have some other important matter to attend to? After saying this, Savage Beard's eyes narrowed dangerously, faintly emitting a few wisps of evil chi. Liu Yun's expression remained unchanged. He rolled his eyes at Savage Beard and said, with their cultivation, they can only explore treasures on the first floor. Do you expect them to follow us to the Void Heaven Cauldron to risk their lives? Humph. What about him? Savage Beard snorted coldly, turned around, and pointed menacingly at the innocent-looking Han Li. Liu Yun's glanced at Han Li, then looked at Venerable Xiangu beside him, and said coldly, what? Fellow Daoist man can bring people, but I can't. You too. You too. Seeing the growing tension between the two, Layman Qingyi quickly stepped forward to mediate. Wang Tianming and his group have already left us far behind. At a time like this, we absolutely cannot fight amongst ourselves. Fellow deist man, those two juniors merely wanted to seek treasures on the first floor. Even if they do something, it won't affect the Void Heaven Cauldron, nor will it affect Wan Tianming's group, who might already be approaching the third floor. Fellow deist Lu, please don't target this young friend anymore. It's uncalled for and beneath your status. Let's both take a step back and catch up to Wan Tianming's group first. Lu Yun's and Savage Beard exchanged glances, each snorted coldly, and turned away, temporarily letting the matter go. Layman Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and continued with a chuckle, two fellow deists, the snake guard puppets on this floor are quite troublesome. To pass through here quickly, we must rely on the full cooperation of both of you. As Layman Qingyi expected, upon hearing his words, Lu Yun's and Savage Beard both instantly perked up, unhesitatingly walking to the very front, their bodies surging with spiritual power, ready for another competition. The group reluctantly continued forward together, encountering many dangerous restrictions that had never appeared on the first floor, but they posed no obstacle to Savage Beard and Lu Yun's. After passing through several intersections in this manner, everyone finally saw the first snake guard puppet. Before anyone could clearly see what it looked like, Lu Yun's and Savage Beard both charged out simultaneously. With a bang, accompanied by a violent tremor, the golden light that Savage Beard had transformed into and the five-colored spiritual light that Lu Yun's had transformed into paused simultaneously, revealing their figures. They had failed to take down the puppet in a single blow. Chapter 370, Ancient Puppet. The golden light that Savage Beard transformed into was directly blocked, and Lu Yun's was even knocked back by an extremely fast black shadow. The five-colored spiritual light instantly dispersed. Lu Yun's looked at the snake guard puppet, which was over 10 feet tall, and the excited light in his eyes almost solidified. This puppet had two slender, greenish-red snake heads and forearms placed at the front and back of its body, which was covered in pieces of dark black scales. Its size was much smaller than the wolf-headed puppet on the first floor, but this did not make it seem harmless. Instead, it made one's scalp tingle just by looking at it, as if encountering a born hunter. Its two front hands held two misty green short halberds. Its two back hands clutched dark, gleaming whips, covered in sharp barbs and emitting a grayish-white aura. It was these two whips that had just blocked Savage Beard and Lu Yun's advance from a distance. As soon as the puppet saw Savage Beard and Lu Yun's stop, it immediately transformed into a black light and rushed forward without a sound. Its movements were agile and swift, and its positioning was exceptionally complex, making it almost impossible to see its shadow. Savage Beard let out a wild laugh, urged his heaven-supporting demonic art, and his entire body instantly became covered in coin-sized golden scales. He excitedly charged forward. This attack was astonishingly fast. Lu Yun's didn't even have time to react before the snake guard puppet collided with Savage Beard. Lu Yun's heart immediately sank, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath, then quickly followed. He was already prepared to pick up scraps. It had been the same on the first floor. Lu Yun's and Savage Beard were simply competing to see who was faster. Even a few breaths of difference would be enough for the other party to dismantle the puppet into pieces or stash it away. But as the golden light and white shadow collided, a scene that made Lu Yun's almost doubt his eyes appeared. The snake demon-like puppet moved like a ghost. The green bronze halberds and soft whips in its hands combined both rigidity and flexibility. Although Savage Beard was relentlessly attacking it with his defensive, furious onslaught, it barely managed to protect a few vital points, preventing Savage Beard, who hadn't used a magic treasure, from achieving immediate success. Even the two green bronze halberds and two long whips in its hands were made of unknown materials and refined with some extraordinary method. They only slightly deformed when directly struck by Savage Beard's golden fist, which was powerful enough to easily smash ordinary magic treasures, and were not completely broken into two. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with surprise, and his delighted gaze swept up and down the barely supported snake guard puppet. That thing is definitely no weaker than a mid-stage core formation cultivator, only stronger. It might even be comparable to some powerful early-stage cultivators. And it was during that short period when Savage Beard couldn't achieve immediate success that Su Suzi had already pressed forward. Instead of forming chains, the strange ancient characters flew directly from his hands, instantly covering the entire body of the snake guard puppet, which had no way to evade. The snake guard puppet immediately trembled all over, as if it had no bones. It had just dodged a heavy punch from Savage Beard when it was directly grabbed by Su Suzi with one hand and instantly tucked into a storage pouch. Savage Beard's punch missed. He turned his head, his beast-like golden eyes staring intently at Lu Yun's, revealing an undisguised look of savagery. Heavenly Eye. What do you mean by this? Savage Beard roared, his tone unusually unfriendly. Just now, seeing that the puppet could actually withstand his punches, Savage Beard had indeed felt a thrill of the hunt and wanted to take it back to guard his immortal cave. He hadn't expected Su Suzi to intercept it midway. Fellow deist man, why be so angry? It's a good thing that fellow deist Heavenly Eye can deal with these puppets. It will allow us to advance faster, preventing us from falling too far behind these guys from the righteous path. Layman Qingyi, his forehead sweating, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Besides, fellow deist man doesn't understand the art of puppetry. If this puppet were in your hands, it would only be an ornamental item to take back. Even if some materials could be extracted from it, what great value would that be? It would be better to let fellow deist Heavenly Eye deal with all these puppets, and fellow deist man can save some spiritual power to focus on dealing with Wang Tianming. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. Hearing Layman Qingyi's words, did he mean for me to deal with the puppets ahead? Savage Beard just thought about it and also felt that he didn't understand the art of puppetry, and his remaining lifespan didn't support him learning such miscellaneous skills. He immediately gave Lu Yun's an unfriendly look, snorted coldly, and said nothing more. Lu Yun's didn't mind. Anyway, Layman Qingyi's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. To have so many ancient puppets to study, wasting a bit of spiritual power was no problem at all. Anyway, for Lu Yun's, who had the 7-element waistband and the Eye of the Azure Heaven armor, this amount of spiritual power could be resolved by exchanging a few batches of spirit stones. With that thought, Lu Yun's immediately landed, stood at the very back of the team, and walked forward with a swagger. Layman Qingyi smiled kindly at Savage Beard and followed him. At the very front of the team, Han Li and Dark Bone exchanged glances. For some unknown reason, they both stepped forward expressionlessly. After that, everyone encountered another 8 or 9 snake guard puppets, but in front of Lu Yun's, who was a grandmaster of puppetry, these unmanipulated puppets had no power to resist. It didn't take long for them to find the teleportation array leading to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had the same scenery as the previous 2, but there were more crossroads, and many more dangerous restrictions appeared on the path. In addition, there were some eagle-headed puppets with wings on their backs, nearly 10 feet tall, like humanoid giant eagles. Each moved like the wind, with extremely fast escape speed, and the long halberds in their hands gleamed with sharp light. These puppets were even comparable to core formation stage cultivators in the pseudo-nascent soul phase. Out of necessity, Savage Beard and Layman Qingyi had no choice but to lend a hand. Several hours later, on the 7th floor at the very top of the giant tower, Wang Tianming and his group of righteous path cultivators were gazing at an extremely magnificent, tall stone platform, their eyes filled with joy, mixed with a few hints of wild greed. This stone platform was over 100 zhang long and wide, and about 80 zhang tall. Directly in front of it was a flight of several hundred stone steps leading straight to the top of the platform. The entire high platform was constructed from what appeared to be ordinary grey rock, and it was enveloped by a white light barrier that included the steps. Looking from the outside, the light barrier emitted a soft blue glow. The closer to the center of the high platform, the stronger the light became. This blue luminescence flowed continuously, even making it impossible to look directly, obscuring what exactly was inside. And along the edge of the stone platform, a thick layer of crystal-like ice had formed. This ice was clear and transparent, exceptionally pure. Under the illumination of the soft blue light, it made the high platform appear beautiful, like a dream. Wang Tianming took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his wildly beating heart. After several hundred years of cultivation, he still couldn't suppress the wild joy in his heart at this moment. The chaotic star sea's #1 secret treasure was so close to him. With this item, he would be a righteous path magnate no weaker than Wan Bagu and the 3 extreme sages. A well-deserved top-tier existence in the human realm. Furthermore, if aided by the heaven-mending pill within the void heaven cauldron, to cleanse his innate spiritual root, he might even be able to break through his bottleneck and directly become a grand cultivator of the early nascent soul stage. By then, he would be the undisputed #1 cultivator in the chaotic star sea. Just like the immortal Tianjing of yesteryear. No. What was the immortal Tianjing? Just a brainless, crazy rogue cultivator. He had the formidable strength to suppress the Star Palace for several hundred years, yet he never established any organization, nor did he directly usurp the position of the Star Palace Saint Lord after eliminating him. I, Wang Tianming, am different. When I break through to the early nascent soul stage, wielding the void heaven cauldron, both the righteous and demonic factions, and even the Star Palace, will have to bow down to me. Chapter 371, Tiangang Cover. Wang Tianming took a deep breath, burying all the beautiful illusions deep in his heart. He knew very well that only when he obtained the void heaven cauldron could these illusions become reality. Before that, no matter how good they seemed, they were just castles in the air, with no possibility of realization. Is the magical power consumption severe? If there's enough magical power left, let's act immediately. Wang Tianming said in a deep, expressionless voice. Heavenly Enlightenment Master frowned slightly and stepped forward hesitantly, saying, Brother Wan, can we rest a little longer? Although we used the heavenly mechanism sex creation instrument to avoid those puppet guards beforehand, we still used a lot of magical power when breaking through those restrictions. If we go up directly now, protecting ourselves is more than enough, but I'm afraid that when the demonic path cultivators arrive, they will directly attack us. If we can recover some more magical power, we'll have a better advantage when facing those demonic path cultivators, which can offset the disadvantage of Venerable Tianmu joining the other side. Wang Tianming glanced at him, shook his head, and said, We don't have much time. Manhuse's heaven-supporting demonic art is perfectly suited for use within this tall tower, and with Venerable Tianmu, who is skilled in the Dao of puppets, assisting him, they probably won't take much time to deal with those puppets. I estimate that they will only need to spend more effort on the 4th floor. Dealing with other restrictions and puppets probably won't consume much magical power. If we delay here for too long, by the time they all come up, we might not have the upper hand. It's better to act quickly. Heavenly Enlightenment Master heard this, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, saying, Brother Wan is right. Let's quickly go and retrieve the treasure, to avoid any unexpected incidents. As Heavenly Enlightenment Master spoke, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. However, the old man beside him, who resembled a farmer, remained silent, lost in thought. After Wang Tianming focused his gaze on Heavenly Enlightenment Master for a moment, he smiled and led the two onto the steps before them, walking step by step towards the light cover above. A thick purple chi flashed and disappeared. The white light cover emitted a crisp zzz sound, and was actually split open by Wang Tianming's casual sleeve, creating an opening about 10 feet high. The few people took this opportunity to file in. Silence returned below the high platform, as if nothing had happened. After an unknown period, accompanied by a white light, Liu Yun's and Manhuzi and others appeared below the high platform. What a powerful golden-haired puppet. It probably wouldn't fall behind even against a cultivator at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Fellow deist Liu, Layman Qingyi congratulates you. Once fellow deist repairs this puppet, you will immediately have another trump card. As soon as Layman Qingyi appeared, he said with a chuckle to Liu Yun's beside him. Although the words were kind, speaking them here clearly indicated malicious intent. Liu Yun's merely gave him a cold glance, remaining silent. It was Manhuzi, standing at the very front, who said coldly, "We've finally made it here, so let's stop with the nonsense. Let's first see if Wang Tianming and the others have gone in to retrieve the treasure." Manhuzi's tone was full of impatience. Layman Qingyi frowned slightly, then relaxed it, and said with a smile, "Fellow deist man is absolutely right. I have already used a secret technique to detect that Wang Tianming and the others indeed went in 2 hours ago. However, fellow deist man doesn't need to worry, this stairway before us is the only way in and out of this cold jade platform. Wang Tianming and the others cannot leave. The only way? Is that true?" Manhuzi glanced at him expressionlessly, asking with some distrust. This Tiangang cover restriction is very sturdy. With the abilities of Wang Tianming and the others, it's absolutely impossible for them to pass through any other place in a short time, except for this specially opened exit at the stairway, Liu Yun said calmly. Manhuzi narrowed his eyes, nodded indifferently, acknowledging the words of Liu Yun's and Layman Qingyi. Then, he directly sat down cross-legged on the ground to recover his magical power. Although he hadn't consumed too much magical power on this trip, Manhuzi still wanted to maintain his best possible state within this Void Heaven Palace. After all, at this moment, the sources of danger were not limited to Wang Tianming and his group, but also the Star Palace members who had long been missing, and these 2 people beside him. The others had no objections, they also didn't want to immediately fight for their lives with Wang Tianming's group, so they all sat down and prepared themselves. Layman Qingyi closed his eyes to rest and quietly recovered his magical power. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, took out the Eagle Man puppet he had obtained on the 3rd floor and began to study it with full concentration. Han Li and Xiangu Shangren exchanged glances, then each found a secluded spot and rested as well. After a while, Liu Yun's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention. "You two, you've recovered almost enough, haven't you? We'd better hurry. If Wang Tianming and the others really managed to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron, that would be a huge problem." Manhuzi and Layman Qingyi couldn't help but frown, feeling that their magical power had recovered by about 70 to 80%, so they also stood up and stepped onto the stairs before them together. Upon reaching the light cover, Manhuzi directly smashed it with a fist wrapped in demonic technique. The light cover immediately shattered, revealing a huge hole several feet in size. Manhuzi walked in with his head held high, followed closely by Layman Qingyi and Liu Yun's. As soon as he entered, an extreme cold chi made Liu Yun's shiver, and he quickly activated the restriction of the Eye of the Azure Heaven armor on his body. Numerous blood-light spirit patterns appeared on the armor and quickly converged on Liu Yun's chest, finally forming a crimson giant eye. At the same time, a blood light, as if substantial, also shot out from the giant eye, enveloping Liu Yun's entire body. The extreme cold chi was instantly isolated. Liu Yun's also casually split 2 blood lights, which landed on Han Li and Xiangu Shangren. Han Li accepted it readily, but Xiangu Shangren frowned, took out a string of red glowing prayer beads, and emitted rays of red light to block out the cold chi, seemingly inadvertently also blocking out the red light emitted by Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's looked back at him, but said nothing, instead focusing his attention on the center of the high platform, a raised small altar. On this altar, 7 or 8 golden lights were constantly flickering. In the middle of the golden lights, there was a large hole emitting dazzling blue light. Liu Yun's looked closely and saw that within each of the golden light clusters, there was a green giant silkworm, several feet long, spitting out golden threads as thick as a thumb, directly extending into the hole. The giant silkworm's thick and plump bodies desperately pulled backward, but no matter how hard they tried, the blue light in the hole remained motionless, making Wang Tianming and the other 2 in the distance anxious. Seeing this, Manhuzi immediately let out a wild laugh and pounced forward. Chapter 372, Cooperation. The moment Savage Beard lunged at Wang Tianming and the others, he immediately activated the heaven-supporting demonic art, transforming into a golden-scaled demon god, and slammed down with a punch. Humph! Wang Tianming snorted coldly. After giving a command to several golden silkworm to continue pulling the Void Heaven Cauldron with all their might, he raised his hand and released a ball of purple flame. The flame, as soon as it left his hand, swelled wildly against the wind, instantly turning into a giant purple fire dragon that ferociously pounced on Savage Beard. With a boom, Savage Beard threw a punch, colliding violently with the fire dragon. At the same time, Green Easy and Liu Yun's also flew over, heading straight for those golden silkworm. Cold Flood Dragon. Li Turtle. Wang Tianming and Heavenly Enlightenment Master shouted simultaneously. Liu Yun's and Layman Qingyi's divine sense instantly captured 2 powerful chi, and they instinctively stopped their figures. They saw 2 escape lights, one green and one blue, shooting down from above their heads, blocking their path, and gradually revealing their forms. They were a white cold flood dragon several jong in size and a translucent, strange giant turtle. As soon as Layman Qingyi saw these 2 spirit beasts, his pupils instantly constricted, and his eyes showed a look of horror. That crazy woman's cold flood dragon, heavenly fate child's Li turtle. Layman Qingyi subconsciously took a step back and turned to look at the expressionless Liu Yun's beside him. He had been wondering why the balance of power between the righteous and demonic factions had already shifted when Liu Yun's joined their side, yet Wan Tianming's group was still so bold. But after seeing these two spirit beasts, all of Layman Qingyi's doubts vanished. These two spirit beasts had followed their respective masters to roam the chaotic star sea for hundreds of years, gaining great renown. They were both ancient exotic beasts with astonishing talent. Their divine ability were even superior to those of an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. With the help of these two spirit beasts, if the two sides were to fight, the outcome would be very difficult to predict. Layman Qingyi stood in place, hesitating, and Liu Yun's also had no intention of making a move, instead looking up at the sky. In midair, Wan Tianming was controlling the purple fire dragon, repeatedly charging at Savage Beard. Savage Beard, on the other hand, would punch the purple fire dragon apart, and when the fire dragon reassembled, he would punch it again. The two fought without much intensity, making it seem like some kind of entertainment show. Neither the righteous and demonic factions had any intention of truly fighting at this moment. Their current actions were more akin to probing, with both sides feigning attacks while looking at the giant, blue glowing pit. White light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, piercing through the dazzling blue light to see the scene beneath the pit. The pit was not too deep, only about 20 to 30 zhang. At the bottom of the pit, a dazzling blue flame in the shape of a fire was burning fiercely. And within the blue flame, a huge cauldron was faintly visible, bound by 7 or 8 golden threads spat out by the golden silkworm, and being pulled upwards. Unfortunately, whether it was because the golden silkworm's cultivation was too low, or if the void heaven cauldron was truly that difficult to retrieve, no matter how hard these golden silkworm tried, they couldn't make the void heaven cauldron budge even an inch. This was also why everyone wasn't particularly anxious. After a while, after Savage Beard dispersed the purple fire dragon for the 4th time, Wan Tianming's golden silkworm seemed to be exhausted, and all the golden threads in their mouths instantly broke. The immense force caused them to fall backward, eventually collapsing to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, a hint of sinister coldness flashed in Wan Tianming's eyes. He casually put away the golden silkworm on the ground and recalled the purple fire dragon in the air, letting it hover behind him. Ha ha ha. Wan Tianming, do you really think you can retrieve the void heaven cauldron with just a few golden silkworm? You're making me laugh. Savage Beard couldn't help but laugh uproariously, looking extremely pleased. Humph. Wan Tianming's eyes gleamed with cold light, staring intently at Savage Beard, the evil chi in his eyes almost solidifying. Savage Beard's eyes grew cold, and he sneered, saying, "What, sect leader Wan, do you want to compete with me here? I was just hoping to experience the heavenly net true art, one of the 3 great divine ability of the Confucian school." Wan Tianming looked at Savage Beard, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said expressionlessly, "This sect leader doesn't want to fight you to the death for no reason. It's just, fellow deist man, my golden silkworm can't retrieve the void heaven cauldron, so can your strange fire python." Savage Beard sneered, rolling his eyes disdainfully, and said impolitely, "That's none of sect leader Wan's concern." Wan Tianming coldly swept his gaze over the demonic path cultivators, then turned his head, looking greedily at the void heaven cauldron in the pit. "Fellow deist man, you and I both know the current situation in the chaotic star sea. On the surface, the righteous and demonic factions are like fire and water. But in reality, before the Star Palace, both the righteous and demonic factions are huge threats, there is no difference between them. Over the years, to develop and grow despite the Star Palace's suppression, the righteous and demonic factions have secretly joined forces more than once. Why can't we join forces again?" Savage Beard's expression darkened, his eyes shifted slightly, and he asked expressionlessly, "Wan Tianming, speak more clearly. How do you propose we join forces?" Wan Tianming smiled confidently, pointing in Liu Yun's direction. "Fellow deist Lu's strange fire python, plus my golden silkworm, both sides working together to retrieve the void heaven cauldron. As for after it's retrieved," Wan Tianming narrowed his eyes, smiling coldly, "then we'll see who's stronger." Layman Qingyi, upon hearing this, immediately frowned, somewhat unwilling. Given the current balance of power between the righteous and demonic factions, the righteous path, possessing the cold flood dragon and Li turtle, undoubtedly held the advantage. If they were to fight, there was a high probability they would lose. Wouldn't that just benefit Wan Tianming's group for free? Savage Beard, however, had another idea. Besides his heaven-supporting demonic art, he also had a trump card that he had never shown to anyone. With this trump card in hand, even if the other side had the cold flood dragon and Li turtle to assist them, there was nothing to fear. Thinking this, Savage Beard immediately looked at Liu Yun's beside him. "I think it's possible," Liu Yun said calmly. Fellow deist Wan's words also make sense. Relying solely on the strange fire python, the chances of retrieving the void heaven cauldron are too small, it would most likely be a wasted effort. It's better to cooperate. Anyway, we'll have to fight in the end, so it's not too late to fight after we're sure we can retrieve the void heaven cauldron. Savage Beard nodded and said to Wan Tianming, "All right, sect leader Wan, I hope you don't play any tricks." Layman Qingyi opened his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, he helplessly fell silent. He had little say in this temporarily formed alliance, and now he could only follow the opinions of Savage Beard and Liu Yun's. Wan Tianming completely ignored Savage Beard's words and turned to look at Liu Yun's beside him. Chapter 372 Cooperation. The moment Savage Beard lunged at Wang Tianming and the others, he already activated the heaven-supporting demonic art, transforming into a demonic god covered in golden scales, and threw a punch. Humph! Wang Tianming snorted coldly, gave the golden silkworms an order to continue pulling the void heaven cauldron with all their might, then raised his hand and released a ball of purple flame. The flame, as soon as it left his hand, swelled wildly against the wind, instantly transforming into a giant purple fire dragon that fiercely pounced on Savage Beard. With a boom, Savage Beard unleashed a punch, colliding violently with the fire dragon. At the same time, Green Easy and Liu Yun's also flew over, heading straight for the golden silkworms. Cold Flood Dragon. Li Turtle. Wang Tianming and Heavenly Enlightenment Master shouted simultaneously. Liu Yun's and Layman Qingyi's divine sense instantly detected two powerful qi, and they instinctively stopped their figures. They saw two escape lights, one green and one blue, shooting down from above their heads, blocking their path and gradually revealing their forms. They were a several junk-sized white small flood dragon and a translucent, strange giant turtle. As soon as Layman Qingyi saw these two spirit beasts, his pupils instantly contracted, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. The Madwoman's Cold Flood Dragon, Heavenly Fate Child's Li Turtle. Layman Qingyi subconsciously took a step back, turning his head to glance at the expressionless Liu Yun's beside him. He had originally been wondering why, given that the balance of power between the righteous and demonic factions had already shifted when Liu Yun's joined their side, Wang Tianming's group could still be so audacious. But after seeing these two spirit beasts, all of Layman Qingyi's doubts vanished. These two spirit beasts had followed their respective masters, dominating the chaotic star sea for hundreds of years, and were extremely famous, both being ancient exotic beasts with astonishing talent. Their divine abilities were even superior to those of an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. With the help of these two spirit beasts, if the two sides were to fight, the outcome would be very difficult to predict. Layman Qingyi stood hesitantly in place, and Liu Yun's also showed no intention of taking the initiative to act, instead looking up at the sky. In midair, Wang Tianming was controlling the purple fire dragon, sending it crashing towards Savage Beard again and again. Savage Beard, on the other hand, would punch the purple fire dragon apart, and when the fire dragon reassembled, he would punch it again. The two fought in a lukewarm manner, making it seem like some kind of entertainment show. Neither the righteous and demonic factions had any intention of truly fighting at this moment, their current actions were more akin to probing. Both sides, while fooling their opponents, looked towards the giant blue glowing pit. White light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, piercing through the dazzling blue light, and he saw the scene beneath the pit. The pit was not too deep, only about 20 to 30 zhang. At the bottom of the pit, a dazzling blue flame in the shape of a fire was burning fiercely. And within the blue flame, a huge void heaven cauldron was vaguely visible, bound by 7 or 8 golden threads spat out by the golden silkworms, and being pulled upwards with great force. Unfortunately, whether it was because the golden silkworm's cultivation was too low, or if the void heaven cauldron was truly that difficult to retrieve, no matter how hard the golden silkworms tried, they couldn't make the void heaven cauldron budge an inch. This was why no one was in a hurry. After a while longer, after Savage Beard had dispersed the purple fire dragon for the 4th time, Wang Tianming's golden silkworms seemed to be exhausted, and all the golden threads in their mouths instantly broke. The immense force caused them to fall backward, finally collapsing to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, a hint of sinister coldness flashed in Wang Tianming's eyes. He casually put away the golden silkworms on the ground and recalled the purple fire dragon in the air, letting it float behind him. Ha 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 ha. Wang Tianming, do you really think you can retrieve the void heaven cauldron with just these golden silkworms? You're making me laugh. Savage Beard couldn't help but laugh uproariously, looking extremely pleased. Humph. Wang Tianming's eyes flashed with cold light, staring fixedly at Savage Beard, the evil chi in his eyes almost solidifying. Savage Beard's gaze turned cold, and he sneered, saying, "What, sect leader Wang wants to compete with me here? I'd like to experience the heavenly net true art, one of the 3 great divine abilities of the Confucian school." Wang Tianming looked at Savage Beard, his eyes slightly narrowed, and said expressionlessly, "This sect leader doesn't want to fight you to the death for no reason, but fellow deist man, my golden silkworms can't retrieve the void heaven cauldron, can your strange fire python?" Savage Beard sneered, disdainfully rolling his eyes, and said impolitely, "That's none of sect leader Wan's concern." Wang Tianming coldly swept his gaze over the demonic path cultivators, then turned his head, looking greedily at the void heaven cauldron in the pit. "Fellow deist man, we both know the current situation in the chaotic star sea very well. On the surface, the righteous and demonic factions are like fire and water. But in reality, in front of the Star Palace, both the righteous and demonic factions are huge threats, and there's no difference between them. Over the years, to grow stronger from the Star Palace's suppression, the righteous and demonic factions have secretly and openly joined forces more than once. Why can't we join forces again?" Savage Beard's expression darkened, his eyes shifted slightly, and he asked expressionlessly, "Wang Tianming, speak plainly, how do we join forces?" Wang Tianming smiled confidently, pointing in Liu Yun's direction. "Fellow deist Lu's strange fire python, plus my golden silkworms, both sides cooperate to retrieve the void heaven cauldron together. As for after it's retrieved..." Wang Tianming's eyes narrowed, and he smiled coldly, "We'll settle it with our hands." Layman Qingyi, who was nearby, frowned upon hearing this, feeling somewhat unwilling. Given the current balance of power between the righteous and demonic factions, the righteous path, possessing the cold flood dragon and Li Turtle, undoubtedly held the advantage. If they were to fight, there was a high probability they would lose. Wouldn't that just benefit Wan Tianming's group for free? Savage Beard, however, had a different idea. Besides his heaven-supporting demonic art, he had a trump card that he had never shown anyone. With this trump card in hand, even if the other side had the Cold Flood Dragon and Lee Turtle to assist them, there was nothing to fear. Thinking this, Savage Beard immediately looked at Liu Yun's. I think it's possible, Liu Yun said calmly. Fellow Daoist Wan's words also make sense. Relying solely on the strange fire python, the chance of retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron is too small, it's likely to be a wasted effort. It's better to cooperate. In any case, we'll still have to fight in the end, so it's not too late to act after we're sure we can retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron. Savage Beard nodded, then said to Wan Tianming, alright, Sect Leader Wan, I hope you don't play any tricks. Layman Qingyi opened his mouth, but after thinking about it, he reluctantly remained silent. He had little say in this temporarily formed alliance, and now could only follow the opinions of Savage Beard and Liu Yun's. Wan Tianming completely ignored Savage Beard's words and instead turned to look at Liu Yun's. Chapter 373, Sky Blue Flower. Liu Yun's understood, and patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist. Immediately 2 streaks of red light shot out. The red light receded, and 2 fiery red giant pythons, 4 to 5 jong long, suddenly appeared on the ground. These 2 strange pythons were covered in fiery red scales the size of fingernails, and on their 7-inch mark below their snake heads, there was a circle of strange, rune-like patterns. Their 4 python eyes glowed with red light, as if flames were burning within them. The extraordinary appearance of these strange fire pythons made everyone nod repeatedly, and even Liu Yun's couldn't help but gaze at them deeply. Although he had seen them more than once, these strange fire pythons still gave him quite a surprise. Not only were they naturally fire spirit Yao beasts, but they also possessed a powerful innate talent to be impervious to fire and water. They could temporarily withstand the Qunlan ice flame, a demonic fire that even nascent soul old monsters avoided, for a brief moment, despite being only rank 3 Yao beasts. This talent was simply outrageously strong. Under Liu Yun's command, these 2 strange fire pythons twisted their bodies and came to the edge of the pit. Sect Master Wan, your golden silkworms seem very tired. Can they still hold on? Liu Yun's turned his head and asked. Wan Tianming waved his hand, and once again took out the several golden silkworms, which were looking quite listless, from his spirit beast pouch, and then took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, flipping it open with one hand and pouring out several medicinal pills. As soon as these medicinal pills left the bottle, they emitted a captivating fragrance that instantly filled the entire high platform. The golden silkworms, which had been collapsed on the ground, all raised their heads, looking at the medicinal pills in Wan Tianming's hand. These spirit heart pills were specially prepared by you. Without the aid of this spirit medicine, they are enough to instantly restore a good portion of the golden silkworm's origin chi. They should be sufficient to cooperate with fellow Daoist two strange fire pythons. Liu Yun said with a smile, feeding the spirit heart pills to each of the golden silkworms. Sure enough, as soon as the medicinal pills entered their mouths, the 4 golden silkworms instantly perked up, looking as if their origin chi, which had been depleted, was rapidly recovering. That's good then. Wan Tianming nodded, giving a command. At the same time, with a flick of his hand seal, the 2 strange fire pythons instantly stiffened, their spirits lifted slightly, and the scales all over their bodies glowed faintly red, appearing like pieces of beautiful scarlet jade, displaying a glazed luster. Wan Tianming nodded with satisfaction. Although the method of using Wan Tianming's divine ability to stimulate their emotions was crude, it was sufficient to influence those 2 rank 8 Yao beasts, whose cultivation was only equivalent to foundation establishment mid-stage. The 2 invigorated fire pythons suddenly stood up, their 2 snake tails plunging fiercely into the ground far from the cave entrance, penetrating several feet deep like sharp blades. Then their hindquarters shot backward, their bodies stretching as if made of bone for 70 to 80 jong, directly extending into the pit. Their tails, however, remained firmly embedded in the edge of the cave entrance, unmoving, looking like 2 scarlet ropes. The 2 strange fire pythons moved their bodies slightly, retreating directly into the Qian flame. In the scorching heat of that extremely cold demonic fire, they opened their mouths wide and bit onto both sides of the mouth of the Su Chai He cauldron. Alright, those 2 strange fire pythons are still too low in cultivation and won't last long in the Qian flame. Let's resolve this quickly. Wan Tianming said, not looking sideways. Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction, and the 4 golden silkworms once again moved to the bottom of the pit, spitting out strands of golden silk that shot into the pit. Boom. A muffled sound seemed to come from the bottom of the pit. Chai Heigu and Liu Yun's gave a command simultaneously, and the 4 golden silkworms and 2 strange fire pythons instantly exerted their strength. This time was completely different from the last. Everyone only heard a rumbling muffled sound, and then the entire platform began to shake. Blue light flashed chaotically in the cave, and the Su Lanbing swayed left and right within the blue light, clearly becoming unstable. This time, everyone showed expressions of surprise. The Su Chai He was actually shaken so easily. But amidst their surprise, the cultivators of both the righteous and demonic factions still exchanged simple glances, silently widening the distance between them. No one wanted to be ambushed by others right after the Su Lanbing appeared. Brother Wan, people of the demonic path have never had any credibility, and breaking promises is commonplace. This time, our cooperation with them, will there be some? Heavenly Enlightenment Master looked warily at Manhuzi and his group, transmitting his voice to Liu Yun's with slightly moving lips. Chai Heigu stared intently at the blue light flashing pit, transmitting his voice without turning his head. This is a last resort. Relying solely on the golden silkworms, it's impossible to extract the Su Lanbing. It's better to use the power of the demonic path and give it a try. Even if they have ill intentions, it doesn't matter. We have the Han Jiao and Li Turtle to help, so we're not afraid of them trying to snatch it by force. Once the Su Lanbing appears and a fight breaks out, we will also have the advantage. Heavenly Enlightenment Master was somewhat hesitant. He always felt that something was amiss this time, but for a moment, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He could only continue to ask Liu Yun's via voice transmission, Brother Wan, if that's the case, why did the people of the demonic path agree so readily? Is there something we haven't noticed? Liu Yun's glanced at him slightly, shook his head, and transmitted his voice. The other side has Heavenly Eye, who is skilled in the art of puppets, and also the group of azure thorn birds raised by Green Easy. If they fight with their lives, they can still hold off the Han Jiao and Li Turtle for a while. This man Huza has always been accustomed to getting his way, so he probably thinks he can defeat us in a short time and snatch the Su Lanbing, right? At this point, Chai Heigu's lips curled into a faint, imperceptible cold smile. Heavenly Enlightenment Master could only nod upon hearing this, acknowledging the matter, but his eyes flickered, clearly indicating he had other plans. While the two were speaking, the golden silkworms and the strange fire pythons had been pulling together, but the Su Lanbing seemed truly extremely light. For a while, their combined efforts could only shake the Su Lanbing, without any sign of lifting it. Liu Yun's expression froze on his face, then gradually brightened. Man Huza even let out a loud shout of anger, saying to Wang Tianming and Liu Yun's, Heavenly Eye, Liu Yun's, if you two have any other methods, you'd best use them quickly. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Hearing Man Huza's words, Wang Tianming shrugged helplessly, and said to him, Fellow Daoist man, these strange fire pythons have only been in my hands for such a short time. It's already quite good that I can control them. How could I have any other methods? Unexpectedly, Man Huza just snorted coldly, not even looking at him, but instead fixed his gaze on Liu Yun's body. Chai Heigu, you can't possibly be so stupid as to come here with just these few golden silkworms and dare to extract the Su Lanbing, can you? If you have any other methods, use them quickly. Chai Heigu's face darkened, and he gave Man Huza a cold look, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, seeing that the Su Lanbing still showed no sign of being lifted, Liu Yun's could only, with a brightened face, take out a large, beautiful azure blue flower from his storage pouch. Sky Blue Flower. Chapter 374, Surprise Attack. Upon seeing this item, the most agitated person was not Savage Beard, but Liu Yun's. He stared intently at the small flower in Wang Tianming's hand, and without even raising his head, he said, Fellow Daoist Wan, if I'm not mistaken, although this sky blue flower can temporarily increase the golden silkworm's cultivation, its own effect is merely to enhance cultivation by overdrawing true qi, similar to the demonic path's great disintegration art. Once the time is up, these golden silkworms will either die or be crippled. Wang Tianming gave him a cold glance and said expressionlessly, no matter. As fellow Daoist man said, this is our only chance anyway. After Wang Tianming finished speaking, a purple flame flashed in his hand, instantly transforming the sky blue flower into a ball of green liquid, which hovered above his palm. Go! Wang Tianming shouted sharply. The green liquid transformed into a stream, directly entering the body of one of the largest golden silkworms. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the golden silkworm's body suddenly grew a size larger, and the void heaven cauldron at the bottom of the pit trembled even more violently. While surprised, everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Tianming with various expressions. This sky blue flower possessed such miraculous effects, yet he chose not to use it earlier, only bringing it out now. Could it be that Wang Tianming had already planned to cooperate with the demonic path to retrieve the treasure? However, upon closer thought, with only a single sky blue flower, even if it had been used earlier, it might not have made a difference. From this perspective, could this item have been Wang Tianming's last resort, and only after seeing the demonic path cultivators did he come up with the idea of a joint effort? Before anyone could ponder further, the void heaven cauldron, amidst the violent shaking, was slowly lifted. A tremor, 8 times more intense than before, occurred, accompanied by several deep, explosive thunderous sounds, as if something was violently moving above the pit. Everyone's faces showed a hint of joy. Just then, a dazzling blue light suddenly shot out from the hole, soaring more than 10 zhang high above the altar. An extremely cold qi instantly erupted. The scarlet light beneath the eye of the azure heaven armor flared, directly blocking all the cold qi around him. The others also used their various methods to block the cold qi, which was enough to instantly freeze a core formation stage cultivator, keeping it away from their bodies. Be careful. Wang Tianming transmitted, without turning his head, his eyes fixed on the dazzling blue light emanating from the pit. He had long ago obtained a large amount of information about the void heaven cauldron and the Qunlan ice flame from Ling Yuling, so he naturally knew that this item had been mentioned multiple times by various cultivators in the past, but all attempts had failed at the final crucial moment. However, even so, they had left behind a large amount of information for reference. For example, at this very moment, when the void heaven cauldron was lifted, it would unleash a cold current several times more powerful than before. This cold qi itself was only a small part of the Qunlan ice flame's overflowing power, but it was enough to instantly kill a core formation stage cultivator, and even a nascent soul stage cultivator would suffer greatly if caught unprepared. Although they had now endured the cold current, Wang Tianming did not dare to relax in the slightest. Instead, his attention became highly concentrated. He knew that besides the cold current, the ancient treasure itself would open its lid during this process and release some treasures from within. These treasures were all top-tier heaven cauldrons. Although it was unknown what kind of mentality these ancient cultivators had to stuff these heaven cauldrons, which were equally precious even in ancient times, into the void heaven cauldron, once these heaven cauldrons circulated, almost every one of them would become a rare treasure renowned throughout the chaotic star sea. And besides these heaven cauldrons, the void heaven cauldron also contained the ancient spirit pill, heaven mending pill, which was rumored to be mystical by the cultivators of the chaotic star sea. Wang Tianming was very clear that no one would wait until the void heaven cauldron was completely lifted before attacking the others. When the lid opened and the treasures inside the void heaven cauldron flew out, that would be the beginning of a great free-for-all. Thinking this, Wang Tianming turned his head to glance at Layman Qingyi and Savage Beard, who had already distanced themselves from him, and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. But just then, something unexpected happened. As the void heaven cauldron was being slowly lifted, Liu Yun suddenly slapped his spirit beast pouch and shouted loudly. Cold Flood Dragon! A several jung long white great dragon reappeared, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced towards Savage Beard. At the same time, Liu Yun's also released several dragon-shaped purple chi, following closely behind the Cold Flood Dragon. No one present had expected Liu Yun's to make a move at that moment, so everyone's reaction was half a beat slow. Liu Yun's. In his fury, Savage Beard's entire body shimmered with golden light, and then he was struck squarely by the white light beam spat from the Cold Flood Dragon's mouth. A dazzling white light instantly flared, and Savage Beard's tall, abnormal body was frozen within a giant ice pillar. Several dragon-shaped purple chi followed, coiling around the ice pillar several times, binding it tightly. No one could have imagined that Liu Yun's would make such a bold move, and with his first strike, he temporarily incapacitated the strongest combatant of the demonic path. That's right, it was only a temporary incapacitation. Whether from the increasingly dazzling golden light on Savage Beard's body or the gradually appearing cracks on the ice pillar, it was clear that Liu Yun's methods probably wouldn't hold Savage Beard for long. Seeing this, Layman Qingyi's hair stood on end, and he immediately rushed towards Wang Tianming without hesitation, shouting loudly. Fellow Daoist Liu, let's join forces to hold them off for a while. As long as we can stall until fellow Daoist man breaks free from the ice, we'll be safe. Wang Tianming raised his head expressionlessly, met Liu Yun's cold eyes, and said coldly. Good. The eye of the azure heaven armor shimmered with scarlet light, and a powerful aura, no weaker than that of a nascent soul cultivator, instantly surged forth. At the same time, a white light shot out from his storage pouch, and the colossal figure of Galatron appeared behind Wang Tianming. Seeing this, Layman Qingyi's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly flew to Wang Tianming's side. But just then, Layman Qingyi's figure suddenly froze. Within his nascent soul, a five-sensed, multicolored miniature figure that looked exactly like Wang Tianming grinned and instantly pierced through his nascent soul. Ah! Layman Qingyi cried out in pain. Just then, a scarlet glowing arm pierced through his dantian, extracting his nascent soul. This nascent soul was entirely green, looking like a baby only an inch long, but its appearance was identical to Layman Qingyi's, making it look extremely strange. At this moment, he looked listless, with his spiritual light flickering on and off, appearing severely wounded and on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Heavenly Eye, you, Layman Qingyi struggled to open his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. Chapter 375, The Battle Begins. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, well done. Wang Tianming, floating in the air, smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with triumph. Layman Qingyi's nascent soul in Liu Yun's hand suddenly widened its eyes, looking at Liu Yun's in shock. Heavenly Eye, you're with them. Liu Yun's glanced at Wang Tianming expressionlessly, then smiled and said, that's right, sect leader Wan and I reached an agreement long ago. After this trip to the Void Heaven Palace, I will be a powerful elder of the Myriad Law sect. Heavenly Enlightenment Master, behind Wang Tianming, was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly returned to normal, though he subtly glanced at Wang Tianming, his expression unreadable. Wang Tianming frowned slightly, then laughed heartily, pointing at the nascent soul in Liu Yun's hand and saying, Fellow Daoist Liu, it's better to eliminate this person first to avoid any complications. We need to focus on dealing with Manhuza later. Liu Yun's glanced at the terrified Layman Qingyi, then casually took out a small bottle and stuffed him inside. He smiled and said, Brother Wan, I've wanted to study nascent souls for a long time. Now that I've finally caught a real one, let me take him back and study him properly. Wang Tianming looked at him with some displeasure, but then, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the ice pillar not far away. Everyone turned to look, only to see a huge crack had appeared in the ice pillar ceiling. Manhuza's massive body, like a demonic god, was struggling violently inside. If not for the several dragon-shaped purple chi tightly entanglement the ice pillar, he might have already broken through the ice. Not good. Wang Tianming's face changed drastically. He truly hadn't expected that under the dual confinement of the ice pillar formed by the Han Jiao's divine ability and his Tian Luo Zhen Gong's innate purple chi, Manhuza would break free so quickly. Is the heaven-supporting demonic art truly that powerful? Fellow Daoist Wan, use whatever means you have quickly. My strange fire python won't last much longer, Liu Yun said expressionlessly. Not to mention, Manhuza is not an easy opponent. If we drag this out, there might be complications. Let's finish this quickly. Wang Tianming's face was grim. He coldly told the others, "You all tie down Manhuzi, I'll retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron first." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tianming took out several sky blue flowers from his storage pouch. Purple demonic fire flashed in his palm, turning the sky blue flowers into a thick liquid, which he injected into each golden silkworm's body. These golden silkworms instantly swelled in size, becoming identical to the previous golden silkworm. The speed at which the Void Heaven Cauldron was being lifted instantly accelerated, and the blue light at the pit became brighter and brighter, clearly approaching the opening at a steady pace. Just then, accompanied by a series of dense shattering sounds, the enormous ice pillar instantly shattered. Several dragon-shaped purple chi tried to entangle Manhuzi, but the next moment, Manhuzi's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant 3 to 4 jong tall. His clothes had vanished somewhere, revealing his entire body covered in dense golden scales, like an indestructible golden armor, radiating brilliance that made it impossible to look directly at him. Furthermore, a layer of golden thorns, almost tangible, flickered all over his body, forcing the dragon-shaped purple chi to keep their distance. Instead, the godlike Manhuzi extended a large golden hand and punched at the dragon-shaped purple chi. Seeing this, Wang Tianming's gaze sharpened. A fierce purple fire instantly ignited on several dragon-shaped purple chi, transforming them into several purple fire dragons that pounced towards Manhuzi. Manhuzi was greatly alarmed. Several silver light belts suddenly appeared on his body, circling and dancing around him. These light belts were dreamlike and elusive, preventing the purple fire dragons formed by the Tianluo Zhengong from getting even half a step closer, always blocking the fire dragons at just the right moment. Manhuzi wasn't foolish enough to truly use his physical body to withstand Wang Tianming's Tianluo Zhengong. Seeing how fierce the purple fire dragons were, he simply clapped his hands together, and a pair of dark, dull iron gauntlets instantly appeared on his hands. They were covered in sharp spikes, a sight that made one's scalp tingle and heart pound. Manhuzi, wearing the gauntlets, threw a punch, and a giant golden fist immediately flew out from the gauntlet, shattering one of the purple fire dragons. With a few punches, he managed to shatter all the purple fire dragons, then transformed into a giant golden orb, like a meteor, and blasted towards Wang Tianming. Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the skinny old man exchanged glances, then quickly transformed into 2 escape lights and shot out, blocking Manhuzi's path. Lee Turtle. As soon as he appeared, Heavenly Enlightenment Master immediately summoned the Lee Turtle. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of this translucent, strange giant turtle. It opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of cold chi, successfully blocking the golden orb that Manhuzi had transformed into. Manhuzi was forced to reveal himself. In his fury, he punched at the Lee Turtle, roaring. Scram! Before the enormous fist even landed, the explosive punch wind had already arrived. Heavenly Enlightenment Master was greatly alarmed and quickly pulled out a small, shimmering white ruler, which instantly transformed into tens of thousands of small rulers, blocking the Lee Turtle. At the same time, the taciturn skinny old man also made his move. Several unusually thick green vines appeared out of thin air, like powerful tentacles, reaching towards Manhuzi's massive form. Boom! An explosive sound erupted in the air. Manhuzi's punch, blocked by the green vines, greatly diminished in power and was easily stopped by Heavenly Enlightenment Master's small ruler. The three immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Wang Tianming's Han Jiao also joined the fray under his command. For a time, Manhuzi, fighting alone against the Han Jiao, the Lee Turtle, and 2 early nascent soul stage cultivators, was surprisingly evenly matched with them. Meanwhile, Liu Yun stood by with his hands behind his back, turning to look coldly at Xiangu Shangren. Fellow deist, if I recall correctly, you're with Manhuzi, aren't you? Liu Yun asked with a sneer. Xiangu was suddenly startled and subconsciously looked at Han Li, but received a helpless expression in return. Senior Heavenly Eye. Xiangu glanced at Manhuzi, who couldn't disengage for the time being, and said expressionlessly, Senior's divine abilities are vast, but I, unfortunately, am particularly skilled at escaping. No matter how powerful Senior is, it's impossible to utterly annihilate me with a single blow. If Senior is determined to take my life, then don't blame me for revealing all your secrets. As Xiangu spoke, he looked at the spirit beast pouch on Han Li's waist, his threat evident. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated for a moment. Just then, Wang Tianming's cold voice entered Liu Yun's ears. Fellow deist Liu, why aren't you attacking yet? Liu Yun turned his head to look at the cold-eyed Wang Tianming, and smiled casually, saying, Of course I can attack, but I wonder when sect leader Wan will fulfill his promise to me. After speaking, Liu Yun even maliciously glanced at Heavenly Enlightenment Master, who was currently entangled with Manhuzi. The latter was stunned for a moment, almost getting hit by Manhuzi's punch, and quickly refocused his attention on the formidable enemy before him. But inwardly, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Humph. Seeing that Liu Yun not only had no intention of acting but was also subtly sowing discord among them, Wang Tianming's killing intent surged. In his eyes, Liu Yun's usefulness had run out. Since that was the case. Suddenly, a strange loud noise erupted from the Void Heaven Cauldron. Chapter 376, Fierce Battle. Liu Yun first heard a rumble like muffled thunder, followed by a series of ear-piercing metallic scraping sounds, as if some extremely heavy metal component was moving with difficulty. He turned his head, looking solemnly at the blue light at the bottom of the pit. At this moment, the blue light in the pit was flickering wildly, accompanied by an extremely strong chill, like a vicious beast escaping its cage. Han Li had already seen that the situation was bad and had retreated dozens of feet, almost pressing against the edge of the Tiangang cover, ready to break the restriction and leave at any moment. However, Venerable Xiangu, for some unknown reason, upon seeing this dangerous scene, not only showed no intention of retreating but even, under the immense pressure from Lu Yun's and Wang Tianming, approached step by step. Looking at his behavior, Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, as if he vaguely thought of something. But before he could grasp the fleeting inspiration in his mind, he heard a booming sound from the bottom of the pit that shattered the air. A red light instantly pierced through the surrounding blue light, rushing directly out of the pit and transforming into a majestic, two-headed fire wolf in the air. The fire wolf looked around a few times, then, with extreme sentience, transformed into a red light and flew away at an incredibly fast speed. As soon as Wang Tianming saw this, purple flames erupted all over his body, turning into a purple escape lights that shot away. Lu Yun's glanced expressionlessly at Venerable Xiangu, and the Galatron behind him glowed with intense red light from its eyes, shooting out two red beams that directly confronted the escape lights formed by Wang Tianming. He had thought this would at least slow him down, but unexpectedly, the escape lights formed by Wang Tianming split into two in mid-air. One directly met the red light, and with a violent explosion, it forcefully took the blow. The other purple escape lights accelerated towards the fleeing fire wolf. Without time to hesitate, a giant spirit-suppressing steel phantom image suddenly appeared beside Lu Yun's. On it, exotic seal characters, like giant waves, surged towards Wang Tianming. Humph! Wang Tianming snorted coldly, and purple light burst forth from his body. Several purple fire dragons surged out from him, emitting deafening dragon roars. Purple flames shot up into the sky, and the fire dragons spat out fierce fire, forcefully scattering the wave-like exotic seal characters into countless streaks of light. Lu Yun's lips curled into a grin. He formed a hand seal, and all the streaks of light instantly froze in mid-air. Wang Tianming's heart suddenly sank. He flicked his single hand, and a purple giant sword flew out from his sleeve. But before he could activate this magic treasure, he saw the scattered streaks of light reform into exotic seal characters. A giant spirit-suppressing steel phantom image emerged from the arrangement of seal characters, perfectly enveloping him. At this moment, Wang Tianming suddenly felt his magical power circulate with extreme sluggishness. He couldn't even move a single finger, and even the purple giant sword he had just released let out a mournful cry, frozen in mid-air. What kind of magic treasure is this? So sinister. Wang Tianming's tiger-like eyes widened. Enduring the immense pressure, purple flames erupted all over his body. The spirit-suppressing steel phantom image immediately became even more ethereal, and even the exotic seal characters on the phantom image inexplicably trembled violently. Lu Yun's didn't even look back. His figure shifted, and he instantly vanished. With Wang Tianming's middle-stage nascent soul cultivation, unless Lu Yun's was determined to fight him to the death, the power of the spirit-suppressing steel alone probably wouldn't hold him for long. However, the time Lu Yun's needed was enough. The red light formed by the fire wolf was an extremely exquisite fire escape technique. In just this short time, it had already approached the vicinity of the Tiangang cover. Whether by coincidence or not, the position chosen by this red light was precisely where Han Li was hiding. Han Li watched the approaching escape lights, his brows furrowed tightly, a hint of struggle flashing in his heart. Just then, several streaks of dark green ghostly chi appeared out of thin air, forming a giant silk net that descended directly towards the fire wolf's position. The fire wolf couldn't dodge in time and was about to be caught by the net. Suddenly, Lu Yun's figure appeared in front of the fire wolf. Something invisible flashed behind him, instantly tearing the dark green silk net in half. The fire wolf also directly rushed into his arms. This time, Lu Yun's had already prepared himself, but who knew that the fire wolf's charge would be so light? Lu Yun's didn't even feel anything, and suddenly, there was something in his hand. He looked down and realized it was a yellow and red jade ruyi, with a lifelike wolf head carved at each end of the ruyi. Spiritual light flowed on it, making it appear quite extraordinary. Humph! Before Lu Yun's could examine the origin of this item, an angry shout rang in his ears. He looked up and saw the spirit-suppressing steel phantom image in mid-air instantly dispersed by a mighty purple chi, reforming into exotic seal characters that flew back into Lu Yun's body. Heavenly Eye, how dare you! Wang Tianming glared ferociously at Lu Yun's, as if he wanted to flay him alive, strip his bones, and refine his soul. Lu Yun's rolled his eyes indifferently, casually put the jade ruyi into his embrace, and said, Sect Master Wan, don't be so petty. It's just an ancient treasure, it's not worth getting so angry over. This isn't the Dao of leading subordinates. Wang Tianming's entire face twisted, and the purple giant sword behind him ignited with raging flames with a whoosh. Heavenly Eye, do you take me for a fool? Wang Tianming asked, laughing in extreme anger. Yes. Han Li, on the ground, rolled his dead fish eyes and silently looked up at Lu Yun's in the air. It has to be you. Before Wang Tianming could recover from his extreme rage, two more escape lights suddenly flew out from the pit behind him. Wang Tianming quickly turned, purple chi flashing around him, instantly transforming into two large hands that reached for the two white and yellow escape lights. At this moment, Wang Tianming was extremely close to the two escape lights. No matter how fast Lu Yun's was, he couldn't be faster than him. However, there were not just the two of them present. Wang Tianming. Accompanied by an enraged roar, a giant golden fist instantly struck. Wang Tianming's hair instantly stood on end, and he quickly dodged. However, an extremely fast golden sphere of light followed closely. Taking advantage of Wang Tianming's dodge, it lightning fast extended two large hands and snatched the two escape lights into its grasp. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Wan, why hide? Savage Beard's godlike figure emerged from the golden light, laughing triumphantly towards the sky. Wan Tianming's face suddenly darkened. He turned his head back, seething with anger, only to see the originally majestic and arrogant cold flood dragon and Lee turtle being chased and beaten by a three-eyed leopard. Yellow light shot out from the leopard's forehead, effortlessly turning the cold chi and light beams spat out by the cold flood dragon and Lee turtle into stone. For a time, these two spirit beasts, which were even stronger than ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivators, were being suppressed and beaten by the seemingly ordinary three-eyed leopard, almost without any ability to fight back. Meanwhile, Heavenly Enlightenment Master floated in the air with a pale face, one arm inexplicably missing, and blood subtly seeping from the corner of his mouth, appearing exceptionally listless. The thin, dark old man was even reduced to just his nascent soul hiding behind Heavenly Enlightenment Master, his original body split in two and lying on the ground. In just this short amount of time, the two people and two beasts who had originally been fighting Savage Beard back and forth had ended up in such a state. Wan Tianming stared intently at the three-eyed leopard, his face so gloomy it seemed water could drip from it. Mutated Spirit Beast. Savage Beard, you've hidden yourself well. Chapter 377, Heavenly Net True Thunder. Upon hearing Wan Tianming's words, Manhuzi immediately threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. This three-eyed leopard was also a mutated spirit beast he had inadvertently cultivated. The yellow light shot from its third eye on its forehead possessed petrification abilities. Regardless of the magic treasure or spell, anything struck by this divine light would instantly turn into stone. For the vast majority of cultivators in the human realm who relied on magic treasures and secret arts for battle, the divine ability of this three-eyed leopard could almost be called their natural enemy. It was not in vain that he had kept the existence of this three-eyed leopard so deeply hidden, never even mentioning it to his most trusted disciples. Now, with its sudden appearance, it unexpectedly severely injured Heavenly Enlightenment Master, shattered the physical body of the thin old man, and furthermore, entangled those two powerful beasts, instantly turning the tide of the situation. Wan Tianming coldly eyed Manhuzi, then spoke without turning his head. Heavenly Eye, Manhuzi has consumed a lot of his magical power. Now is the time to strike. Lu Yun's nodded in agreement, saying, you're right. No sooner had he spoken than the thin old man's nascent soul suddenly clutched its head, letting out a cry of pain. Heavenly Enlightenment Master, startled, instinctively looked back. Just then, three golden lights suddenly burst out from underground, directly piercing into Heavenly Enlightenment Master's body. Neither the layer of protective divine light nor the small ancient treasure ruler around Heavenly Enlightenment Master managed to block these three golden lights in the slightest. Ah! The thin old man's nascent soul let out a desperate wail, as a five-colored small needle pierced through its brain, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Heavenly Enlightenment Master, meanwhile, trembled on the spot, his body falling limply to the ground, as three half-foot-long golden beetles flew out from his body, heading straight for Lu Yun's. This scene happened too quickly, too suddenly. Wan Tianming was only stunned for a moment, and two nascent soul cultivators inexplicably perished here. Perhaps they didn't even know how they died, simply losing their lives in such a muddled fashion. Heavenly Eye, looking at the three giant beetles circling around Lu Yun's, and then at the triumphant Manhuzi, Wan Tianming's voice trembled with rage. You. And Manhuzi. You two are in cahoots. Tisk. Lu Yun's clicked his tongue, and seemed to dig at his ear as if annoyed by Wan Tianming's loud voice. Isn't that obvious? We've been in cahoots from the very beginning, didn't you know? Ha ha ha. Manhuzi's triumphant laughter hadn't stopped since it began. Wan Tianming looked at the two of them, and in his fury, his lips gradually spread into an incredibly sinister smile. Good. 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 Wan Tianming spat out three goods, and a purple orb suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment they saw the orb, Manhuzi instantly reined in his laughter, and Lu Yun's also sharply perked up. Heavenly Net True Thunder. A special kind of divine thunder cultivated by practitioners of the Heavenly Net True Art at the cost of their own magical power. It was said to be a great divine ability specifically used to deal with nascent souls. Its fearsome reputation echoed throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Everyone could see that Wan Tianming was going all out. No one wanted to face a desperate attack from a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, not even Manhuzi. You two have made excellent calculations. I, Wan Tianming, admit defeat. But you won't get off easy either. Wan Tianming, like a vicious beast trapped in a cage, violently flung the Heavenly Net True Thunder in his hand directly at Manhuzi. At the same time, the purple giant sword behind him transformed into a purple streak of light, like a flood dragon, slashing down fiercely towards Lu Yun's. It was a desperate stance, as if he intended to fight one against two. Manhuzi, greatly alarmed, immediately fled, but the Heavenly Net True Thunder behind him pursued relentlessly with incredible speed, and Manhuzi couldn't shake it off for a while. Lu Yun's, meanwhile, had exotic seal script flashing around him, and the sword and shield in Galatron's hand behind him shimmered with golden light, transforming into a golden giant sword, directly confronting the purple streak of light. Golden and purple lights erupted, and the purple giant sword hummed, actually matching Galatron blow for blow. Lu Yun suddenly frowned. The force of this blow didn't seem like the full power of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Could it be? Buzz. Accompanied by a series of deafening roars, the high platform beneath their feet shook again. This time it was far more violent than the previous times. It was as if the entire ground was about to collapse. At the same time, a bright and dazzling blue flame emerged from the cave entrance. It was just a tiny bit. But the moment this fire appeared, it instantly bloomed into incredibly beautiful blue ice flowers across the entire high platform, centered around the cave entrance. The blue ice flame flowers were dreamily beautiful, instantly spreading across the entire high platform. Accompanied by a series of eerie crackling sounds, a layer of strange, shimmering blue frost rapidly spread across the ground. Liu Yun's ascended into the air without a second thought, and Han Li and Xiangu Shangren behind him were equally swift. But Man Huzi, who was busy dodging the heavenly net true thunder, was half a beat slower. Struck by the strange cold chi, his body stiffened, and the heavenly net true thunder behind him instantly struck him. With a poof. The heavenly net true thunder struck Man Huzi, but only emitted a faint muffled sound before instantly vanishing without a trace. Man Huzi suddenly froze, stopping his movement of trying to pull something out of his storage pouch, and looked at Wang Tianming with some disbelief. Just then, Wang Tianming had already leaped towards the pit. When he was less than 20 zhang from the pit, accompanied by a dull explosion, a fist-sized five-colored light sphere suddenly shot out from the blue flames, streaking up into the sky like lightning. Wang Tianming's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy, and he reached out to grab it without thinking. Wang Tianming! How dare you! Man Huzi roared, his massive figure instantly shooting towards the five-colored light sphere, simultaneously throwing a punch, and a giant golden fist shot out. Wang Tianming, without a second thought, released a purple fire dragon, meeting it head-on. With a boom. The purple fire dragon exploded the moment it approached the golden fist. For a moment, purple flames raged, blocking Man Huzi's path. Humph! Man Huzi snorted, neither dodging nor evading, and charged directly into the sea of purple flames, intending to endure the purple fire transformed from the heavenly net true art with his heaven-supporting demonic art. The demonic purple flames burned fiercely in the air, and golden light erupted around Man Huzi. Each golden scale, as if forged from pure gold, truly prevented the purple fire from advancing even an inch. Just as a triumphant smile appeared on Man Huzi's lips, a purple orb hidden within the sea of flames silently appeared before his eyes. Before Man Huzi could react, dazzling purple lightning suddenly erupted. The towering purple flames instantly transformed into layers of thunderclouds, with streaks of purple lightning bursting forth from them, engulfing Man Huzi's massive figure. Wang Tianming didn't even look back, his eyes were now solely focused on the five-colored light sphere before him. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. Sect Master Wan, have you forgotten about me? Chapter 378 Xing Gong joins the game. As soon as the voice reached Wang Tianming's ears, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his body. A five-colored midget appeared within his nascent soul, forcefully tearing open its solid nascent soul body and delivering a heavy blow. Although Wang Tianming reacted immediately, redirecting the purple demonic fire transformed by the heavenly net true art to force the midget out of his body involuntarily stopped in mid-air. Just then, a cold and sharp sword chi suddenly flashed. The incomparably sharp sword chi made all the hairs on Wang Tianming's body stand on end, and he subconsciously conjured a giant bronze shield, flashing with yellow light, to block in front of him. However, this sword chi was not aimed at him, it was a feint, like a long snake, turning downwards and heading straight for the spirit beasts that were pulling the void heaven cauldron. How dare you! Wang Tianming roared, intending to rush forward without a second thought. But before he could move, two brilliant white lights blocked his path. With a bang! Caught off guard, Wang Tianming was knocked back more than 10 zhang. If it weren't for the strong defensive capability of the bronze shield ancient treasure, that blow might have directly taken his life. But Wang Tianming had no time to worry about that now. As he was sent flying, his mind stirred, and he urged the purple giant sword to block in front of the sword chi. In his haste, this was the most he could do. Unfortunately, it was still too slow. The purple giant sword's speed was far inferior to that white sword chi, only barely managing to deflect the sword chi slightly. The 7 or 8 golden silkworms that were pulling the void heaven cauldron were caught in this sword chi, and 4 of them were instantly shredded into a pulp. Although the remaining 4 survived under the protection of the purple giant sword, without the help of their companions, the 4 golden silkworms trembled violently, and the golden silk in their mouths instantly snapped. The powerful force directly caused these 4 golden silkworms to collapse to the ground. The 2 strange fire pythons also couldn't lift such a heavy void heaven cauldron, and with a slackening of their mouths, they slumped to the ground. Boom! The void heaven cauldron fell back to the bottom of the pit, shaking the entire high platform 3 times. Wang Tianming's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was distorted as he looked at the 2 who had stopped him. So it's you 2, Wang Tianming's voice trembled, his teeth grinding, his eyes seeming to bulge out with blood. And you? At this moment, above the pit, Madame Wen floated in the air, her white palace dress contrasting with her thick, dark hair flowing in the wind. She held a sword in one hand and the 5-colored light mass in the other, looking at him with a cold sneer. Ha 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 ha, Wang Tianming, enraged, laughed instead, looking like a madman. I never thought that bastard Liu Dao would actually collude with Star Palace people. Madame Wen frowned at his words, showing a hint of aggressive evil chi. This is my business, what does it have to do with Liu Dao? Wang Tianming, don't bite like a mad dog. Mad dog, Wang Tianming's cold and resentful gaze swept over everyone present one by one. He was the leader of the Myriad Law sect, the foremost righteous path force in the chaotic star sea, the direct nephew of the only late nascent soul great cultivator of the righteous path, a righteous path magnate who commanded influence throughout the entire chaotic star sea. For this void heaven cauldron, he had poured his heart and soul into it, using every scheme imaginable. This void heaven cauldron should have been his. But why did this happen? Why did the two early nascent soul stage cultivators he brought die inexplicably? Why was everyone suddenly against him? Why was he still dominant just now, only to fall to this state in the blink of an eye? Heavenly Eye, Wang Tianming turned his head with a distorted face, glaring fiercely at Liu Yun's, who looked innocent. It's you. It was you from the beginning. You allied with Savage Beard. You colluded with Star Palace. You've been secretly scheming against me all along. Secretly? I wasn't hiding it from you. Liu Yun's looked at him innocently, even blinking his eyes as if genuinely puzzled. Ah! Wang Tianming roared, purple demonic fire soaring around him, fiercely pouncing towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed, and thousands of bizarre runes mysteriously appeared around him, faintly forming a colossal, illusory spirit-suppressing steel. At the same time, the shield sword in Galatron's hand glowed with dazzling golden light. The illusory golden light quickly solidified in the air, transforming into a giant translucent golden shield. It was covered with flowing golden runes, appearing brilliant and magnificent. The monstrous purple demonic fire fiercely pounced onto it, but the next second, the boundless purple demonic fire strangely vanished, and Wang Tianming's body also dissipated into a purple light. Not good. One of the white-robed old men, seeing this scene, instantly constricted his pupils and looked behind him without thinking. Madame Wen also frowned, and her long sword suddenly slashed downwards, releasing a sword chi resembling a flood dragon. Almost simultaneously, a faint purple shadow appeared beneath the sword chi, letting out a cold snort. The purple shadow then split into two, using this to dodge the sword chi and fly towards Madame Wen. Madame Wen, of course, wouldn't be foolish enough to stand still and take a beating. She immediately retreated, while her long sword stirred up a white storm mixed with countless snowflakes, sweeping towards the two purple shadows. The storm roared past, forming a giant white tornado, and the two purple shadows were instantly sucked in. Seeing this, Madame Wen couldn't help but show a hint of triumphant smile. Every seemingly ordinary snowflake in this storm was transformed from her sword chi, incredibly powerful. Even if Wang Tianming was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, he would suffer greatly if hit by this move. Just then, a white light suddenly flashed. Madame Wen, caught off guard, was hit squarely by this white light and instantly let out a scream. Then, Wang Tianming's figure suddenly emerged from the void realm. With a wave of his single hand, a white chain-like ancient treasure immediately shot out, binding Madame Wen tightly. Subsequently, the storm dissipated, revealing another extremely disheveled Wang Tianming inside. This Wang Tianming looked extremely disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and his face was frighteningly pale, as if he had performed some secret technique that greatly consumed his origin chi. This disheveled Wang Tianming glanced at the two Star Palace members, then transformed into a purple shadow and directly merged into the other Wang Tianming's body. During this process, a strange small mirror, yellow on the outside and black on the inside, had been floating in front of Wang Tianming, vaguely aimed at the two Star Palace members. The Xianhuang mirror, one of the Star Palace elders blurted out, looking at the small mirror with extreme apprehension. Wang Tianming snorted disdainfully. After absorbing his other self, his complexion seemed to improve instantly. He single-handedly pulled over the tightly bound Madame Wen and retrieved the five-colored light mass from her storage pouch. Looking at the two Star Palace members, who were wary but showed no intention of acting, Wang Tianming couldn't help but sneer mockingly. His gaze then shifted to Liu Yun's at the side. Chapter 379, Armor. This series of actions was astonishingly fast, almost perfectly demonstrating the methods of the Myriad Law sect leader to everyone. Strangely, however, Wang Tianming didn't seem to have any intention of killing Madame Wen. Instead, after Madame Wen was severely injured by the Xianhuang mirror, he directly put her into a dusty-looking leather bag. Seeing this scene, the two elders of the Star Palace couldn't help but exchange glances, both seeing the disappointment in each other's eyes. If they had wanted to, they could have gone forward to help Madame Wen during that series of actions. However, from beginning to end, neither of them made a move. Their plan was to let Wang Tianming, in his rage, kill Madame Wen, thereby causing Holy Demon Island to feud with the Myriad Law sect. Unfortunately, Wang Tianming seemed terrifyingly calm. No matter how angry he was, he never let his anger interfere with his rationality. As the two Star Palace elders pondered, they already had the intention of turning and leaving. Now, half of the golden silkworms were dead, and the remaining ones were basically useless. The Void Heaven Cauldron would not be taken by anyone from either the righteous and demonic factions. For the two of them, their mission was complete, and there was no need to stay here and fight Wang Tianming to the death. Liu Yun's watched these people, each with their own thoughts, from the side. He tilted his head and chuckled softly, tapping his fingers on his armor. Streaks of red light flickered incessantly, appearing extraordinarily demonic. 10, 9, 8. Wang Tianming saw that the two had no intention of attacking, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had used up most of his magic power, and his own origin chi was damaged, leaving him in a very poor state. If the two on the opposite side had truly disregarded everything and rushed at him to fight to the death, then the outcome would indeed be very difficult to say. 5, 4, 3. The two Star Palace elders exchanged glances and immediately turned to leave. Just then, at the edge of the Tiangang cover, a white light instantly cut it open. 2, 1. A smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. Outside the Tiangang cover, Ling Yuling, dressed in white, walked in expressionlessly, looking up at Wang Tianming who was suspended in the air. Sect Master Wan, long time no see, Ling Yuling said with a smile. Wang Tianming looked down at Ling Yuling and immediately sneered, I knew it. That scoundrel Heavenly Eye has long been one of your Star Palace people. Liu Yun's tilted his head and dug his ear, then pouted and said, Sect Master Wan, let's talk, but can we avoid personal attacks? Ling Yuling, however, didn't look at him. Instead, she turned her head to look at the two Star Palace elders nearby. Wang Tianming is the sect leader of the Myriad Law sect. If he dies here, that will be enough to throw the righteous path into chaos for a while. The two elders of the Star Palace immediately changed their expressions, becoming somewhat uncertain. Ha 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 ha, kill me? Just with you, Wang Tianming only said half of his sentence when his eyes suddenly seemed to glimpse something. Before he could look closely, 3 golden lights suddenly burst out from underground. Humph! Heavenly Eye, do you think this move will still work? Wang Tianming snorted coldly, pointing at the Xianhuang mirror in front of him. Immediately, a white light swept towards the 3 gold devouring insects. Of course, Liu Yun's couldn't let his painstakingly cultivated gold devouring insects directly face this divine light that specifically harmed souls. With a command, the 3 gold devouring insects instantly scattered. It was also at this moment that Ling Yuling suddenly flew towards Wang Tianming. Junior! You are truly bold! Wang Tianming roared, unsure if it was out of joy or anger, and raised his hand, shooting a purple light towards Ling Yuling. The 2 Star Palace elders were instantly scared pale and quickly shouted, Wang Tianming, how dare you! Following that were 2 exceptionally brilliant white lights, shooting out from their hands. However, their speed was still a bit slow. As Ling Yuling was about to be hit by the purple light, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On his wrist, a bracelet, seemingly made of red jade, was emitting surging red spiritual light. Decades ago, when Ling Yuling had just successfully formed her core, Liu Yun's had given him a gift. Ling Yuling still remembered the incredibly complex feelings he had when he received this gift. Fear, shock, joy, embarrassment, incomprehensible, uncontrollable emotions instantly overwhelmed his entire being. That entire night, he fought with his abnormally inflated sense of shame. Sometimes, he would giggle like a fool, wrapped in his quilt, and other times, he would roll on the floor in shame because of his memories. It was as if from the moment he received Liu Yun's gift, the deep scheming Ling Yuling, who never showed his emotions, had vanished without a trace. It wasn't until the next day, when he tied up his loose long hair, put on the white Star Palace robes he always wore, and came to the entrance of Liu Yun's immortal cave, smiling as he said, Thank you for the gift, brother Liu. At that moment, he seemed to see Liu Yun's also reveal a strange expression, exactly like his own when he received the gift. Hat. Remembering that face, which was clearly at a loss but still smiled and greeted him, Ling Yuling immediately showed a genuine smile. Within that red light, an incomparably powerful fire spirit power erupted. The surging spiritual power instantly ignited the air, and a fist-sized crimson flame immediately burst forth. In the scorching red light, a phantom giant bird, like a fire phoenix, flashed past. Humph! Wang Tianming shouted loudly, and the purple giant sword instantly transformed into a purple streaking light, shooting towards the figure in the red light. This junior in front of me is clearly an important figure in the Star Palace. Since that's the case, I must seize this opportunity to capture him alive, so I can use him to coerce those 2 old fellows from the Star Palace. In a flash of lightning, Wang Tianming's mind was exceptionally clear, and he even instantly thought of a strategy to break the situation. The purple streaking light, like a dragon, drilled into the red light. However, the next moment, a crisp sound of metal clashing entered everyone's ears. The purple giant sword let out a mournful cry and was actually directly sent flying. The red light turned into flames, gradually revealing the tall figure within. It was a slender, tall humanoid figure, burning with fiery red all over, like a layer of flame-transformed armor, enveloping a white main body. On the white main body, whether it was its facial features or its extremely bold figure style, which was considered audacious even in the chaotic Star Sea, all displayed an extremely feminine style. However, its construction was closer to a machine than a human, which gave it an additional touch of cold divinity. The fiery red skirt armor, adorned with golden trim, hung down like a bird's feathers. Behind it, mechanical structures resembling 4 wings were connected to a golden and red intertwined ring, like a halo behind a deity, displaying an incomparably sacred posture. At this moment, this goddess-like creation maintained the posture of having sent Wang Tianming's life-bound treasure flying with one hand, while the other hand bent slightly, and a huge fiery red scythe appeared in its palm. Attack! Ling Yuling's voice carried an inviolable majesty. The 2 Star Palace elders felt a chill in their hearts and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, they didn't forget to look at Liu Yun's with an incredibly strange gaze. This peculiar style, this incredibly bizarre creation, practically screamed the creator's name in their faces. However, if this thing was truly made by Liu Yun's, then did that mean, an incredibly absurd guess appeared in their minds. The 2 couldn't help but exchange glances, and their actions attacking Wang Tianming suddenly became exceptionally forceful. Meanwhile, Han Li quietly left the Tiangang cover without anyone noticing. Chapter 380, The Secret of Ancient Treasures. In the series of battles before, Wang Tianming's magical power was severely depleted, and even his origin chi was damaged significantly. His strength was greatly reduced compared to his peak. Now, under the siege of Ling Yuling, who was wearing the vermilion bird armor, and 2 Star Palace elders, Wang Tianming was clearly struggling. It didn't take long for him to be suppressed and barely able to hold on. Meanwhile, Cold Flood Dragon had received Wang Tianming's order to go and assist him. But after Heavenly Enlightenment Master's death, Lee Turtle suddenly became uncontrollable, trying every possible way to leave. Now, Cold Flood Dragon could only face Savage Beard's three-eyed leopard alone, being forced into dangerous situations and barely able to protect itself. He even accidentally got grazed a few times by the three-eyed leopard's petrification divine ability, and some of the scales on his body instantly turned to stone and fell off. Fortunately, this petrification divine ability was a sharp weapon against spiritual power and magic treasure-like objects, but it could not directly petrify the physical body. Cold Flood Dragon's scales had been tempered with spiritual power more than once during his growth and cultivation, so they could also be considered magical artifacts or magic treasures. But for the physical body beneath the scales, this petrification divine ability had little power. It was precisely because of this that Cold Flood Dragon could barely hold on, but it was impossible for him to disengage and assist Wang Tianming. This made Wang Tianming furious and also somewhat fearful. Wang Tianming had already realized that this time, he truly might perish in the Void Heaven Palace. Even now, his ability to resist was entirely due to Liu Yun's on the other side not yet intending to act. If Liu Yun's were to act as well, then he would truly have no chance of survival. But why didn't he act? Wang Tianming pondered, his brain rapidly working, trying to find a glimmer of hope from this desperate situation. At this moment, Liu Yun's did not focus his attention on Wang Tianming and the others. Instead, he turned and looked at Venerable Xiangu, who had a conflicted expression. Venerable Xiangu Xiaocha, master of extreme Yin Old Ancestor, a great demonic path villain whose lifespan has exceeded 1,000 years. Every word Liu Yun's uttered made Darkbone's hair stand on end. The old monster, who had lived for over 1,000 years, lowered his head and smiled, saying to Liu Yun's, "Sure enough, that fellow surnamed Han was with you from the start. He must have told you about our deal, right?" Although it was a question, Darkbone's tone was exceptionally certain. At first, he was truly confused by Liu Yun's repeated changes of allegiance, but when the Star Palace cultivators appeared, this millennium-old monster had already understood the role Liu Yun's played in this series of events. Sowing discord in the righteous path, dividing the demonic path, using strength to fight strength, dispersing breakthroughs. From the beginning, Liu Yun's never intended to join either side. From the very beginning, his intention was to make all the nascent soul cultivators of both the righteous and demonic factions remain in the Void Heaven Palace. Humph. Fellow deist Liu is truly sensible, standing so firmly on the Star Palace's side. Venerable Xiangu said with a cold laugh. Since the words were out, Darkbone no longer hid his intentions. As a true millennium-old monster, Darkbone possessed numerous methods, and his life-saving abilities were terrifyingly abundant. Even if he faced a fierce individual who was much stronger than an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator, Darkbone had enough confidence to escape. However, if he did, this trip to the Void Heaven Palace would be a complete waste. Unless absolutely necessary, Darkbone did not want to do that. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, neither admitting nor denying Darkbone's words. The Galatron behind him glowed with dazzling red light in its eyes, already preparing to act. Wait. Darkbone quickly stopped Liu Yun's, a trace of hesitation appearing in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Fellow deist, don't you want to know about the pill formula I promised fellow deist Han? Liu Yun scoffed, saying meaningfully, a mere pill formula that increases the chance of nascent soul condensation, do you really think it's a rare item? To buy your life, it's not enough. Fellow deist's tone is truly arrogant. Darkbone said with a smile, though the smile was somewhat forced. The person in front of him was either a complete madman or an arrogant bastard. While cursing inwardly, Darkbone still rolled his eyes as he looked at the huge nascent soul level puppet behind the other party, and continued. Since fellow deist is not very interested in this pill formula, then fellow deist, aren't you curious about the ancient treasure you just acquired? Oh. Liu Yun's frowned slightly and took out the jade ruhi from his embrace. You mean this thing? You know its origin? Liu Yun's asked without changing his expression, but he was somewhat puzzled in his heart. In fact, when he took the jade ruhi, he already felt that this ancient treasure was somewhat different from other normal ancient treasures. Liu Yun's had quite a few ancient treasures in his possession. These ancient treasures had unknown origins, varied forms, and their powers differed greatly from each other. Not to mention, just a few ancient treasures he obtained from Venerable Golden Talisman's storage pouch. Among them, the Azure Dragon short staff and the blue fishing net were both conventional powerful ancient treasures, very handy to use. Liu Yun's would occasionally take them out for use when dealing with less troublesome enemies. As for the black bagua mirror and the black and white scissors, Liu Yun still dared not use these two ancient treasures casually even now. This had nothing to do with the amount of magical power or divine sense, it was purely because Liu Yun's magical power realm was insufficient, or to use a term Liu Yun's preferred, his authority in the spiritual power system was insufficient. He could only slowly analyze these two treasures according to Immortal Tianjing's research on ancient treasures. Up until now, Liu Yun's could only determine that both of these ancient treasures were genuine top-tier ancient treasures. The black bagua mirror was a certain yin attribute defensive ancient treasure with some other divine abilities, while the black and white scissors were a pure offensive ancient treasure with both yin and yang attributes. Two ancient treasures with such attributes were undoubtedly top-tier existences, even compared to other top-tier ancient treasures. And even these two ancient treasures seemed somewhat lacking compared to the jade ruhi he had just acquired. It wasn't a lack of power, but a lack in a more fundamental aspect. This fundamental aspect was not valued by ancient cultivators, but modern cultivators greatly developed it and called it spiritual nature. From Liu Yun's observations, this thing could become sentient and take human form, understand how to judge situations, and even consciously resist a cultivator's attempt to subdue it. This was truly outrageous. Even for modern magic treasures that valued spiritual nature, creating an existence with such high spiritual nature was quite difficult. Not to mention in the ancient era, when ancient treasures were merely treated as pure tools. This was like someone in Liu Yun's previous life accidentally assembled an artificial intelligence while putting together a steam engine. It was outrageous with a hint of absurdity, and Liu Yun's was even a bit bewildered, unable to figure out how these ancient cultivators managed to do it. Chapter 381, The Death of Xiangu. It seems fellow deist Liu has also noticed that something is amiss with this item, Xiangu said with a smile. I cannot fully explain the specific situation here, fellow deist Liu. I can only say that a monumental secret is hidden behind this ancient treasure, one that might even be related to the sudden demise of the ancient cultivators and the civilization's collapse in the ancient era. Xiangu glanced at Wang Tianming, who was clearly on the verge of collapsing, and continued in an unheard tone, if fellow deist Liu is willing to spare me, I am willing to assist you in retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron. Afterwards, I will inform fellow deist Liu of all the details. Liu Yun's looked at him, smiling as he asked, what if I said I'm not interested in the Void Heaven Cauldron, and only want to know the secrets you mentioned? Xiangu paused for a moment, then a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he shook his head at Liu Yun's. Why bother trying to fob me off with such words, fellow deist Liu? You had fellow deist Han hide until now, wasn't it precisely to use those two blood jade spiders to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron? Ha ha ha, Liu Yun suddenly burst out laughing after hearing Xiangu's judgment. This left Xiangu somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but frown slightly, taking a step forward as he continued, fellow deist Liu, if you... Mid-sentence, Xiangu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had clearly taken a step just now, but for some unknown reason, his body remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. It was as if his physical body had become disconnected from his consciousness. This discovery startled Xiangu. He quickly circulated the spiritual qi within his body, attempting to find out what was wrong with his physical body. However, what truly terrified Xiangu then happened, his spiritual qi was still circulating, but not according to his will. It was as if, at this very moment, another person was controlling this physical body, and he was completely unaware of it. Extreme fear made Xiangu instinctively want to abandon this physical body. After all, his profound soul demon refining great art had already achieved some success, and his true form was that of an ethereal ghost cultivator. Once he left this body, he could find a better one at any time. But Xiangu suddenly realized that he couldn't even leave this body. In his panic, Xiangu suddenly understood that it wasn't someone controlling his physical body, but someone controlling his divine soul. Who? Who is it? Get out, old ancestor! Venerable Xiangu roared, but no sound escaped his lips. His face was still smiling, but his body was like a petrified statue, standing motionless on the spot. Liu Yun's finally stopped laughing, rubbing his throat uncomfortably, and said irritably, why so slow? Xiangu was stunned. He didn't understand who Liu Yun's was talking to. But then, something even more terrifying happened, his mouth moved on its own, producing the exact same voice as Liu Yun's. You make it sound so easy. This guy isn't just an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator, and you still wouldn't let me be discovered by him. Do you know how much effort I put into this mess? Liu Yun's voice emerged from Xiangu's mouth. His eyes still held that stiff smile, but his mouth seemed to have detached from the control of his facial muscles, having a mind of its own. Liu Yun's could even see that mouth pursed together in indignation, which, combined with the petrified smile on Xiangu's face, made the scene look somewhat unsettling. Even though he was the one who caused it. All right, wasn't it handled? No matter how powerful a core formation cultivator is, they are still not a nascent soul cultivator in the end. That late core formation stage ethereal ghost body looks formidable, but if it were to truly clash with a proper nascent soul cultivator, the difference wouldn't be just a little bit. Liu Yun said with a grin, his eyes scrutinizing Xiangu from head to toe, revealing almost undisguised greed and malice. This scene was witnessed by Xiangu, making him almost scream in terror. Unfortunately, he no longer had even that power. He could only watch helplessly as his own mouth discussed his fate with another person. As we discussed before, copy all of this guy's memories. There are quite a few things in there that I can use. Alright, you're the boss, you make the rules. Amidst Liu Yun's extremely perfunctory voice emanating from his own mouth, Xiangu found himself uncontrollably recalling his entire life. As a child, he was humiliated after joining a sect. In his youth, he concealed his strength and accumulated power. As a young man, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an opportunity, slaughtered his sect, and then ensued 1,000 years of blood and gore. Fighting, killing, cultivating, for eternal life? For freedom between heaven and earth? No. He sought power. He sought to ensure no one could ever step on him again. He sought to no longer suffer humiliation and contempt. 1,000 years passed, and throughout his life, he remained alone. Regrets? Absolutely no regrets. Xiangu's memories flashed through his mind, one scene after another, finally lingering on a shimmering sea surface from his childhood. A fishing boat slowly sailed by, laden with a full catch. A dark-skinned, simple-faced man and a large, smiling woman were waving at him. Child, come quickly. Xiangu's body fell to the ground and dissipated into thin air. Before that, he seemed to have regained some control over his body, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared on his lips. This great demon overlord, who had lived for over 1,000 years, finally died here, leaving behind only a dark green small arrow, a string of red glowing prayer beads, and a section of grayish-white rib bone. A 5-colored miniature figure emerged from thin air, holding a dark green speck of light and another eerie green orb in his hands, flying to Liu Yun's front. All the memories are here. You can look through them when you have time, there are indeed many interesting things. And this thing, Liu Yun's number 2 held up the orb in his hand, saying with a grin, this is a good item. Guess what this is? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly. Childish. Then he snatched the orb and examined it carefully in his hand. Within the eerie green orb, a faint green flame seemed to be burning slowly, subtly emitting an incomparably terrifying aura of extreme cold. Profound soul yin fire. This guy, Xiangu, spent hundreds of years trying to control this flame. In the end, he still couldn't, and concluded that only a ghost cultivator's body could fully control this yin fire. Indeed, that was the case. Xiangu, until his death from a sneak attack by his 2 disciples, Extreme Yin and Ji Xian, cultivated the profound soul demon, refining great art that he had exchanged from another ghost cultivator out of despair, completely transforming himself into a ghost cultivator's body. Only then did he truly gain complete control over this flame. Liu Yun's number 2 slowly explained to Liu Yun's, casually extracting a small segment from Xiangu's memories and handing it to Liu Yun's. The profound soul yin fire we witnessed before was actually like Old Han's evil warding divine thunder. Both were merely castrated versions, due to insufficient cultivation. The authentic profound soul yin fire is a well-deserved great divine ability of the ghost Dao, far more powerful than Extreme Yin's heavenly capital corpse fire. And the reason why someone like Xiangu was willing to spend hundreds of years on this was actually due to another theory. The theory concerning profound soul yin fire, Qunlan ice flame, and evil warding divine thunder. Chapter 382, Azura Sacred Fire. Liu Yun's placed that fragment of memory into the center of his brows and slowly began to read it. This memory wasn't long, it was merely a conjecture Xiangu had derived from a series of ancient texts. And this conjecture pointed to a divine ability known as the Ghost Dao Sacred Fire. Azura Sacred Fire. Liu Yun's frowned slightly, his expression exceptionally serious. Liu Yun's had witnessed the power of both the evil warding divine thunder and the Qunlan ice flame. Undoubtedly, both were among the greatest divine abilities in the human realm, and ordinary nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to get involved in the slightest. Although Liu Yun's hadn't personally witnessed the true power of the profound soul yin fire, judging from Xiangu's profound soul yin fire, which at most possessed only 1 or 2/10 of its full power, it was probably a great ghost Dao divine ability no less potent than the 2 mentioned above. These 3 types of xenomorph spiritual qi, which could almost be considered top tier in the human realm, combined to ultimately give birth to the ghost Dao Sacred Fire. Liu Yun's found it difficult to imagine just how immense its power truly was. The only thing he knew was that if Venerable Xiangu truly managed to cultivate this divine ability and then recovered his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, even if it was only the early nascent soul stage, it would probably be enough for him to sweep through half of the chaotic star sea. If he could advance 1 or 2 more steps, it might even be possible to recreate the grand spectacle of the immortal Tianjing, who, with his power alone, once suppressed the entire star palace. Now Liu Yun's understood why Xiangu had offered to help him retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron. From the very beginning, his target was the Qunlan ice flame that came with the Void Heaven Cauldron, and not the chaotic star sea's foremost secret treasure itself. After realizing this, Liu Yun's expression became solemn as he turned his head to look at the now calm pit. In truth, Liu Yun's hadn't lied to Xiangu earlier, he genuinely wasn't very interested in the Void Heaven Cauldron. On one hand, this foremost secret treasure of the chaotic star sea itself implied endless trouble, and it couldn't bring him any benefits. Ling Yuling had revealed some of its secrets to him. If Ling Yuling's information was accurate, then no matter what, this was not something a core formation cultivator like him could use right now. Since that was the case, for Liu Yun's, this item was, at most, a research material. In that case, it would be better to let this treasure remain in the Void Heaven Palace. Liu Yun's had already prepared to study the restrictions and teleportation arrays within the Void Heaven Palace. Once he finished analyzing the teleportation restrictions inside, the entire Void Heaven Palace would become his private garden. He could enter whenever he wished, having ample time to study the Void Heaven Cauldron. There was no need to stubbornly take this thing out and invite a lot of trouble. Besides that, more importantly, he intended to use this to set up a scheme and settle some personal grievances. Halfway through Liu Yun's thoughts, an unexpected incident occurred on Wang Tianming's side. Wang Tianming, who had been firmly suppressed by the 3, seeing that he had little magical power left, gritted his teeth and self-detonated his physical body. With a deafening roar, violent purple flames directly blasted all 3 of them back more than 20 zhang, even affecting Liu Yun's, who was not far away. The entire high platform seemed to tremble 3 times. Amidst the violent purple flames, a nascent soul, more than 2 inches long and identical in appearance to Wang Tianming, shot out, holding a small purple sword and a 5-colored light sphere in its hand. After glaring at the few people with venomous eyes, Wang Tianming's nascent soul suddenly threw out the small sword, and his body merged into the small sword, instantly teleporting 10 zhang away. This was the unique instantaneous movement technique of a nascent soul. Nascent soul controlling a sword. The 2 Star Palace elders felt uneasy, not expecting Wang Tianming to even discard his physical body to save his life. With such decisive heart nature, if they continued to press him, would he try to take them down with him? Upon considering this possibility, both elders couldn't help but entertain thoughts of retreating, but after looking at Ling Yuling and then at Liu Yun's not far away, they became indecisive again. In that split second of divided soul, Wan Tianming's nascent soul had already transformed into an astonishingly fast purple light, bypassing the pit above the void heaven cauldron and approaching the edge of the Tiangang cover. But then, a golden light suddenly exploded. A large hand instantly appeared, grabbing the purple light. At the same time, a huge sound, like a bronze bell, boomed in the air. Wan Tianming! You deserve to die here today. Ha ha ha. Within the golden light, a demonic figure emerged, laughing triumphantly towards the sky. Savage Beard! You're not dead. Wan Tianming's voice came from within the purple light, filled with shock. Humph! Savage Beard snorted coldly. At this moment, all the golden scales on his body were shattered, and his entire body was covered in faintly golden blood, his hair standing on end like an ugly, old brush. Clearly, enduring that heavenly net true thunder had come at a considerable cost even for Savage Beard. Wan Tianming, did you really think that heavenly net true thunder could take my life? Savage Beard asked with a sneer. The moment the heavenly net true thunder suddenly appeared before him, Savage Beard hadn't reacted in time and suffered a significant loss. If things had continued that way, Savage Beard would probably have been half crippled if not dead. But what everyone didn't know was that Savage Beard possessed an exceptionally rare lightning-absorbing stone. No matter how powerful that heavenly net true thunder was, after most of its power was absorbed by this stone, it could no longer cause any harm to Savage Beard. However, Savage Beard didn't immediately jump out. Instead, he played along, hiding in the dark, waiting until this perfect moment to suddenly strike and subdue Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming, it's time to settle our score. Savage Beard grinned menacingly, and the golden light in his hand flared, then he fiercely clenched it. Wait. Fellow deist man, with a great enemy before us, we should go. Ah! Wan Tianming's words were cut short by a shrill scream. The small sword, which was the purple light's true form, emitted a struggling hum under Savage Beard's immense strength and began to slightly deform. With his life-bound treasure damaged, Wan Tianming's nascent soul also suffered injuries, and he immediately stopped speaking, instead silently mobilizing his magical power. Everyone saw a dazzling purple light suddenly flare in Savage Beard's palm, followed by a bang. The small purple sword instantly exploded, forcefully pushing open Savage Beard's hand. Immediately, a faint purple light instantly appeared 10 zhang away. Trying to escape. Savage Beard's hands were covered in blood, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. He sneered and threw a punch. Humph! Wan Tianming let out a cold snort, and a 5-colored light sphere suddenly flew from his palm, heading straight in another direction. Heaven-mending pill. Savage Beard's eyes widened abruptly, and he quickly lunged to grab it. Chapter 383, Pursuit. With this, Manhuza grabbed the heaven-mending pill, so smoothly that he could hardly believe it. But this also gave Wan Tianming time to escape. His tender hands rapidly formed a seal, and he instantly appeared above the cold flood dragon's head. Before it could react, Wan Tianming plunged into the cold flood dragon's glabella. The cold flood dragon immediately let out a mournful cry, and a miniature human face instantly grew on its glabella. Its appearance was clearly identical to Wan Tianming. After casting a venomous glance at Savage Beard, the cold flood dragon nimbly dodged the three-eyed leopard's petrifying divine light, its tail slicing through the Tiangang cover like a sharp blade, transforming into a white streak of light and fleeing outwards. Trying to leave. Savage Beard's eyes flickered, and he actually leaped up and followed the cold flood dragon out. The two Star Palace elders looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. In their opinion, Savage Beard had already obtained the heaven-mending pill, so why was he still chasing Wan Tianming? Was he afraid Wan Tianming would seek revenge after escaping? But if Wan Tianming really died here, would Third Ant Wan let Savage Beard off the hook? They couldn't figure it out, and finally could only attribute it to the demonic technique corrupting Savage Beard's hard nature, making him a little abnormal. In any case, for the Star Palace, these two biting at each other, no matter the final outcome, would be beneficial to the Star Palace. The two no longer dwelled on the matter, but instead smiled and approached Liu Yun's, intending to get chummy. However, Liu Yun suddenly waved his hand with a serious expression and said to the two, "Something's not right. Savage Beard isn't chasing Wan Tianming to kill him." "What?" The two old men looked at each other in surprise, and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Fellow deist Liu, could it be that you know Savage Beard's purpose?" Liu Yun's nodded gravely and said to the two, "Didn't you notice that someone secretly slipped away from here earlier?" One of the old men, somewhat bewildered, asked Liu Yun's, "Fellow deist Liu, are you referring to your good friend Han Li?" The friendship between Liu Yun's and Han Li wasn't common knowledge, but any major power paying attention to Venerable Tianmu was basically aware of it. The two elders had personally witnessed Han Li following behind Liu Yun's throughout this journey. When they saw Han Li secretly slip away earlier, the two elders had thought it was Liu Yun's tacit instruction, or that Han Li had become fearful upon seeing the scene of nascent soul cultivator fighting, and thus secretly fled. These were all normal human reactions, and coupled with the fact that he was merely a core formation cultivator, the two elders hadn't paid him any mind. But now, it seemed there was another secret involved. Liu Yun's expression suddenly turned somewhat grim, and he spoke to the two Star Palace elders in a solemn tone, "Although that person appears ordinary and timid as a mouse, he has always hidden a secret. He has 2 5th-grade blood jade spiders." "What?" This truly startled the two old men. Others might not know, but how could they not know that blood jade spiders were one of the Yao beasts most suitable for retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron, with a much higher success rate than Wan Tianming's golden silkworm and Liu Yun's strange fire python. Not to mention 2 5th-grade blood jade spiders. With these 2 blood jade spiders, the chance of retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron, if not 100%, must be 8 or 9 out of 10, and they had been completely unaware of this. Lu Yun's nodded with an extremely serious expression, confirming to the 2, indeed, blood jade spiders. I originally intended for him to remain hidden until the end, but who knew he would be such a coward, actually deserting at a critical moment. At this point, Lu Yun showed a hint of gnashing teeth, appearing extremely furious. The 2 Star Palace elders nodded understandingly, their expressions softening slightly, but then immediately becoming solemn again. One of the old men stepped forward, eagerly asking, "Fellow Daist Lu, from what you're saying, has Savage Beard already learned of this matter?" As soon as these words were spoken, the high platform instantly became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. It wasn't until Lu Yun's nodded with a grave expression that the 2 revealed expressions of extreme shock. No. These 2 blood jade spiders must not fall into Savage Beard's hands, one Star Palace elder declared decisively. Lu Yun's nodded gravely and said to the 2, "Indeed, that's what I think too. The Void Heaven Cauldron must not fall into the hands of either the righteous and demonic factions right now. We will set off immediately to intercept Savage Beard. Under necessary circumstances." Lu Yun suddenly gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Under necessary circumstances, kill Han Li." Completely put an end to Savage Beard's intentions. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the 2 Star Palace elders immediately held him in awe. For his own future, for the Star Palace. For the greater good. To decisively kill an old friend. This is what you call enlightenment. Alright, we'll go chase Savage Beard first. Ling Yuling's voice, muffled through the vermilion bird armor, sounded a bit heavy. Brother Lu, you stay here, in case Savage Beard or Han Li secretly return and catch us off guard. If either of us discovers Savage Beard or Han Li's whereabouts, we'll immediately send a message to the other for swift support, no problem. The 2 Star Palace elders were stunned. One of them opened his mouth, wanting to say that, by common sense, it would be more appropriate for the stronger Lu Yuns to pursue, and for one of them to stay behind and guard. But just then, the other elder unhesitatingly said, "Excellent plan. This way, it will be foolproof." Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily stunned, but then quickly reacted, cursing himself for being foolish in his heart. Who is primary and who is secondary? Who makes the decisions and who carries them out? Who is responsible for holding down the fort, and who is responsible for running errands? Such simple questions, why hesitate? Thinking of this, there was no longer any hesitation in the Star Palace elder's eyes, and he looked as if he was ready to bravely die for the Star Palace at any moment. One's position determines one's perspective, taking sides is very important. Lu Yuns couldn't help but nod at this, saying, "Go and return quickly, be careful, and don't engage the enemy head-on. Once you find their whereabouts, remember to notify me." Ling Yuling met Lu Yun's gaze through her visor and slowly nodded. She then led the 2 Star Palace elders and flew out of the Tiangang cover. The Tiangang cover automatically healed. Lu Yuns glanced in the direction they left, then slowly walked to the edge of the pit and looked at the bottom. The Qunlan ice flame still burned fiercely, and the Void Heaven Cauldron still sat at the bottom of the pit, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Lu Yuns looked around, his gaze sweeping over the 4 half-dead golden silkworms. After some thought, he found a place to sit down. He was waiting for someone here. Chapter 384, Appearance. On the high platform, it was terrifyingly quiet. Lu Yun sat on the ground without any regard for his image, like a common hooligan. He was silent, pondering, his eyes fixed on the Qunlan ice flame at the bottom of the pit, as still as a statue. After a while, a faint sound, like 2 hard objects rubbing against each other, echoed behind Lu Yun's, exceptionally clear on the terrifyingly quiet high platform. Lu Yun's turned his head and met the gaze of a peculiar, translucent giant turtle. The latter blinked its pair of small, ruby-like eyes, then silently lowered its head, pretending to be nothing more than a breathing, somewhat oddly shaped rock. "I actually forgot about you." Lu Yun slapped his forehead, utterly exasperated. The series of events just now happened too quickly, and his mind was completely preoccupied with what was to come. He had genuinely forgotten about this ancient exotic beast brought by Heavenly Enlightenment Master. Thinking about it, this guy seemed to have been slacking off and trying to find an opportunity to slip away ever since Heavenly Enlightenment Master was killed. Due to the complex changes in the situation, everyone was momentarily caught off guard. If Wang Tianming hadn't self-destructed his physical body and magic treasure, instantly deciding the outcome of this chaotic battle, and if it had dragged on longer, this guy might have actually found a chance to escape. It seems this ancient exotic beast possesses considerable intelligence. Although it's difficult for such ancient-era exotic beasts to transform in the human realm due to spiritual chi issues, this guy's IQ is definitely superior to a certain unnamed, transformed Jade Flood Dragon. Go. Lu Yun's uttered lightly, and the Lee Turtle's eyes immediately widened, letting out an excited low growl. But soon, a 5-colored light flashed across the Lee Turtle's body, with many tiny, almost invisible runes flickering. The Lee Turtle visibly withered, letting out a somewhat unwilling low growl before closing its eyes in resignation. Lu Yun's number 2 flew out from its glabella, holding a token miniaturized many times over, and said to Lu Yun's. "You guessed correctly. Heavenly Enlightenment Master really used this god-forbidding tablet to control the Lee Turtle. Heavenly Fate Child also placed a restriction on this Lee Turtle's divine soul, ensuring that even if he was thousands of miles away, he could recall the Lee Turtle at any time. You should have seen it, this guy's divine soul was almost completely covered in restrictions. At this point, Liu Yun's number 2 clicked his tongue in shock. Liu Yun's nodded knowingly, stepped forward and took the token from Liu Yun's No 2's hand. It automatically enlarged, becoming an ordinary-looking iron plate with a lifelike Li turtle carved on it. Heavenly Fate Child is truly cautious. He doesn't even trust his own junior brother and resorts to such things. The world is truly degenerating, and people's hearts are no longer pure. Liu Yun shook his head with what seemed like great emotion. Liu Yun's number 2 gave him an expressionless look and said, "Is there a possibility that Heavenly Fate Child was guarding against this very situation? Then he still has to be able to guard against me," Liu Yun said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For others, such a restriction on the primordial spirit could be quite troublesome. Unless it was the original caster, trying to undo such a complex restriction engraved on the primordial spirit would be unthinkable without several years of painstaking effort. Given that time, Heavenly Fate Child would have long since recalled the Li Turtle or directly led the Myriad Law sect to their doorstep. Unfortunately, for Liu Yun's and the uniquely existing Liu Yun's number 2, while such restrictions were troublesome, they were merely a matter of changing the restriction's owner information. At most, they would also shield the location information, and this ancient exotic beast would then belong to Liu. The two briefly discussed how to modify the restriction, and then Liu Yun's number 2 plunged into the Li Turtle's glabella. Liu Yun's estimated that this process should not take more than 3 hours. If Heavenly Fate Child could track them down within such a short time, Liu Yun's would only be able to express his admiration, then turn and run, seeing if he could be caught. Thinking this, Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction and placed the immobile Li Turtle into his spirit beast pouch. He then turned around, looking at the top of the pit in the center of the high platform. At some unknown point, a man in a green robe had appeared there, bending over and looking down at the Qunlan ice flame and the void heaven cauldron at the bottom of the pit. A unique, subtle, harmonious aura emanated from him, as if he had merged with the surrounding scenery. Although it was unknown when he appeared there, it felt as though he belonged there. It was as if in a landscape painting that was meant to be, he stood at the center of the artwork, in the so-called C position. It was as if the scene was prepared just for him. Liu Yun's looked at him, his eyes deep, betraying no emotion. It was the other party who turned around first, revealing that plain, unremarkable face that Liu Yun's knew all too well. "You are truly persistent." Han Li sighed softly, seemingly with much emotion. With a wave of his hand, he collected 4 half-dead golden silkworms into his spirit beast pouch, then continued. "You used Han Li, you used Ling Yuling, you used Savage Beard, Wang Tianming, Star Palace, whether they were enemies or friends, you used them all. After doing so much, was it just to force me out again? You're far too impatient." Han Li shook his head helplessly, then patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist. 2 giant spiders, about 10 feet in size and entirely like white jade, landed at the top of the pit. They opened their mouths and spat out 2 streams of pure white spider silk, netting the void heaven cauldron at the bottom of the pit. The moment he saw those 2 familiar blood jade spiders, Liu Yun's pupil suddenly contracted, and he pursed his lips, saying with what sounded like sarcasm. "How shameless." "Hat." Han Li chuckled lightly, not replying. Instead, he stroked the pure white back of the blood jade spider beside him, commanding them to pull backward. Almost at that instant, the high platform shook violently again. The void heaven cauldron was pulled almost instantly, rising at an extremely fast speed. Originally, at this point, the 2 blood jade spiders would only have been at the peak of the 4th level. But now, after Han Li encountered you, he gained many opportunities out of thin air, and the 2 blood jade spiders also advanced to the 5th level by chance before reaching the void heaven palace. Therefore, he summoned them to help in the outer hall of the void heaven palace, thus exposing the existence of the 2 blood jade spiders. Subsequently, of the 2 who learned of this matter, one, Extreme Yin, was killed by you, while the other, Dark Bone, escaped and secretly leaked this news to Savage Beard. Savage Beard, upon learning of this, secretly allied with you and Han Li, deliberately drawing out the Star Palace members to create an opportunity for Han Li to retrieve the void heaven cauldron. Then, he blocked the entrance to the 5th floor, waiting for an opportunity to snatch it. Han Li spread his hands and said with a smile, "You see, how reasonable is that?" Chapter 385, 2 Han Lis. Liu Yun's looked at him expressionlessly, his gaze filled with a hint of amusement, as if he was watching an extremely terrible play. "It sounds quite reasonable, but your script has a bit of a problem." Liu Yun's thought about it carefully, and actually started discussing the matter with Han Li. "Look, Savage Beard is an old monster over 900 years old. To have lived this long in a world where morals are declining and customs are deteriorating, without being killed, he must be extremely cautious and wary of others, not easily trusting anyone. Not to mention in a place like the Void Heaven Palace, he would definitely be on high alert, never giving anyone an opportunity. How could such a person, in such a situation, leave Han Li and me alone here? This behavior is too unreasonable, don't you agree?" The high platform trembled even more violently, and the cold tide capable of instantly freezing a core formation cultivator reappeared. Amidst this cold tide, Han Li stood at the top of the high platform, his back to the blue glowing pit and the deadly cold tide, looking at Liu Yun's with amusement. "Now that you mention it, there seems to be some truth to that," he said with a smile. "Then what do you think should be changed?" Liu Yun's proudly puffed out his chest, as if he hadn't heard the sarcasm in Han Li's words at all. "I think it should be changed like this." Liu Yun stroked his chin and paced a few steps, seemingly genuinely thinking about the matter. First, a reasonable story needs foreshadowing, so we can't just focus on the Void Heaven Palace. Instead, we need to lay the groundwork before the Void Heaven Palace even opens. Liu Yun's thought carefully for a moment, then suddenly snapped his fingers excitedly. I've got it. Let's start from before Darkbone escaped. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Liu Yun's expressionlessly. But Liu Yun's completely ignored him, instead continuing to speak as he paced. At that time, Han Li and I were working together to create an incredibly powerful Mobile Zero. I was responsible for the main refining and the design of the central restriction. Han Li was assisting me, his main task being to engrave specific spirit patterns and runes onto the Mobile Zero using the spirit ink I had prepared beforehand. To be honest, with my current technology, it's very difficult to create the Mobile Zero I designed. The success rate is really not high, but I wasn't really trying to make that thing. For me, as long as I had an excuse to keep Han Li in the Immortal Cave, it was a success. Whether that thing could actually be made was actually quite irrelevant to me. Liu Yun shrugged with a grin, while Han Li across from him showed a non-committal expression and said with a smile to Liu Yun's. Keep going. Alright, Liu Yun's smile grew even brighter. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. The opening of the Void Heaven Palace was drawing nearer, but just at this time, for some unknown reason, another Han Li appeared, swapping places with the Han Li I was familiar with. Liu Yun's, as if performing a magic trick, gestured with both hands in front of him. And I myself was swept up by the chaotic flow of time, seeing some scenes I shouldn't have seen. Because of this, it almost cost me half my life, and I even lost my eyes. I became literally blind, and spoke a few words with another Han Li of unknown origin in the Immortal Cave. But it was during those few words that I noticed something wasn't quite right. Liu Yun's grinned as he looked at Han Li. At this moment, the high platform trembled even more violently, and the blue light at the top of the pit flickered more and more intensely, even faintly revealing burning blue flames that had already emerged. The cold tide swept over, directly blocked by the scarlet light around Liu Yun's. Han Li stood in the cold tide, a smile that was hard to define still lingering on his lips. You mean, the other Han Li exposed a flaw in front of you? Han Li asked with a smile, as if he was genuinely seeking advice from Liu Yun's on the matter. Sort of, and sort of not. This might be a bit hard to understand. Liu Yun stroked his chin, as if he suddenly realized something, and said to Han Li. How about this, I'll start with the simplest thing. Do you still remember that Han Li's main job at that time was to help me engrave spirit patterns and runes on the Mobile Zero using the spirit ink I had prepared beforehand? Han Li's brow furrowed slightly, and he nodded expressionlessly. That makes it easier. Let me put it this way. For me, traditional spirit beast blood mixed with cinnabar was already not enough. To bear the chi output of a nascent soul level, I needed more advanced spirit ink. So my spirit ink was made from the spirit blood of high-level Yao beasts, combined with some aged spirit medicine harvested from Han Li's spirit medicine garden. This kind of spirit ink, whether in terms of efficiency in chi transmission or its capacity for chi itself, far surpassed ordinary traditional spirit ink, but it had one minor drawback. Before it completely dried, this spirit ink would emit a very, very faint, strange smell. This scent wasn't obvious and was difficult to cling to a person, unless one had long-term contact with the spirit ink, it would be impossible to get tainted with this smell. Even if one did get tainted with the smell, it wouldn't matter. The smell was too faint and very difficult to detect. If it was next to a Mobile Zero that had just been coated with spirit ink, it would be even harder to detect. Unless one deliberately and carefully sniffed, it would be impossible to smell it. Han Li's smile froze. So you understand now, right? I wasn't looking at you then. Seriously, my eyeballs had burst then, how could I see you? Liu Yun's grinned at Han Li, saying with particular delight. I was smelling you. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's expressionlessly, his eyes terrifyingly deep, like two bottomless dark abysses, coldly staring at him. However, Liu Yun seemed to notice nothing, and continued to say to Han Li. At that time, I discovered that this Han Li also had that smell on him. But how was that possible? Wasn't that Han Li supposed to have been moved? The one appearing before me now should be another Han Li. Why is this? Is it possession? Did another consciousness descend using Han Li's body? I thought about this question for a long time, and even when I reunited with Han Li in the Void Heaven Palace, I didn't dare to tell him immediately. Because I was afraid that another consciousness existed within his body. It wasn't until I learned of Darkbone's existence from Han Li and actually saw him in the Void Heaven Palace. Only then did I dare to confirm that, for a certain period of time, there indeed existed two different Han Lis. One released Darkbone on an unnamed deserted island, and the other was in my Immortal Cave, putting on an act in front of me. Liu Yun sneered, looking at Han Li on the high platform. Thus, the problem returned to its origin. Why did the other Han Li have the same smell as the original Han Li? After much thought and considering many possibilities, I came up with a hypothesis. This Han Li is not, as he himself has always hinted, completely from outside the timeline. He was born on this timeline, born from the Han Li I am most familiar with. Chapter 386, A Han Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Liu Yun's, who stood tall and proud, exuding unusual confidence. A knife-sharp smile appeared on that face, which Liu Yun's knew all too well. Just because of this? Just because I carry the scent of your spiritual ink, you dare to make such a judgment? Han Li scoffed and shook his head, asking with an unchanging expression, isn't that too arbitrary? Bold assumptions, careful verification. Liu Yun said casually, spreading his hands. At least this detail proves that your body is indeed not some foreign product, but a genuine output of this timeline. However, this makes it interesting. Why are there two identical Han Lis in the same timeline? Han Li glanced back at the gradually emerging Qunlan ice flame and smiled at Liu Yun's, saying, aren't you good at making assumptions? Why don't you continue to assume? Alright, Liu Yun's smile was exceptionally bright. Han Li told me that in his memory, he used a showy method of breaking a formation with a formation when he broke the formation on the deserted island. As far as I know, this method is Xin Ruyan's favorite. The method I taught him was much simpler and more direct than this. In other words, at that time, roughly halfway through Mobile Zero, the Han Li who was invited by Jinqing and appeared on the deserted island was undoubtedly you. And according to Han Li's description of the time, when you appeared before me, it was roughly when the formation had been broken down to its last layer. At that time, you and Han Li completed a swap through some method. This swap was probably not a simple exchange of positions, but an exchange of consciousness, directly taking over the other's body. Han Li shook his head helplessly and nodded his chin at Liu Yun's, saying, continue. Alright, Liu Yun's took over the conversation with an unchanging smile and continued, this assumption is very reasonable, but it cannot explain two problems. First, how did you disappear from my immortal cave? Second, how did the void heaven fragmented map in my hand end up in Han Li's hand? Han Li seemed unable to listen anymore and couldn't help but scoff, saying to Liu Yun's, have you ever considered that my methods might be too unfathomable for your current core formation stage cultivator's understanding? Isn't it normal for you, a core formation stage cultivator, not to comprehend my methods? That's right, precisely because I don't understand, I must think, provide evidence, deduce, and try to comprehend your so-called unfathomable methods, Liu Yun said with a chuckle, spreading his hands. Han Li frowned slightly and asked with an unchanging expression, aren't you afraid I'll just kill you? Afraid? Scared me to death. Liu Yun seemed to pat his chest with lingering fear. This action, coupled with his utterly calm tone, made it sound like mockery. But if you're really that powerful, and you want to kill me, I can't resist anyway. After all, I don't even understand your methods, so I'd probably die without knowing how I died. Such a death is too terrifying, so I thought, since I might be killed by you anyway, at least let me figure out how I died. Wouldn't it be good to be a clear-headed ghost? Stepping back, even if I don't figure it out, I would still have fallen on the path of exploring the unknown, which can barely be considered a worthy death, wouldn't you agree? Liu Yun said with a grin, and without waiting for Han Li to answer, he continued on his own, regarding the two questions I just mentioned, there's actually a very interesting conjecture that can explain them perfectly. Han Li told me earlier in the main hall of the Void Heaven Cauldron entrance that he was attracted by a Void Heaven fragmented map that suddenly appeared in his storage pouch, but this presents a small problem. Liu Yun stroked his chin, smiling as he looked at Han Li, and said, you should also know Han Li very well, so can you tell me, would Han Li really follow the guidance of an unknown object to a place God knows where, alone and without knowing anything? This time, Han Li's face finally darkened. So I speculate that Han Li didn't gain one memory, but two. The first memory is his memory of following Jinqing to the deserted island to break the formation. The second memory is of holding the Void Heaven fragmented map and flying towards the Void Heaven Palace after repelling Dark Bone. There is exactly a small time difference between these two memories. And in that small period, you appeared in my immortal cave. Liu Yun's looked at Han Li's increasingly grim expression, smiling exceptionally happily. At first, when I found that I only had one piece of the Void Heaven fragmented map left, I was truly startled by you for a while. Because I really thought you had the power to directly interfere with the timeline without reason, thus making that piece of the Void Heaven fragmented map appear on Han Li. But then I immediately realized that I was overthinking it again. If you were really that powerful, how could Han Li have seen through your flaws? And unfortunately, because I have been plagued by a confused sense of time for many years, I specifically added a timing decoration to this armor. So, I'm sorry, but I know very well that from when that illusion occurred until I came to my senses and my eyeballs burst, a whole hour passed in between. And so, I finally understood what was going on. Liu Yun slowly paced, step by step, enduring the bone-chilling cold, walking onto the high platform and stopping in front of Han Li. He gazed into those abyssal pupils, and the smile on his lips became even more malicious. This body is just a copied version derived from the current Han Li's physical condition. You and the entity behind you have no ability to directly interfere with this timeline. At most, you can only deceive the timeline. Or rather, guide it. This is actually not difficult for me to understand. In my previous life, there was a very famous experiment. A fellow named Schrödinger locked his cat in a sealed container with a small amount of radium and cyanide. The decay of radium has a probability, if radium decays, it triggers a mechanism that shatters the bottle of cyanide, and the cat dies. If radium does not decay, the cat lives. According to quantum mechanics theory, because the radioactive radium is in a superposition of decaying and not decaying states, the cat should logically be in a superposition of dead cat and live cat. Until someone opens the container, the two possibilities collapse into one, either life or death. Honestly, this experiment has a bit of a mocking element, but the principle is actually pretty much the same. You and Han Li are that cat simultaneously in a superposition of two possibilities. You are not an outsider, at least this body is not, you are merely a possible development that could arise on this timeline. And when the two possibilities collapse into one, only one Han Li remains on this timeline. The smile on Liu Yun's lips grew even brighter, revealing undisguised malice. Chapter 387, Waiting. Once I figured that out, all the problems were solved. Liu Yun's wore a malicious smile, cheerfully taking out his Void Heaven fragmented map from his storage pouch. If I'm not mistaken, that day, when I was caught in an illusion, you took this Void Heaven fragmented map from my storage pouch. After that, you pretended to chat with me for a bit. This couldn't have been on a whim, you were just trying to buy time. You kept delaying until Han Li opened the final seal and defeated Darkbone. At that point, you or the entity behind you opened the box, and the two possibilities instantly collapsed. Although I don't know the specific principles involved or how it affects changes in the timeline, I speculate that this timeline convergence might lead to two possibilities. First, the normal situation, one possibility is completely erased, and everything that happened on that timeline branch is reset. Second, the abnormal situation, one possibility is partially erased. This timeline branch will still be cancelled, but the two Han Li will be merged into one. If I'm not mistaken, you must have interfered with the process of the two possibilities merging, thereby guiding the outcome towards the second, abnormal situation. Han Li thus gained some of the memories you chose, and the Void Heaven fragmented map in your hand ended up in his possession. As Liu Yun spoke, he walked past Han Li, looking at the Kunlan ice flame that had already spread out of the pit. If I'm not mistaken, before Han Li discovered the existence of the Void Heaven fragmented map, you split the timeline branch again. You took the Void Heaven fragmented map and rushed all the way to the outside of the Void Heaven palace, then closed the box again. And now, you still want to play this trick on me again. Liu Yun's reached out, patted Han Li's shoulder, and asked with a sneer. Friend, are you underestimating me too much? Han Li stood motionless, his eyes deep, showing no discernible emotion. Speaking of which, since this body of yours is just a timeline branch, a copy of the true Han Li, that means your current methods are, at most, the same as Han Li's. Even if you have more knowledge than him, using this early core formation stage body, you probably can't pull off anything spectacular, so. Liu Yun's tapped Han Li's back, producing a crisp, metallic sound. It's not comfortable standing in front of this cold current, is it? Liu Yun's asked with a grin. Han Li did not speak, nor did he move. In fact, he was already unable to move. You must have noticed that Han Li is missing quite a few things, Liu Yun said with a chuckle. Han Li's expression grew even darker. The 5 elements belt had disappeared, most of the advanced talisman in his storage pouch were gone, and even the gold-devouring insects had fallen into a deep slumber, unable to be awakened. With Han Li's current methods, there was only one thing he could use to endure this cold wave. The zero armor. At this moment, beneath his blue robe, parts of the equipped zero armor were flickering with spiritual light, firmly immobilizing his body. Han Li seemed to smile with emotion and said to Liu Yun's. I never thought that someone like you would also leave a backdoor on this armor. You're overthinking it. Liu Yun spread his hands and said with a grin, at that time, I didn't know such a thing would happen, so how could I leave any backdoor on it? This restriction was added after entering the Void Heaven Palace. Han Li looked at him without changing his expression, his face gradually returning to calm, becoming a deathly indifference. Cold, silent, aloof. For a moment, Liu Yun didn't know how to describe this Han Li, he could only rub his temples helplessly and say. If you don't mind, could you tell me who you really are? Han Li looked at him expressionlessly and said calmly, I am Han Li. All right then. Liu Yun pondered for a while, as if he had understood something, and no longer dwelled on the matter, simply accepting it with a shrug. The 2 blood jade spiders continued to pull the Void Heaven cauldron, and the Kunlan ice flame had gradually spread out of the pit, with dazzling blue ice flowers instantly blooming all over the high platform. The 2 stood on the ice flowers, silent in this beautiful scene, each lost in their own thoughts. What do you plan to do next? Han Li asked expressionlessly, as cold as a robot. You should understand that even if you kill me now, it's meaningless. The timeline branch still exists, and I will continue to exist in this timeline. If it doesn't work once, then twice, if it doesn't work twice, then 4 times. We have infinite opportunities to guide the timeline to the future we desire, while you can only passively endure. What you do changes nothing. Liu Yun was not angry, not sad, nor was he hysterically paranoid as before. Instead, he smiled and patted Han Li's shoulder, saying to him. I know, so I don't plan to do anything. What? A hint of surprise finally appeared in Han Li's eyes. I'm saying you're right. I'm just a part of this timeline. Faced with your act of flipping the table and cheating, I'm completely helpless. So, it's time for the person who can truly change this to make an appearance. Liu Yun pressed on Han Li's shoulder, grinning and revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth as Han Li's eyes widened in shock. I've always wondered, why did you use the method of breaking a formation with a formation? Didn't you know that doing so would only make Han Li realize something was wrong? Is it that you didn't want to use my method, or couldn't use my method? Liu Yun smiled, and not far away, the Void Heaven cauldron, enveloped in Kunlan ice flame, was gradually emerging. I guess you couldn't. You yourself are just a tool, a black cloth to obscure the timeline, not a complete person. And a tool is always just a tool, whether for him or for the timeline itself. Han Li can only be Han Li, not you, this incomplete black cloth. Your body can be identical to Han Li's, but your consciousness will always be an outsider, completely unable to contain Han Li's memories. You, Han Li widened his eyes, as if meeting him for the first time, looking at Liu Yun's in shock. What have you done? It's not about what I'm going to do, it's about what Han Li is going to do. Liu Yun's chuckled, found a spot on the ground and sat down. The spreading blue ice flowers around him couldn't penetrate an inch in front of the crimson light emanating from his body. Let us both wait and see. Chapter 388, Marching Towards Death. While Liu Yun's and Han Li were stalling for time, Han Li had already passed through the teleportation array on the 5th floor, arrived at the 4th floor, and then, without stopping, rushed to the teleportation array at the entrance. Looking at the familiar white teleportation array before him, Han Li's face showed hesitation for the first time. Liu Yun's plan was simple, yet also very dangerous. One of the most critical points was that Han Li must die once. And it had to be an unquestionable death, without any chance of survival. Han Li trusted Liu Yun's, but he still couldn't help but wonder, what if Liu Yun's was wrong? What if things didn't unfold as Liu Yun's expected? It was he who would die. Moreover, did he truly have to die? If he followed the destiny arranged by it, would the outcome necessarily be bad? Did he really have to gamble his life here with Liu Yun's? These questions flashed through Han Li's mind repeatedly, causing him to inevitably hesitate. Liu Yun's had given him the power of choice. If he wanted to, he could pass through this teleportation array right now. With 2 floors separating them, even Savage Beard and his group wouldn't be able to catch up to him in a short time. The rest only needed to be left to it. Anyway, no matter what, as long as Han Li himself wasn't actively seeking death, he would ultimately escape. Because he was the protagonist arranged by it. Before he completed his future mission, it would not allow any accidents to befall Han Li. So, should he go? Han Li asked himself. He should go. Stepping into this teleportation array, a bright future awaited him. Longevity, freedom between heaven and earth, immortal ascension to become an ancestor, these futures that others wouldn't even dare to dream of were so close to him. As long as he reached out, this glorious future would be his. Heavenly Venerable Han, any noble title could be placed upon his head. He would no longer be that mortal struggling to survive in the cracks, but the protagonist designated by the heavenly Dao. Those beings he could only look up to would all become stepping stones on his path forward. He would step on the corpses of those overconfident, naive, and ridiculous mortals, and walk all the way to the position that belonged to him from the very beginning. And this was the future Liu Yun's was willing to bet his life to avoid. Why would he do this? Han Li once wanted to ask him, but the words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter them. He was afraid Liu Yun's would smile at him, then lightly ask. Don't you know? Han Li knew, but he wished he didn't, so at least he could still convince himself to step onto this teleportation array. Liu Yun's was a madman incompatible with the world. Han Li knew this all too well, yet he had been friends with this madman for over 100 years. Why this was, Han Li himself couldn't say. Perhaps it was because Han Li understood what Liu Yun's pursued. It was something very ridiculous, very childish. So childish that Han Li stopped believing in its existence when he was 11 years old. But Liu Yun's believed in its existence, and he believed it firmly. If it didn't exist in this world, then Liu Yun's would create it himself with his own hands. This thing was called fairness. Childish, ridiculous, naive, unrealistic. Han Li could use all sorts of reasons to mock and deny Liu Yun's ideal. But in the end, he chose to advance and retreat with this madman who was incompatible with the world. Why was this, after all? Han Li himself couldn't say. But sometimes, Han Li would have a dream. In the dream, his hometown was no longer impoverished, and everyone in his family no longer had to endure hunger, fear, or the dread of accidentally offending someone from the Jianghu and being crushed like ants. His parents, brothers, and little sister could live together harmoniously, farming, weaving, herding sheep, doing business. He could live with his family, fulfill his filial duties to his parents, and playfully squabble with his brothers. He could watch his little sister grow up day by day, becoming a graceful young woman, and then personally prepare her dowry and personally send her off to be married. That was the dream hidden deep within Han Li's heart, but he also knew that this dream would never become reality. Han Li used to think this was the sorrow of mortals. But Liu Yun's told him that this was not the sorrow of mortals, it was the sorrow of this world. They could have all lived the life Han Li dreamed of, but long before they were born, someone had already taken everything that was rightfully theirs. Peace, tranquility, order, and most importantly, fairness. In Liu Yun's words, the world that should have existed was too beautiful. Too beautiful to be real. Han Li dared not believe, yet he also wanted to believe. Standing before this teleportation array leading to a beautiful future, a light gradually lit up in Han Li's eyes. An unchanging future might seem beautiful, but it was ultimately just a stagnant pool, incapable of holding even a single spark. What Han Li yearned for, however, was precisely that raging wildfire. If needed, he was very willing to be the one to hand Liu Yun's the torch. Behind him, a dazzling golden light roared closer. Han Li slowly turned around, smiling as he looked at Savage Beard, who was like a god or demon. Boy, I finally found you. Savage Beard sneered, looking at the spirit beast pouch at his waist. I won't waste any more words. Hand over the blood jade spiders. Han Li frowned slightly, ignoring him, and instead silently raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the blue stone ceiling, pass through the void heaven palace, and pierce through layer after layer of barriers, meeting the gaze of his other self. In your timeline, were you also forced like this? Han Li asked in his mind. No one answered him, but a faint smile appeared on Han Li's lips. Facing so many terrifying opponents, surrounded by wolves, almost powerless to fight back. But you never gave up, and you managed to find a way out amidst so many terrifying opponents. Why was that? What sustained you to fight through it? Han Li smiled. He already had the answer to this question. I cultivate immortality because I don't want to accept my fate. Han Li took a deep breath, patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and 2 blood jade spiders, about 10 feet in size, landed on the ground. Their fangs, like steel blades, rubbed against each other, emitting a hair-raising sound. Savage Beard immediately nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, "Not bad, you are very sensible." Explode. Boom. The 2 blood jade spiders exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist right in front of Savage Beard. Savage Beard opened his mouth, momentarily even failing to react. Han Li, however, indifferently lowered his head to check his condition. No 5 elements belt, all gold-devouring insects are in hibernation, the green bamboo bee cloud sword is restrained, and my magic power is almost more than half depleted. This should count as certain death. Old Lu, I hope you are truly right this time. Han Li looked up, a giant golden fist rapidly enlarging in his eyes. As I said, long before the ice and fire path, I had already told Han Li all these messy things and discussed them with him. He was initially quite emotional, but quickly understood. For the smooth execution of the plan, I took his 5 elements belt, and he sealed his own green bamboo bee cloud sword, putting all the gold-devouring insects into a deep sleep, also he could successfully die once. Don't look at me like that. He set this plan. When it comes to ruthlessness, old Han is much more ruthless than me. And I also gave him a chance to back out, so you see, I'm a good friend, right? On the high platform, Lu Yun sat beside the stiff, motionless Han Li and spoke to himself. As I said before, the protagonist can only ever be Han Li, not you, this rag. So if, in this situation where 2 timeline branches coexist, Han Li dies, what will happen? Firstly, that timeline will be discarded. The 2 timeline branches must merge back into one, but you, this rag, definitely won't be the protagonist. All the things you experienced will, as before, merge into the real Han Li. But here's a problem, the 2 timeline branches, yours and Han Li's, only diverged after Han Li secretly ran out of the Tiangang cover. And this time, unlike the previous 2, there were many people present, such as Savage Beard, the Star Palace, and others. These people left the Tiangang cover entirely because Han Li secretly ran out. And they were all acting with the intention of finding Han Li, or even killing him. In such a situation, how could Han Li, and how could he, return to the Tiangang cover to retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron? It doesn't make sense, does it? Lu Yun smiled kindly and continued. It's good that it doesn't make sense. It's all your fault for messing with the timeline. If the timeline itself is compared to a program, then you are a well-hidden Trojan virus. Normally, nothing is noticeable, but if a bug appears, then it's different. When a bug appears in the timeline, you, this Trojan virus, can no longer hide. So all I have to do is one thing, force this bug to appear. Then the rest has nothing to do with me. The timeline itself will naturally fix this bug and kick you, this Trojan virus, out. It's like a very confused parent who didn't realize that a kid who looked exactly like their own child had snuck into the house to cause trouble, thinking it was just their own child being mischievous, so they didn't bother. But if they found out, they would at least kick this kid directly out of the house. Han Li narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Yun's expressionlessly, "This theory, you couldn't have come up with it yourself, could you?" Well, Lu Yun's grinned mysteriously, just about to say something, when he suddenly noticed that Han Li, who was fixed in place, began to gradually become illusory. Lu Yun's was first stunned, then revealed an undisguised look of wild joy. Han Li did not disappoint him. This old friend, with whom he had experienced life and death for over 100 years, finally trusted him with his life this one time. But just then, the surrounding time seemed to suddenly stand still. Then, time began to rewind. Lu Yun's eyes widened. He clearly saw the Qunlan ice flame and the Void Heaven Cauldron slowly falling back, the Star Palace and others, and Savage Beard successively returning to the Tiangang cover, Darkbone coming back to life, and Han Li's figure gradually retreating, walking back into the Tiangang cover. Time was rewinding. The time point here was moving back to when Han Li had not yet left the Tiangang cover. Bastard, you can't handle it. You're flipping the table again. Lu Yun's opened his mouth to curse, but he was so tightly controlled by the power of time that he could only watch helplessly as his body followed its previous trajectory, retreating all the way back to his original position. No, this is as far as it can go. As for the rest, it's up to you. Lu Yun sneered, his laughter clearly audible. On the high platform, the Void Heaven Cauldron had been pulled out more than halfway, about to be pulled out of the pit. There was no Savage Beard here, no Star Palace and others, only Lu Yun's and Han Li, as if the time rewind that had just occurred was merely an overly realistic illusion. Lu Yun's blinked, his gaze shifting slightly to the right, where he saw a familiar figure beside Han Li. That person had an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary temperament, clear eyes, distinct black and white. He wore a white kazaya, and every gesture was filled with compassion. Benefactor, if you lose, you must admit it. At least retain some dignity for yourself. Cough, Lu Yun's coughed a few times, rubbed his forehead uncomfortably, and said, suppressing a strong dizziness. Great Master Jing Nian, couldn't you have acted sooner? Pure Thought looked at Han Li with a complex expression, then turned around and smiled, saying, Benefactor, if this humble monk had acted too soon, how could this timeline have detected this bug? And how could it have been patched? To prevent these people from ever influencing the timeline in this way again. That's true. Liu Yun's picked his ears. The dizziness caused by time disruption was giving him tinnitus. Great Master, is this fellow to be resolved by the timeline? Or will you handle him yourself? Pure Thought fell silent, then turned his head, looking at Han Li with a complicated expression. Benefactor, it has been a long time since we last met. It seems Benefactor is still well, and this humble monk is greatly relieved. Han Li looked at Pure Thought expressionlessly, his eyes like two sharp steel knives piercing into Jing Nian's brain. Why did you help him? Han Li asked in an unusually calm tone. Helping others is helping oneself. Benefactor should also learn this Dao, Pure Thought sighed, and with a wave of his hand, Han Li instantly trembled all over, lowered his head, as if he had lost consciousness. He turned around, smiling, and looked at Liu Yun's. Benefactor, that Han Li has been sent out of this timeline. Everything that just happened will not disappear, but will remain in this timeline as a concrete fact, serving as a patch. Such things will not happen again in the future. This is all thanks to Benefactor Lu's hard work and dedication in resisting interference from outside the timeline. This humble monk thanks you in advance here. Alright, Liu Yun's felt goosebumps rise all over his body. This monk seemed like a good person, but he was too polite and liked to speak in riddles. It's still Han Li who deserves more thanks. He truly risked his life this time. By the way, he should be able to come back, right? To be honest, most of the theoretical basis for this plan was merely Liu Yun's conjecture, without any solid evidence, so Liu Yun's was truly unsure about whether Han Li could be revived. Benefactor, rest assured. Once the timeline has digested this matter, Benefactor Han will naturally return unharmed, Pure Thought said with a smile. That's good. Liu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief, then slumped to the ground in an undignified manner, looking up at the ceiling and saying. Things are finally coming to an end. I'm exhausted. Whoever wants to deal with this mess in the future can do it. Monk Pure Thought smiled faintly, his smile full of amiability and kindness. Benefactor Liu is kind-hearted. If similar things truly happen again, Benefactor Liu will not stand by idly. Tisk, Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, sat up straight, and looked at Pure Thought with a serious expression. Great Master, now that the matter is resolved, you should be able to tell me who you are, right? Tomorrow's monthly pass will be an extra chapter. Chapter 390, Goodness, monthly ticket bonus chapter. Pure Thought chuckled softly, raising a hand to beckon. In an instant, azure blue light, like a myriad of waters returning to the sea, along with blue ice flowers and the scattered Kunlan ice flame, followed his guidance. They converged in his palm, shrinking into a delicate blue lotus that slowly spun in his hand. Benefactor Liu, haven't you already guessed? Why bother asking more? Liu Yun's patted his ears, the annoying ringing in his head finally stopping. However, his mind was still somewhat in chaos, clearly affected quite a bit by the temporal rewind just now. I've guessed a little, but there are still many things I don't understand and want to clarify. Hearing this, Jing Nian's, Pure Thought, compassionate face, which seemed to see through everything, actually revealed a hint of complex emotion. He turned his head, looking at the Chaotic Star Sea, number 1 secret treasure, now ignored by all, with an indescribable sense of nostalgia in his eyes. In another timeline, he never had the chance to have a friend like you. Ever since he stepped into this battlefield, he has been constantly busy, passively or actively drawn into one vortex after another, cultivating, battling, and being hunted day after day. He has done many things, both good and bad. I dare not say he is a good person, but in this world where all beings are deluded, greedy, angry, and resentful, he has tried his best to preserve a few parts of his original heart. As his age increased and his status and cultivation improved, the goodness in his heart still existed, but it was slowly buried deep within. Perhaps some still remember that he was once a person willing to light a lamp for others. Pure Thought slowly turned around, his compassionate face bearing a complex smile that only comes after enduring trials and tribulations. I am the embodiment of his good thoughts, all the beauty in his heart, the him who was once willing to stand up for friends and extend a helping hand to others. Pure Thought smiled, that smile seemingly transmigrating through time, merging with a dark-skinned mountain boy from countless years ago. Benefactor Liu, what you wish to know is merely my purpose. Pure Thought turned around, his right hand held vertically in front of his chest, his left hand gently cradling a small blue lotus. His eyelids drooped, showing a compassionate expression like a Buddha with downcast eyes. This good thought has accompanied him for a long time, and now, I want to return this good thought, which originally belonged to him, to him. Pure Thought said with a smile. At this moment, his appearance greatly resembled a Buddha in a temple. Liu Yun's fell silent for a moment, his expression a little bewildered, yet also carrying a sense of relief from sudden enlightenment. Then Great Master. Liu Yun's paused, the words that followed were not easy for even him to utter. Pure Thought gently waved his hand, interrupting Liu Yun's. Benefactor Liu, I know you still have too many questions to ask, but now is not the time. Pure Thought said with a smile. When Benefactor Liu returns to Tianese and retrieves what you left there, then this humble monk will naturally tell you everything without reservation. Liu Yun scratched his head in annoyance, saying helplessly, Great Master, do all you monks like to speak in riddles? No, it's just that telling you some things now would only harm you and do you no good. Pure Thought sighed softly, and the lotus in his hand split into two, transforming into two blue spherical beads with lotus reliefs carved on them. They flew respectively into Han Li's embrace and Liu Yun's palm. This Qunlan ice flame will have great use in the future, I hope benefactor Liu can make good use of it. Pure Thought nodded slightly, saying with a smile. Liu Yun scratched his head, curiously glancing at the azure blue ice flame bead twice, then casually tucked it into his embrace. Great master, then please do me a favor and help me restore my sense of time, surely that's possible? Constantly relying on this armor to perceive time is really troublesome. Hearing this, Pure Thought scrutinized Liu Yun's from head to toe, then his brow furrowed slightly before quickly relaxing. Benefactor, what happened to you is difficult to say whether it's good or bad. It's not some hidden trick left on you by someone, but a very natural phenomenon. Phenomenon? What do you mean? Liu Yun's quickly asked. Pure Thought pondered for a moment, then calmly said, if I were to explain it directly, benefactor might find it difficult to understand. This humble monk will use an analogy. Like gravity, if you say it's powerful, any cultivator with even a little cultivation can easily break free from its shackles and soar freely in the sky. But if you say it's weak, mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, all things in the world are adsorbed to the earth by it. Everything we see is due to its immense power. Time is also like this, it does not directly display its power before the world, but coexists with heaven and earth, with plants and trees. The saying goes, great sound is unheard, great form is invisible. Truly immense and great powers are all like this. To truly perceive this power, the first step to take is to try and resist it. Just as one can only feel the existence of gravity when their feet leave the ground. Pure Thought smiled at Liu Yun's, his figure gradually becoming transparent and then slowly disappearing. Benefactor Liu, not everyone has the opportunity to face the essence of time multiple times. Please make good use of it, Benefactor Liu, and cherish it. Liu Yun stood stunned, blinking his eyes, Jing Nian's, Pure Thought, figure no longer in sight. He sat there, thinking carefully for a while, then seemed to realize that this matter couldn't be figured out in a short time. So he cast it to the back of his mind and impatiently jumped into the pit where the Void Heaven Cauldron originally was. The pit was not deep, only about 20 to 30 zhang, and was intricately carved with dense patterns. At first glance, they looked like ordinary exotic birds and beasts from the ancient era, carved so lifelike they resembled works of art. But in Liu Yun's size, these patterns were clearly incredibly complex and profound spiritual chi patterns, controlling all the restrictions of the entire Void Heaven Palace. As he expected, this was the restriction center of the Void Heaven Palace. Hidden spiritual chi flowed back and forth within these spiritual chi patterns. The ancient cultivators who created the Void Heaven Palace used an incredibly subtle technique to layer this complex and massive restriction center, stacking it countless times, until it was miniaturized into this pit only 20 to 30 zhang deep. Looking out, countless dense patterns overlapped, giving rise to innumerable variations. In a specific spiritual chi transmission sequence, they revealed a unique and exquisite beauty that only a few could discern. In Liu Yun's view, the beauty revealed by such ingenious design was no less than any work of art in this world. Space teleportation. Spiritual chi distribution. Spiritual chi marking, amplification, positioning. Liu Yun's fingers traced along these complex patterns, his eyes growing hotter and hotter, like a traveler lost in the desert seeing an oasis on the horizon. Liu Yun suddenly realized he was wrong. He had originally thought that those small interfaces, pocket dimensions, at most combined with the Void Heaven Palace, would be the greatest harvest of his trip. But compared to the restriction design here, even the Void Heaven Palace itself seemed incredibly shabby. The restrictions here almost contained all the prototypes and variations of ancient era space restrictions that Liu Yun's could imagine. This was clearly a complete compendium of ancient space restrictions, every spiritual chi pattern and every talismanic incantation on it represented the ancient cultivator's profound understanding of space during the ancient era. This was the greatest treasure trove hidden within the Void Heaven Palace. Just then, at the edge of the pit, Han Li's eyes lit up, and he looked around somewhat bewildered. He only remembered being punched by Savage Beard, then everything went black, and he arrived here. Han Li blinked his eyes in confusion, then suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Old Liu, are you there? The high platform was empty, with no one in sight. Han Li struggled a few times, and the zero armor that had been restraining his movements was easily retracted into his body. He then looked around in confusion. A remarkably special small cauldron appeared before Han Li. This cauldron was flat and round, with 2 ears and 3 legs, about 4 feet high and 10 feet in diameter, not very large. Its top had a slightly convex circular lid, around which were carved various scenes of insects, fish, beasts, and numerous mountains, water, and trees. Although it looked simple and crude, it was lifelike, even giving Han Li a sense of primitive and ancient aura rushing towards him. Han Li looked at the small cauldron with some disbelief, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. The Chaotic Star Sea, number 1 secret treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron. Han Li murmured to himself, still somewhat disbelieving. The most precious treasure in this Void Heaven Palace was just laid out before him, ignored by all, as if it were an ordinary item. Chapter 391, Void Heaven Cauldron. Old Liu, where are you? Han Li took a few deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the greed in his heart, and shouted loudly. I'm down here. Liu Yun's not-so-clear voice came from the bottom of the pit. Han Li quickly walked to the edge of the pit and looked down, just in time to see Liu Yun's, like a pervert, furtively touching the pit walls, occasionally letting out eerie hee-hee-hee laughs that made one's scalp tingle. Han Li's mouth twitched, and he distastefully averted his gaze, looking at the Void Heaven Cauldron beside him. The number one secret treasure of the chaotic star sea was right before his eyes, it would be his with just a reach of his hand. Han Li swallowed, then took a deep breath, forcing himself to look away. He knew very well that a treasure of this caliber was simply not something he could possess at his current level. Even if he took it, he probably wouldn't be able to use it, and it would bring him endless trouble. But to just hand over this treasure to someone else, Han Li was a little unwilling. After struggling for a while, Han Li took a deep breath and shouted at Liu Yun's below, "Are you done yet? Hurry up and come up. If we don't leave, the others will be back." "Got it." Liu Yun shouted back, unwilling to be outdone, then looked around with some reluctance and raised his hand, releasing a small, utterly black mirror. As Liu Yun's performed several hand seals and chanted incantations, a soft white light gradually lit up within the small mirror. The next moment, the small mirror suddenly hummed, and a soft white light shot out from its inky black surface. This gentle white light illuminated the entire pit, and under its glow, the complex and profound spirit patterns seemed to resonate in a peculiar way, emitting an even brighter light along with the small mirror. Liu Yun's formed a hand seal, his incantation ceaseless, and struck the surroundings with a spell. In an instant, these lights seemed to materialize, slowly flying out from the walls. It was as if another identical pit had appeared out of thin air within the original pit, except this one was entirely composed of light. Every pattern and every talismanic incantation was clearly visible, appearing incredibly mystical. Liu Yun's took out a blank jade slip with one hand, and with the other, he formed a hand seal. The surrounding lights immediately converged in the air, forming a small sun-like point of light that landed on the jade slip. The light dissipated, and a white light glowed on the jade slip before it fell silent. Done. Liu Yun's flew out of the pit and, turning around, kicked the Void Heaven Cauldron down. This series of actions was so fast that Han Li, caught off guard, had no time to stop it. Is this Void Heaven Cauldron just going to benefit someone else? Han Li asked, a little unwilling. He knew in his heart that taking this item would be more harmful than beneficial to both of them, but he was still a little reluctant. Benefit someone else? Am I that great? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes disdainfully and abruptly cast several hand seals. Immediately, a layer of azure blue flames once again ignited at the bottom of the pit, engulfing the Void Heaven Cauldron. Han Li's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously blurted out. Qunlan Ice Flame. Liu Yun's, however, shook his head and said without changing his expression, it's not exactly Qunlan Ice Flame. It's just a remnant that has been burning here for so many years and was absorbed by the restrictions below. Once I figure out all the restrictions here, we'll just teleport back and take this thing. As for now, let it stay down there for a while longer. Han Li nodded in pleasant surprise. This was for the best, allowing them to obtain the treasure while avoiding a series of troubles it might bring. The only problem was that in 300 years, when the Void Heaven Palace reopened, the cultivators who entered would likely find nothing, and the suspicion of taking the Void Heaven Cauldron would probably fall on the two of them or the Star Palace. However, in 300 years, what would it matter if they admitted the Void Heaven Cauldron was in their hands? Han Li breathed a slight sigh of relief, then suddenly reacted, looking down at his body and checking the items on him. The two blood jade spiders in his spirit beast pouch were still alive, though they looked exceptionally tired and needed a good rest. Besides that, there was an extra spirit beast pouch at his waist, containing 4 golden silkworms with terrifyingly weak chi. In his embrace was also a blue spherical bead carved with lotus patterns, which seemed quite extraordinary. That's an azure blue ice flame bead. Liu Yun's explained as he saw Han Li curiously examining the azure blue ice flame bead. Han Li's hand trembled violently, almost dropping the item. Han Li had personally witnessed the power of this item, even the nascent soul old monsters dared not touch it. Such a dangerous item was now in his hand. Han Li carefully put away the azure blue ice flame bead and said to Liu Yun's beside him, it seems a lot happened just now. When do you plan to tell me? Right now, actually. It's not that complicated, a few words will cover it. Liu Yun scratched his head and revealed everything that had just happened. From the ghost mist, Monk Jingnian was hinting at the matter of the 3 corpses and 3 poisons. At first, I didn't realize it, until in the ice and fire path, he told me that the timeline itself isn't a little girl to be dressed up by anyone. That's when I realized he was here to help, and he most likely has a very complex relationship with Second Loop Han Li. As it turns out, my guess was correct. Monk Jingnian is the good corpse of Second Loop Han Li, and the theory he provided completed the final link in the plan. Han Li frowned in confusion, thinking earnestly. So, when you were formulating the plan before the ice and fire path, preparing to send me to my death and take the 5 elements belt, you actually weren't very confident, right? Han Li's gaze instantly turned unfriendly. Liu Yun's nervously averted his gaze and said, actually, I already had similar ideas before. Monk Jingnian merely confirmed my suspicions. Isn't everything fine now? Han Li rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue further with Liu Yun's on this matter, and continued, unperturbed. All right, before the others return, let's go. With that, Han Li took out a piece of silk cloth that looked very old. He opened it to reveal a simple map. A red line extended from the high platform entrance, all the way to a teleportation array. Liu Yun's frowned slightly and asked Han Li, was this why you had me distract them? Before entering the Tiangang cover, Liu Yun's had stood up and attracted everyone's attention because Han Li had sent him a message asking for a diversion. Exactly. There's a hidden compartment in the wall of the Void Heaven Palace, and this item was inside it. Han Li said, holding the silk cloth, a little eager. How about it? Should we go check this place out, or randomly pick a stone chamber on the 4th floor? Liu Yun's frowned, his eyes fixed on the silk cloth. Combining the sights and experiences along the way with the hypothesis that the Void Heaven Palace was a prison, Liu Yun's couldn't help but feel that this item looked like an escape map specifically prepared for someone. Let's go check this place out. Liu Yun's quickly made up his mind. He collected the items left by Xiangu and then, leading Han Li, flew straight towards the teleportation array marked on the map. Chapter 392 Teleportation Array. A profound silence enveloped the high platform until the Tiangang cover was shattered by a punch, and Man Hugh's exceptionally tall figure rushed in. His tiger-like eyes scanned the surroundings, and seeing no one else, he hurried to the edge of the pit. Seeing the Kunlan ice flame and the Void Heaven cauldron still at the bottom, Man Hugh's finally breathed a sigh of relief, his grave expression easing considerably. Ling Yuling and the 2 Star Palace elders followed Man Hugh's in. After glancing around, one of the Star Palace elders sneered and said, "Fellow Daoist man, didn't you say we all fell into a trap? That fellow Daoist Liu used fellow Daoist Han to lure us away so he could monopolize the Void Heaven cauldron? Now that the Void Heaven cauldron is still here, what do you have to say, fellow Daoist man?" Normally, this Star Palace elder would never dare to speak to Man Hugh's like this. But now, Man Hugh's magic power was severely depleted, and he was injured, unable to contend with the 3 of them. Ling Yuling was also present, and it was a moment for him to show off, so he naturally appeared much more aggressive. Man Hugh's merely snorted coldly at the words, his face expressionless as he said, "Isn't Heavenly Eye not here? Who knows what he intended by luring us all away?" At this, the 2 Star Palace elders exchanged puzzled glances. "Senior man, we will verify this matter with fellow Daoist Liu ourselves, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. For now, Senior should consider how to deal with the Myriad Law Sect's subsequent retaliation." Upon hearing this, Man Hugh's clenched his fist in anger. He had severely offended the Myriad Law Sect this time. If Wang Tianming had truly died, it might have been covered up. But after Wang Tianming possessed the Cold Flood Dragon, his escape speed was terrifyingly fast, clearly overdrawing the Han Jiao's true essence. Man Hugh's was also anxious to find Han Li for his blood jade spiders. As a result, that young man named Han, for some unknown reason, went mad and made his 2 blood jade spiders self-destruct in front of him. In his rage, he punched the young man named Han to death, but in the blink of an eye, the young man named Han and the remains of the 2 blood jade spiders inexplicably vanished. Man Hugh's suddenly realized that he might have been tricked by Heavenly Eye. He suppressed his temper, tried every means to persuade the Star Palace members, and returned here with them. However, he didn't expect that even though the Void Heaven cauldron was still there, he would end up being ridiculed. Wang Tianming had most likely already escaped the Void Heaven Palace through the stone chambers on the lower levels, and his feud with the Myriad Law Sect was now established. As Man Hugh's pondered, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and one hand instinctively reached for a leather pouch at his waist. He had almost forgotten that the dual cultivation partner of that fellow 6 Paths was currently in his possession. When Wang Tianming's physical body exploded, Man Hugh's swiftly grabbed the items on him, including this leather pouch containing Madame Wen. If he could use this opportunity to establish a connection with that fellow 6 Paths, then even the madwoman from the Myriad Law Sect wouldn't dare to act against him, risking a conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. Moreover, he had also obtained the heaven-mending pill and the storage pouch from Wang Tianming, which was enough to compensate for his losses from this trip to the Void Heaven Palace. With this thought, Man Hugh's immediately revealed a slight smile, turned around, and looked at the Star Palace members. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's and Han Li flew unhurriedly within the Void Heaven Palace. Liu Yun's eyes remained fixed on the ancient map, and the more he looked, the more he felt there was a significant problem with it. This map was ancient, its brushwork and style imbued with a primitive charm, almost identical to the reliefs on the walls of the Void Heaven Palace. It was clearly from the same period as the Void Heaven Palace, and it was even possible that someone had placed this item there during the construction of the Void Heaven Palace. So, why did these ancient cultivators build the Void Heaven Palace, and why did they place this map of the 5th floor so close to the Void Heaven cauldron? Was it truly just to help someone escape, so they thoughtfully made so many preparations, even drawing a map for them? Then why did you imprison them? Were you bored? The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more he couldn't understand, which made his head ache. He could only reluctantly set the matter aside for now. The two had now arrived before the teleportation array. Along the way, they encountered no dangers, not even a slightly troublesome restriction, making their journey completely unimpeded. This further solidified Liu Yun's conjecture, this item was most likely an escape route map prepared by ancient cultivators. The two of them looked at the map's annotations together, then looked up at the high wall before them. They meticulously compared the two. That's right. It's here. Liu Yun's put away the silk, raised one hand, and a crimson light shot out, easily piercing through the wall, revealing a dark, empty space within. Han Li raised his hand, releasing a ball of light that slowly drifted into the cave. Without any hesitation, their figures moved, and they directly darted inside. Inside was a small secret chamber, no more than 2 zhang high, and only 5 or 6 zhang long and wide, with a thick layer of dust covering the floor. But in the middle of the secret chamber, there was indeed an unusually crude teleportation array. The magic array was crookedly arranged, and the runes carved on it appeared extremely rough, as if someone who didn't understand formation had clumsily copied it. Both of them frowned simultaneously. Liu Yun's quickly stepped forward, lowering his head to inspect the teleportation array. This thing, it actually still works. Liu Yun said with a frown, a hint of disdain in his voice, but his eyes remained fixed on it. In terms of technical skill, the person who set up this teleportation array was most likely a novice in formation, and what they created was barely functional, incapable of teleporting very far. This also caused Liu Yun's previous conjecture to waver. Throughout their journey, Liu Yun's had clearly seen how profound the spatial restrictions of the Void Heaven Palace were, and they simply didn't match the teleportation array before him now. But then, Liu Yun's realized that perhaps among the ancient cultivators who built the Void Heaven Palace back then, there were also several differing opinions. One faction likely didn't want to keep the prisoner inside the Void Heaven Palace indefinitely, so they secretly left behind a contingency plan within the Void Heaven Palace to help that person escape. However, who exactly was imprisoned in this Void Heaven Palace? And where were they held? What kind of person could warrant such a luxurious prison? Without understanding these questions, no matter how much Liu Yun's thought, it would be useless. He simply couldn't figure out what happened during the ancient era. He had inspected the core of the Void Heaven Palace's restrictions, and logically speaking, there shouldn't be any hidden prison cells. So where was that prisoner held? Had he already escaped? Or was he still imprisoned to this day? Liu Yun sighed, deciding to temporarily stop thinking about such troublesome matters. He called out to Han Li and stepped onto the teleportation array first. Chapter 393, Tracing the Source. The four directions, up and down, are called the universe. Ancient times to the present are called the universe. The so-called universe is the sum of all time and space. And in a peculiar place, neither above nor below, neither before nor after, transcending past and future, a man in green robe with an ordinary face and indifferent expression was staring blankly at a certain spot. Before his eyes was a tangled mess of fine lines. At first glance, they seemed chaotic, but upon closer inspection, one could discern an incredibly thick main pulse that connected all the fine lines, revealing a unique beauty that only a select few were capable of appreciating. Fortunately, the man was one of those few. However, at this moment, as the man observed this strange sight, there was not a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Instead, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter, as if he had seen something utterly repulsive. After an unknown period, a monk in a white kazaya suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing his appearance, the monk sighed silently. Benefactor, it's merely a temporary win or loss. Why be so bothered? I'm not bothered. I just want to understand how he did it, the man in green robe said without turning his head, then quickly added, also, I didn't lose to him, I lost to you. The monk sighed softly, shook his head in silence, stepped forward, and raised his hand to gently untangle the chaotic ball of threads before him. As the monk's fingertips moved, the complex tangle of threads began to automatically combine, eventually forming an incredibly clear and thick main pulse. Since Benefactor remained so deluded, this humble monk might as well let Benefactor lose with clarity. As the monk spoke, he pointed a finger at a spot on the main pulse. A scene suddenly appeared. In the scene, Liu Yun's face was pale, his body trembling, as he slowly squeezed out a five-colored light dot from the center of his brows. This process seemed excruciatingly painful. Liu Yun gritted his teeth, barely preventing himself from crying out in agony. As time passed, the five-colored light dot was forcefully squeezed out. Liu Yun endured the extreme pain and directed the five-colored light dot into the ancient jade treasure before him. This happened before he invited Han Li to his immortal cave for secluded cultivation, the monk said softly. This was a contingency he prepared for the events to come. He did these things not to prevent Han Li from going to the Void Heaven Palace, but to actively respond to her repeated harassment. This risky move, destined to fail, was merely to force out her trump card. For this, he had already mentally prepared himself to die once. The man in green robe listened expressionlessly, no emotions visible on his face. This humble monk shook his head helplessly and pointed again. This time, the scene showed Liu Yun's, covered in blood and with ruined eyes, lying in a pool of blood, yet a faint smile played on his lips. At this moment, he was very happy, because although this risky move was dangerous, he truly gambled correctly. He used his own life as a stake, successfully forcing out her trump card, which is you, Benefactor. At the same time, your appearance, Benefactor, also exposed her greatest weakness. As the monk spoke, he followed the main pulse and pointed at a certain spot again. In the scene that appeared this time, Han Li was saying something to Liu Yun's, and Liu Yun's eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if he had learned some incredibly joyous news. It was here that Liu Yun's deduced the existence of two Han Lis simultaneously. And because of this, he realized that even with her support, Benefactor, you could not be omniscient and omnipotent, and even had significant limitations. Using a formation to break a formation is a good method, but this rigid approach allowed Liu Yun's to directly pinpoint your and her weaknesses. You cannot manipulate the timeline, or at least you dare not. Otherwise, Benefactor, you could have completely hidden your existence, preventing even this Han Li from discovering something amiss. Liu Yun's scheme officially began here. The monk pointed again, this time at the ice and fire path, where Liu Yun's revealed everything to Han Li. The two seemed to have an argument, and during the dispute, Liu Yun's took Han Li's 5 elements belt. Liu Yun's knew that Han Li was the key to her plan, and all her interferences with the timeline had to have a prerequisite. Han Li must live. Therefore, at this time, he had already thought of letting Han Li die once to force Benefactor to appear. And Benefactor's previous actions had already proven that she is not omnipotent. In fact, every time she alters the timeline, she is dancing in shackles. In such a situation, more actions equal more mistakes. Only when you expose enough flaws can he have a chance to turn the tables. And this humble monk's words at this time dispelled some of Liu Yun's concerns and confirmed his suspicions. What was originally a risky maneuver became a surefire strategic design. That's why, before the ice and fire path, Liu Yun stubbornly took Han Li's 5 elements belt. As the monk's finger moved, the scene before them switched again. Inside the lava road, bathed in red light, Liu Yun's and others walked ahead, while Han Li, clad in zero armor, followed their tracks closely. It was difficult for Han Li to accept this absurd proposal. Without the 5 elements belt to provide magical power, and with no suitable treasures on him, the only thing he could rely on was the speed of the zero armor. At the same time, to conserve as much magical power as possible, he could only trail behind Liu Yun's and the others, avoiding potential dangers along the way. During this process, Liu Yun's also secretly sought out Wang Tianming and had already discussed the subsequent arrangements with Ling Yuling. At this point, he had already thought about how to clear out the forces within the inner hall as much as possible, to minimize variables for the final scheme. The two eventually met before the inner hall. By this time, Han Li had more or less figured things out, and Liu Yun's also took a step back, giving him the final choice. The two then discussed and agreed upon the final scheme. The monk's finger moved slightly, and another scene appeared before the two. This time, it was Liu Yun's and Savage Beard leading the way, with the rest of the group following behind. During the journey to the 5th floor of the inner hall, Liu Yun's and Savage Beard had ample time to secretly communicate and devise a plan targeting Wang Tianming and others. Here, Liu Yun's likely intended to inform Savage Beard about the Blood Jade spiders, but he didn't expect Darkbone to have already approached the foremost person in the Void Heaven Palace. This saved him a lot of effort. Finally, everything proceeded according to his plan. He played the righteous and demonic factions against the Star Palace, skillfully navigating between them, successfully luring all these people out of the Tian Gang cover. It was also here that he used the Void Heaven Cauldron to draw you out, and then Han Li delivered a fatal blow to you and her. The monk sighed softly, turned around, and looked at the man in green robe helplessly. Benefactor, do you understand? Even if I hadn't intervened, Liu Yun's would still have done the same. My appearance merely gave him an assurance, allowing him to carry out his plan with greater confidence. Even without me, do you think a person who dares to put his own life on the gambling table wouldn't dare to continue with the subsequent actions? Benefactor, to put it plainly, this series of plans is not complicated. The core is only one thing, to completely expose your plans to the light. You lost, not in strategy, but in the general trend. Evil ways can never compare to uprightness, and clandestine schemes can never be brought into the open. The era must continue to advance, and life will find its own way. This is the general trend. Those who are oppressed will eventually resist. The heavenly Dao is not necessarily always high above. Ever since ancient or modern times proved that cultivators also have the possibility of resisting the heavenly Dao, her era has already come to an end. Everything she has done is merely a death throw. Benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless, turn back and you will reach the shore. The monk smiled bitterly and bowed deeply to the man in green robe. You and I are of the same origin. I am his good thought, and you are his true self. This humble monk truly does not wish to fight you, benefactor, to the death. The man in green robe remained silent, not uttering a word for a long time. Chapter 394, Soul Nurturing Wood. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Liu Yun's appeared amidst a faint mist. He shook his head, instinctively took a deep breath, and suddenly smelled a very familiar fragrant qi, mixed with a subtle, indescribable, lingering aroma. This peculiar scent made Liu Yun's take a couple more sniffs, his gaze unconsciously sweeping around. About a zhang ahead, there was a milky white pool about 10 zhang in size. The white mist and fragrant qi emanated from this pool. And in the pool water, stood a woman, completely unclad, staring at him with a shocked expression. Liu Yun's blinked, only to see an expanse of white before his eyes. The faint white mist was like a sheer veil that covered nothing, draped over her full and alluring body, as fair as ivory. As Liu Yun's appeared before her, this full and exquisite body, like a work of art, instantly took on an alluring, faint pink hue. Blended with her fair skin, it made Liu Yun's feel a little dizzy. You, the woman opposite opened her mouth, but could only utter a short syllable. Liu Yun's only then reacted, quickly shifting his gaze upwards, and then realized that he seemed to know this person. Suddenly, Liu Yun seemed to remember something and immediately turned around, delivering a kick. White light illuminated the teleportation array. Han Li's figure had just appeared, and before he could overcome the temporary dizziness caused by the teleportation, he saw a dark shadow instantly enlarge before his eyes. Bang! Liu Yun's kick landed squarely on Han Li's face. Caught off guard, Han Li was directly sent flying by the powerful kick, his head hitting the wall with a solid dong. Miss Yuan, you're too careless. Didn't you see there's another teleportation array here? How can you have no vigilance at all? What if you encounter a pervert? Liu Yun's pointed at the dazed Han Li, saying righteously. Yuan Yao, who had taken the opportunity to get dressed, stared at him expressionlessly, her gaze terrifyingly cold. Liu Yun's pouted regretfully and turned to pull Han Li up. A mere kick to the head was nothing to a core formation cultivator's tough physique, but Han Li had suffered too much spiritual damage. He had just died once for Liu Yun's, and then the other party immediately kicked him. The size 42 shoe print was still on his face. Han Li ignored the hand Liu Yun's offered, simply staring at him expressionlessly, his gaze even colder than Yuan Yao's. Liu Yun's was completely immune to this, and as if nothing had happened, he approached the pool. Spirit Eye Spring. There's such a large Spirit Eye Spring here. Liu Yun's faint voice echoed in the not-so-large stone chamber, attempting to divert their attention with this childish method. Han Li stood up, and streaks of faint golden lightning began to gather in his palm. Come, come. Old Han, come and look at this Spirit Eye Spring. Liu Yun scooped up a handful of spring water and pressed it onto Han Li's face, haphazardly wiping it a couple of times, effectively washing off the shoe print. Han Li stared at him expressionlessly the entire time, until Liu Yun took out a complete snake guard puppet from his storage pouch and placed it in Han Li's hand. Han Li's expression instantly softened, and he and Liu Yun put their arms around each other as they examined the pool on the ground. This miraculous scene made Yuan Yao's eyelids twitch. She couldn't quite comprehend this special kind of friendship. This thing is actually tied to the Void Heaven Palace. Liu Yun carefully examined the pool a few times, and surprisingly, he actually discerned some clues. Miss Yuan, do you know where this is? Liu Yun looked up and asked, his eyes unusually pure, as if nothing had happened just now. Yuan Yao pursed her lips a little aggrievedly, taking a deep breath. This is the stone chamber I told fellow deist Liu about, Yuan Yao said coldly. In just this short time, brother Liu had been demoted to fellow deist Liu. Liu Yun seemed to have completely missed the resentment in Yuan Yao's tone. Instead, he looked around with some curiosity, his brows furrowing slightly. This was a large stone chamber, about 30 to 40 zhang in size, with an ordinary stone door on both the left and right. On the other side of the pool, directly opposite their position, was a white jade dragon head relief. 3 to 4 feet below the dragon head was a green, glowing groove, which held a green long-necked jade bottle, as if it were collecting something. As soon as Yuan Yao saw Liu Yun's gaze fall on the green jade bottle, her expression instantly changed, unable to even maintain her previously stiff demeanor. Liu Yun looked at the jade bottle, then at the ridiculously large Spirit Eye Spring before him, and couldn't help but stroke his chin, asking tentatively. 10,000-year spirit milk? Is Miss Yuan here for this? With Liu Yun's insight, he naturally saw at a glance that there was a meticulously designed restriction beneath the Spirit Eye Spring, gathering the spirit milk that this Spirit Eye Spring had produced for countless years. This 10,000-year spirit milk was also a rare treasure. Legend had it that just a small sip could instantly restore all magical power. Although such a thing was optional for Liu Yun, who wore the 5 elements belt, if it were placed outside, it would be a priceless commodity. It wouldn't be impossible for a single drop to sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones. But to say that the treasure Yuan Yao risked her life to obtain for her friend in the inner hall of the Void Heaven Palace was this, Liu Yun didn't quite believe it. Indeed, as soon as he said this, Yuan Yao immediately showed a complex expression that was somewhat difficult to articulate. Liu Yun had a rough idea in his heart, his gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately looked towards one of the exits in the stone chamber. Yuan Yao's face instantly turned pale. She no longer bothered to pursue Liu Yun's previous actions and quickly said to him, Brother Liu, the item in there is truly very important to me. It concerns the life and death of my senior sister. I beg Brother Liu to let me have this item. Yuan Yao will repay Brother Liu's great kindness, even if it costs her life. After spending this time together, Yuan Yao had come to understand that Liu Yun was a soft-hearted person, and possessed a magnanimity that was out of place with other cultivators. If one sincerely asked him, he would not stand idly by. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Liu Yun immediately scratched his head and spread his hands helplessly. Miss Yuan, giving that thing to you is no problem, but you at least have to tell me what it is, right? Liu Yun asked, exasperated. Yuan Yao hesitated for a moment, staring intently at Liu Yun, slowly exhaled, and said. To be honest, Brother Liu, inside is a mature soul-nurturing wood. Chapter 395, Soul-Hiding Casket. Upon hearing the name Soul-Nurturing Wood, Liu Yun instantly connected it to something, his eyelids twitching subconsciously as he directly asked. Soul-Hiding Casket. Yuan Yao was startled by his words, then pursed her lips, gazing at Liu Yun, and nodded with extreme solemnity. Liu Yun frowned slightly, recalling the information Yuan Yao had revealed earlier. He instantly understood what was going on and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This soul-nurturing wood was one of the 3 most famous divine woods in the human realm, on par with Heavenly Thunder Bamboo and the Spirit Eye Tree. All of them were rare, exotic divine woods that were almost extinct in the current cultivation world. Unlike Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, which served as a top-grade material, and the Spirit Eye Tree, which was a spiritual item that accelerated cultivation, soul-nurturing wood had the miraculous effect of nourishing the divine soul and strengthening divine sense. However, it was inherently fragile and could not be refined into normal treasures. The best way to utilize it was actually to wear it close to the body. Of course, cultivators' wisdom in thoroughly exploiting residual value was boundless. After countless years of research, an unknown cultivator actually came up with a special magical artifact made from soul-nurturing wood. This was the soul-hiding casket that Liu Yun mentioned. This magical artifact had a very special effect, specifically used to strengthen and nourish yin souls. Although the strengthening speed was slower compared to some demonic path secret techniques, its advantage was that it had no side effects and could continuously strengthen the yin soul. For the yin soul itself, it could be considered a top-tier treasure. Combining this with what Yuan Yao had said earlier, that this item was vital to her senior sister's life, Liu Yun roughly understood what had happened to them. Liu Yun looked at the distant door, then turned back and exchanged glances with Han Li, who had retrieved his 5 elements belt and almost fully recovered his magical power. How about this, Miss Yuan? That soul-nurturing wood will be yours, but its roots will be mine. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yuan Yao's eyes lit up, then she thought of something else and looked at Liu Yun's with some doubt. Brother Liu, that soul-nurturing wood is not easy to cultivate. Without tens of thousands of years, I'm afraid. Halfway through her sentence, Yuan Yao suddenly realized something and bowed to Liu Yun's with a somewhat forced smile. It was Yuan Yao who thought too much. Given Brother Lu's relationship with the Star Palace, this item in Brother Lu's hands is probably much more useful than a mere section of soul-nurturing wood. For some reason, these words sounded a bit awkward coming from Yuan Yao's mouth. Liu Yun's tilted his head slightly, finding it hard to refute. The reason these words were spoken by Liu Yun's was to make Yuan Yao think of the Star Palace, so as to avoid suspicion. Miss Yuan, this should count as another share for me, Han Li, who was standing beside them, said with a smile. Yuan Yao's eyebrows moved slightly. She turned to Han Li and said with a smile, fellow deist Han is right, but I truly must have that soul-nurturing wood. How about this, I still have some savings on me. Fellow deist Han can take whatever items you fancy, and Yuan Yao will not refuse. At this moment, the woman actually displayed a hint of generosity. Of course, this was because she believed that Liu Yun's friend would not intentionally make things difficult for her, which was why she acted so magnanimously. Han Li's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly said, since Miss Yuan has said so, then I, Han, will not be polite. How about Miss Yuan gives me that Ti Hun beast? To be honest, Han Li had been coveting that Ti Hun beast for a long time. He just hadn't had the chance to ask for it. You want the Ti Hun beast? Yuan Yao was stunned, seemingly unable to believe what Han Li had said. Seeing her reaction, Han Li couldn't help but feel puzzled, frowning as he asked. What's wrong? Is it not possible? This, of course it's possible. Yuan Yao glanced at Liu Yun's beside her, hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth and spat out a small, round bead. She said to the two of them. Fellow deist Han, the Ti Hun beast is controlled by this magical artifact, the soul-calling bead. As long as fellow deist refines this item, then this Ti Hun beast will be yours. After saying this, Yuan Yao did not immediately hand over the soul-calling bead and the Ti Hun beast to Han Li. Instead, she stood still with a slight frown, still looking somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but ask, Miss Yuan, is there something inconvenient? Han Li glared at him fiercely. Yuan Yao, however, merely sighed lightly and shook her head, saying to the two of them, to be honest with you two, this Ti Hun beast has not yet been fully refined, only half of it is complete. Therefore, the soul-calling bead that controls it also has some flaws. The person who refines this bead will periodically suffer from unbearable headaches. And as the refinement deepens, these headaches will become increasingly difficult to suppress. I have only slightly refined a small portion of this bead. But even so, it has made this little girl restless and sleepless day and night. I also have the subsequent refinement techniques for the Ti Hun beast here. If fellow deist still wants this beast, then I will give it to fellow deist as well. After Yuan Yao finished speaking, she took out a jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it to Han Li, along with the soul-calling bead and the spirit beast pouch containing the Ti Hun beast. Han Li thought for a moment, then reached out and took them, nodding to Yuan Yao and saying, Thank you, Miss Yuan, for your honesty. I, Han, will certainly pay attention to this matter. Yuan Yao didn't necessarily have to say these things. After all, even if Han Li refined the soul-calling bead, it would be a future matter, and he wouldn't come back to trouble her because of it. However, throughout their journey, Yuan Yao genuinely felt that Liu Yun's was someone worth befriending. Therefore, towards Han Li, who was clearly on very good terms with Liu Yun's, Yuan Yao also felt a desire to form a connection and didn't want to deceive him. And Han Li was also a shrewd person, naturally understanding Yuan Yao's thoughts. He had a very good impression of this female cultivator who dared to risk her life for her senior sister and understood the stakes and proper boundaries. There was no need to say more about Liu Yun's, he had always been easy to get along with, provided one ignored his occasional erratic behavior. And ever since Monk Jingnian's words came for righteousness in the ghost mist, Yuan Yao's favorability rating with him had been full. The three exchanged a few words, then began to work on breaking the restriction. Liu Yun's naturally began to study the restriction without ceremony. He quickly discovered that it wasn't difficult to break at all. Compared to the other restrictions within the Void Heaven Palace, it was even considered simple. This gave Liu Yun some other ideas. He looked at the spirit eye spring in this place, then at the 10,000-year spiritual milk carefully preserved by the restriction, and then at this simple restriction and the soul-nurturing wood behind it. Liu Yun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. So these ancient cultivators not only prepared an escape route but also a complete escape package. Were the ones imprisoned in this Void Heaven Palace prisoners or ancestors? They were too filial. The more Liu Yun thought about it, the more he felt that these ancient cultivators had probably created an enormous problem that they themselves couldn't solve, so they left it for future generations. Under the puzzled gazes of Yuan Yao and Han Li, Liu Yun sighed deeply and began to concentrate on studying the restriction before him. Chapter 396, Wolf Head Ruyi Scepter. Several hours later, accompanied by a flash of white light, Liu Yun's, Han Li, and Yuan Yao appeared over the sea. Liu Yun subconsciously took out a compass-shaped magical artifact and glanced at it, then let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't been teleported too far. The other two cautiously looked around, and only after seeing no other cultivators present did they both relax. Yuan Yao's gaze shifted, her bright eyes landing on Liu Yun's as she said with a smile. I didn't expect Brother Lu's attainments and ancient restrictions to be so profound. Such a complex restriction was actually broken by Brother Lu in just a few moves. Lu Yun spread his hands, not explaining much about it, but instead said with a smile. It's nothing. But Miss Yuan, what are your plans next? Do you need my help? Towards the end, Lu Yun's expression instantly turned serious. His words implied that he could help Yuan Yao refine a soul-hiding casket. After all, such an extremely special magical artifact was no small challenge for any artifact refiner. Not to mention there was only one soul-nurturing wood, which couldn't withstand any mistakes. This was just a technical problem. Besides that, if such a precious item as soul-nurturing wood were exposed, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Most of those artifact refining masters were backed by major powers, and once this item saw the light of day, Yuan Yao's life would likely be in danger. Since he had already helped so much, Lu Yun's didn't mind helping her a bit more. Yuan Yao's eyes, however, instantly widened. Not knowing what she had thought of, her face was filled with shock, and her charming peach blossom eyes were almost perfectly round, even glistening with a hint of moisture. Then, perhaps realizing something, Yuan Yao quickly took a step back and bowed deeply to Lu Yun's with a bitter smile. Brother Lu, thank you for your care along the way. However, Yuan Yao has nothing to offer and truly cannot repay Brother Lu's great kindness. Let us part ways here. After saying this, Yuan Yao pursed her lips, raised her head, and showed Lu Yun's an unusually complex smile. Brother Lu, I hope we meet again in the future. When that time comes, Yuan Yao will definitely repay Brother Lu. As soon as her voice fell, Yuan Yao had already transformed into a streak of escape lights and quickly disappeared into the distance. Lu Yun's was momentarily stunned, then his brows furrowed deeply. From Yuan Yao's words, it seemed like she still had some big trouble on her, even fearing that she would drag him down. With his current abilities, for Yuan Yao to be afraid of dragging him down, could it involve some old monster in the nascent soul middle stage? Han Li, who was beside him, watched Lu Yun spacing out and couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain. Your Miss Yuan is nowhere to be seen. What are you still spacing out for? Hurry up and go, don't walk too slowly and get caught by Savage Beard. You really tricked him quite badly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he immediately prepared to transform into escape lights and leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Han Li, what do you mean my Miss Yuan? Don't falsely accuse good people. Be careful, I'll go tell Nangong Wan on you later. Get lost. The two cursed at each other while transforming into two streaks of escape lights, quickly leaving the area. They didn't know that Savage Beard, having taken Wan Tianming's storage pouch and Madame Wen, now had the confidence to seek help from the Six Paths and wasn't afraid of the myriad law sects seeking revenge on him. On the contrary, he felt that he had gained a lot, so he wasn't in such a hurry to trouble the two of them. On the way back to Tianxing City, Lu Yun's also took out the wolf head ruby scepter he had obtained and carefully studied it. Lu Yun's number 2 had intercepted all of Darkbone's memories from the past 1,000 years. Although Lu Yun's didn't have time to go through them one by one now, he could still retrieve information about this ruby scepter from Lu Yun's number 2. In Darkbone's memories, he had seen several murals inside an ancient era ruin. One of the murals depicted a group of ancient cultivators confining a giant silver wolf in the Void Heaven cauldron on the uppermost floor of the Void Heaven Palace's inner hall. At first glance, this scene looked very much like the cultivators were using the power of the Void Heaven cauldron to suppress an evil demon, but the silver wolf in the painting showed no trace of evil chi, instead displaying a hint of sanctity. Those ancient cultivators who confined the silver wolf inside the Void Heaven cauldron also showed no expressions of disgust or hatred, but rather a subtle sense of reverence. This scene made Darkbone realize that the identity of that silver wolf must be extraordinary. The other murals, however, had nothing to do with this silver wolf, but depicted scenes of ancient cultivators fighting. What confused and surprised Darkbone was that the opponents of these ancient cultivators were not humans or Yao beasts, but a group of green-faced, fanged, bizarre creatures. On the mural, large swaths of ink-like blackness covered the entire sky, and groups of strange Yao beasts and demons, bringing with them rolling black chi, came face to face with many ancient cultivators, engaging in a tragic battle. And behind the numerous evil demons, there was a faint, incredibly huge, three-headed, six-armed black shadow. The mural stopped abruptly there, and Darkbone at the time suddenly realized that he might have glimpsed the secret of the collective disappearance of ancient cultivators in the ancient era. This was why, even after so many years, he, knowing that his former wicked disciple was still hunting him, still dragged his late core formation stage cultivation into the Void Heaven Palace, attempting to seize the Void Heaven Cauldron. Besides wanting to obtain the Kunlan Ice Flame to cultivate the legendary Azura Sacred Fire, he also wanted to see the Silver Wolf from the ancient murals, attempting to find more legacies left by the ancient cultivators. This memory made Lu Yun's brows furrow deeply, and a bad guess suddenly formed in his mind. Old Han, stop. Lu Yun's called out to Han Li, and they both floated in the air. What's wrong? Han Li asked cautiously. Lu Yun's didn't answer directly. Instead, he summoned the wolf head Ruhi scepter, making it float in midair, his eyes terrifyingly solemn. Old Han, I'm going to do a few experiments in a bit. Be prepared. If it really doesn't work, let's both run immediately. Lu Yun said with a grave expression. He couldn't help but take it seriously, this thing in front of him was very likely related to the demise of the ancient cultivators in the ancient era. If he wasn't careful, this thing could be a ticking time bomb. Liu Yun's had personally witnessed Venerable Golden Talisman using a spirit transformation talisman to be reborn through another's body tens of thousands of years later. God knew if this wasn't a similar kind of thing. Han Li saw Liu Yun's solemn expression and knew that this thing might not be right. He immediately summoned the zero armor to cover his entire body, ready to act or escape at any time. Seeing that Han Li was ready, Liu Yun took a deep breath. Exotic seal characters covered his entire body. Liu Yun's number 2 transformed into its formless needle true body to guard his divine soul. The crimson light reappeared all over his body, and the huge, mighty figure of Galatron once again manifested behind him. After confirming all preparations were made, Liu Yun carefully channeled his internal magic power into it, while simultaneously chanting a string of incantations carved on the side of the wolf head Ruhi scepter. Chapter 397, Silver Wolf. As Liu Yun chanted a low incantation, the wolf head Ruhi scepter faintly emitted red and yellow spiritual light. The next moment, a red and yellow shield was released by the Ruhi scepter, enveloping Liu Yun's entire body. Liu Yun paused slightly, then frowned and sent an order to Galatron behind him. Galatron's massive head lowered slightly, and 2 scorching red beams shot out from his eyes, striking the red and yellow shield. The red and yellow spiritual light flared brightly, directly blocking an attack that was no less powerful than that of a nascent soul cultivator. Liu Yun raised his eyebrows in surprise, and his incantation sounded again. The red and yellow shield vanished, replaced by 2 small red and yellow wolves that leaped out from the wolf head Ruhi scepter, their eyes fixed on Liu Yun, as if awaiting his command. Seeing this, Liu Yun couldn't help but frown. His incantation sped up several times, and he no longer held back his magic power, pouring it into the wolf head Ruhi scepter without hesitation. Red and yellow spiritual light surged. The 2 small wolves faintly showed signs of struggle, but the next moment, they still leaped up, merging in midair to transform into a majestic silver wolf. Liu Yun looked at the giant wolf seriously. Behind him, Galatron's eyes glowed red, and red array diagrams appeared all over his body, emitting an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure. If this guy showed any abnormality, he would instantly destroy him with full power. If he couldn't defeat it, he would immediately run with Han Li. At worst, he would leave Galatron to cover their retreat. In an overloaded mode without regard for cost, as long as this guy's strength was within the nascent soul stage, he could at least stall it for 10 breaths of time. Although this time was short, it was enough for him and Han Li to escape and each use their trump cards for survival. If this guy's strength exceeded the nascent soul stage, then there was no need to struggle. No matter what, it would be death, so it was better to die clearly now. However, none of those things happened. The silver wolf just silently looked at him, seemingly waiting for his command, appearing no different from the 2 small wolves. This time, Liu Yun was rather surprised. He couldn't help but walk around the silver wolf twice out of curiosity, then hesitated before speaking. Sit down. The silver wolf accepted Liu Yun's command naturally, sitting down without hesitation. Paw. The silver wolf raised his paw, looking at him expressionlessly. Both paws. Lie down. Spin around. Bark twice. The silver wolf perfectly executed all of Liu Yun's commands, but when it came to the last command, he just silently looked at Liu Yun, as if saying, "Big brother, I'm just an artifact spirit, I don't have that function." Hiss. Liu Yun suddenly felt a bit flustered. If this guy had come out ferociously, Liu Yun would have found it easier to accept. But in the current situation, the silver wolf was very obedient and showed no abnormalities, making Liu Yun a bit unsure of what to do. You made me watch this. Han Li put away his zero armor, looking at Liu Yun with ill intent. Just now, Liu Yun had put on such a serious expression, and Han Li thought something big was about to happen. It turned out he was just watching Liu Yun train a dog. This bastard wouldn't be so bored as to put on this whole show just to prank him, would he? It seemed very possible. With that thought, Han Li's gaze immediately became even more sinister. Liu Yun also felt very strange. Could it be that the silver wolf in that mural was not the one in front of him? Was the real one still in the Void Heaven Cauldron? It didn't seem impossible. Given how seriously those ancient cultivators acted, they probably wouldn't design something that would release the suppressed guy inside just by shaking the Void Heaven Cauldron. So, the silver wolf that appeared before him now was just a replica? Liu Yun scratched his head, looking at the silver wolf in front of him with some difficulty. In terms of the treasure's grade, this wolf head Ruhi scepter was absolutely a top-tier ancient treasure, and one that had no special requirements for its user. In terms of the ancient treasure's pure power, among all his possessions, only the black bagua mirror and the black and white scissors could compare. The black and white scissors might even be superior, but neither of these 2 treasures could be used by Liu Yun currently. However, on one hand, with the formless needle and the spirit-suppressing steel in hand, Liu Yun's need for these top-tier ancient treasures wasn't actually that great. This situation might change after Liu Yun's advance to the nascent soul stage, but for the current Liu Yun's, these ancient treasures, which could only display a portion of their power, were far less useful than his 2 magic treasures. On the other hand, Liu Yun's current fighting style truly didn't require this ancient treasure. For opponents below the nascent soul stage, Liu Yun basically only needed to unleash the formless needle to instantly kill them. There was no need to expend a large amount of magic power to use these ancient treasures. As for opponents above the nascent soul stage, he mainly relied on nascent soul level puppets like Galatron as his main force, while he himself, with his superb mastery of evasion techniques and the powerful functions of the formless needle and the spirit suppressing steel, provided harassment and assistance. Simply put, it was a sneak attack. In this situation, the wolf-head Ruyi scepter really couldn't offer him much help. At most, it provided an inefficient defensive method. Not only did it consume more magic power and divine sense, but its defensive capability might not even be as high as the spirit-suppressing steel. Thus, taking the risk to keep this wolf-head Ruyi scepter seemed somewhat not worth it. Should I sink it in the sea? Or should I give it to the old drunkard to sell after I go back? As Lu Yun's pondered, he was truly at a loss. While Lu Yun's was still thinking, Han Li looked at the majestic silver wolf thoughtfully. For some reason, he felt a particularly strange sense of familiarity when he looked at this majestic silver wolf. This sense of familiarity had appeared before. That was after he and Lu Yun's had killed the two elders of the Six-Link Hall. When choosing the location for his core formation, Han Li had a similar feeling towards an island called Haiwan Island. And now, the feeling this silver wolf gave him was even stronger, as if he had seen a very familiar old friend. Lu Yun's, almost as if by a ghost's prompting, Han Li suddenly spoke. How about you give me this thing? I'll trade you something else for it. Hey. Lu Yun's looked at Han Li in confusion and said, giving it to you isn't a problem, but are you sure you want it? This guy. I always feel like something isn't quite right about him. Han Li hesitated. He had always possessed an almost unreasonable intuition. This intuition had saved him countless times in times of crisis, and now his intuition was telling him. This silver wolf in front of him was very important to him. Chapter 398, Illusionary Flame Moth. After a long moment of hesitation, Han Li finally spoke. I'm currently in dire need of something to protect my life. This ancient treasure has good defensive capabilities, which suits me perfectly. As for anything amiss, honestly, after all the torment you put it through, if it still had any autonomy left, it would have fought you to the death already. Lu Yun scratched his head, looking at the docile silver wolf before him. There was nothing he could really object to. After all, Han Li's words made perfect sense. All right, let me study a few of your golden silkworms. Lu Yun said, putting away the silver wolf and handing the wolf-head Ruyi scepter to Han Li. However, whether it was Lu Yun's imagination or not, he always felt that the silver wolf's eyes seemed even more moist than before. Han Li took the wolf-head Ruyi scepter, his fingertip gently tracing its surface. This ancient treasure gave him a very peculiar sensation, a misconception as if they were connected by bloodline. Golden silkworm? Are you trying to cultivate illusionary flame moths? Han Li asked with some surprise, though upon closer thought, it seemed quite normal. Golden silkworms themselves didn't possess any remarkable divine abilities, but they were a type of secondary evolution Yao beast rarely known to cultivators. Given enough time, they had a high probability of evolving into flying insects called illusionary flame moths. These flying insects were not comparable to golden silkworms, they rank 17th in the Yuling sect cultivator's strange insect compendium and were naturally endowed with the ability of illusion. As for how powerful this illusion ability was, the records didn't specify. It seemed to be because this insect was also an extremely rare spirit beast in the ancient era, so even after extensively searching through ancient texts, that Yuling sect cultivator couldn't find any concrete descriptions. However, given the illusionary flame moth's high ranking, its illusion ability surely wouldn't be too weak. And Lu Yun's himself was extremely proficient in the formless escape technique and 5 elements escape techniques. His various escape techniques could be said to be unpredictable. If supplemented by the illusionary flame moth's illusionary assistance, he would truly become unfathomable. Thinking about it this way, the illusionary flame moth was indeed very suitable for Lu Yun's. But have you thought it through? These golden silkworms have consumed sky blue flower and are now useless. Han Li said, placing a spirit beast pouch into Lu Yun's hand. Even I have little confidence in keeping them alive, let alone urging their secondary evolution. Do you really have a way? Lu Yun's grinned, casually putting away the spirit beast pouch. Don't worry, I happen to have a new research project recently, and I'm in need of test subjects. Han Li suddenly felt that his actions were a bit rash. As Lu Yun spoke, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to look at the horizon. More than a dozen escape lights were flying towards their location. Lu Yun swept his divine sense, instantly discerning the situation of the approaching group, and his expression immediately relaxed. Leading this group of cultivators were 3 early core formation cultivators. The dozen or so escape lights behind them were merely Foundation establishment cultivators riding flying magical artifacts. Judging by their attire and uniform flying magical artifacts, they were likely a team from some sect out on a training excursion. This direction was likely heading towards Tianxing City, and Lu Yun's didn't pay much attention. But who knew, before they even got close to the two, they detected their presence from afar with divine sense. Then, they unhesitatingly made a large detour, cautiously escaping in another direction. This made Han Li and Lu Yun's exchange surprised glances, and then Han Li looked at Lu Yun's with a rather disdainful expression. Do they know you? What did you do this time? I didn't do anything. Lu Yun's felt very wronged, he didn't recognize that team at all. Han Li's gaze grew even more piercing, clearly, he didn't believe him. The general atmosphere in the chaotic Star Sea had always been relatively peaceful. Although in recent years, with various rumors about the twin saints of heavenly stars spreading, the major forces of the righteous and demonic factions had become restless, and their conduct had become much more unrestrained. But overall, the relationship between cultivators was far less brutal than in the Tianese region. At least, when high-level cultivators who didn't know each other met in the inner sea, even if they were vigilant, they would usually go forward to chat a bit and greet each other. Even if they didn't speak, everyone went about their own business, it was rare for someone to detect them with divine sense from afar and immediately change direction. Not to mention, the 3 core formation cultivators and more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators on the other side, compared to their 2, 1 early core formation stage and 1 middle core formation stage, there was no reason to be so vigilant no matter how you looked at it. Unless this venerable Tianmu had caused some trouble again and was recognized. I really didn't. Liu Yun's was very aggrieved. He believed that he had been cultivating his character for the past few decades and hadn't gone out to cause trouble for a long time. Han Li said nothing, gave Liu Yun's a look of disdain, and shot out as a streak of green escape light. Liu Yun's touched his chin in confusion, carefully searched his memory, and after confirming that he really didn't know those people, he transformed into a 5-colored escape light and chased after him. This time, the two encountered several more teams of cultivators and many high-level cultivators acting alone along the way. But no matter who it was, as soon as they entered the other party's divine sense perception range, the other party would immediately deter, looking extremely vigilant. At this, Liu Yun's and Han Li's expressions both became solemn. 1 or 2 would be understandable, but if everyone was like this, then the situation was not right. During the time they were in the Void Heaven Palace, it was likely that the situation in the chaotic Star Sea had undergone significant changes. After exchanging glances, Liu Yun's and Han Li simultaneously accelerated their escape speed, flying towards a team of cultivators who had just bypassed them. The other party was just a few foundation establishment cultivators traveling together, their clothes all of the same style, clearly from the same school. The 2, 1 in front and 1 behind, blocked the group in midair before the few foundation establishment cultivators could even react. Neither of them intended to conceal their cultivation. The powerful spiritual pressure of core formation cultivators was unleashed without restraint, startling the few people into changing their expressions and not daring to make the slightest move. After a while, a middle-aged man, who was leading the group, stepped forward, bowed deeply, and respectfully said to the 2 seniors, I am He Yun, sect leader of the White Sword sect. Do the 2 seniors have anything that juniors like us can do for you? This middle-aged man had a square face, his eyes gleaming, and there was a rare heroic chi between his brows. At this moment, facing the 2 core formation cultivators, his attitude was also exceptionally respectful, leaving no room for fault. White Sword sect. Liu Yun's thought for a moment, stroking his chin, and tentatively asked. Is it the White Sword sect of Bai Yechu? Precisely. Could senior be an old friend of junior martial uncle Bai? Seeing that the other party actually knew his elder, the middle-aged man immediately relaxed, and half of his worried heart was put at ease. Chapter 399, Cutting off the fire. Liu Yun's expression was a little strange. He actually knew Bai Yechu, but the timing of their acquaintance was a bit off. This senior was one of Wang Yueying's suitors back then. Even after knowing she was married, he remained devoted, and not long after Yun Ming's death, he boldly proposed to Wang Yueying. At that time, Wang Yueying was in a terrible mood and directly unleashed her spirit-suppressing steel to give Bai Yechu a severe beating. As a bystander, Liu Yun's was fortunate enough to witness the entire process of Bai Yechu being chased by Wang Yueying, clutching his head and scurrying away. So that's it, you are Bai Yechu's disciples. Liu Yun's grinned and gave Han Li a look, indicating that these people had no strong backing. The White Sword sect itself was only a medium-sized school, with only 2 or 3 core formation cultivators within it. Its scale was at most similar to that of the Miaoan sect. This was also an important reason why Wang Yueying took action at the time, that Bai Yechu clearly harbored ill intentions, aiming to gain both the person and her wealth. And there were many people like Bai Yechu, it was just that most of them weren't as thick-skinned as he was. A single punch delivered prevents 100 punches. It was precisely by relying on the strength displayed in that battle, and Liu Yun's subsequent help, that the Miaoan sect was able to regain its footing in the chaotic Star Sea. Although Han Li didn't know these details, he understood Liu Yun's gaze. He immediately let out a cold snort, released his full spiritual pressure, and asked expressionlessly. Are you going to Tianxing City? Although this powerful spiritual pressure wasn't deliberately aimed at this group of people, it still made them short of breath, and their faces instantly turned pale. The middle-aged man leading them quickly bowed his head and said, to be honest, senior, we are indeed going to Tianxing City. Han Li nodded, slightly reined in his spiritual pressure, and asked in a somewhat softened tone. Along the way, why have I noticed that the number of cultivators heading towards Tianxing City has suddenly increased? And each of them is very vigilant. Has anything happened recently? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately replied respectfully, Senior, you may not know, but something major happened in Tianxing City not long ago. All schools and sects are sending people to Tianxing City. I, too, am acting on the orders of several elders, leading a few junior brothers to Tianxing City. What happened? Liu Yun's immediately asked. The middle-aged man glanced at Liu Yun's and asked with a respectful smile, Junior, may I first ask your name, Senior? And which good friend of Junior Martial Uncle Bai are you? Perhaps Junior has heard of Senior's esteemed name before. Liu Yun's looked at him, rolled his eyes, and said, Venerable Tian Mu, have you heard that name? The middle-aged man was suddenly startled, cold sweat instantly broke out in thick beads on his back, and he quickly bowed deeply to Liu Yun's, saying in a terrified tone. So it is Venerable Tian Mu, Senior, in person. Junior truly did not know and was negligent towards Senior. Please forgive Junior. All right, all right. Liu Yun's had a bit of a headache. He believed he hadn't done anything outrageous, but he didn't know why everyone reacted this way upon hearing his name, as if he would kill them at the slightest disagreement. The middle-aged man's face was covered in cold sweat, so much so that it had already blurred his vision, yet he dared not reach out to wipe it away. Venerable Tian Mu, the notorious madman of the chaotic Star Sea. He was temperamental, yet his divine ability was incredibly powerful, and his actions were utterly unbridled. Such a person was now right in front of him, how could he not be afraid? What if he accidentally said something that touched a nerve, wouldn't their entire group all die here? Thinking this, the middle-aged man's body began to tremble slightly. Since you know me, that makes things easier. This kind of thing happened so often that Liu Yun's no longer took it to heart. He just waved his hand casually and said to the middle-aged man. Tell me, what exactly happened in the chaotic Star Sea? Yes, Junior obeys. The middle-aged man's attitude was exceptionally respectful, not daring to relax in the slightest. Some time ago, a rumor suddenly spread in the chaotic Star Sea, saying that the twin saints of Heavenly Star's primal magnet divine light had reached major achievement and they were about to emerge from seclusion. And the Star Palace planned to use this opportunity to begin purging some disobedient or uncontrollable forces. As the middle-aged man spoke, he secretly observed Liu Yun's reaction. As far as he knew, Venerable Tianmu was extremely close to the Star Palace. It was even rumored that he had directly killed a nascent soul elder of the Star Palace above Tianxing City back then, without receiving any punishment. After that, there were even rumors that Venerable Tianmu was originally a guest elder of the Star Palace, but it had just not been announced to the outside world. Now that he was going to discuss the Star Palace in front of him, he naturally had to be extremely cautious. Of course, most people thought this was just another rumor. Just like those previous rumors, such as the two sages of the Star Palace having their cultivation completely crippled, and their power being usurped by the Star Palace elder, it was simply impossible for such things to happen. The middle-aged man swallowed, and continued cautiously. We, the White Sword sect, naturally thought the same. However, not long after that, the Star Palace actually issued a Heavenly Star order to all major and minor forces. It ordered all sect leaders and island masters to go to Tianxing City to pay respects to the twin saints of Heavenly Stars once they received the Heavenly Star order, otherwise they would be annihilated on the grounds of disrespecting the Star Palace. Our White Sword sect has always been respectful to the Star Palace and has never made any outrageous moves. So this time, Junior, who serves as the sect leader, will lead all the influential stewards within the sect to Tianxing City to pay respects to the two saints. We will personally express our utmost loyalty. By the time the middle-aged man finished speaking, the cold sweat on his body had almost soaked his clothes. He was also gambling that this madman in front of him was indeed as closely related to the Star Palace as the rumors claimed. Only by pleasing this madman could their group avoid mortal danger. Liu Yun's, however, showed no particular reaction. He simply frowned and looked in the direction of Tianxing City, drawing the firewood from under the cauldron. This move was truly ruthless. They wanted to force all the forces in the chaotic Star Sea to take a side, and then sweep away this group of snakes, insects, rats, and ants in one fell swoop. This move is good, but can you really guarantee that those hiding in the shadows are just a bunch of insects and snakes, and not a fierce tiger? Can you withstand it? Or are you saying that you think if you continue to drag it out, the situation will only get worse? Primal Magnet Divine Light, did you really achieve a breakthrough? Or did you give up? Can you really withstand the combined counterattack of the righteous and demonic factions that will follow? Liu Yun's looked silently in the direction of Tianxing City, not saying a word. This, however, terrified these Foundation establishment cultivators, especially the middle-aged man who led them. He thought he had said something wrong, and while regretting it deeply, he stammered, trying to say something more to save their lives. Senior. Junior means. Just then, Han Li suddenly asked, are you really sure this is an order from the Star Palace? Chapter 399, Cutting Off the Fire. Liu Yun's expression was a bit strange. He actually knew Bai Yechu, but the timing of their acquaintance was a bit off. This elder brother was one of Wang Yueying's suitors back then. Even after knowing she was married, he remained devoted, and not long after Yunming's death, he boldly proposed to Wang Yueying. At that time, Wang Yueying was in a terrible mood and immediately unleashed her spirit-suppressing steel, giving Bai Yechu a severe beating. As a bystander, Liu Yun's was fortunate enough to witness the entire process of Bai Yechu being chased by Wang Yueying, clutching his head and scurrying away. So that's it, you're Bai Yechu's disciples. Liu Yun's curled his lips and gave Han Li a look, indicating that this group had no significant backing. The White Sword sect itself was only a medium-sized school, with only 2 or 3 core formation cultivators within it, its scale at most comparable to the Miaoan sect. This was also an important reason for Wang Yueying's action at the time, that Bai Yechu clearly harbored ill intentions, aiming for both the person and their wealth. And there were many people like Bai Yechu, it's just that most weren't as thick-skinned as him. One decisive punch prevents 100. It was precisely by relying on the strength displayed in that battle, and later Liu Yun's help, that the Miaoan sect was able to regain its footing in the chaotic Star Sea. Although Han Li didn't know these details, he understood Liu Yun's look. He immediately let out a cold snort, released his full spiritual pressure, and asked expressionlessly. Are you going to Tianxing City? Although this powerful spiritual pressure wasn't intentionally directed at them, it still made them struggle to breathe, and their faces instantly turned pale. The leading middle-aged man quickly bowed and said, to be honest, Senior, we are indeed going to Tianxing City. Han Li nodded, slightly reined in his spiritual pressure, and asked in a somewhat softened tone. Along this journey, why have I suddenly noticed an increase in cultivators heading towards Tianxing City? And each of them is very vigilant. Has anything happened recently? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately replied respectfully, Senior doesn't know, but not long ago, a major event occurred in Tianxing City. All schools and sects are sending people to Tianxing City. I am also following the orders of several elders, taking a few junior brothers to Tianxing City. What happened? Lu Yun's immediately asked. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Yun's, smiled respectfully, and asked, May Junior first ask, Senior, what is your name? Which good friend are you of Junior Marshal Uncle Bai? Perhaps Junior has heard of Senior's great name before. Lu Yun's looked at him, rolled his eyes, and said, Venerable Tian Mu, have you heard that name? The middle-aged man was startled, cold sweat instantly broke out in a dense layer on his back. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Lu Yun's, and said in a panicked tone. So it is Venerable Tian Mu, Senior, in person. Junior truly did not know and was disrespectful to Senior. Please forgive me, Senior. All right. Lu Yun's had a bit of a headache. He believed he hadn't done anything wicked, but for some reason, everyone reacted this way upon hearing his name, as if he would kill them at the slightest disagreement. The middle-aged man's face was covered in cold sweat, it even blurred his vision, but he didn't dare to reach out and wipe it away. Venerable Tian Mu, the renowned madman of the chaotic Star Sea. He was temperamental, yet his divine ability was formidable, and his actions were unrestrained. With such a person right in front of him, how could he not be afraid? What if he accidentally said something that touched a nerve, wouldn't their entire group die here? Thinking this, the middle-aged man's body began to tremble slightly. Since you know me, then it's simple. Such things happen so often that Lu Yun's no longer took it to heart. He merely waved his hand casually and said to the middle-aged man. Tell me, what exactly happened in the chaotic Star Sea? Yes, Junior obeys. The middle-aged man's attitude was exceptionally respectful, not daring to relax in the slightest. Some time ago, a rumor suddenly spread in the chaotic Star Sea, saying that the twin saints of Heavenly Star's primal magnet divine light had reached major achievement, and they were about to emerge from seclusion. And the Star Palace planned to use this opportunity to begin purging some disobedient or uncontrollable forces. As the middle-aged man spoke, he secretly observed Lu Yun's reaction. As far as he knew, Venerable Tianmu was extremely close to the Star Palace. He had even directly killed a nascent soul elder of the Star Palace above Tianxing City back then, without receiving any punishment. After that, there were even rumors that Venerable Tianmu was originally a guest elder of the Star Palace, but it had just not been announced to the outside world. Now that he was going to talk about the Star Palace in front of him, he naturally had to be extremely cautious. Of course, most people think that these are just more rumors. Like those previous rumors about the two sages of the Star Palace having their cultivation completely crippled, and their power being usurped by Star Palace elders, these are simply impossible things to happen. The middle-aged man swallowed, and carefully continued. Our White Sword sect naturally thought so too, but not long after that, the Star Palace actually issued a Heavenly Star order to all major and minor forces. It ordered that all sect leaders and island masters, upon receiving the Heavenly Star order, must go to Tianxing City to pay respects to the twin saints of Heavenly Stars once, otherwise they would be annihilated under the charge of disrespecting the Star Palace. Our White Sword sect has always been respectful to the Star Palace and has never made any outrageous moves. So this time, Junior, who holds the position of sect leader, will lead all the influential managers within the school to Tianxing City to pay respects to the two saints. We will personally express our loyalty. As the middle-aged man spoke, the cold sweat on his body had almost soaked his clothes. He was also gambling that this madman in front of him was indeed, as the rumors said, closely related to the Star Palace. Only by making this madman happy could their group avoid mortal danger. Lu Yun's, however, showed no particular reaction. He just frowned, looking in the direction of Tianxing City, pulling the rug out from under them. This move is quite ruthless. Is this an attempt to force all forces in the chaotic Star Sea to take sides, and then sweep away this group of snakes, insects, rats, and ants in one go? This move is not bad, but can you really guarantee that those hiding in the shadows are just a group of insects and snakes, and not a fierce tiger? Can you withstand it? Or are you saying that you think if you continue to drag it out, the situation will only get worse and worse? Primal Magnet Divine Light, have you really achieved a breakthrough? Or have you given up? Can you really withstand the combined counterattack of the righteous and demonic factions that will follow? Lu Yun's looked in the direction of Tianxing City in silence, not saying a word. This terrified these several Foundation establishment cultivators, especially the leading middle-aged man. He thought he had said something wrong, and while regretting it greatly in his heart, he stammered, trying to say something more to try and save their lives. Senior. Junior means. Just then, Han Li suddenly asked, are you really sure this is the Star Palace's order? Chapter 400, Reverse Star Alliance. The middle-aged man was slightly startled, then looked at Han Li with some gratitude and quickly said. To be honest, Senior, at first we also thought that something was wrong, or that someone had deliberately fabricated the Star Palace's order. After all, in a situation where both the righteous and demonic factions are rising, and their combined forces are no weaker than the Star Palace, issuing such an order that would clearly provoke backlash is indeed too inconceivable. But later, after our extensive verification, it can be confirmed that this is undoubtedly the Star Palace's order. When the middle-aged man said this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. So all the cultivators we met along the way were going to meet the twin saints of heavenly stars? Liu Yun's asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, that's not necessarily true. At this point, the middle-aged man hesitated again, but seeing Liu Yun's obviously displeased expression, he gritted his teeth and continued. Not long after the Star Palace issued the Heavenly Star Order, several major sects from both the righteous and demonic factions suddenly announced their alliance to form an organization called the Reverse Star Alliance. They claimed they wanted to break the Star Palace's hegemony over the chaotic Star Sea and completely end the Star Palace's rule. Third Antwan, the general protector of the Righteous Path's Myriad Law sect, and Six Paths Extreme Sage, the current number one person of the demonic path, simultaneously served as the two great leaders of the Reverse Star Alliance. Shortly after its establishment, the Reverse Star Alliance absorbed several other major forces from both the righteous and demonic factions, and more than a dozen nascent stage loose cultivator magnates also joined it, taking on the position of elder. The Reverse Star Alliance also issued a type of token called the Reverse Star Order to other forces. It declared that any force that went to meet the twin saints of heavenly stars would automatically become an enemy of the Reverse Star Alliance. At the same time, they announced that they would attack Tianxing City in the near future and asked us to go together to declare our stance. At this point, the middle-aged man, with a low tone, bowed deeply to Liu Yun's, and spoke with obvious pleading in his voice. Senior Heavenly Eye, our White Sword sect is just a small sect and cannot withstand such turmoil. We can only go and see the situation first, and then decide which side to join. Please Senior Heavenly Eye understand. Liu Yun's didn't reply, but instead looked up and met Han Li's gaze, asking in a deep voice. Do you have that token called the Reverse Star Order on you? Yes. Sensing a turn in events, the middle-aged man quickly replied, taking out a black iron token from his storage pouch and respectfully handing it over. Liu Yun's took the token, glanced at it casually, and then returned it to him. Let's go. Don't tell anyone you've seen us, Liu Yun said calmly. Yes. Senior, rest assured. Junior will keep his mouth shut. The middle-aged man immediately agreed, then, seemingly afraid that Liu Yun's would change his mind, he quickly signaled to everyone, controlling their flying magical artifacts, and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Watching them disappear, Liu Yun showed a thoughtful expression. Han Li, with a solemn expression, leaned closer and asked in a deep voice, Old Liu, have you received any news about this matter? Liu Yun shook his head and sighed helplessly. Even he couldn't see through this complex situation, at most, he could only make some reasonable deductions based on the available information. And regardless of whether these deductions were true or false, the twin saints of heavenly stars' actions must have disrupted many people's secret deployments. Putting everything else aside, if the Myriad Law sect leader, Wang Tianming, had known that such a thing would happen in the near future, he would never have left the Myriad Law sect. Nor would he have ended up without his physical body and with his nascent soul severely injured. Even if he escaped back to the Myriad Law sect and found a suitable physical body, his cultivation would likely suffer a great loss, and it's not impossible for him to even drop a realm. Adding in Heavenly Enlightenment Master and the thin old man who died in the Void Heaven Palace, as well as Li Turtle who was already in Liu Yun's hands. With this turn of events, the Myriad Law sect could be said to have suffered a great loss in strength. Although Third Antwan, a late nascent soul great cultivator, was in charge, it wouldn't immediately fall into a quagmire, but within the so-called Reverse Star Alliance, its prestige would certainly decline significantly. One must know that Six Paths Extreme Sage, who was also a late nascent soul great cultivator like Third Antwan, was not a loose cultivator, but the island master of Holy Demon Island, the demonic path's most powerful force. Similarly, Extreme Yin Ancestral Master, who died in the Void Heaven Palace, should have been an important member of the Reverse Star Alliance. Regardless of his early nascent soul stage cultivation, his Extreme Yin Island was also a major demonic path force in the chaotic Star Sea. Now that Extreme Yin Ancestral Master was dead, even if Extreme Yin Island didn't fall apart, it probably wouldn't have much left. Under these circumstances, the Reverse Star Alliance must have been forced into a corner by this order from the two sages of the Star Palace, and had no choice but to act hastily. Liu Yun's pinched his brows, feeling a bit helpless. From a personal standpoint, he would definitely lean towards the Star Palace, but asking him to charge into battle for the Star Palace, sacrificing his life, was also unrealistic. In any case, for at least the next few decades, the chaotic Star Sea would be plunged into war. Liu Yun's and Han Li had both experienced cultivator wars and were well aware of how cruel wars between cultivators could be. In this regard, even the high-ranking officials within the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance might not be able to compare to the two of them. After all, the chaotic Star Sea had been peaceful for too long, long enough for everyone to forget what war was like, treating it merely as a struggle for power and daring between ordinary forces. Let's go, back to Tianxing City first, Liu Yun said in a deep voice after much thought. Han Li nodded. Both of them had all their possessions in Tianxing City and couldn't abandon them. But out of caution, Han Li still asked an additional question. Should we stop a few more groups of people and ask? What if those people from the White Sword sect deliberately deceived us, or they themselves were mistaken? There's no need for that. Everything will be clear once we get to the scene, Liu Yun shook his head and said in a deep voice. With his current divine ability, he wasn't worried about encountering any trouble he couldn't handle. Unless Third Antwan or Six Paths Extreme Sage personally made a move, even if the two of them couldn't win, they could still escape. As for how to enter Tianxing City once they arrived, Liu Yun's had even less to worry about. Once in Tianxing City, he could get in just by showing his face. As long as their luck wasn't so bad that they happened to encounter the Reverse Star Alliance attacking Tianxing City, it would still be relatively easy for the two to enter the city. Thinking this, Liu Yun suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and quickly called to Han Li to hurry. They had to reach Tianxing City before the Reverse Star Alliance made their move. Otherwise, if they were really shut out of the city, that would be a huge problem. Liu Yun's face was still very recognizable, and he didn't want to be inexplicably surrounded and attacked by people from the Reverse Star Alliance. One of them, equipped with zero armor, and the other, with scarlet array diagrams glowing all over his body, suddenly transformed into two escape lights and shot away. Their speed was even faster than that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Many passing cultivators were so frightened that they fled at the sight of them, fearing to provoke these two nascent soul old monsters at such a time. After several days, the two entered the sea area near Tianxing City. The surrounding cultivators had noticeably increased, and Liu Yun's even discovered several nascent soul cultivators with his powerful divine sense. The two immediately became low-key. Before any members of the Reverse Star Alliance appeared, they quickly suppressed their speed, flying silently towards Tianxing City like two ordinary core formation cultivators. However, even so, the two still encountered trouble. Just as they were passing over the sea area near Nanming Island, the last transit island before Tianxing City, a white escape light suddenly shot from the horizon. A familiar figure was faintly visible in the white light. Brother Liu, save me. Chapter 401, Heart Demon. Brother Liu, help. Along with this powerful voice, a white escape light shot over. Liu Yun swept his divine sense and was instantly stunned. Old Zhao. Han Li, standing beside him, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Before he could ask who old Zhao was, he suddenly saw 5 or 6 escape lights shooting from afar. At the same time, an exceptionally sharp voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The Reverse Star Alliance is handling business. All irrelevant personnel, retreat quickly. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, neither of them moving. At this moment, the white escape lights had already flown in front of them. The white light converged, revealing the figure of a young man dressed in the Star Palace's white robes. The man appeared to be only 27 or 28 years old, wearing a layer of white armor over his white robes that looked very futuristic and unique in style. Han Li's mouth twitched. That's right, this person in front of him truly had a close relationship with Liu Yun's. Brother Liu. The young man showed a look of surprise. Before he could say anything, several streaks of dazzling light suddenly flew out from the opposing escape lights, slashing fiercely towards the three of them, intending to kill them all. A cold glint flashed in Han Li's eyes. Several small green swords flew out from his sleeves, drawing several green streaks of light, and directly met the attack. With a loud bang, the two sides collided violently, then simultaneously flew backward. The escape lights stopped in midair, revealing 5 or 6 strange cultivators covered in green robes. The skinny old man leading them frowned, looking at the green bamboo bee cloud sword in the air with some apprehension, then said expressionlessly. Fellow deists, the Reverse Star Alliance is handling business. Please do not cause trouble for yourselves. Liu Yun's casually glanced at these people, then completely ignored them and asked the young man beside him. Old Zhao, what's going on? How did you get chased like this by these people? Where are your eldest brother and third sister? The man was none other than Zhao Yushuan, the second of the 3 siblings with decision-making difficulties. Zhao Yushuan's face was a bit pale at this moment. He smiled bitterly and shook his head at Liu Yun's, saying. Brother Liu, this is a long story. Then tell it slowly. I'm not rushing you. When the people on the other side saw that Liu Yun seemed to completely ignore their existence, their expressions immediately became extremely ugly. One of the middle-aged man even had a frosty look in his eyes, revealing a hint of ferocious evil chi. How dare you? If you are looking for death, then this venerable will grant it to you. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, revealing a terrifying and fierce evil chi. Just then, the skinny old man beside him stared intently at Liu Yun's face, as if he suddenly remembered something. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and without thinking, he shouted loudly. Run! Before he finished speaking, without even looking at how the others reacted, the skinny old man turned into a streak of escape lights and fled backward without looking back, his escape speed astonishingly fast. The others reacted a beat slower, but 2 of them quickly chased after him, leaving only the middle-aged man and another old woman in green robes, somewhat bewildered, suspended in midair. Tisk. You two should have listened to advice. Liu Yun sighed. The next second, the 2 of them, like kites with broken strings, plummeted directly into the sea, perishing without a trace. Zhao Yushuan stared blankly at this scene, his face growing even paler. It wasn't until Liu Yun's casually retrieved their storage pouches that Zhao Yushuan snapped back to reality. Let's go. First, we'll return to Tianxing City. You can tell me everything on the way. Liu Yun said with a flat tone, his eyes like dead fish. Zhao Yushuan scratched his head a little awkwardly and said to Liu Yun's, Brother Liu, I still need to go to Nanming Island first. Alright, I'll drop you off at Nanming Island first. We can talk as we go. The 3 of them transformed into 3 streaks of escape lights and flew towards Nanming Island, which was not far away. At the same time, the 3 cultivators in green robes flew several tens of miles away. Seeing that no one was chasing them, the skinny old man finally breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a look of having narrowly escaped death. Protector Kang, Protector Lu and the others didn't catch up. A green-robed man said in a deep voice. The skinny old man sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Don't think about it. Protector Lu and the others are probably already dead. This. The green-robed man who spoke was slightly startled, then asked with an extremely ugly expression. Protector King, do you know those two? The skinny old man glanced at him, then nodded with a gloomy look. I don't have any impression of that ordinary-looking boy, but as for the other person, even you should have heard his name. The skinny old man took a deep breath and slowly uttered 4 words. Venerable Tian Mu. What? The green-robed man who spoke was startled, and cold sweat instantly covered his back. Another cultivator was also surprised. This was a woman who looked only in her 20s, with an ordinary appearance but a hint of charm in her eyes. At this moment, she patted her chest and said with lingering fear, if it really is him, then we are truly lucky to have survived. Humph. What luck. If we were truly lucky, we wouldn't have encountered this calamity star. The green-robed man's eyes were gloomy, and he snorted coldly without ceremony. Now it's good, that Zhao fellow escaped. Our mission failed, and even Protector Lu and the other 2 died there. How are we going to explain this to the higher UPS? The green-robed cultivator suddenly clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, saying, this time, when we go back, I'm afraid the lightest punishment will be a trip to the Hall of Penalties. Initially, when the woman heard the green-robed cultivator's words, there was still some resentment in her eyes, but upon hearing his subsequent explanation, she seemed to recall something extremely terrifying and her face turned deathly pale. At this moment, the skinny old man beside them slightly narrowed his eyes and chuckled, saying, that's not necessarily true. What? The green-robed man was first startled, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Does Protector King have an idea? The woman on the other side also showed a glimmer of hope and quickly said, Protector King, we are all on the same boat now, so please don't keep us in suspense. If there's a way, we both owe Protector King a great favor. Upon hearing this, the skinny old man's lips curved into a smile. Protector you exaggerate. What favor? We are all protectors under the Holy Ancestor, so we should help each other. Both of them smiled at his words, but inwardly they cursed him for being pretentious. The skinny old man, with a smiling face, no longer kept them in suspense and directly said. Have you forgotten the young lord's heart demon? Heart demon? The 2 exchanged glances, both looking a bit bewildered. Yes, this has been a heart demon that has troubled the young lord for decades. The skinny old man sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy on his face. Chapter 402, Prelude to War. The young lord is the sole successor of the sacred ancestor, his divine ability and methods are unfathomable. In the entire chaotic star sea, among those below nascent soul, only Venerable Tian Mu can rival him. This is a recognized fact, even within our reverse star alliance. The elder said with a sigh, a faint, almost imperceptible longing and jealousy flashing in his eyes. The other 2 were somewhat puzzled, and the green-robed man directly asked, Protector King, we already know what you are saying, but what does that have to do with our current situation? The elder chuckled, and said to the 2 meaningfully. Have you forgotten? The young lord usually claims to be the #1 core formation cultivator in the chaotic star sea. How could he allow anyone below nascent soul to rival him? If it weren't for that person being too close to the star palace, and the sacred ancestor forbidding it, the young lord would have long since led people to kill Venerable Tian Mu. A cold glint flashed in the elder's eyes, and he continued with a smile, now that the reverse star alliance has been established, we have completely torn off our masks with the star palace. The young lord now holds great power over a hall. He probably wants to use this opportunity to completely eliminate Venerable Tian Mu and solidify his reputation as the #1 core formation cultivator in the chaotic star sea. And we just happened to discover Venerable Tian Mu's whereabouts at this time. Don't you think this counts as a great deed? After hearing the elder's words, both the green-robed man and the female cultivator showed expressions of pleasant surprise. If it was truly as the elder said, then they would not only be blameless but would have performed a meritorious service. But then, the green-robed man's face suddenly darkened, and he said to the elder, Protector King, although we found Venerable Tian Mu's tracks, if he escapes into Tianxing City, we won't have any way to deal with him. If we anger the young lord because of this, we will truly be doomed. Upon hearing this, the elder stroked his beard proudly and said with a smile. I naturally considered that point. Do you still remember the cultivation technique the young lord cultivates? Both showed puzzled expressions, and the female cultivator eagerly asked, the young lord's cultivation technique was personally passed down by the sacred ancestor. What does that have to do with us? Hehe. You should also know what cultivation technique the young lord cultivates, and fairy purple spirit of the Miao insect is a famous beauty throughout the chaotic star sea. If I'm not mistaken, Venerable Tian Mu has a very close relationship with the Miao insect. The elder said with a chuckle, his eyes narrowed. The green-robed man pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something and showed a hint of pleasant surprise. Protector Kang's meaning, could it be? Exactly. A glint flashed in the elder's eyes, and he said with a smile, isn't this irrefutable proof that the Miao insect is colluding with the Star Palace? We might as well go to the Miao insect first and have a good talk with sect leader Wang about this matter. Even if we don't find Venerable Tian Mu then, we will still have performed a great deed. Upon hearing the elder's words, both their eyes showed a hint of excitement. However, they did not see that the elder's hands, hidden behind his back, were trembling slightly. Venerable Tian Mu, can such evil qi truly be accumulated by a human? How many people has he killed? If the young lord confronts this person, he probably doesn't have much chance of winning. It's best not to offend such a person. When the time comes, let these two fellows take the lead in troubling the Miao insect. With that thought, the elders' gaze towards the two suddenly became somewhat more benevolent. Along the way, Zhao Yushuan explained everything to Liu Yun's, and only then did Liu Yun's and Han Li realize that the war between the Reverse Star Alliance and the Star Palace had already begun. Ever since the Reverse Star Alliance was formed half a month ago, they had already begun to gather their forces to attack the Star Palace's outer transit islands. Caught off guard, several islands were completely taken by them. Without exception, the Star Palace cultivators within either died in battle against the Reverse Star Alliance or were captured and their fates unknown. Zhao Yushuan had just taken on the position of External Affairs Steward a while ago and was on his way to an outer island of the Star Palace for his new post. Unexpectedly, shortly after taking office, he encountered people from the Reverse Star Alliance. After a desperate fight, relying on his powerful magic treasure, Zhao Yushuan managed to break through the Reverse Star Alliance's encirclement, intending to go to Nanming Island to warn the Star Palace cultivators there. Speaking of which, everyone's expressions were not looking too good. So far, the Reverse Star Alliance appeared to have gained a decisive advantage. Several islands had changed hands, yet the Star Palace remained eerily unresponsive. If the Star Palace was initially caught off guard by the Reverse Star Alliance, it was somewhat understandable. But by now, as the Reverse Star Alliance's army was getting closer and closer to Tianxing City, even the slowest Star Palace reaction should have realized what was happening. Yet, until now, there were still no Star Palace reinforcements on the outer islands. It was unclear what the Star Palace was thinking. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, both seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. After sending Zhao Yushuan to Nanming Island, the two no longer hesitated and flew directly to Tianxing City at full speed. Half a day later, the two spotted the massive Tianxing City in the distance. Seeing that the surroundings were still calm, although the number of patrols had increased by an unknown amount, there was still no sign of the Reverse Star Alliance, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, before the two could approach the giant island, a team of cultivators flew from afar, 4 men and 1 woman. The middle-aged cultivator leading them was at the early core formation stage, while the others were all at the foundation establishment stage. Stop! Who goes there? Han Li remained silent, while Liu Yun simply rolled his eyes. Me. Hearing Liu Yun's symbolic words, the approaching person paused slightly, then scrutinized Liu Yun's for a moment. He immediately dropped his arrogant and wary expression and greeted them with a smile. So it's fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye returning. I am Jiaolun, a protector of the Star Palace. Greetings, fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye. You all, hurry and greet Senior Heavenly Eye. The middle-aged man stepped forward with a chuckle and bowed, then quickly motioned to the people behind him. Upon hearing the name Heavenly Eye, those few immediately understood who the person before them was and respectfully bowed, saying, Greetings, Senior Heavenly Eye. All right, Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up and let us in, we still have things to do. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, then he said hesitantly in a low voice. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, it's not that we intentionally want to make things difficult for you, but the regulations from above strictly forbid any outsiders from entering Tianxing City. You see. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and asked expressionlessly. What? You want to search me? I wouldn't dare. Jiaolun immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This person before him was a ruthless individual who even dared to kill a nascent soul elder of the Star Palace. If he, a mere protector, were to die at his hands, no one would even cry foul for him. Chapter 403, Entering the City. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, how about this, we first verify your identity rings, and then I'll take you two to see Protector Song. You know Protector Song, so fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye wouldn't distrust even him, right? Jiaolun said with a fawning smile and a respectful tone. Liu Yun's glanced at him, said nothing more, took off his ring, and tossed it to Jiaolun. Han Li, who was beside him, also took off his ring and handed it over, while subtly scanning his surroundings. He saw that in the sea area around Tianxing City, there were many other cultivators like them who had been stopped. Most of the low and mid-level cultivators were unceremoniously sent back, while only a small number of Foundation Establishment cultivators and those high-level cultivators above core formation were talking to the Star Palace cultivators in front of them. Han Li even saw a small team, led by an early core formation cultivator, exchange a few words. Then, each of them took out some precious materials and demon cores, which the leader expressionlessly handed over. This scene made Han Li frown inwardly. It seemed that the Star Palace had dominated the chaotic Star Sea for too long, and its internal problems had accumulated to a terrifying degree. Even with a major war imminent, these Star Palace cultivators dared to openly accept bribes here. If it weren't for Liu Yun's prominent name, they too would probably have been fleeced by these Star Palace cultivators. Thinking of this, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and he subtly glanced at Jiaolun. At this moment, Jiaolun had finished inspecting their identity rings, smiled, bowed, and said to them, There's no problem with the identity rings, fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye. I'm just following orders, please don't blame me. This way, please. Jiaolun waved his hand with a chuckle, then turned back to instruct a few of his subordinates, You all continue to patrol the vicinity. I'll take these two fellow Daoists to complete the entry procedures. The few men quickly bowed and said yes. Jiaolun then gave a polite smile to the two, transformed into an escape light, and shot towards Tianxing City. Liu Yun's and Han Li followed closely, flying side by side. It didn't take long for them to fly to the sky above Tianxing City's gate. Although no one else questioned them along the way, Han Li's and Liu Yun's divine senses were far superior to those of ordinary core formation cultivators. With a slight release of their divine sense, they discovered at least 4 or 5 hidden sentry posts along the way, and many areas were obscured by restrictions, which even their divine sense couldn't penetrate clearly, suggesting that the hidden sentries inside were undoubtedly even more stringent. This vigilant attitude finally showed some semblance of being prepared for war. The two silently noted down several nearby hidden sentry posts in heavily restricted locations. Although it was unlikely to be useful, it was better to be prepared. If something really happened, they would at least know how to escape. The area above the city gate seemed a bit deserted. Looking around, there were only a dozen or so white-robed cultivators from the Star Palace walking back and forth, and no external cultivators were seen. The entire perimeter walls and city gates of Tianxing City shimmered with a faint white glow, clearly indicating that all restrictions had been activated. Liu Yun sensed it slightly, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. When the restrictions were not activated, Liu Yun's hadn't sensed anything, but now that they were on, Liu Yun's instantly realized that although the restrictions on these city walls had many acquired repairs and improvements, their underlying foundation was very similar to some of the restrictions in the Void Heaven Palace, clearly originating from the same source. This discovery surprised Liu Yun's, and he then fell silent. Whether the Star Palace truly had some connection with the Void Heaven Palace, or if these restrictions were gradually learned by the Star Palace through years of research into the Void Heaven Palace, it no longer concerned him. After all, he had already copied even the most crucial restriction core of the Void Heaven Palace. These restrictions would eventually be thoroughly studied by him, it was merely a matter of time. As soon as Jiaolun landed, he immediately walked towards the only elder sitting among the white-robed cultivators. This elder had a pale, beardless face full of wrinkles and was lying on a bamboo chair, resting with his eyes closed. Protector Song, look who's here. Jiaolun cupped his fist towards the elder, asking with a respectful and smiling tone. Han Li's divine sense swept slightly, and his heart immediately trembled. This elder in front of him was actually a core formation peak cultivator, only half a step away from nascent soul, a so-called pseudo-nascent soul stage cultivator. No wonder Jiaolun treated this person with such respect. Upon hearing Jiaolun's words, Protector Song immediately opened his eyes. His distinct black and white pupils swept over Han Li, then landed on Liu Yun's figure. So it's fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, Protector Song said with a chuckle, standing up and smiling at Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's returned a smile, cupping his hands in a salute. Protector Song, long time no see. This person was considered a good old man within the Star Palace, not contending, not grabbing, not greedy, and polite to everyone. Coupled with his profound cultivation, he was a quite prestigious neutral figure within the Star Palace. Liu Yun's had met him a few times by chance and they were somewhat acquainted. Jiaolun saw the two greeting each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He then said to Protector Song. Please trouble Protector Song to explain the matters after entering the city to fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye. I still need to continue patrolling the outer perimeter, so I'll take my leave first. Jiaolun bid farewell with a chuckle, then transformed into an escape light and instantly disappeared from their sight. Protector Song looked in the direction he left, and said with some emotion, the storm is brewing, even that kid Jiaolun has become diligent. Isn't there a war about to break out? It's normal. If even this can't ignite his fighting spirit, then something truly big would be happening. Liu Yun's also sighed, then waved his hand casually and said, all right, don't tell me about your affairs. First, tell me about the current situation inside Tianxing City. Hearing Liu Yun's words, a hint of disappointment flashed in Protector Song's eyes. Over the years, although Liu Yun's appeared to be very close to the Star Palace to outsiders, in reality, those truly close to him were only a few Star Palace deacons and protectors led by Ling Yuling. While Liu Yun's was very approachable to others, he never showed any intention of forming deep connections. Regarding the several olive branches extended by the Star Palace internally, Liu Yun's maintained an indifferent attitude, seemingly having no intention of joining the Star Palace at all. Because of this, many influential figures within the Star Palace were actually relieved. After all, if the renowned Venerable Tianmu were to truly join the Star Palace, Ling Yuling's faction would undoubtedly grow significantly, and then something major would truly happen. However, for cultivators like Protector Song, who had no interest in power struggles and genuinely cared for the Star Palace, Liu Yun's refusal was undoubtedly a very disappointing matter. Therefore, Protector Song couldn't help but probe again just now, but unfortunately, the other party's attitude remained just as firm. Chapter 404, Closed. After shaking his head slightly, Protector Song sighed inwardly and stopped talking about the matter, instead solemnly introducing the entry procedures to the two fellow Daoists. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye seems unwilling to get involved in this mess. I wonder if this fellow Daoist is willing to temporarily join our Star Palace to resist the rebellion of the Reverse Star Alliance. If fellow Daoist is willing to join us, not only will he still be able to move freely within the city without restrictions, but after each mission is completed, our Star Palace will also bestow extremely generous rewards, absolutely not letting fellow Daoist exert himself for nothing. Protector Song asked Han Li with a hopeful expression. Although he didn't know Han Li, he figured that anyone who could be inseparable from Liu Yun's and still be very healthy must not be an ordinary early core formation cultivator. In the current situation, every bit of combat power the Star Palace could secure was incredibly precious, so he naturally wouldn't let Han Li just leave like that. Han Li could only smile helplessly at this and said to Protector Song, fellow Daoist is too kind. I consider my cultivation shallow and truly dare not get involved in this great battle. Protector Song sighed with some disappointment upon hearing this. Sensing the firmness in Han Li's tone, he found it difficult to continue speaking. Protector Song, from what you're saying, if we don't join the Star Palace, our movements within the city will be restricted. Liu Yun's frowned and couldn't help but ask. Protector Song gave a bitter smile upon hearing this and explained to Liu Yun's, fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, the entire city is on high alert right now. Do you think we dare let cultivators of unknown origin wander around freely? What if spies from the Reverse Star Alliance are mixed among them? Tisk. That's true. Liu Yun's agreed, frowning with some annoyance. Protector Song, after entering the city, can we use the Star Palace's teleportation array to teleport to the outer sea? Han Li quickly took over and asked. Protector Song showed an expression as if he had expected this and shook his head at the two fellow Daoists. Two fellow Daoists, this is a special period. Although our Star Palace's teleportation array can usually be used at will, the situation is unclear now, so we naturally cannot just let you use it casually. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he quickly asked Protector Song. Protector Song, from what you're saying, we can still use this teleportation array, but there are some prerequisites, right? Protector Song smiled and nodded, saying to the two fellow Daoists, that's right. As long as, in the upcoming great battle, the two fellow Daoists can slay a fellow stage cultivator for the Star Palace, or complete a mission for our Star Palace. Then the Star Palace's teleportation array will naturally be open to the two fellow Daoists. This should be a very simple matter for the two fellow Daoists. Liu Yun's and Han Li exchanged glances, a hint of coldness flashing in their eyes simultaneously. These words sounded good, but in reality, they were pushing all loose cultivators like them to oppose the Reverse Star Alliance. Although both of them had already offended both the righteous and demonic factions within the Reverse Star Alliance and didn't care about this one matter, if they truly slew a fellow stage cultivator from the Reverse Star Alliance, would the Star Palace truly keep its word and let them leave? Not necessarily. Leaving Han Li aside for now, Liu Yun's might not even be able to escape even if he went out and killed an Ascent Soul Elder from the Reverse Star Alliance. With a great battle imminent, it would be strange if the Star Palace people let go of such a powerful combatant. As for the Star Palace's credibility, Liu Yun's could only say that in this cultivation world where the average moral bottom line could pierce through the Earth's core, discussing something like credibility was truly a rather surreal matter. After all, no one would waste time discussing something that simply didn't exist. How about this, we'll both sign up first. After the great battle ends, we'll immediately use the teleportation array to go to the outer sea, no problem. Liu Yun's grinned, a hint of ferocity appearing on his handsome face. Protector Song, however, completely ignored the threat in Liu Yun's tone and chuckled as he handed them a yellow ring. With the help of fellow Daoist Heavenly Eye, this battle will surely be much easier. Two fellow Daoists, please hold on to this item. With this ring as proof, you two are temporarily considered members of our Star Palace. When the great battle begins, you can use this ring to carry out missions or sign up to participate. Humph. Liu Yun's was too lazy to waste more words with him, directly snorting coldly before transforming into a five-colored escape light and flying towards the city. Han Li smiled apologetically at Protector Song and quickly transformed into a blue rainbow to chase after him. At this moment, the streets of Tianxing City were rarely populated. Only occasionally could one or two cultivators be seen flying in the sky. Most mortals were hiding in their homes. Looking out, the entire Tianxing City was a scene of desolation. Liu Yun's landed on the deserted street and walked with hurried, anxious steps. The empty street made Liu Yun's feel a bit stifled in his chest, and he subconsciously wanted to do something to vent. But after much thought, Liu Yun still suppressed this emotion, just walking down the street with a dark face, as if he were stomping heavily on someone's face with each step on the bluestone street beneath his feet. Han Li landed behind him, and seeing his childish behavior, couldn't help but twitch his lips, but he was too lazy to correct him, just leisurely following behind him, treating it all as a show. The two fellow Daoists walked for a good half an hour, and Liu Yun's feet were getting a bit numb from stomping before he stopped his childish behavior. What now? Really go to the battlefield to kill enemies for the Star Palace as he said? Han Li asked slowly after seeing him calm down. Bah! Dream on! Liu Yun spat, snorting disdainfully. I refuse to believe that after nearly 100 years in this place, I can't figure out a broken teleportation array. Liu Yun's waved a hand, let's go, find someone. Half an hour later, Liu Yun's and Han Li looked at the deserted market before them, speechless. What now? Go find your Star Palace friends. Han Li asked, rolling his eyes. Liu Yun's gave him a disdainful look and directly found a familiar shop, intending to bang on the door. However, before he could even get close, he saw a faint white spiritual light suddenly illuminate the door, indicating that the defensive restriction had already been activated. Although this restriction seemed very crude to Liu Yun's and could be easily broken with a wave of his hand, after some thought, Liu Yun still turned with a dark face and went to another shop. The two fellow Daoists wandered around the market like this. Most shops had unhesitatingly activated their restrictions, clearly not intending to do business with anyone. Of the few shops where people could still be found, only a few shop assistants remained, and even the goods inside had been cleared out. The two fellow Daoists wandered for over an hour, finally arriving at the entrance of the Fengal auction house. Like the other shops, the restriction at the entrance was brightly lit, clearly indicating that it did not wish to entertain anyone. Liu Yun stood at the entrance and sent several sound transmission talismans inside, but they were like stones sinking into the sea, receiving no response. Forget it. I remember the market on the outer seaside is also quite complete. How about we try to get to the outer sea first and then figure things out there? Han Li advised with some helplessness. Although they were currently preparing to stock up on some materials, spiritual plants, and other items, these weren't essential, and it wouldn't be too late to figure things out once they reached the outer sea. There was no need to insist on collecting everything in Tianxing City. Liu Yun's, however, was somewhat unwilling. For at least the next few decades, he would be spending his time in secluded cultivation. During this process, he had to study the Void Heaven Palace's restrictions, study his newly acquired 4 golden silkworms, study the Mobile Zero that wasn't completely finished yet, and also study the ancient puppet obtained from the Void Heaven Palace. These projects couldn't be solved by just brainstorming with a board. Without a large amount of material practice, even if Liu Yun's was a genius, he could only watch helplessly. He didn't think he would be able to buy so many different kinds of materials once he reached the outer sea. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, Liu Yun's eyes gradually became sinister. Chapter 405, Exchange. What do you want to do? Seeing Liu Yun's increasingly sinister expression, Han Li's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly went up and pressed on Liu Yun's shoulder. Don't act recklessly. This is the Fengal Alliance's territory. I know, but other places might not even be able to gather all the materials, Liu Yun said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Han Li's mouth twitched, and the force in his hand suddenly increased by a few points. To say that robbing the Fengal Alliance, one of the 4 great merchant alliances, in Tianxing City, which was under citywide martial law, was something no normal person would do. The key was that Liu Yun's was not a normal person. When that bastard went crazy, he didn't care about gender or family, his mind only contained the word reckless and nothing else. Han Li believed he was capable of doing such a thing. Don't pinch me. I didn't say I was going to rob them. Can't I just do business? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and tried to pry Han Li's hand off, but he couldn't. Han Li narrowed his eyes, scanned Liu Yun's up and down, and asked with a stern face. What if they don't want to do business with you? Hey? Does doing business require the other party's consent? I knew it. Han Li cursed Liu Yun's in his mind. In reality, he took a deep breath, held Liu Yun's shoulder with one hand, and with the other, he wrapped it around his neck, dragging him away from this troublesome place. Damn it! Let go of me, Liu Yun struggled violently, prying at Han Li's arm. Just as Han Li was seriously considering whether to knock out this bastard, the main door of the Fengal auction house in front of them suddenly opened. A white light flashed around them, and the restriction was temporarily lifted. Zhou Qingyuan held a square wine pot, his face flushed, and he looked at the two with a pained expression. The closure of the market is an order from the Star Palace. What's the meaning of you coming to bother me? Zhou Qingyuan slurred, clearly drunk. Liu Yun slapped Han Li's arm hard, which made him release his grip. Old drunkard, I have urgent business with you, Liu Yun rubbed his neck and pointed inside the Fengal auction house, saying. Let's go in and talk. Hiccup Zhou Qingyuan let out a burp, swayed, turned around, and waved his hand forward, signaling the two to follow. Han Li looked at Liu Yun in confusion, received an indifferent look from him, and then strode inside. Han Li hesitated for a moment before following half a step behind him. The three passed through the empty corridors and hall, all the way to the innermost private room. Zhou Qingyuan, with droopy, unfocused eyes, slapped the door. With a crisp creak, a green light flashed, and the private room door instantly swung open. A strong, fermented alcoholic smell assailed their faces, almost making Han Li gasp for breath. Zhou Qingyuan, however, took a deep breath, a look of extreme enjoyment on his face, and slumped into a grand armchair inside the door, saying lazily. Speak, what business do you want to do? Let me make it clear first, the Fengal auction house will be closed for some time. Once you leave this door later, even if you tear this place down, don't expect to exchange another spirit stone from me. This is a matter of principle, remember that. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and curled his lips in disdain. Your principles are quite flexible. That's right, I learned it from you. Zhou Qingyuan chuckled, slumping into the armchair. He pointed at the wine pot on the table with his hand. 300-year-old immortal drunk. Want some? His drunken demeanor made Han Li strongly doubt if he still had self-care abilities. Liu Yun, however, had no such qualms. He directly threw a storage pouch at his face and then handed him a jade slip. Take a look. All my inventory is in here. Exchange as much as you can from the jade slip, and for what can't be exchanged, use spirit stones as compensation. Try to be quick, we still have things to do. Zhou Qingyuan seemed to regain some clarity after being hit by the storage pouch. He picked it up and probed it with his divine sense. For a full stick of incense, he remained in that strange posture, unmoving. It wasn't until Liu Yun completely lost patience and was about to go and shake him awake that Zhou Qingyuan suddenly looked up, startling both of them. You have quite the fortune, Zhou Qingyuan chuckled, a complex, unreadable smile on his face. Let me see. These things of yours, in the past, might not have been worth much, but now it's different. During wartime, magic treasures and related materials are skyrocketing in price. An ordinary magic treasure can sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones on the market, yet it's still hard to find. None of your things are ordinary. How about this? Zhou Qingyuan swayed as he stood up, carrying the storage pouch, and walked step by step towards the deeper part of the corridor on the other side of the private room. Wait here, I'll be back in a moment. The two watched Zhou Qingyuan's back disappear into the depths of the corridor. Only then did Han Li frown and ask, what did you give him? Liu Yun shrugged, saying casually, nothing much, just a dozen magic treasures I made myself, plus the remaining Yao beast materials. What? Han Li's eyes suddenly widened, cold sweat instantly broke out from his forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Han Li had heard Zhou Qingyuan's words clearly just now. An ordinary magic treasure could now be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones on the market. What about the magic treasures Liu Yun's made? Han Li had seen Liu Yun's works, and not just one. Although those magic treasures were only experimental pieces Liu Yun's used for practice, their power was in no way inferior to the top-tier magic treasures outside. They were even superior in divine ability and spirituality. If it weren't for the lack of time, and he hadn't even had time to cultivate his green bamboo bee cloud sword, Han Li would have wished to take a magic treasure from Liu Yun's immortal cave for self-defense. How many spirit stones could these magic treasures sell for? It would probably be at least 60 or 70,000 spirit stones. And those high-grade Yao beast materials, a dozen magic treasures plus these materials, would probably be worth over 1,000,000 spirit stones. Such a large sum of spirit stones would be enough for a major power like the Fengal auction house to abandon its so-called reputation and prepare to kill. Han Li instantly felt a chill run through him, as if malicious gazes were everywhere, ready to pounce and tear them both to shreds at any moment. Liu Yun's. You damn, Han Li lowered his voice, his expression terrifyingly grim. Unlike Han Li, who was on high alert, Liu Yun sat down casually on a chair next to the grand armchair and even poured himself some immortal drunk to taste, only to find it so spicy that he stuck out his tongue. Under Han Li's almost murderous gaze, time passed slowly, and a figure gradually appeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 406, Qian Fiyan. Who is it? Me. Zhou Qingyuan, his face flushed, rolled his eyes at Liu Yun's, then tossed 2 storage pouches into his arms. You lucky rascal. The Fengal Alliance happened to get wind of the Reverse Star Alliance's plans in advance, and stocked up on a bunch of good things in the warehouse. Now it's all yours. Zhou Qingyuan chuckled, then slumped onto the Grand Tutor's chair in Han Li's bewildered gaze, closing his eyes and grumbling. The total value of your items is 1,113,000 spirit stones. All the materials inside, totaling 890,000 spirit stones, are excellent goods. I'm practically drooling over them. For the remainder, I've made up the difference with spirit stones. I didn't take advantage of you. Of course, we didn't lose out either, your items are much easier to sell than those advanced materials. Get lost, don't bother my drinking. Liu Yun scanned the 2 storage pouches with his divine sense, and his face instantly twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't help but look up and gaze deeply at the already incoherent Zhou Qingyuan. After taking a deep breath, Liu Yun's turned directly and pulled Han Li away. In the private room, only Zhou Qingyuan's snores, rising and falling, remained. A moment later, a middle-aged man with an unusually pale face suddenly appeared in the private room. He frowned as he looked around, then vibrated a finger to wake Zhou Qingyuan. Where are they? The middle-aged man asked expressionlessly, a bone-chilling glint in his eyes. They left, obviously. Zhou Qingyuan was still in his drunken state, lazily stretched, and shot an annoyed glance at the middle-aged man. What? You want to make a move inside the auction house? The Fengal Alliance's reputation for so many years, and you'd just throw it away. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted, his voice dark as he continued to ask. Where did they go? Zhou Qingyuan struggled to half sit up, poured himself a cup of wine, and said without lifting his head. Where else could they go at this hour? Curfew started, they must have gone back to their immortal caves. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, then turned and left. Before leaving, he coldly left a remark, take care of yourself. Zhou Qingyuan, with half-closed eyelids, watched the direction he left with a half-smile. A bunch of greedy fools, they don't even know who they're dealing with, and they tell me to take care of myself? You all take care of yourselves. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qingyuan laughed twice, raised his wine glass, and drained it. Then he put down the glass, smacking his lips with some dissatisfaction. Drinking alone is a bit lacking. Liu Yun's and Han Li walked the streets of Tianxing City. It was already curfew. The sun had set, and the empty streets were deserted. Even in the sky, only a few white figures flashed past. The entire Tianxing City was eerily silent, making one feel a chill. Aren't you really afraid that the Fengal auction house would keep both of us there? Han Li, who had used a spell to conceal his figure, couldn't help but ask. Beside him, Liu Yun's, who had activated the formless escape technique, disdainfully waved his hand. Then he realized Han Li couldn't see him at the moment, and awkwardly pulled his hand back, telling Han Li. What do I have to be afraid of? No matter how profound the Fengal Alliance's foundation, in Tianxing City, right under the Star Palace's nose, at most they'd have one early nascent soul stage elder in charge. If they exceeded that limit, we wouldn't even need to act, the Star Palace would crush them first. So I'm afraid of nothing. Not making a move to rob them was already giving that old drunkard face. Han Li still felt some lingering fear and said to Liu Yun's beside him, but that was inside the Fengal auction house, their territory. What if they activated the formation? We would have been trapped like turtles in a jar. Liu Yun's pouted and said casually, I've been to that broken place countless times. I know where every formation is laid better than they do themselves. If they dared to activate a formation, I'd teach them what a professional formation master is. Trapped like turtles in a jar? It's not certain who the turtle would be. Han Li's mouth twitched, and he gave Liu Yun's a thumbs up, both exasperated and amused. Although he knew that after 100 years of accumulation, Lu Yun's had truly reached the stage of rapid advancement, Han Li still had little idea of exactly how strong he was now. Only now did Han Li understand that Lu Yun's had grown to a point where even major powers dared not provoke him. What do we do now? Go find your Star Palace friends. Han Li asked seriously. Lu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Old Zhao is out, he probably won't be back anytime soon. Bai Ruxi should be the same. Old Ling and the others might have just come out of the Void Heaven Palace. After much thought, Lu Yun suddenly realized that the only person who could possibly help him with the teleportation array seemed to be Qian Feiyan. Speaking of Qian Feiyan, Lu Yun sighed deeply, called out to Han Li, and flew towards the Holy Mountain. With Lu Yun's current mastery of the formless escape technique, even an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to detect him. Now, below the 50th floor of the Holy Mountain, where the highest cultivation was merely that of some core formation cultivators, he could move unimpeded. Although Han Li couldn't compare to Lu Yun's in this aspect, he had once obtained an unnamed incantation in the state of Yu, which was miraculously effective at concealing qi and breath, and similarly undetectable by these core formation cultivators. The two thus passed through several waves of Star Palace cultivators' patrol routes, heading straight for their respective immortal caves. After quickly gathering all their belongings, the two met on the 50th floor of the Holy Mountain and proceeded together to a certain location on the 50th floor. In a corner of the 50th floor, stood a large white stone hall. The stone hall was empty, with only a few white-robed Star Palace cultivators moving back and forth. These Star Palace cultivators were all only at the foundation establishment stage, but each had a long and steady aura and abundant spiritual qi, suggesting that the cultivation techniques they practiced were quite extraordinary. While these cultivators were busy, they would also take time to look at a certain figure in the deepest part of the stone hall, inevitably showing admiration. Qian Feiyan, the Star Palace's internal affairs deacon, was known for her decisive and ruthless work style. Not only were her divine abilities incredibly sharp, but she was also stunningly beautiful, attracting the attention of many male high-level cultivators within the Star Palace. Unfortunately, she had always been dismissive of men, even quite annoyed by them. After teaching several self-important suitors a lesson, Qian Feiyan solidified her reputation as the ice beauty within the Star Palace. Of course, none of this had anything to do with their subordinates. What truly earned their admiration was the deacon's serious attitude towards work and cultivation. Despite already being a de facto executive within the Star Palace, she never relaxed for a single day, diligently carrying out all her duties, and dedicating any occasional free time entirely to cultivating her cultivation technique, leaving no room for leisure. This self-disciplined attitude undoubtedly earned her the respect of all her subordinates. However, it also attracted much criticism, with some even claiming that Qian Feiyan was so engrossed in work and cultivation, and so dismissive of men, entirely because she had once suffered from heartbreak, and was trying to numb herself in this way. Of course, such claims, without any evidence, were not widely accepted, and only circulated in small circles within the Star Palace. Qian Feiyan herself scoffed at these rumors, but for some unknown reason, after these strange rumors appeared, the frequency of her duels with others noticeably increased. And at this very moment, what everyone failed to notice was that two stealthy figures had secretly snuck in. Chapter 407, Reunion. Qian Feiyan, she's your friend, right? That's right. From what you're saying, your relationship is pretty good. Indeed. Then what are you doing here? Han Li looked at the awkward Lu Yuns beside him, his eyes filled with disdain. The two had already sneaked into the white stone hall. Lu Yun stared at Qian Feiyan in the depths of the hall, remaining silent for a long time. You don't know, there's a small misunderstanding here, Lu Yun said with a sigh. What misunderstanding? Han Li couldn't help but ask. She suspects I'm gay. Well, that misunderstanding is truly small. Han Li's mouth twitched twice, speechless for a long time. So, because of this, she had a bit of an unpleasant incident with me. Personally, I don't care, but she might feel that her feelings were somewhat deceived. Lu Yun sighed helplessly and said to Han Li, she shouldn't go so far as to report us, but I'm a little afraid she might lose control and attack me. Then what do you want to do? Han Li asked, feeling weary. Simple, you first attract the attention of the other people in the stone hall and lead them out. Then I'll set up a small formation around to prevent any possible commotion. Finally, we'll subdue her together, and then... Halfway through Lu Yun's words, Han Li suddenly saw Qian Feiyan in the depths of the stone hall slowly stand up and say to the others. All right, that's enough for today. You may leave. Understood. Everyone bowed respectfully and then walked out of the stone hall, releasing their magical artifacts and quickly disappearing into the night. Within the vast stone hall, only Qian Feiyan, seated at the deepest part, and the invisible Han Li and Lu Yuns remained. The night wind swept through the empty stone hall, emitting an eerie and mournful wail. The light within the stone hall remained, but Lu Yuns inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. Come out, Qian Feiyan said expressionlessly. Han Li and Lu Yuns exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. She's bluffing us. Lu Yuns said without hesitation. With their ability to conceal themselves, how could a mere early core formation cultivator like Qian Feiyan possibly detect them? Big brother and second brother are both outside now, their lives unknown. The only one you can find is me, Qian Feiyan said expressionlessly, her tone devoid of any emotion, chillingly cold. You don't really think the news of the renowned Venerable Tianmu returning to Tianxing City can be kept secret for long, do you? Liu Yun's lowered his head and sighed helplessly. A moment of carelessness. He wanted to continue being coy, but then Han Li suddenly kicked him. The kick made him uncontrollably take several steps forward. In the empty stone hall, this sudden sound was exceptionally clear, and Qian Feiyan's gaze instantly locked onto Liu Yun's figure. Seeing this, Liu Yun's no longer needed to hide. He revealed himself directly and awkwardly greeted Qian Feiyan. Miss Qian, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you. You've become more and more beautiful recently. Qian Feiyan stared at him expressionlessly, her sharp gaze seemingly solidifying, directly piercing through Liu Yun's eyes, run through his brain, and then protruding 3 inches from the back. After an unknown amount of time, Qian Feiyan finally retracted her piercing gaze and slowly stood up. Follow me, Qian Feiyan said expressionlessly, then turned and left. Liu Yun's frowned, a bit bewildered, and dragged out Han Li, who was still invisible, pulling him along to follow behind Qian Feiyan. The three walked out of the stone hall and turned onto a hidden path on the other side of the hall. The bright moon hung high over the sea, but a dark cloud, from who knew where, blocked the moon, leaving only a deep darkness. The three walked along the secluded path, gradually moving away from the bright lights behind them. This scene made Han Li's heart pound. He subconsciously fell back a step behind Liu Yun's, ensuring that if the other party intended to attack Liu Yun's, he could react at any moment. Liu Yun's also wanted to retreat, but his skill in this aspect was not as profound as Han Li's, so he couldn't retreat past him. Just as the two were almost fighting over who would stand in front, Qian Feiyan, who was walking at the very front, suddenly stopped. A person appeared before her, dressed in a loose white robe, gazing at Liu Yun's. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a ray of moonlight shone down, illuminating that exquisitely beautiful face, like that of a celestial being. Brother Liu, we meet again. 2 hours ago, while Savage Beard was still trapped in the restriction within the Void Heaven Palace, Ling Yuling had already teleported out of the Void Heaven Palace with 2 Star Palace Elders and returned directly to Tianxing City using a secluded teleportation array. However, before she could make any arrangements, the 2 Star Palace Elders, as if by prior agreement, together led her to the highest floor of the Star Palace, the Holy Lord's residence. Here, 2 people had already been waiting for her for a long time. A man and a woman sat calmly at the head of the room, their equally sharp gazes sweeping over the three, causing the 2 Star Palace Elders' hearts to tremble. The woman was about 25 or 26, with snow-white skin, hair like dark clouds, and a white palace dress, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. The man looked about 40, with an ordinary face, but thick, sword-like black eyebrows, a pervasive evil chi emanating from his body, and a cold, icy expression. The twin saints of heavenly stars. The current dominators of the Star Palace. To most people in the chaotic Star Sea, the title of the 2 sages of the Star Palace had long surpassed that of ordinary cultivators and become a kind of faith. Although the 2 nascent soul elders were not among them, both were born in the chaotic Star Sea and grew up in the Star Palace, so their reverence for the 2 sages of the Star Palace was deeply ingrained. Now, upon meeting their gaze, they immediately felt as if 2 great mountains were pressing down on their shoulders, making them speechless and causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. All right, you 2 may withdraw first, the woman said calmly. The 2 Star Palace Elders were instantly as if pardoned. They bowed deeply to the 2 and then withdrew from the hall without hesitation. Only Ling Yuling remained standing, looking up at the 2, her eyes unusually calm, as if she had already known what would happen. Seeing her like this, the woman couldn't help but open her mouth, but she couldn't say anything, only letting out a sigh. We both failed in our breakthrough, the man with the evil chi said expressionlessly when the woman fell silent. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuling's eyes immediately widened, looking at them in disbelief. To the other people in the chaotic Star Sea, the 2 sages of the Star Palace were high and mighty guardians, the dominators who governed the entire chaotic Star Sea. To Ling Yuling, these 2 were also omnipotent pillars of support. And now, they had failed. Chapter 408, Conditions. The primal magnet divine light cannot be cultivated by someone with a heavenly spiritual root at all. The man ignored Ling Yuling's surprise and continued expressionlessly, this primal magnet divine light is probably a cruel joke played by ancient cultivators on us descendants. Unless one possesses all 5 spiritual roots, it's impossible to cultivate this divine ability to major achievement. And once one begins to cultivate, if they cannot reach the major achievement realm, they will be forever trapped within the magnetic range of the primordial magnetic divine mountain, unable to escape. Your mother and I originally thought we could forcefully break through using the power of the primordial magnetic divine mountain, but we still failed. In our lifespan, there is no hope of cultivating this primal magnet divine light. The man slowly stood up and walked step by step in front of Ling Yuling. Ling Yuling stared at him blankly. Since childhood, this man had always been like this, cold, ruthless, decisive in killing, with an uncontrollable evil chi that even made Ling Yuling feel immense fear towards her father. Now, those eyes were still sharp, but they seemed to carry something else, appearing complex and difficult to fathom. We have already issued an order for all major forces in the chaotic Star Sea to come and pay respects to the 2 saints. Those who disobey will be treated as rebels. The killing intent in his words made Ling Yuling suddenly startle, then look at him in disbelief. You want to start a war? Ling Yuling was not stupid at all. On the contrary, under the intentional cultivation of the twin saints of heavenly stars, Ling Yuling's judgment in all aspects was exceptionally keen. She knew very well what such an order would bring to the Star Palace under the current circumstances. That's right, the man took a deep breath and slowly said, ever since the righteous and demonic factions had Third Ant 1 and 6 Paths Extreme Sage, war was inevitable, it was only a matter of time. Now, your mother and I are trapped in Tianxing City, while Third Ant 1 and 6 Paths Extreme Sage are recruiting forces outside. The longer we delay, the stronger their power will become. The man's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. He seemed accustomed to speaking this way, using the same tone regardless of who he was addressing. However, this tone brought an indescribable pressure to Ling Yuling, as if Third Ant 1 and 6 Paths Extreme Sage had truly appeared before her, leading their army with murderous chi and charging forward. Just then, a slender hand rested on her shoulder. Ling Yuling turned her head to see the woman in white gently shaking her head at her eyes complex, their meaning unclear. Yuling, the chaotic Star Sea has been peaceful for too long. Those unruly cultivators have long been dissatisfied with the Star Palace, and even within the Star Palace itself, everyone harbors their own intentions. It only takes someone to rally them, and this power will instantly converge, forming a force like a mountain collapse in a tsunami, unstoppable. Originally, we wanted to delay for some time, waiting until our primal magnet divine light reached major achievement, then we could naturally sweep away these overconfident small fries. But now, we can't. We can only gamble. The woman patted Ling Yuling's shoulder, her expression somewhat sorrowful. Our showing of weakness this time is also to make all the demons and monsters hidden in the dark reveal themselves, so we can clearly understand who our enemies truly are. At the same time, this is also an opportunity. Ling Yuling looked at her in confusion, somewhat unsure of what she was saying. At this moment, the man suddenly spoke, "We have no hope of advancing to soul transformation. Before our lifespan runs out, if you cannot advance to the late nascent soul stage, I'm afraid you won't be able to control those elders who harbor their own intentions. Therefore, letting these people die on the battlefield fighting against the Reverse Star Alliance is also a good thing." Upon hearing this, Ling Yuling subconsciously held her breath. After this war, the entire situation of the chaotic Star Sea will be completely reshuffled. As long as we can win this war, we can help you clear all obstacles. The woman gently smoothed Ling Yuling's hair and said with a smile, "This is also what I mean. The essence of this war has never been about the hegemony of the Star Palace, but to leave you with a clean chaotic Star Sea. You and your future husband can turn this vast sea into whatever you wish. Yuling, you should understand what I mean." Ling Yuling looked at them, her heart stirring slightly, an indescribable feeling filling her entire chest, and a sentence buzzed in her mind, echoing endlessly. "The primal magnet divine light, only those with all 5 spiritual roots can cultivate it to major achievement." Fast forward to the present, Lu Yun's looked at Ling Yuling's figure in surprise, blinking in disbelief. "I thought you were still in the Void Heaven Palace," Lu Yun's chuckled. Since Ling Yuling had returned to Tianxing City, things would be much easier. However, Ling Yuling did not respond to this, but looked at Lu Yun's with an unusually complex gaze, remaining silent for a long time. The atmosphere instantly became strange. Han Li looked at Lu Yun's, then at Ling Yuling, and stroked his chin, feeling a bit bewildered. "Deacon Jian, you may leave first. I have some matters to discuss with Brother Lu." Ling Yuling turned her head and said with a smile to Jian Feiyan. Jian Feiyan pouted her lips aggrievedly, lowered her head, and reluctantly said, "Yes," then turned and left. Before leaving, Jian Feiyan shot Lu Yun's a look full of killing intent, making him feel a chill down his spine. Do I need to withdraw?" Instinct prompted Han Li to ask this question, but before Ling Yuling could answer, Lu Yun's had already pressed down on his shoulder. "No need for that." Han Li increasingly felt that something was amiss, but Lu Yun's grip was strong, making it impossible for him to break free immediately. Seeing this, Ling Yuling merely smiled and looked up at the bright moon. After a while, the two heard Ling Yuling speak to him in an unprecedented, feminine voice. "Brother Lu, are you willing to join the Star Palace?" Han Li's eyes widened suddenly. He scanned Ling Yuling up and down in disbelief, then looked at Lu Yun's in shock. Lu Yun's, however, showed no surprise, only sighing helplessly. "I knew you wanted to ask me this." "Ha," Ling Yuling chuckled softly, with a feminine crispness and playfulness. "Then why didn't you run?" "Where could I run?" Lu Yun's drooped his head, his expression very complex, seemingly a little disappointed, yet also feeling a sense of relief. Ling Yuling sighed softly and spoke in a calm tone. "I can guarantee that after you join the Star Palace, you will enjoy the same treatment as other nascent soul elders. The Star Palace will unconditionally pour all its resources into you, whether it's materials, medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, or secret arts, all will be yours to choose from. The 2 sages of the Star Palace will take you as their disciple, imparting all the legacy of the Star Palace without reservation. You will serve as the spokesperson for the 2 sages of the Star Palace, enjoying unimaginable power within the Star Palace. Brother Lu, all of this will be yours with just a nod. So, are you willing?" Under the moonlight, Ling Yuling's beautiful face was tinged with a blush. Han Li swallowed hard and turned to look at Lu Yun's. This series of benefits had left even him, the bystander, dizzy and unable to recover for a long time. Lu Yun's, however, just took a deep breath, showing no unusual expression on his face, as if everything Ling Yuling said was already within his expectations. "What are the conditions?" Lu Yun's asked calmly. Ling Yuling fell silent. Chapter 409, Refusal. What are the conditions? A simple question instantly made the atmosphere exceptionally subtle. Ling Yuling's long hair was loose, and her slender phoenix eyebrows drooped, as if with disappointment, or perhaps relief. The conditions are very complex. Ling Yuling sighed softly, then looked up, meeting Liu Yun's eyes. First, you must shoulder the responsibilities of a Star Palace member and, in the upcoming war, achieve merits significant enough to justify your identity as a disciple of the two saints. Doesn't sound excessive. Liu Yun stroked his chin and nodded, signaling Ling Yuling to continue. Secondly, the two sages of the Star Palace will personally guide your cultivation and provide all necessary resources for your cultivation. However, in return, you must obey their commands. Acceptable. What else? Also. Ling Yuling took a deep breath, remaining silent for a long moment. The wind rustled their clothes, blew through her long hair, and passed between the two, who were staring at each other across an immeasurable distance, finally emitting a mournful, wailing sound. They gazed at each other, both knowing what Ling Yuling was about to say, but also understanding that she had to be the one to say it. Furthermore, to ensure your loyalty, the two sages of the Star Palace will place a restriction on you. This restriction will remain effective until the two saints reach their great limit. Once the two saints ascend, the restriction will naturally disappear, and you will become the new master of the Star Palace. Under the moonlight, Ling Yuling looked up, her exquisite, celestial face bathed in a silvery, pure glow, like the fairy Chang'e who only appears in human dreams. What do you say? Do you accept? She asked with a smile. Liu Yun's closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and sighed helplessly. Your father dreams beautifully, Liu Yun said sincerely. Even before Ling Yuling spoke, Liu Yun's had already roughly guessed what kind of conditions the two sages of the Star Palace would propose. This was certainly not because he had peered into the timeline, or because he had planted spies around the two sages of the Star Palace, or any other absurd reason. It was merely a reasonable deduction based on the current circumstances. Taking him as a disciple, using the future position of master of the Star Palace as leverage to tie Liu Yun's to the Star Palace, no, it should be to tie him to Ling Yuling's side. This goal was easy to discern, but the problem lay in what would happen afterward. Currently, Liu Yun's was at the middle core formation stage, and Ling Yuling was at the early core formation stage. Their cultivation levels were similar, and it was hard to say who had superior aptitude. In such a situation, if both received the unconditional resources and guidance from the two sages of the Star Palace, would their cultivation progress and ultimate achievements be the same? How could that be? Anyone with eyes could see that Liu Yun's cultivation speed and future achievements would far surpass Ling Yuling's. As time passed, the gap between the two would only widen. With Liu Yun's talent and intellect, combined with the vast resources and heritage of the Star Palace, his future achievements were almost limitless. Reaching the realm beyond nascent soul was not an impossible feat. In this process, the Star Palace and Ling Yuling would inevitably become Liu Yun's subordinates. This process would not even be swayed by the will of anyone, including Liu Yun's himself. In this world where all immense power converges on the individual, authority and benefits naturally flow to the one with the highest cultivation and strongest power. Within the same realm, it might still be possible to barely maneuver through political means, but once the cultivation gap widens further, the flow of power and resources cannot be changed by anyone. Even the strongest, as beneficiaries, are powerless to change this rule. In Liu Yun's view, these so-called strongest individuals were merely spokespersons for the entire spiritual qi cultivation system, tools materialized by these rules. Their power to change everything originated from this system, and their very existence was to uphold it. Given this, what could they do but comply? And this was precisely what Liu Yun's wanted to avoid at all costs. He desired freedom, fairness, not to be a servant in the eyes of the master and a master in the eyes of the servant, just in a different way. His legs had been troubled for a long time, he couldn't kneel. And this ideal of wanting to stand up was itself misunderstood by the world. Naturally, the two sages of the Star Palace also couldn't understand. They would not allow the Star Palace, which bore the surname Ling, to become the Star Palace bearing the surname Liu a few hundred years later. If such a thing truly happened, what meaning would all their efforts today have? Given this, such a request became logical. In their view, a buffer of 100 or 200 years should be enough to keep Liu Yun's busy in the war, while Ling Yuling could strive to catch up. Moreover, when their great limit arrived, whether this restriction would truly disappear was still an uncertain matter. As for whether Liu Yun's could see through this layer, perhaps in the hearts of the two sages of the Star Palace, it was an irrelevant matter. The world bustles, all for profit. The world rushes, all for fame. Seeing through something is easy, but how many can break free from these two words, fame and fortune? With the entire Star Palace as bait, who could possess such great resolve to refuse? And Liu Yun's answer. Brother Liu, will you agree? Ling Yuling asked with a smile. Liu Yun's looked up, as if he had suddenly developed a strong interest in the moon above. Brother Liu, will you agree? Ling Yuling smiled and took a few steps forward, almost pressing against Liu Yun's. Liu Yun still looked up and said perfunctorily, haven't you already figured it out? Why ask me? Brother Liu. Ling Yuling cupped Liu Yun's head with both hands, forcefully pulling his gaze down, and smiled as she met his eyes. Will you agree? Her smile made even Han Li, standing nearby, feel a chill down his spine. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, his lips first turning down, then quickly pulling back up. I refuse. Liu Yun swallowed, saying awkwardly. He knew Ling Yuling was retaliating for him forcing her to reveal the two saints' conditions earlier. Although Liu Yun's believed he was in the right, that same logic told him not to try to reason with a woman at this moment, or it wouldn't help him. So, Liu Yun's cooperatively put on a pitiful expression, then was pushed aside with extreme disdain by Ling Yuling. All right, I already knew. Ling Yuling sighed softly, as if Liu Yun's answer had truly hurt her feelings. But the slight curve of her lips betrayed the fact that she was in a very good mood at the moment. Why was she in a good mood? This was probably because, in all her beautiful dreams, there would never be a future where she and her future partner would scheme against each other and contend for power and profit. Men often love logical drama, while women prefer dreamy romance. So. Your father dreams beautifully, Liu Yun said. Chapter 410, Teleportation. Perhaps the two sages of the Star Palace had a backup plan in case Liu Yun's refused, but it ultimately had no effect. Because the executor of the entire plan had already betrayed them from the very beginning. Currently, all teleportation arrays in the Star Palace are guarded by dedicated personnel and have been processed to ensure no one can smuggle themselves into the outer sea through them. Under the moonlight, Ling Yuling walked step by step along a small path, with Liu Yun's and Han Li following silently behind her. However, Han Li, who had been out of the loop from the start, was now almost driven mad by his own curiosity. How many years had it been? Liu Yun's had always been the one to watch him in a predicament. This time, he finally had a chance to see Liu Yun's in a predicament, but he couldn't understand it. Was there anything more tragic than this in the world? If he couldn't figure this out, Han Li might even develop a heart demon. After a full stick of incense worth of silence, Han Li still couldn't control his curiosity and sent a sound transmission to Liu Yun's. Fellow deist Ling, is a woman. Yes, she is. Liu Yun's transmitted back, not forgetting to give him a very puzzled look. When did you find out? Han Li asked next. Liu Yun stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, probably a few decades ago. Han Li's mouth twitched, and with a strange expression, he continued to transmit his question. How did you know about this? I'm not blind. Does she know that you know about this? She's not blind either. Then why have you both been pretending not to know? Han Li finally couldn't help but ask this question. This time, Liu Yun's didn't answer, but instead stared at Han Li with an exceptionally strange gaze, making goosebumps rise all over him. Why are you looking at me like that? Han Li asked uncomfortably. Nothing, Liu Yun's lowered his head, sighed, and patted Han Li's shoulder, his eyes filled with genuine sympathy. I just suddenly feel so sorry for Nangongwan. If you want to fight, just say so. Here, Han Li was already rolling up his sleeves, ready to have an in-depth discussion with Liu Yun's about the bottom line of being a person. Just then, Ling Yuling suddenly turned her head and gave them both an annoyed look. Have you two finished your whispering? Ling Yuling finished, then pointed forward with her right hand. We've arrived. What appeared before the three of them at this moment was the Starry Sky Hall, which was responsible for managing the teleportation arrays. Ling Yuling no longer paid attention to the two of them, but walked into the Starry Sky Hall on her own, saying without looking back. Originally, all these teleportation arrays had been placed under restriction and were unusable. But as you know, the internal corruption within the Star Palace is very serious now. Even though the two saints, my parents have already purged many scoundrels with ulterior motives through previous probes, this kind of behavior has already become ingrained and cannot be corrected in a short time. To completely change this atmosphere, the baptism of war is still needed. At this point, Ling Yuling suddenly frowned and sighed somewhat helplessly. Why am I telling you all this? In short, even at this critical juncture, there are still some people who neglect their duties and take advantage of guarding the teleportation arrays to make a fortune. It just so happens that I've been keeping an eye on these teleportation arrays, and I actually caught two of them red-handed. Inside the Starry Sky Hall, two cowering figures stood. As soon as they saw Ling Yuling, they immediately bowed respectfully. Liu Yun's walked past them and took a look. Behind them, a teleportation array was faintly glowing with white light, clearly in an activated state. These two fellows used their convenience of guarding the teleportation arrays to extort large bribes from cultivators who wanted to teleport to the outer sea, and then gave them fake teleportation talismans, causing all these cultivators who thought they could reach the outer sea through the teleportation array to die in the spatial turbulence. Through this method, these two not only made a fortune but also avoided the risk of being discovered. If I hadn't caught them in the act, I might not have discovered their scheme. Ling Yuling looked at the two of them, her gaze icy as she spoke. At this moment, these two mid-stage core formation cultivators, who were usually high and mighty, were trembling like sieves, beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans dripping onto the ground, not daring to utter a single word of defense. Ling Yuling said nothing more, but took out two teleportation talismans from her storage pouch and handed them to the two. Go. This teleportation array leads to Blackstone City, an outer sea island that is outside the Star Palace's control. Once you reach there, even the Star Palace will be powerless to do anything to you. Liu Yun's looked at the teleportation array, then turned to look at Ling Yuling. What about you? Aren't you planning to come along? Ling Yuling paused, then her eyes seemed to moisten slightly, a few tears welling up. But she quickly turned her head away and said in a calm tone, helping you leave is already my bottom line. I won't go. Liu Yun's pursed his lips, nodded silently, then forcefully stuffed a jade slip into Ling Yuling's hand. Galatron, you've seen it. This version of Galatron is slightly weaker, but the cost and difficulty of refining have been greatly reduced. With the Star Palace's foundation, it can already be mass-produced. Liu Yun's chuckled, and said to Ling Yuling, consider it my apology to your old man, your father. Ling Yuling turned around and looked at Liu Yun's smiling eyes, her face involuntarily flushed. She calmly put away the jade slip, then pushed Liu Yun's, and casually stuffed a small package of things into his arms. Hurry up and go. If you drag this out any longer, my father will notice something is wrong. At this time, Han Li was already standing on the teleportation array. He waited until Liu Yun's also stood on the teleportation array before applying the teleportation talismans to both of them, flicking his finger to activate the teleportation array. Almost simultaneously, a deafening shriek sounded from the sky, and an incredibly fast white light instantly appeared outside the hall. Liu Yun's, remember this. Ling Yuling's not-so-tall figure blocked the front of the starry sky hall, and she shouted without looking back. When you have the ability to no longer be manipulated by anyone, then return to Tianxing City. I'll be waiting for you here. At that time, I will definitely give you the most precious gift in the entire chaotic star sea. As the white light of the teleportation array lit up, the figures of Liu Yun's and Han Li disappeared within the teleportation array. Ling Yuling's figure was helplessly thrown back by the white light, falling to the ground. As the white light dissipated, the middle-aged man, filled with evil qi, stood in front of the teleportation array, looking at the place where the two had left, his eyes terribly gloomy. Why? He asked in a deep voice. All the arrangements were clearly for Ling Yuling's good, so why did she always defy him? Ling Yuling smiled calmly and said to him, just assume I suddenly went mad. The man remained silent, not uttering a word. After an unknown period, he suddenly waved his long sleeve, and the two core formation deacons who had already knelt on the ground instantly exploded into two bloody mists. Then, his figure swayed, transforming into a white light that rushed out of the starry sky hall. Go back and reflect on your own. The man's voice, suppressing his fury, came from the sky. Ling Yuling smiled and let out a long breath. She turned around and cast a spell, and the entire teleportation array instantly became dim. Having done all this, Ling Yuling calmly walked out of the starry sky hall. Chapter 411, Blackstone City. Accompanied by a white light, Han Li and Liu Yun's appeared inside a stone room. The moment he appeared, Han Li subconsciously released two green bamboo bee cloud swords to guard his entire body, while Liu Yun's, unconcerned, shook his head, breaking free from the dizziness caused by the teleportation array. In the corner of the stone room, a gaunt-looking Star Palace cultivator looked at the two with some surprise, but then his brows furrowed slightly, and he closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring these two suspicious individuals who had passed through the teleportation array during a special period. Liu Yun's looked around, then suddenly chuckled and walked directly up to the cultivator. Fellow deist, is this Blackstone City? The Star Palace cultivator opened his eyes with some displeasure, then nodded helplessly. That's right, this is Blackstone City. If fellow deist has any other questions, you might as well go outside and ask anyone. I'm sure the people outside know more details than I do. His words were filled with undisguised disdain. Liu Yun's nodded understandingly, completely unconcerned by the other party's attitude. He greeted Han Li and walked straight out of the stone room. Han Li frowned in confusion, retracted his green bamboo bee cloud swords, and followed behind Liu Yun's. The moment he stepped out of the stone room, Han Li's eyes widened in surprise. This place was completely different from the several monster beast islands he had seen before. All the monster beast islands he had seen previously had only a single, extremely crude small street, operated by major powers doing business in Yao beast materials. Their scale could be said to be pitifully small. But what now appeared before Han Li was a small city. Although its area was not large and it looked very simple, spanning at most only 20 li, and was even smaller than the towns in Tianese, it was indeed a city built of black stone. The dilapidated stone room they had just exited was located in the center of this stone city, built on a high platform resembling an altar, with steep stone steps on each of its four sides. Because of its higher elevation, standing on this high platform offered an unobstructed view of the surroundings. Around the city, a symbolic stone wall, about 3 to 4 zhang high, encircled it. About a zhang outside the stone wall, a thick white light barrier shimmered, protecting the entire city. The two looked out and saw large stone houses of varying sizes everywhere within the stone wall. The architectural style was still the chaotic Star Sea's usual big is beautiful, but what was strange was that there were no common chaotic Star Sea buildings like grand halls, pavilions, or tall towers. Instead, they were all single-story flat-roofed houses. Han Li squinted his eyes and looked carefully again, only then realizing that while these stone houses looked numerous, there weren't actually many independent buildings. Either some stone houses were connected, or some flat-roofed houses occupied an astonishing amount of land, often spanning dozens of zhang. So this is Blackstone City, it really lives up to its reputation. Liu Yun said with emotion, then released his divine sense and began searching for something within the city. Blackstone City, Han Li frowned slightly. He remembered that before they came, Ling Yuling had specifically told them that Blackstone City was outside the jurisdiction of the Star Palace, and once they arrived, they wouldn't have to worry about the Star Palace bothering them again. At the time, the situation was urgent, and Han Li was busy watching the drama unfold, so he didn't think much of it. Now, calming down and thinking carefully, all the monster beast islands in the outer sea were established by the Star Palace. Could there really be a monster beast island that could escape the Star Palace's control? Why did the Star Palace have no reaction to this, and even failed to remove the teleportation array leading to this place? Liu Yun's, do you know about this place? Han Li asked with a frown. He suddenly felt that his usual focus on cultivation, ignoring external affairs, was indeed not ideal. It was fine normally, but in situations like this, he would realize how limited his knowledge was. I've heard of it. This place, how should I put it? The situation is very complex. Let's go, we can talk as we walk. Liu Yun's called out, then led Han Li down the high platform and through the black stone paths. Walking on the street, Han Li discovered the biggest difference between this place and other monster beast islands. Looking around, there were quite a few people walking back and forth on the streets. Although it wasn't as bustling as Tianxing City, there were still many people. If he didn't know this was the outer sea, Han Li would probably think he was in a small town within the inner sea. Not only that, besides the cultivators on the street, there were even some mortals mixed in, walking back and forth on the rough black stone paths, occasionally hurrying in and out of some stone houses. What surprised Han Li was that these mortals were not burly, dark-skinned laborers or barefoot fishermen, but a group of young, beautiful women, all dressed dazzlingly and as colorful as butterflies. The rest were mostly delicate-looking young men and women. Only occasionally did some mortals who looked like laborers appear, and they merely passed by quickly, as if they didn't want to stay long in this place. Liu Yun's looked at these mortal women, most of whom were accompanying cultivators, and sighed with a somewhat inexplicable expression, pointing at the surroundings and saying, "As you can see, this place is not an ordinary monster beast island. This place is called Qiwan Island, and Blackstone City is the only city on this island. Unlike other monster beast islands, which are controlled by the Star Palace and at most have major powers doing some business on them essentially no different from their business in Tianxing City, this place is different. The masters here are not the Star Palace, but some major powers rooted in this place. Any single one of these major powers is at most comparable to forces like Extreme Yin Island or Six Link Hall. But when they unite due to common interests, they become a major power that even the Star Palace doesn't want to easily offend. The people here don't care about the Star Palace or the Reverse Star Alliance, it's completely neutral territory. She was thoughtful to pick such a place for us." At this point, a faint smile appeared on Liu Yun's lips. Han Li looked around in confusion and asked, "Is there anything special about Qiwan Island compared to other monster beast islands? Is it worth those major powers settling here, even preferring to be far from the inner sea?" Han Li was still very curious about this. One must know that in this chaotic Star Sea, no matter how much those major powers disliked the Star Palace's rule, if someone actually told them to leave the Star Palace's jurisdiction and establish a sect in the outer sea, their first reaction would definitely be to utterly annihilate this ill-intentioned scoundrel. In the vast chaotic Star Sea, only the inner sea was truly safe. Although there were still occasional disasters like Yao beasts and heavenly wind, compared to the deadly perils of the outer sea, the inner sea was as wonderful as paradise. To run to such a place to establish a sect, one must purely feel that they live too comfortably and want to add a different kind of excitement to their ordinary life. And from Liu Yun's words, these major powers had actually taken root in this place. In this situation, Han Li could only assume that there was some enormous benefit that made these major powers willing to take such immense risks to be stationed here. Chapter 412 Qunyi Liu. You're right, this place really is a bit different. Liu Yun stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the stone houses on both sides of the street as if searching for something, while also explaining to Han Li, near this Qiwan Island, there's an unfathomably deep sea abyss. It's said that advanced Yao beasts, rarely seen on other monster beast islands, frequently appear there. Some have even witnessed the existence of rank 8 or higher Yao beasts. At this point, Liu Yun suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have left an 8th level Jade Flood Dragon in the outer sea back then, one that wasn't very bright. He wondered how she was doing now. Was she far from here? Rank 8 Yao beast, Han Li swallowed hard, somewhat incredulously. He had never seen a Yao beast of this rank, but he had personally witnessed the abilities of nascent soul cultivators. According to the records of the chaotic Star Sea, Yao beasts below rank 8 are generally much weaker than human cultivators due to their low intelligence, relatively simple innate spells, and other reasons. However, once they reach rank 8 and pass the shape-shifting thunder tribulation, these Yao beasts, with their awakened intelligence, formidable innate divine abilities, and incredibly powerful demonic bodies, are often several times stronger than nascent soul old monsters of the same rank. For some uniquely gifted heaven and earth spirit beasts, it's not impossible to even kill human cultivators of a higher rank. The thought that such truly demonic creatures might be living around this Qiwan Island made Han Li's scalp tingle. He couldn't understand how these people dared to settle in such a place. Weren't they afraid that the Yao beasts would go berserk and directly charge onto Qiwan Island to slaughter the city? Seeing Han Li once again looking like he was ready to run at any moment, Liu Yun immediately understood what the fellow was thinking. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly and continued to explain. Advanced Yao beasts are something cultivators can only hope to encounter, let alone Yao beasts of rank 8 or higher. Although they are powerful enough, human greed is boundless. Once cultivators reach the nascent soul stage, medicinal pills that can enhance their cultivation are extremely rare. If there were medicinal pills refined from the inner core of a rank 8 or higher Yao beast, they would be worth risking their lives for. A hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth as he continued. So, for the potential appearance of these rank 8 Yao beasts, the nascent soul stage experts behind these factions have gone almost mad, even daring to fall out with the 4 great merchant alliances and directly occupy this island. I heard that when that Yao beast sea abyss was first discovered, these factions even fought several battles with the 4 great merchant alliances, eventually forcing Star Palace to mediate. In the end, no one knows how they negotiated, but this island was subsequently handed over to these factions for joint management. To ensure that cultivators from the inner sea wouldn't compete with them, these major factions even issued a gag order, prohibiting anyone from revealing the true situation of this place, or they would face the combined pursuit of several major factions. Han Li listened, his brows tightly furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators and mortals on the street. The more he looked, the more he felt something was off. From what you're saying, Star Palace just handed over this Kiwan Island to these major factions. It wasn't that Han Li couldn't understand, Star Palace wasn't some big brother of the chaotic Star Sea, helping others without expecting anything in return. On the contrary, Star Palace's conduct had always been exceptionally domineering, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to keep those unruly cultivators in check. Yet, from Liu Yun's words, after Star Palace's series of actions back then, not only did they gain nothing, but they also gave away this island. That didn't sound like their style at all. Otherwise? Do you think establishing human islands in the outer sea is a simple matter? Liu Yun's waved his hand, saying casually. It's time-consuming and laborious, not to mention having to constantly face attacks from outer sea monster beasts and the threat of a potential Yao beast tide at any time. This is no simple matter. Liu Yun's looked around, then suddenly lowered his voice and directly transmitted his voice to Han Li. There's another reason. As far as I know, there's an agreement between Star Palace and those advanced Yao beasts. Although this agreement itself basically has no binding power and is essentially equivalent to waste paper, as long as they don't want to trigger a major war between Yao beasts and humans, neither side will easily violate this agreement. One clause in the agreement states that neither side shall develop their power in each other's territory. The appearance of this Kiwan Island, however, gave Star Palace a reason to insert a nail in the outer sea. To outsiders, these aren't Star Palace's people, but rather these major factions foolishly establishing sects in the outer sea, completely unrelated to Star Palace. Of course, this also means that the agreement between Yao beasts and humans has nothing to do with Kiwan Island. If Kiwan Island were to be destroyed by Yao beasts one day, it wouldn't be Star Palace's concern either. Liu Yun shrugged, grinned, and transmitted his voice, so, these bastards are completely courting death. We'll buy what we need and leave immediately, so we don't get dragged into anything if something happens. Han Li's mouth twitched. He quickly took a few steps to catch up with Liu Yun's, while also transmitting his question. Didn't you already do business with the Fengal Alliance in Tianxing City? Why do you still have things to buy? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said directly, don't you understand? This place isn't governed by Star Palace. In other words, it doesn't have to abide by any of Star Palace's rules. Things that are considered contraband or scarce items in the inner sea can be bought freely here, and they're much cheaper than in the inner sea. As he spoke, Liu Yun's handed a jade slip to Han Li. I found it in Darkbone's memory. It's the pill formula you've always wanted. Take a look and see what's inside. Han Li was startled. He quickly took the jade slip and extended his divine sense into it. After a while, Han Li's mouth twitched. He sighed deeply and put away the jade slip. These auxiliary ingredients are fine. Although rare, if the age requirement isn't high, I should be able to buy them. I remember you also have the unique horn of a carnelian beast. Can you do? What is this thing? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, you're asking me? Great master of alchemy. Han Li ignored him, searching through the ancient texts he had read in his mind, but unfortunately, no matter how much he thought, he found nothing. In short, you figure out the pill formula. I'll go to the auction house here to get some local specialties. We'll meet at the city wall. Let's go. After saying this, Liu Yun's disappeared from his original spot. Han Li rolled his eyes, spat on the ground, and turned to examine the black stone houses, trying to find a larger shop. Meanwhile, Liu Yun's appeared before the largest building in Blackstone City. Chapter 413, Silent Influence. This Blackstone house had no signboards or similar things, but it was one of the largest buildings in Blackstone City. At the entrance of the house stood two alluring and graceful mortal women, and many cultivators frequently entered and exited the place. Both women greeted everyone with smiles, their demeanor and expressions making everyone feel exceptionally cordial, appearing extremely professional. Liu Yun stepped forward, his undisguised middle core formation stage cultivation startling others, who quickly made way for him, fearing to anger the senior. Although the two mortal women could not sense Liu Yun's cultivation, seeing the reverent expressions of those around them, they knew a great figure had arrived. Their smiles immediately became more genuine, and their crescent-shaped eyes subtly held a hint of expectation and yearning. Is Immortal Master here for the auction? One woman quickly asked, completely ignoring the strange looks from others, her enchanting and beautiful face full of smiles. The other woman, a step slower, also quickly said to Liu Yun's, does Immortal Master have a target item he wishes to purchase? Although we don't know the specific auction items for today, we do know the main categories. Facing the expectant gazes of the two women, Liu Yun's merely returned a smile, then silently glanced around, instantly understanding, and stepped inside. The smiles on the two women's faces stiffened for a moment, but they immediately returned to normal, beginning to smile and greet others. Liu Yun sighed softly. His previous silence wasn't because this overly familiar fellow had suddenly changed his ways, it was simply because Liu Yun's was too clear about the expectations of these two women. False hope is better left ungiven. As soon as he entered the main door, a giant fan-shaped screen blocked Liu Yun's path. This screen was pink, adorned with a painting of a celestial maiden flying. Although the woman in the painting only showed her back, she continuously changed and danced, with a faint red glow emanating from her. Although it was a magical artifact of no low grade, it didn't seem to be anything rare. Liu Yun's only glanced at it twice before turning his head to look elsewhere. On either side of the screen, there was a small, semicircular archway. In front of the screen, there was a female cultivator of about 30 years old, dressed in an elegant light blue long dress, standing gracefully and chatting with a male cultivator, chuckling softly. This woman appeared to have ordinary looks, but every gesture was full of the charm of a mature woman. Her bright eyes, as they shifted, exuded an even more captivating allure. Liu Yun's frowned slightly, then glanced at the male cultivator, who, despite having the same foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation as her, was completely mesmerized by her. He couldn't help but let out a slightly amused snort. This charm technique is well practiced, it looks like she put a lot of effort into it, Liu Yun's thought to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to greet her, but instead, he started admiring the painting of the celestial maiden on the screen. It must be said, although this magical artifact lacked technical content, its artistic content was quite high. The painting clearly came from the hand of a master. He wondered if the artifact refiner who refined this magical artifact painted it himself, or if it was copied from the work of a certain painter. If it was the former, then Liu Yun's could only say that this person was truly wasted as an artifact refiner. He would be better off specializing in painting, perhaps he could even enter the Dao through painting and advance his cultivation, which would be much stronger than painstakingly practicing artifact refining techniques. The woman was originally talking to the male cultivator in front of her, but Liu Yun's undisguised cultivation made her aware of the senior's arrival at the first moment. Her heart trembled, and she quickly dismissed the male cultivator with a few words. The male cultivator was still a bit reluctant, but his divine soul had already been affected by the woman's charm technique, and he was dismissed with a few words. This concubine, Minjiu, greets senior. The woman wisely put away her charm technique, reverting to an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman, and respectfully bowed to Liu Yun's. This concubine finds senior a bit unfamiliar. Is this his first time attending the auction? Minjiu's bright eyes shifted as she asked with a smile. Although her words were somewhat inquisitive, her tone was gentle and pleasant, which prevented any ill feelings from arising. Liu Yun's just smiled and said, "Indeed, this is my first time here. Are there any rules? I was wondering why senior looks so unfamiliar, it truly is his first time." But senior is joking, Blackstone City has developed to this day by being inclusive and unconventional. We are naturally the same. As long as senior does not act against others here, this place is completely free, and senior can relax as much as he likes. Minjiu chuckled twice, then bowed slightly to Liu Yun's and said, "Senior, please follow me." After speaking, Minjiu led Liu Yun's around the screen. Behind it was a long, two-jong-wide corridor that divided the stone house into two spacious halls. The hall on the left was wide and bright, with no obstructions except for a few tall black stone pillars, and it was extremely lively inside. Liu Yun's looked inside curiously and saw dozens of cultivators standing there, forming a long queue. Each cultivator was accompanied by a beautiful young mortal woman, and even some female cultivators were no exception. "It seems there are many mortal women in Blackstone City," Liu Yun's remarked with an inscrutable meaning. Minjiu chuckled softly and took over the conversation. "What senior says is true. Most of the women here come from the inner sea. Because they have no special skills and are unwilling to marry ordinary mortals, they voluntarily sign contracts with us and come here to try their luck. If any cultivator takes a liking to them, it would be a huge leap for them. If they don't get married, we will also give them a sum of spirit stones and arrange for them to return to the inner sea after their youth gradually begins to fade." Liu Yun's nodded in understanding. He had clearly seen that although many of the cultivators were leering at these mortal women, none dared to take any real action. It seemed this place was an auction backed by a major power, not so base as to openly engage in the flesh trade. After all, in the chaotic Star Sea, although the status of mortals was low, they were still members who could participate in the productive labor of this cultivation society, and thus had some social standing. In Tianese, mortals could at most be considered pigs and dogs, but in the chaotic Star Sea, they were people of low status. There was a fundamental difference between these two. Although many major powers were dissatisfied with this situation, under the strong influence of the Star Palace over so many years, certain concepts had inevitably permeated the bones of the cultivators in the chaotic Star Sea. This was the silent influence of social atmosphere on people. Chapter 414, Crimson Sun Iron. Liu Yun's only glanced twice before following Minjiu to the hall on the right. As Minjiu walked, he didn't forget to explain, "Senior, that was our Bright Pearl Pavilion's treasure appraisal hall. It's specifically for purchasing what cultivators acquire in the outer sea and converting it into spirit stones. Or, if one believes their items are valuable, they can have them appraised and directly participate in an auction. If senior has any valuable items, you can also bring them to us to auction on your behalf, but afterward, we will charge 30% of the final auction price as our fee." Liu Yun's nodded, not saying much. Seeing this, Minjiu showed no unusual expression and directly led Liu Yun's to the entrance of the right hall. It was obscured by a faint blue light curtain, making it impossible to see anything inside. Minjiu directly took out a jade token, lightly swiped it on the light curtain, and opened a circular door. "Senior's luck is truly good. Today, there happens to be a grand auction for core formation cultivators. If you don't find the items today to your liking, senior can also wait a month for the Blackstone City's joint auction to begin. By then, I'm sure there will be items that suit senior's taste." Minjiu stood with his hands at his sides by the circular door, with no intention of entering. Liu Yun's nodded, indicating he understood, and then walked through the circular door. The interior of the circular door was no different from an ordinary auction house, even appearing somewhat simple, with only a few dozen chairs arranged inside. At the end of the hall, there was a stone table several jong long, and nothing else. Liu Yun's briefly scanned the area and found that there weren't many people inside, only about a dozen cultivators sparsely seated around. However, they were all high-level cultivators in the core formation stage. Looking at it this way, the small number seemed reasonable. Upon seeing someone enter, the others curiously glanced at Liu Yun's, then casually refocused their attention on the stone table. At this moment, behind the stone table, a middle-aged man with a proper appearance was holding a fist-sized beast egg, speaking volubly about something. A 6th-level demonic beast, a spring carp beast egg. This beast is a natural water element spirit beast, proficient in several extremely powerful water element spells, and its divine abilities are astonishing. If it were in the vast sea, its divine abilities would be even more potent. In this outer sea, it is the most suitable spirit beast to have by your side. Whether as a helper when hunting Yao beasts or as a mount for traveling across the sea, it is the perfect choice. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 100 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. Before the middle-aged man's words had even finished, the hall was filled with a chorus of bids. 3,100. 3,300. 3,600 spirit stones. In just a short while, the price of this spirit beast egg was raised to over 4,000 spirit stones. Liu Yun's casually found a chair and watched the scene with a novel expression. In the inner sea, such a 6th-level demonic beast egg would definitely be a highly sought-after item with no market price, one couldn't even dream of it without tens of thousands of spirit stones. In Tianese, it would be even more so, there would be plenty of sects willing to spend a fortune to buy such a Yao beast egg and carefully cultivate it to be passed down as a mountain-guarding spirit beast. Here, however, the price was more than halved compared to the inner sea. However, there was a reason for this. The spatial fluctuations during teleportation array transmission have a significant impact on living beings. Even with the protection of a teleportation talisman, a small life still in the beast egg state cannot withstand it. Thus, as soon as these beast eggs pass through a teleportation array, they will, without exception, become dead eggs. To sell spirit beast eggs in the inner sea, one can only ask high-level cultivators to take extreme risks, carrying the beast eggs all the way from the outer sea back to the inner sea, which naturally makes the price ridiculously high. Here, without such exaggerated transportation difficulties, the price naturally drops. If Liu Yun's guess was correct, the beast egg in front of him might even be considered relatively expensive among beast eggs of the same rank. After all, although water element Yao beasts are numerous, they are genuinely practical in the outer sea. Even in their immature state, they are sufficient as mounts, allowing cultivators to save a large amount of magic power when searching for Yao beasts in the vast sea. This alone was enough for these high-level cultivators to highly praise large-bodied, easily domesticated water element Yao beasts. As Liu Yun's thoughts turned, the spring carp beast egg was acquired by a veiled female cultivator for 4,900 spirit stones. Next, the middle-aged man took out a large piece of black carapace and introduced it to the crowd. A complete carapace of a 7th-level demon beast, the black armored scorpion. It is incredibly tough, even now, it can directly withstand the bombardment of magic treasures. It is an excellent material for refining protective armor and shield-type magic treasures. Bidding starts now. Time passed bit by bit. Liu Yun's just listened from the corner, never making a bid. By now, the auction had moved through more than a dozen items, all things like beast eggs, Yao beast materials, and Yao cores. Among them, beast eggs were the best sellers, they would usually be auctioned off quickly as soon as they were brought out. Yao cores came next, and Yao beast materials were last. The former was because they were too expensive, only a few core formation cultivators with deep enough pockets could afford them. The latter was because refining Yao beast materials into magic treasures was a quite difficult technical task. Ordinary core formation cultivators rarely had high attainments in artifact refining. Even if they bought the materials, they would still have to spend a large sum of spirit stones to hire an artifact refiner to refine the magic treasure, and success wasn't guaranteed. If they were unlucky and the refining failed, they could only accept their misfortune. Those who needed such things were either cultivators with high artifact refining skills themselves or large forces capable of supporting skilled artifact refiners. Aside from these Yao beast materials, both beast eggs and Yao cores held a high appeal for ordinary core formation cultivators. However, Liu Yun's found himself getting drowsy and somewhat regretted coming here. There was no need to mention Yao cores, and Liu Yun's didn't need beast eggs either. He wasn't lacking in spirit beasts. The green armored beast he obtained from the Fu family back then had already advanced to rank 7. With the help of the large number of Yao cores Liu Yun's provided, its cultivation progressed rapidly. Coupled with the customized armor Liu Yun's made for it, it wouldn't fall into a disadvantage even when facing several late core formation stage cultivators head-on. Besides that, there was also the Lee turtle snatched from Heavenly Enlightenment Master. This fellow already had rank 8 cultivation. It only lacked a human form because, as an ancient exotic beast, it couldn't transform in the human realm where spiritual chi was thin. But that didn't mean it was weak. On the contrary, the Lee turtle, as an ancient exotic beast, was quite a bit stronger than an average rank 8 Yao beast, not to mention compared to an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator. With these two spirit beasts in hand, Liu Yun's had no interest in these ordinary Yao beasts that would only reach rank 5 or 6 when mature. Just as Liu Yun's began to lose patience and was about to get up and leave, a sentence from the middle-aged cultivator froze him in place. Now beginning the auction, one piece of Crimson Sun Iron. Chapter 415, Blood Sun Iron. Liu Yun's pupils constricted slightly, and he blinked his eyes in disbelief. Inside the hall, he wasn't the only one with such an expression. everyone was somewhat surprised that this item appeared at a core formation cultivator's auction. The middle-aged man behind the stone table, seeing everyone's incredulous looks, chuckled triumphantly. He took out a palm-sized piece of crimson sun iron and held it up for everyone to see clearly. Everyone immediately extended their divine sense. Liu Yun's, sitting in the corner, also moved his divine sense, feeling the incomparably scorching qi, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. It really was crimson sun iron. And the quality wasn't low. I'm sure everyone knows the reputation of this item. As an excellent material for refining fire attribute magic treasures, if this item falls into the hands of a fellow deist who cultivates fire attribute cultivation techniques, it would undoubtedly be a treasure. Magic treasures refined with this as the raw material will have power far surpassing ordinary magic treasures, enough to greatly increase your strength and give you a significant advantage in combat. Even if you are not a fellow deist who cultivates fire attribute cultivation techniques, you can take it back and exchange it with other fellow deists, you won't suffer any losses. The starting price for this item is 6,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 300 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, no one in the hall made a bid. Instead, everyone looked hesitant, which made the middle-aged man a little anxious. Everyone, this item is exceptionally rare. Even a nascent soul stage senior would find it quite difficult to obtain a piece. If you miss this opportunity, it will be very hard to find another. While the middle-aged man was still trying to ignite everyone's greed with his eloquent speech, cultivators who could cultivate to the core formation stage, no matter how slow-witted, still possessed basic judgment. Indeed, crimson sun iron was a rare fire attribute material, and its excellent properties as a raw material for fire attribute magic treasures were true. However, in the current cultivation world, this item was actually in a rather awkward position. On one hand, this item was expensive and difficult to refine. For a core formation stage cultivator to refine a magic treasure with crimson sun iron as the main raw material, even if they were to go bankrupt, they might not be able to gather all the materials, and they might not even be able to fully utilize the properties of the raw material. On the other hand, most nascent soul stage cultivators had the financial resources and the ability to find other matching materials. But at their realm, they had much better choices and simply didn't need this crimson sun iron. Furthermore, the auction house itself was a major power with a nascent soul cultivator overseeing it. If this item was truly as good as the middle-aged man claimed, it would have probably been intercepted by that nascent soul cultivator long before it entered the auction house. How could it be their turn? But at this moment, Liu Yun's had some different ideas. Crimson sun iron itself was indeed a material with an awkward positioning, but few people in the chaotic star sea knew that crimson sun iron was an extremely rare fire attribute material that was incredibly compatible with yin souls and primordial spirits. If a demonic path cultivator could fuse and refine this crimson sun iron with the primordial spirits of 3 or more core formation stage cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques, it was very likely to transform into a material called blood sun iron. Unlike the awkward positioning of crimson sun iron, this material was a genuine top-tier material for refining yin fire-type magic treasures, enough to make even those nascent soul stage cultivators fight over it. Of course, the process of fusion and refining was also a technical skill, and it was one of Liu Yun's technical shortcomings. He had never researched this type of demonic path artifact refining method. However, upon closer thought, fusing a cultivator's primordial spirit with materials had some similarities to fusing and condensing true qi and magical power to form a one-time magic treasure. For Liu Yun's, this was quite valuable for research. Although he hadn't studied this aspect before, he presumed that Xiangu Shangren's memories should not lack such secret techniques. After all, this fellow was a ruthless individual who could refine and modify Golden Thunder bamboo magic treasures using demonic techniques, so his attainments were probably extraordinarily deep. Coincidentally, Liu Yun's had recently wanted to refine a new magic treasure primarily for frontal attacks, to supplement his shortcomings. As for the primordial spirits needed to refine blood sun iron, that wasn't a big problem. He certainly didn't have the primordial spirits of cultivators who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques, but he had plenty of high-level fire attribute Yao Beast primordial spirits. The difference between the two should not be very significant. Liu Yun's hesitated for a moment, then directly called out, 6,000 spirit stones. Good, this fellow deist has bid 6,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. Is anyone else bidding? Everyone, this is a rare opportunity, don't miss it. 6,000 spirit stones, going once. 6,000 spirit stones, going twice. 6,000 spirit stones, going 3 times, sold. The middle-aged man probably knew that no other core formation cultivators would be interested in such an item. Seizing the opportunity that a sucker wanted to buy it, he immediately sped up his speech several times and quickly brought down the hammer, selling the crimson sun iron to Liu Yun's. Congratulations to this fellow deist. After the auction, we will deliver this item to your hands, the middle-aged man said politely. Such suckers were rare, he absolutely couldn't let him get away. Liu Yun's just nodded, saying nothing more. The other core formation cultivators merely glanced at him. Blackstone City was different from the inner sea, information exchange between the two was extremely blocked. They didn't know who Liu Yun's was, at most, they only knew that Venerable Tianmu had emerged from the inner sea. Therefore, no one showed any unusual reactions, at most, they just thought Liu Yun's must be from some major power, otherwise, he wouldn't spend so many spirit stones to buy such an awkwardly positioned material. The auction continued uneventfully. Afterward, some rare materials did appear, but Liu Yun's already had most of them, so he wasn't very interested. He just watched others bid, treating it as entertainment. What truly surprised Liu Yun's was that at the very end of the auction, a 7th level demon beast glazed beast egg appeared, which these core formation cultivators drove up to an exorbitant price, finally selling for over 13,000 spirit stones to a mysterious black-robed person. As soon as the black-robed person bid on the beast egg, the expressions of several people in the hall immediately changed, revealing faint traces of coldness, which made Liu Yun's chuckle inwardly. These people were probably planning to kill and seize the treasure, but they were likely to run into a formidable opponent. Liu Yun's divine sense clearly detected that this black-robed person was a nascent soul stage cultivator in the early stage. Although he didn't know what was wrong with the senior that he would pretend to be a core formation cultivator and bid against them, his juniors, if those few truly intended to do something like killing and seizing treasure, then Liu Yun's could only wish them a less painful death. Chapter 416, Golden Sunset Venerable. At the Blackstone City Wall, Han Li held a jade slip in his hand, his expression solemn, his brows deeply furrowed. Among the cultivators coming and going, many noticed this somewhat suspicious cultivator, but upon seeing his pathetic early foundation establishment stage cultivation, they immediately sneered and turned to leave. With such a cultivation, even if he harbored ill intentions, he couldn't accomplish anything significant. Han Li didn't care about the disdainful looks from these people. Instead, he stared at the jade slip in his hand with tightly furrowed brows, his expression constantly changing, appearing quite peculiar. What are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he looked up at him with a displeased glare. Can't you just conceal your cultivation? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said dismissively, I'm not someone who can't be seen. But what about you? No one here knows us. You've offended so many people in the past. What if there really is an enemy of yours on this island? Han Li inwardly agreed with Liu Yun's judgment, but that didn't stop him from continuing to bicker with Liu Yun's. Tisk. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, changed the subject, and asked Han Li. Have you gathered all the materials for the pill formula? It'll be hard to come back once we leave for the outer sea this time. Han Li picked up the jade slip and tossed it directly to Liu Yun's. This is something I got from a shop. Take a look yourself. Liu Yun's took the jade slip, his brows furrowed in confusion, and extended his divine sense into it. Ancient-looking images flooded his mind. Liu Yun's fingers trembled violently, and it was a long while before he put down the jade slip, letting out a long breath. Good stuff, Liu Yun said with emotion, stroking the jade slip in his hand. Indeed, but I didn't expect that thousand-leaf dew is actually the sap of a companion demonic grass that grows beside an 8th-level demonic beast. Where are we going to get this? The thought of the thousand-leaf dew gave Han Li a headache. With his and Liu Yun's strength, they weren't afraid of ordinary 8th-level demonic beasts, but the problem was where to find them. Although some on Kiwan Island claimed to have seen traces of 8th-level demonic beasts in the deep sea abyss, the deep sea abyss was so vast that no matter how much they searched, how many places could the two of them cover? Not to mention, they weren't the only ones looking for 8th-level demonic beasts. Which of the major forces on Kiwan Island wasn't tracking the whereabouts of 8th-level demonic beasts? How could the two of them possibly compare to the major forces that had been operating here for who knows how many years? This. I might be able to try later, Liu Yun said hesitantly, stroking his chin. I once knew an 8th-level demonic beast. If this place isn't too far from her, I might be able to get 2 companion demonic grass from her. Liu Yun spread his hands and continued, but don't get your hopes up too much. The outer sea is too vast, whether we can find her is still an unknown. No one could say for sure how vast the outer sea was. Even with the restriction on that 8th-level Jade Flood Dragon to guide him, there was a distance limit. Once the distance was too great, Liu Yun's wouldn't have any good solution. But Han Li thought of something else. You even know an 8th-level demonic beast. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's up and down, as if seeing him for the first time. They are also intelligent beings. Why can't I know them? Liu Yun's pouted, and just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the other side of Kiwan Island. About 100 miles away, an incredibly pure spiritual energy was radiating. They're really fighting. Liu Yun's grinned, his divine sense spanning 100 miles, directly seeing the two sides engaged in battle. Liu Yun's had seen some of them before, they were the core formation cultivators from the auction. The other person was an elderly deist with a venerable, immortal-like demeanor, a treasured sword on his back, and a whisk in his hand. He wore a resplendent golden 8 trigrams deist robe, surrounded by a golden protective chi, making him appear quite extraordinary. At this moment, those core formation cultivators were heavily surrounded by several golden lights that seemed alive, already in precarious danger. If not for the decent power of their magic treasures, these core formation cultivators would likely have perished on the spot. Senior, you've misunderstood. My master is Immortal Master Miao He. We bear no ill will. Please, Senior, investigate clearly. A core formation cultivator, whose cultivation was clearly a notch higher than the others, cried out in fear, while frantically activating a ring-like magic treasure to block in front of him. Miao He. The old deist's lips curled into a cold sneer. Do you think his name can save your life? Before his words finished, a jade ring-like magic treasure flew out from his sleeve, emitting a soul-stirring hum in mid-air. Liu Yun's whole body trembled violently, his face instantly turning deathly pale, and he quickly withdrew his divine sense. What a powerful magic treasure! Liu Yun's pressed his temples, enduring the intense headache as he thought to himself. The moment the magic treasure appeared, it actually reacted on its own to his divine sense probing, directly injuring his divine sense. This was not a capability that ordinary magic treasures could possess. With Liu Yun's current divine sense, even an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to detect his probing, yet he was injured by a magic treasure's spontaneous reaction. Such spirituality and divine ability were simply incredible. This also seemed to explain why the old deist, despite only being an early nascent soul stage cultivator, showed no regard for immortal master Miaohe, who was also an early nascent soul stage cultivator. This treasure itself was already so miraculous, if it possessed other divine abilities, then this old deist would surely have the power to contend even against a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator. Fortunately, this was merely an attack from the magic treasure's spontaneous reaction. Even if the old deist had noticed Liu Yun's probing, it would be difficult for him to trace it back. Otherwise, if they were to get into a conflict with such a person on Qiwan Island, it would truly be a difficult matter. This also instantly awakened Liu Yun's. The vast chaotic star sea was fraught with danger. Which high-level cultivator who had grown up in such an environment wasn't battle-hardened? Which one didn't have a few trump cards for a desperate fight? If they underestimated them, they might not even know how they died. Let's go quickly, this is not a place to linger, Liu Yun said with a pale face. Han Li's divine sense was not as strong as Liu Yun's, so he couldn't probe 100 miles away, but seeing Liu Yun's appearance, he could guess that he had suffered a great loss. He quickly nodded and, together with Liu Yun's, transformed into escape lights and shot into the sky. Not long after the two left, a middle-aged deist wearing a deist robe with a white crane pattern streaked across the sky above Qiwan Island, flying with a gloomy expression towards the old deist's location. A few days later, a rumor suddenly spread on Qiwan Island. Grand Elder Miaohe of the Azure Cloud sect was injured by the renowned Golden Sunset Venerable and had to return to his sect for secluded cultivation and recuperation. It was feared he would not emerge for several years. Of course, such unsubstantiated rumors did not last long and quickly disappeared under the strong intervention of the Azure Cloud sect. But what was strange was that from beginning to end, Immortal Master Miaohe showed no intention of appearing, and there was no trace of him even at the grand auction jointly held by the major forces. No one knew what had happened. However, no matter what, these messy affairs had nothing to do with Liu Yun's and Han Li. At this moment, they were on a sea surface far from Qiwan Island, looking at the sea charts in each other's hands, staring blankly at each other. When I read the original work, I realized that although the number of high-level cultivators in the chaotic star sea seemed not far from that in Tianese, when it came to quality, the high-level cultivators here were incredibly powerful. There's no need to mention the 6 nascent soul cultivators who appeared in the Void Heaven Palace, any one of them was a top-tier expert within the same realm. Besides them, there were also Golden Sunset Venerable and the Huo brothers, late core formation stage, who dared to hunt an 8th grade poison flood dragon, old ancestor Jinhua who could contend with late nascent soul stage Han Li for a bit, and the 2 sages of the Star Palace, 6 Paths Extreme Sage, and 3rd Ant Wan who had never made a move. All of them were ruthless individuals. In comparison, the cultivators in Tianese seemed very weak, with hardly any outstanding ones. Chapter 417 at Sea. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, then snatched the other's sea chart and began to look at it carefully with their heads down. These bastards. After a while, Liu Yun's cursed in anger. Han Li didn't speak, but his face was terrifyingly grim. Not only is the information about Qiwan Island incorrect, but even the sea chart near Qiwan Island was fabricated by them. Han Li raised his head, took a deep breath, and said in a cold tone. More than that, even this sea chart you bought on Qiwan Island is incomplete. These bastards must have all the real sea charts in their hands. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched with anger. On the vast sea, if a sea chart was wrong, it could be fatal. On this perilous, boundless sea, once one lost their direction, even nascent soul old monsters would be dragged to death by continuous attacks and days of flying. The major powers on Qiwan Island actually dared to fabricate sea charts. This was simply disregarding human life. They weren't afraid of those loose cultivators coming to find trouble. Oh, right, they really weren't afraid. Han Li shook his head, put away the incomplete sea chart in his hand, and calmly said to Liu Yun's. Now it's impossible for us to fly back to Qiwan Island to find trouble with them. Let's pick a direction and fly for a while. If there's an island, we'll go down to rest. If not, we'll change places. Liu Yun sighed, wiped the sea chart with one hand, erasing the fabricated routes on it, and began to redraw the sea chart according to the terrain detected by his divine sense. Let's go. My divine sense is stronger than yours, I'll go first. Liu Yun's directly transformed into a 5-colored escape light and flew in a certain direction. Han Li, in turn, transformed into a green light and followed him. They had originally thought that this time they would drift on the sea for at least several days, and if they were unlucky, it wouldn't be impossible to not see land for 1 or 2 months. But they didn't expect that after flying for only half a day, the two found a small island on the sea. Unfortunately, this was just a barren island without any spiritual chi, making it impossible for people to cultivate here. However, the two had originally planned to move away from Qiwan Island and find a secluded place in the depths of the outer sea to go into seclusion, so it was impossible for them to stay in a place so close to Qiwan Island for too long. After resting, the two embarked on their journey again. Half a month later, above an uninhabited sea area in the outer sea, a huge yao bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 zhang, like a dark cloud, swooped down towards the sea with a shriek. Immediately, a green light flashed on the sea surface, and a green giant sword suddenly appeared, slashing down at the yao bird's neck. The yao bird let out a piercing shriek, like metal rubbing, and its wings moved violently. Its huge body rose out of thin air, and it looked like it was about to dodge the attack. Just then, its body suddenly paused, as if it was fixed in mid-air. The green giant sword then slashed down, directly severing its head. The giant bird's corpse fell into the sea, stirring up huge waves, and its crimson blood instantly dyed the sea red, attracting countless small, unnamed fish that tore at the corpse. Han Li and Liu Yun's figures appeared in mid-air, looking at the rank 6 Yao bird with somewhat helpless expressions. How many is this now? Liu Yun's asked without turning his head. Han Li's face was somewhat grim, and he said in a deep voice, this is the third one. Above the outer sea, dangers lurked everywhere. Even with their divine sense, which was powerful enough to rival nascent soul cultivators, it was impossible to avoid all dangers. For example, this Yao bird could hide in the clouds, its wings moving without making any sound, looking like nothing more than an ordinary dark cloud from a distance. As soon as the two reached below the dark cloud, the Yao bird directly launched an attack. There were two other similar Yao beasts, each hiding in the dark, launching sudden attacks when the two were unprepared. There were even more Yao beasts with clever hiding methods that the two carefully avoided. If it were ordinary core formation cultivators, they would have died countless times over. It was only because the two had extraordinary divine abilities, and the 5-element spell to replenish their magic power at any time, that they were able to persevere. However, although magic power could be replenished, mental and physical fatigue were inevitable. Liu Yun's looked at the clear sky, calculated the time in his mind, and said to Han Li beside him. There's less than a month until the heavenly wind. The next time we encounter an island, don't be picky, quickly set up the formation. If we encounter the heavenly wind on the outer sea. Liu Yun's felt a chill down his spine just imagining that scene. Although the heavenly wind itself posed no threat to the two, in the outer sea, the real danger was the tide of Yao beasts startled out of the sea by the passing heavenly wind. If they were truly surrounded by dozens or hundreds of high-rank Yao beasts, no matter how powerful the two were, they would have no escape and would only be besieged to death. Han Li also nodded in agreement. For the two of them, as long as the spiritual qi could meet the basic needs for cultivating spirit medicine, it was enough, so they weren't too particular about it. The reason they didn't stop at the previous few islands was simply because Han Li felt that those islands were too large and too conspicuous, making it very easy to attract unnecessary trouble. The two dismembered the Yao bird on the spot, and before the scent of blood could attract more predators, they quickly transformed into escape lights and were about to leave. Suddenly, Han Li frowned sharply and subconsciously looked in a certain direction. Under the clear blue sky, a faint white mist was slowly spreading across the sea surface. What's wrong? Liu Yun's asked, a little confused, seeing that Han Li hadn't moved. Han Li frowned, extending his divine sense in that direction, and found that it was a vast expanse of white sea fog. Old Liu, do you remember what the weather has been like these past few days? Han Li asked with a frown. Clear skies, why? Liu Yun's looked at Han Li somewhat inexplicably. Several consecutive days of clear skies, and there's still such a large mass of sea fog on the sea. Han Li frowned tightly, asking doubtfully. What's the big deal? The temperature changes too much on the sea, some sea fog is inevitable. Wait, what's wrong with you? Halfway through his sentence, Liu Yun suddenly realized that Han Li's situation seemed a bit off. Han Li stroked his chin and said somewhat uncertainly, I can't quite say either. It's like a sudden inspiration. I feel like if we go there to take a look, we should gain something. Liu Yun frowned and thought for a moment. He knew that Han Li's intuition was always unnaturally accurate, he had witnessed it more than once on the battlefield in Yu State back then. Relying on this innate intuition, this guy could even thrive on a constantly changing battlefield. Liu Yun's hadn't thought much of it before, because this kind of extraordinary intuition was something that every cultivator above Qi refining stage level 4 would have to some extent, and it would gradually strengthen as the cultivator's cultivation increased. It's just that among those of the same rank, everyone's talent in this area differed, and the strength of their intuition would also vary. Han Li should belong to the kind of person with particularly strong intuition, but was this intuition a bit too? With thoughts racing, Liu Yun's calmly said, then let's go take a look. Maybe there really will be a surprise. Han Li nodded and flew over as a green light. Liu Yun stood still, pondered for a moment, and then followed him. Chapter 418 The Essence of Spiritual Roots. It actually exists. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he stared at the small island hidden within layers of sea fog, his gaze turning to Han Li with a look of horror. What the hell kind of mystical intuition is that? Your Excellency, do you have another name, Peter Parker? Han Li also looked at the island with some surprise. After a moment's thought, he directly dived into the seabed. After a while, Han Li flew out of the sea and tossed a strange little fish to Liu Yun's. The bottom of the island is full of these things. No wonder this place has such dense sea fog, Han Li said with a pleased smile. Liu Yun's looked down and realized that the small fish in his hand had no scales at all, its body covered in extremely sharp, silver bone spurs. Sea-swallowing fish. A first-tier low-grade gregarious Yao beast. Aside from the iron-hard bone spurs on its body, it possessed no other divine ability. It merely enjoyed surfacing to swallow and spit out seawater, creating white mist for sport. If there truly was a large congregation of sea-swallowing fish beneath this island, then it was no wonder such dense sea fog was produced. The two exchanged a look and nodded silently. Although the island was not large, only about 50 to 60 li in area, it genuinely possessed a spiritual vein of decent quality, and, unusually, there were no advanced Yao beasts inhabiting it. The island's terrain was complex, with many suitable locations for setting up formations. This was indeed a perfect hiding spot. As long as no one specifically came looking, it was unlikely anyone would discover this island. The two immediately began to divide labor. Liu Yun's was responsible for setting up formations, while Han Li began to excavate rocks and clear a space in the center of the island. This process took less than a day. Liu Yun's used a set of formation tools he carried with him, along with several simple concealment formations he improvised on the spot. This series of actions placed another layer of protection over the island, ensuring that as long as no one flew at low altitude and forcibly crashed into the island, no trace of it would be discovered. As for Han Li's side, he simply excavated 2 immortal caves. Han Li didn't care much about the details, and Liu Yun's preferred to design his own immortal cave, so he didn't need Han Li's help. After a few more days, Liu Yun's and Han Li finally finished their respective immortal caves, and the two finally had time to research the gains from their trip to the Void Heaven Palace. Inside his newly opened immortal cave, Liu Yun's looked at the jade slip in his hand, appearing somewhat thoughtful. This jade slip was obtained by Han Li from a shop in Blackstone City. It contained a lot of knowledge from the ancient era and some seemingly ambiguous illustrations. One of the illustrations depicted a fist-sized round pearl emitting 5-colored light, surrounded by about a dozen smaller pearls floating around it. Liu Yun's happened to recognize all these pearls. Back then, by the teleportation array in Tianese, when the two burned that strange 5-colored skeleton, 8 identical pearls were produced, which Liu Yun's and Han Li split evenly. And the round pearl faintly visible within the 5-colored light was also familiar to Liu Yun's. It was precisely the heaven-mending pill that had flown out of the Void Heaven Cauldron. Thinking back, Ling Yuling had also told him that 300 years ago, the Void Heaven Cauldron had been shaken by a cultivator, but he wasn't the only one present at the time. Before that cultivator could truly retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron, he was severely injured by the combined efforts of others and only managed to take 1 heaven-mending pill before fleeing the Void Heaven Palace in a panic. It seems that skeleton should have been the cultivator who shook the Void Heaven Cauldron back then, and that Blood Jade Spiders was naturally his spirit beast for retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron. Combining what he saw and heard in the Yu Imperial Palace, if Liu Yun's wasn't mistaken, that unlucky nascent soul he eliminated was the skeleton by the teleportation array, which was Darkbone's other rebellious disciple, Ji Xian. Back then, he, dragging his severely injured body, came to Tianese via the teleportation array, but at the edge of the teleportation array, due to his severe injuries, he had no choice but to abandon his physical body. The Blood Jade Spiders also became somewhat uncontrollable due to his severe injuries. Left with no choice, Ji Xian could only grab his storage pouch and hide in the cave as a nascent soul. A nascent soul cultivator, so severely injured that he couldn't even control a 4th-tier Yao beast, must have been dangerously weak at that time. Such a weak nascent soul could not roam under the daylight, he could only linger in that dark cave. Until the Emperor Yu, somehow, met the extremely weak Ji Xian, which gave him hope of seeing the light of day again. The two began to use each other. Ji Xian gave the Emperor Yu a primitive blood sacrifice cultivation technique and some quick-success demonic techniques, attempting to use the Emperor Yu's power to secretly restore his origin chi and guide him in refining a fiend core clone, so that he could easily execute possession and preserve his magic power as much as possible. And the Emperor Yu probably knew this, but he had no choice. To be fair, the plan was quite thorough. If Ji Xian had succeeded, he would have gained a physical body that perfectly matched him, and with the help of the large number of yin souls collected by the Emperor Yu, he would have successfully completed possession. At that time, he should have had a very high chance of retaining his nascent soul stage cultivation. Unfortunately, his plan was disrupted by Liu Yun's. Left with no choice, he forcibly possessed the Emperor Yu, an act that directly exacerbated his injuries and greatly reduced his cultivation. He ultimately died at the hands of Liu Yun's Tiger King puppet. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, then re-examined the pearls in his hand. The information revealed in that illustration was clear. These pearls were a byproduct derived from the heaven-mending pill. Ji Xian, back then, severely injured, must have tried to consume the heaven-mending pill. However, he didn't know that the effects of the heaven-mending pill were not as miraculous as rumored. According to Ling Yuling, the heaven-mending pill had only one effect, to cleanse a cultivator's innate spiritual root, allowing it to better absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi. Naturally, the heaven-mending pill did not help Ji Xian. Thus, the medicinal properties of that heaven-mending pill back then might not have been fully refined, or perhaps the heaven-mending pill's properties were too potent, requiring recondensation and refinement after consumption. That's why they were able to extract these pearls from Ji Xian's skeleton. Combining with the meaning in that illustration, perhaps these round pearls were the true heaven-mending pill. Using a human as a cauldron, through the body's own purification ability, to remove some difficult-to-remove impurities from the medicinal pill. This barbaric and primitive method of alchemy should have still been very popular during the period when the Void Heaven Palace was established. Liu Yun's looked at the pearls in his hand, and after a moment of thought, he carefully put them away. Regarding spiritual roots, although his spiritual root wasn't good, it was still sufficient for Liu Yun's. Compared to consuming these pearls, Liu Yun's was more interested in using them to start a research project he had wanted to begin a long time ago. What is the essence of a spiritual root? Chapter 419, Spirit Attachment Art. Liu Yun's actually had the idea of starting a research project on spiritual roots as early as the foundation establishment stage. However, a spiritual root was different from meridians, Denshin, and primordial spirit. Liu Yun's could at least find the existence of the latter three, but not the spiritual root. Neither the physical body nor the primordial spirit showed any trace of this so-called spiritual root. After a long and fruitless search, Liu Yun's could only conclude that his knowledge was insufficient, and research in this area was difficult to carry out, so he put it aside for the time being. Later, as his cultivation progressed and the number of ancient texts he read gradually increased, he discovered that not only was he unable to approach spiritual roots, but even the entire cultivation world of the human realm had only a superficial understanding of such things, with no related research or ancient texts. The few conjectures in the cultivation world were all baseless and simply couldn't hold up. The heaven-mending pill was the only thing related to spiritual roots he had seen over the years. If he was lucky enough, this might become the catalyst for him to begin his research on spiritual roots. Liu Yun sat in the secret chamber, thinking, and suddenly felt a headache. Void Heaven Palace Restriction Research, New Magic Treasure Research, Golden Silk Silkworm, Ancient Puppet and the Mobile Zero that hadn't been fully completed yet. Now, there was also research in the direction of spiritual roots. Liu Yun once again realized that his time was truly insufficient. Time. Liu Yun took a deep breath, and pure thought's words echoed in his mind. The first step to perceiving time is to resist it. The essence of time is the change of all things. Resist the change of all things. Liu Yun felt a sharp pain in his temples and quickly stopped thinking about it. A 3-inch tall 5-colored miniature figure flew out from between his eyebrows. Why did you call me? Liu Yun's number 2 asked irritably. Friend, we are both Liu Yuns, aren't you being a bit too idle? Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he said discontentedly. I am merely a tool spirit. Please do not have any expectations of me beyond killing people. Liu Yun's number 2 said expressionlessly. Liu Yun's face fell, and he casually tossed a spirit beast pouch to him. You have an advantage over me in research concerning the primordial spirit. I'm entrusting these 4 golden silk silkworms to you, no problem, right? Problem. Liu Yun's number 2 stood with his hands on his hips, speaking with righteous indignation. How do I know what you want to do? Aren't you me too? Use your brain. Do I even have that organ? At these words, both Liu Yuns fell silent. That is indeed a problem. Liu Yuns broke the awkward atmosphere with a complex expression after a long silence. How about this, do you know the spirit attachment art? I know, isn't it just? Holy crap. Liu Yuns number 2 was Liu Yuns after all, and with Liu Yuns slight hint, he instantly understood what he wanted to do. The spirit attachment art, a demonic path secret art with a great reputation in the cultivation world of the human realm. Of course, like normal secret arts, although its reputation was astonishingly great, very few people actually knew it, and as long as there was even a sliver of choice, basically no one would use this evil demonic path secret art. Its principle was not complicated, it involved attaching oneself to a spirit beast of low intelligence, causing the two to merge into one, thereby gaining a significant increase in cultivation and some very dangerous innate divine abilities. At first glance, this spirit attachment art seemed quite practical, a good choice for turning the tide in desperate situations. However, once this spirit attachment art was used, the caster and the attached spirit beast would enter a life and death pact. Between the two, if one soul scattered and spirit perished, the other would also similarly perish from then on. This was not all, what was truly terrifying was that after performing this spirit attachment art, a completely new individual would be formed, possessing its own consciousness and memories, completely different from the caster and the attached creature. It was equivalent to the two fusing into one, becoming an entirely new life form. Although initially, the duration of this spirit attachment would not be too long, it would automatically release after a very short time. But as this art was performed more times and extended for longer periods, this new individual would gradually take the dominant position. Eventually, the art would become irreversible. What was strange, however, was that these half-human, half-demon monsters, which were born with astonishing cultivation, had pitifully short lifespans. Because the price for this astonishing power they obtained was an astonishing consumption of their own lifespan. Often, shortly after they truly became independent, it was their time to perish. Furthermore, although the truth is unknown, there are also rumors that cultivators who practice the spirit attachment art will have their souls fall into an endless abyss after their death, unable to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Personally, Liu Yuns was very curious about the existence of the so-called 6 paths of reincarnation. Would people be reincarnated after death? What was the connection between life after reincarnation and before reincarnation? Would some memories or similar things remain? Liu Yuns was very curious about these questions, not to mention that he himself was a bug in reincarnation, so he was naturally even more curious about the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. However, that level of secret was too far from him and not something he could figure out now. Therefore, Liu Yuns also couldn't understand whether the spirit attachment art could affect the soul's entry into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, regarding the other consequences of the spirit attachment art, Liu Yuns had some of his own conjectures. Based on the spirit attachment art cultivation method that Liu Yuns managed to obtain, this spirit attachment art was actually a secret art that forcibly fused the physical body and primordial spirit of 2 living beings using an extremely crude method. This is also why the target of the art must be a spirit beast with low intelligence. Once the other party has a certain level of intelligence, they will subconsciously resist this fusion, ultimately leading to the failure of the spirit attachment art. The new memories and mind produced after the fusion should be the result of 2 completely different primordial spirits crudely fusing together, leading to memory confusion and the birth of a new personality. This new personality is born from those chaotic memories. As the spirit attachment art is performed repeatedly, These chaotic memories will gradually cause the originally weak new personality to develop a strong self-awareness, eventually refusing to revert to two different individuals. The short lifespan after birth can also be explained. According to Liu Yun's speculation, this should be the forceful fusion of two different true qi, producing a reaction similar to the blood sacrifice method, but even more intensely twisted, thereby causing the true qi to be stimulated without regard for cost. The entire process is somewhat similar to demonic path cultivation techniques like the Great Disintegration art, which exchange a significant increase in cultivation for severe overexertion of true qi. It's just that compared to ordinary demonic path cultivation techniques, the effects produced by the spirit attachment art are irreversible. Therefore, the newly born life would not last long before its true qi was exhausted, and its life withered, leading to its death. Of course, all of the above were just Liu Yun's conjectures. Although he had the complete method for performing the spirit attachment art, he was unable to conduct research due to the lack of corresponding physical entities, so it could only remain as conjecture. Now, the 4 golden silkworms provided Liu Yun's with a good opportunity. These 4 golden silkworms had all consumed sky blue flower, and their own foundations were already ruined, meaning they would die soon. But if Liu Yun's were to refer to the principle of the spirit attachment art and combine the 4 golden silkworms into a new life, there might be a huge turning point. Perhaps with the fusion of all 4 golden silkworms, they could directly evolve into the legendary illusionary flame moth. And in this regard, Liu Yun's number 2, this new type of heart demon, was needed to oversee it. Chapter 420, Immortal Master Taiyin. So you want to use the same method you used for core formation back then? Liu Yun's number 2 asked, stroking his chin with curiosity. No matter how much he procrastinated, Liu Yun's was still Liu Yun's. Faced with such a novel research direction, he simply couldn't refuse. Exactly, but with some modifications. Liu Yun's pondered, snapping his fingers. The formation in the secret chamber activated, projecting a giant light screen. Liu Yun's fingertip traced across the light screen, and points of light, guided by his divine sense, gradually formed a massive golden silkworm. First, we select the golden silkworm with the strongest aura as the recipient. Then, we transform the other 3 golden silkworms into pure true essence and soul power, using the same method I employed during my core formation. Finally, we combine this true essence and soul power with the recipient using the spiritual art method. Liu Yun's number 2 watched the constantly changing points of light, frowning slightly and shaking his head. No, the golden silkworm's foundation is already ruined. Even if you forcibly combine these things with it, its fragile primordial spirit won't be able to bear the burden. There's a high chance it will become an empty shell without any consciousness. If you ask me, we should separate the true essence and soul power. The true essence returns to its original state and combines with the recipient. The divine soul remains untouched, but we cut off as much soul power as possible from it, preserving only pure consciousness. Then, this consciousness combines with the recipient to form a brand new life form. This also avoids the problem of the new life form uncontrollably activating true essence after its birth. As for the soul power, the newly born life can slowly absorb it. Since the true essence is already there, there's no need to worry about the golden silkworm being unable to refine it, or encountering any bottleneck. I speculate that the divine soul played a significant role in the golden silkworm's abnormal evolution into a illusionary flame moth. As long as this process doesn't go seriously wrong, then this golden silkworm is very likely to undergo a second evolution into a illusionary flame moth after absorbing all this soul power. Liu Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly asked, precisely cutting consciousness, can you do that? What do you think? This is my specialty, Liu Yun's number 2 said with a proud smile. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. Liu Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, one task was off his plate. As for the rest, Liu Yun's watched Liu Yun's number 2 leave the secret chamber with the spirit beast pouch, then took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. This jade slip contained all of Xiangu Shangren's memories. At that time, in the Void Heaven Palace, time was tight, and Liu Yun's was busy preparing to confront Han Li. He simply didn't have extra time to deal with Xiangu Shangren, so he just had Liu Yun's number 2 crudely copy all of his memories. This 1000-year memory from a demonic path overlord undoubtedly contained countless wondrous cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and top-secret insights. Before this, Liu Yun's had never had time to carefully read this memory, but now he finally had leisure to see what kind of surprises this memory could bring him. With a hint of anticipation, Liu Yun's extended his divine sense into the jade slip. Time passed minute by minute, and Liu Yun's remained motionless in that posture, like a lifeless statue. It wasn't until several hours later that Liu Yun suddenly took a deep breath and removed the jade slip. Mysterious Yin scripture. Profound soul demon refining great art. Azura sacred fire. A vast amount of information echoed in Liu Yun's mind, and it took him a while to recover. So that's how it is. Liu Yun's remained silent, taking out a rib bone and a pale white bone fragment. The rib bone was left by Xiangu Shangren and was casually collected by Liu Yun's at the time. From Xiangu Shangren's memories, Liu Yun's already knew that this rib bone was the complete manual of the mysterious Yin scripture. The bone fragment came from the ghost mist, from that ghost cultivator with strange divine abilities. To Liu Yun's pleasant surprise, Xiangu Shangren's memories also contained the image of that ghost cultivator. When he first came to the Void Heaven Palace, he encountered him in the ghost mist. Generally speaking, in such a situation, a world-shaking battle was bound to occur between the two, but unexpectedly, after fighting for a while, they suddenly discovered that their respective cultivation techniques had quite a profound origin, and neither could do anything to the other. Thus, in this land of ghost mist, the man and the ghost actually started chatting. At that time, Darkbone, in order to cultivate the legendary Azura sacred fire, already had the idea of transforming himself into a ghost cultivator. And that ghost cultivator also had the thought of possessing a physical body and leaving the ghost mist. And this other cultivation technique, which seemed to have a profound connection with his own, was exactly what both of them urgently needed. Just like that, the two hit it off, mutually exchanging a part of their respective cultivation techniques in the ghost mist. That ghost cultivator continued to cultivate in seclusion within the ghost mist, while Darkbone, who walked out of the ghost mist, regarded the profound soul demon refining great art provided by the other as a priceless treasure. However, he still found it difficult to make up his mind to abandon his physical body. He never expected that not long after that trip to the Void Heaven Palace, his two filial disciples would help him make up his mind. Lu Yun's fiddled with the white bone fragment in his hand. After a moment of thought, a mass of pure mysterious yin qi suddenly emerged from his eyes, burrowing into the bone fragment's interior like a living creature. In an instant, the pale white bone fragment turned pure black, appearing exceptionally eerie. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Yun's lips. This secret manual, which involved refining a part of one's original physical body into a special item and carrying it within the divine soul, was originally taught to Xiangu Shengren by the ghost cultivator. There was no reason for that ghost cultivator not to use such a useful method. With a hint of self-satisfaction, Lu Yun's extended his divine sense into the bone fragment. This time, it didn't take long before Lu Yun's removed the bone fragment with a strange expression, falling into thought on the spot. Within the bone fragment was precisely the complete manual of the profound soul demon refining great art, which the ghost cultivator had never revealed to Darkbone. Although Lu Yun's had no research on ghost cultivator cultivation techniques, he could still tell that the profound soul demon refining great art had lofty aspirations, profound content, and could transform the formless into the tangible, making it absolutely one of the top-tier demonic path cultivation techniques. Moreover, Lu Yun's read it word for word from beginning to end and found that this cultivation technique not only lacked much eerie qi, but instead subtly carried a sense of orthodox Dao. What was truly strange was that Darkbone and that ghost cultivator were indeed correct. The mysterious yin scripture and the profound soul demon refining great art cultivation techniques absolutely had an extremely subtle connection. Lu Yun's even suspected that these two were very likely two different parts of a certain cultivation technique. Besides this, there was another matter that exceeded his expectations. Lu Yun's thought for a while, then silently took out a black jade slip. This was the incomplete manual of the myriad spirit blood scripture, the foundation of the ghost spirit sect, which he found on Wang Luo of the ghost spirit sect. Lu Yun's fingers rubbed the jade slip in his hand, muttering, "Similar. Too similar." Back in Tianese, Lu Yun's already felt that the Black Fiend cult's cultivation technique and the ghost spirit sect's cultivation technique were excessively similar. Now, holding the complete manual of the mysterious yin scripture and the incomplete manual of the myriad spirit blood scripture, Lu Yun's was almost certain that these two cultivation techniques originated from the same source. One must know that it wasn't just the cultivation techniques within that were similar, even some of the secret manuals recorded in the two secret manuals were fundamentally the same thing. For example, there was a secret manual called Yin Demon Severance in the mysterious Yin scripture, while in the myriad spirit blood scripture, it was called Demon Blood Severance. The two were fundamentally the same secret manual, with only some subtle differences. Tianese. Chaotic Star Sea. Lu Yun's let out a long breath, and for some reason, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Grandmaster Taiyin. Chapter 421, Raw Materials. Lu Yun's first read the name Grandmaster Taiyin in the notes of the Xian family ancestor. Back then, after the Xian family ancestor's master participated in the construction of Ling Miao Garden, he had a wild idea, attempting to replicate Ling Miao Garden with his own abilities and those of his disciples. However, his skill was insufficient, and he not only fruitlessly wasted a large amount of lifespan but also ended up going mad. He even suspected that his inability to create Ling Miao Garden was due to his disciples harboring malicious intentions. Under these circumstances, the Xian family ancestor colluded with the foreign Grandmaster Taiyin and an accompanying monk to ambush his master. From Grandmaster Taiyin, he also obtained the Xianpin nurturing infant great art, which allowed his second nascent soul to escape the restrictions of the primordial spirit token. The Xian family ancestor's notes did not explain what Grandmaster Taiyin and the unfamiliar monk wanted from his master, but judging from how the Xian family ancestor was able to establish a large family in a neighboring country after escaping the Forbidden Land, it seemed that the matter concerning Grandmaster Taiyin and his group was not significant enough to implicate him. If Lu Yun's conjecture was correct, no matter what they wanted to do, someone must have eventually reached the chaotic star sea through the teleportation array that he and Han Li discovered. After all, that teleportation array was hidden so discreetly, and a map of it was solemnly kept in the Xian family ancestor's former immortal cave. It was most likely a contingency plan secretly left behind by the Xian family ancestor or his master. It wouldn't be impossible for someone to learn of the teleportation array's existence from them. The chaotic star sea and Tianese are so far apart, yet two ancient treasure that clearly originated from the same source were left behind. This likely means that someone used the teleportation array to leave a legacy in both Tianese and the chaotic star sea. This person was very likely the mysterious Grandmaster Taiyin. Ancient cultivators, why can't you just let your descendants have some peace of mind? Lu Yun sighed, rubbing his brow with a weary heart. From the Xian family ancestor to Grandmaster Taiyin, and now to the Void Heaven Palace. This group of ancient cultivators likely didn't disappear completely back then, instead, they left behind quite a lot of trouble for their descendants. Liu Yun's shook his head, temporarily pushing these chaotic thoughts to the back of his mind. He then put away the white bone fragment and the rib, picking up the jade slip that contained Venerable Xiangu's memories to study it carefully. Neither the mysterious yin scripture nor the profound soul demon refining great art was compatible with his cultivation technique, so he was too lazy to learn them. However, there were a few secret arts within that held great value for reference and study, such as the Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire that he was currently examining. The Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire, within the mysterious yin scripture, was an extremely advanced divine ability. According to its records, the cultivator was first required to possess nascent soul stage cultivation, and second, to cultivate the mysterious yin great art to a very high level. Then, one would find some core formation cultivator who cultivated demonic technique, and through a prearranged formation, refine them alive into refined corpse using profound yin demonic qi. This process would take anywhere from several decades to over 100 years, until the profound yin demonic qi and the corpse fire within these refined corpse fused into one. Then, it would be extracted, refined, and fused within the body, ultimately transforming into the Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire. And those refined corpse from which the corpse fire was extracted were known as Heavenly Capital Demonic Corpses. Frankly speaking, although this Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire was not as overbearing as the Kunlan Ice Flame, nor as enigmatic as the profound Soul Yin Fire, it was still a genuine great divine ability. Extreme Yin Old Ancestors Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire, though sharp, had only just reached minor achievement. If he were to continue refining it until this fire reached major achievement, it might truly be able to contend with the Kunlan Ice Flame. Of course, while the Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire was powerful, in Liu Yun's size, it was still somewhat lacking and not worth him changing his cultivation technique for it. Liu Yun's mainly wanted to reference the cultivation method of the Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire to refine a magic treasure for direct frontal assault, thereby compensating for his weakness in this area. As for the specific design of the magic treasure, Liu Yun's already had a rough idea. Now that he had found the cultivation method for the Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire, he could use it to improve the magic treasure's design and make its power even greater. After meticulously studying the cultivation method of the Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire several times, Liu Yun's put it away and took out another jade slip. As his divine sense probed into it, exquisite magic treasure design blueprints appeared before Liu Yun's eyes. This jade slip was the legacy left by Immortal Tianjing. Although Liu Yun's had already innovated in the Dao of artifact refining, developing even more powerful artifact refining techniques with the help of Immortal Tianjing's theories, Liu Yun's also had to admit that the numerous magic treasure designs recorded within were indeed ingenious to the extreme. Aside from some minor flaws that arose due to Immortal Tianjing's era, these magic treasure designs were almost perfect. Especially his ultimate treasure, the 8 Gates Golden Light Mirror. This item was hailed as the #1 offensive magic treasure in the Chaotic Star Sea. After obtaining its refining method, Liu Yun's had studied it more than once. The numerous designs within made Liu Yun's exclaim in admiration, only regretting that he couldn't have lived in the same era as Immortal Tianjing. Its offensive capability was arguably superior to all magic treasure Liu Yun's had ever seen. Even the formless needle, into which he had poured a great deal of effort, only excelled in its elusive and unpredictable nature. In terms of pure attack power, it was still far inferior. However, this magic treasure was difficult to refine, and many of the materials were truly hard to find. Even with all the effort Liu Yun's put in, it was not easy to replicate a set, let alone improve it. Therefore, Liu Yun's could only settle for the next best thing and found another magic treasure recorded in the jade slip. Tian Needle. Liu Yun's divine sense locked onto the design blueprint of this magic treasure. In terms of design concept, this Tian Needle magic treasure was already infinitely close to the spiritual qi artifact refining method he had developed himself. The general process involves gathering a large amount of metallic spiritual materials, using a spirit gathering formation to forcibly extract the metallic spiritual qi from within, compressing and refining it, much like extracting gold and silver essence from millions of pounds of gold and silver, to produce a highly concentrated metallic spiritual material. This material is then used as raw material to refine 365 Tian Needle. Once refined, the Tian Needle can gather or disperse. When gathered, it is a treasure; when dispersed, it is a needle, exceptionally sharp. Liu Yun's planned to use the refining method of this Tian Needle as a foundation to create his own set of Tian Needle. As for the materials for refining the Tian Needle, Liu Yun's lips curved slightly as he touched a storage pouch at his waist. Hundreds of thousands of iron fire ants' corpses lay quietly inside, their glossy black bodies faintly revealing a metallic sheen. These iron fire ants fed on black iron, accumulating a large amount of metallic qi within their bodies long ago. Their bodies themselves were exceptionally tough, and coupled with the innate black flames they contained, and their inherent ability to gather and disperse, to transform in myriad ways, there was no doubt that these were the best raw materials for refining the Tian Needle. Later, when Han Li confronted Extreme Yin actually used Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire to withstand the Kunlan Ice Flame for a while. At that time, one was in the early nascent soul stage and the other in the late nascent soul stage, which could be said to be quite impressive. As for the attack power of the 8 Gates Golden Light Mirror, it was considered extremely outrageous in the original work. Han Li, also in the late core formation stage, and Miao He, an early nascent soul stage cultivator wielding an ancient treasure, launched a furious strike, but it was blocked by Han Li's Wolf Head Ruhi Scepter. Wen Tianren, in the late core formation stage, used the 8 Gates Golden Light Mirror to break through several layers of Han Li's defenses, finally striking the Wolf Head Ruhi Scepter. The protective shield instantly collapsed, forcing Han Li to use an upgraded version of his silver shield. In other words, when Tianren, a late core formation stage cultivator, used the 8 Gates Golden Light Mirror to unleash an output that surpassed an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and it was sustained output, which was incredibly absurd. Chapter 422, 3 Flames Become One. The design for the new Metian needle didn't take Liu Yun's much time, he completed it in just a few days. After all, Liu Yun's artifact refining skills had reached a completely different level, and this time he was modifying an existing design, so the speed was naturally much faster. After repeatedly checking the design and confirming there were no issues, Liu Yun's prepared to begin refining the new magic treasure. Han Li had already discussed it with Liu Yun's, they would both cultivate in seclusion for a few years to consolidate their gains, then prepare to hunt Yao beasts. Therefore, Liu Yun's didn't make the design of the Metian needle too complex, instead simplifying the process as much as possible while retaining its inherent power. Liu Yun's was quite satisfied with the final product. He estimated it would take less than a year to refine, and after 2 or 3 years of gradual nurturing, it would be ready for use. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun's no longer hesitated and began carving a massive formation on the ground. This formation was filled with evil qi. Even before Liu Yun's finished drawing it, a faint aura of malevolent evil qi subtly emanated from it. If an ordinary mortal were present, they would likely bleed from all 7 orifices, their minds would collapse, and they would ultimately go mad and die from this malevolent evil qi. Even cultivators with cultivation would feel their hearts pound here, and staying too long would risk their primordial spirit being corrupted. Yet, Liu Yun's remained completely unaffected. A grayish-white qi flashed in his eyes, and threads of evil qi instantly permeated his body, immediately suppressing the malevolent evil qi of the formation. When it came to evil qi, how could a mere formation compare to him? After completing the drawing of the formation, Liu Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With a single hand seal, strands of black qi instantly permeated the formation, accompanied by faint sounds of ghostly wails. Liu Yun's jumped out of the formation, thinking with some hesitation, then took out a black alms bowl and a small jade box from his storage pouch. With a flip of his hand, a large patch of pitch-black demonic fire instantly emerged from the alms bowl, directly merging into the formation. In an instant, the sounds of ghostly wails intensified. The black qi in the formation, as if having received a great tonic, suddenly roared upwards, like a giant black tentacle, surging within the formation. Liu Yun's nodded in satisfaction. He had acquired this heavenly capital corpse fire during his battle with Ji Yin, and it was just right for this purpose. The black qi churned in the formation for a while longer before gradually settling down. Liu Yun's also opened the jade box in his other hand, revealing a black fire lotus. This was his spoils of war from when he killed Wang Luo of the Ghost Spirit sect back then, the signature divine ability of mysterious fire boy of the Demon Flame sect, the Netherworld Profound Fire. Back then, on the border of Yu, he personally witnessed Xian Huo Tongzi, with this demonic fire, suppress a core formation cultivator of the same cultivation level, who wielded 2 ancient treasures, making him gasp for breath. At the time, Liu Yun's felt quite envious, and for the first time, he had a relatively clear understanding of the power of this demonic fire. Later, he obtained a copy of the Demon Flame sect's Burning Heaven True Scripture from Wang Lianhua, the daughter of the Demon Flame sect leader. From this, he learned that these demonic path strange fires all required a matching cultivation technique to fully unleash their power. If the cultivation technique didn't match, not only would the demonic fire's power not be fully unleashed, but the cultivator himself could be affected by the demonic fire. In minor cases, their cultivation would stagnate, in severe cases, their mind would be diluted, they would lose their sanity, or even explode and die. The consequences, one could say, were extremely dire. Even the knowledgeable Venerable Xiangu was unable to refine the profound soul yin fire he longed for while alive, only succeeding after becoming a ghost cultivator. Therefore, Liu Yun's naturally no longer harbored thoughts of acquiring the Netherworld Profound Fire. But now seemed like a good opportunity. If he could refine it into a magic treasure, he might be able to bypass the demonic fire's influence on the cultivator and indirectly activate its power. Looking at the black qi that had completely calmed down before him, Liu Yun's no longer hesitated and directly threw the jade box containing the Netherworld Profound Fire into the formation. This time, the black qi reaction was far less terrifying than before, it only let out a low, muffled sound and then there was no further movement. Liu Yun's frowned in some surprise. Concentrating, he looked closely and suddenly realized that the black qi had now completely transformed into wisps of solid black flames. This change caught Liu Yun somewhat off guard. After careful thought, he suddenly pulled out a buzzing blue short sword from his storage pouch. This magic treasure seemed to have been left behind by some unfortunate core formation cultivator. At the time, he found its refining method somewhat interesting, so he kept it. Now, it could be used for testing. Liu Yun's tossed it with one hand, his powerful divine sense directly suppressing the magic treasure's spirituality. The magic treasure immediately let out an unwilling wail, but in an instant, it was suppressed by Liu Yun's divine sense and flew straight into the formation. In a flash, the substantial black flame surged up, like a ferocious, vicious maw, swallowing the short sword in one gulp. The short sword let out a wail, its light instantly dimming, and it disappeared into the black flames in not much time. This scene left Liu Yun slightly stunned, then he widened his eyes in surprise and delight. Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire is formed by the combination of corpse fire within a refined corpse and profound yin demonic qi, while Netherworld Profound Fire is refined by mysterious fire boy using cultivator souls. The two merging into one seem to have undergone some beneficial mutation, further enhancing their power. Amidst his pleasant surprise, Lu Yun's didn't forget to form hand seals and chant incantations, casting several spell formulas. The entire formation immediately let out a strange, muffled sound. The wisps of black flames rippled like water, transforming back into strands of black chi. Seeing this, Lu Yun's quickly picked up a storage pouch from his waist and inverted it. Hundreds of thousands of iron fire ants' corpses, like a black tide, surged into the formation. The strands of black chi seemed to instantly find their prey, vying to drill into the iron fire ants' corpses. The interior of the formation was filled with surging black chi in the blink of an eye, and from within, faint sounds like tens of thousands of insects gnawing on flesh emanated, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Yun sat cross-legged in place, watching this bizarre scene without a word. This step was a slow and painstaking process. He just needed to wait for the black chi to combine with the iron fire ants' corpses before moving on to the next step. Before that, Lu Yun took out a blue spherical bead with a lotus pattern engraved on its surface from his storage pouch, a thoughtful expression on his face. The heavenly capital corpse fire, the netherworld profound fire, and the innate black flames of the iron fire ants, the combination of these three would undoubtedly produce a demonic fire of astonishing power. Combined with the refining methods of heavenly capital corpse fire and the Mi Tian needle, compressing and refining it, he wondered if the final product could compare to this Kunlan ice flame. As he pondered, Lu Yun couldn't help but think of the demonic path sacred fire that only existed in Xiangu's memories. Azura Sacred Fire. Chapter 423 Primal Magnet Divine Light. Azura Sacred Fire, that name was simply too grand, too resounding. This object, coveted by countless cultivators of the demonic fire Dao, was believed by most to be nothing more than a fabricated legend. But Darkbone was truly a genius. He actually found a path that might lead to refining the Azura Sacred Fire. Profound Soul Yin Fire, Kunlan Ice Flame, Evil Warding Divine Thunder. The three combined to form the Azura Sacred Fire. From Lu Yun's personal perspective, Darkbone's method might actually succeed. And how powerful this legendary demonic fire of the demonic fire Dao truly was, even Darkbone probably couldn't say for sure. The only certainty was that with this fire, once he recovered his peak cultivation, he could go anywhere in the vast world. Lu Yun's naturally had some thoughts about this demonic fire, which was rumored to be incredibly miraculous. But unfortunately, the Azura Sacred Fire was, after all, a demonic fire of the demonic fire Dao. Darkbone switched to cultivating the demonic fire Dao, and only then did he manage to cultivate the profound Soul Yin Fire. The Azura Sacred Fire would only be even more difficult to control than the profound Soul Yin Fire. To control this demonic fire, Lu Yun would probably need to find a way to bypass its restrictions on cultivators first. However, that would have to wait until he advanced to the nascent soul stage before he could even begin preparations. At his current stage, let alone the Azura Sacred Fire, he couldn't even control the Kunlan Ice Flame. However, to borrow the power of the Kunlan Ice Flame, it wasn't strictly necessary to refine it. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly patted his spirit beast pouch. A strange giant turtle, almost translucent all over, shot out from the spirit beast pouch and hovered in the air. Its small, ruby-like eyes blinked with a hint of fear, and it slowly approached Lu Yun's. Lu Yun's reached out and stroked its shell, nodding in satisfaction. The restriction on this Li turtle had already been erased by Lu Yun's number 2, and Lu Yun's had added several new restrictions to it. With the help of this Li turtle and Galatron, and after repairing the puppets brought out from the Void Heaven Palace, Lu Yun's would even dare to contend with Wang Tianming at his peak. Even Savage Beard would, well, maybe not Savage Beard, he really couldn't beat him. Putting everything else aside, his mutated three-eyed leopard alone could be the death of him. The thought of all his puppets turning into stone statues made Lu Yun's teeth ache. What kind of otherworld Gatanoa is this? The Li turtle, perhaps feeling a bit uneasy from Lu Yun's touch, let out a low roar. Lu Yun's then reacted, looking at the Li turtle in front of him. After a moment of thought, he directly waved the azure blue ice flame bead in front of its eyes. The Li turtle's gaze was instantly drawn to the object in Lu Yun's hand. Although it didn't know what it was, its intuition told it that this item was a great opportunity for it. The Li turtle immediately let out a series of pleading whimpers, its two small eyes looking at him pitifully, as if it was about to squeeze out a few tears. Seeing its appearance, Lu Yun's couldn't help but grin, and directly tossed the azure blue ice flame bead to it. The Li turtle opened its mouth in surprise and delight, swallowing the azure blue ice flame bead in one gulp. Through its translucent body, Lu Yun's clearly saw that as soon as the azure blue ice flame bead entered its body, a ball of white, icy flame rose from the Li turtle's dantian, enveloping the azure blue ice flame bead layer by layer, and slowly began to refine it. The Li turtle also closed its eyes, its breathing steady, its spiritual power smooth, as if it had merely fallen asleep. Seeing this, Lu Yun's couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It seemed he was right, this Li turtle truly had a compatible affinity with the Kunlan Ice Flame. The Kunlan Ice Flame was an icy flame, and Lu Yun's didn't cultivate an ice attribute cultivation technique, nor did he possess an ice attribute spiritual root. Even if he reached the nascent soul stage and refined it, he wouldn't be able to truly control it freely, and the power he could unleash would be quite limited. Compared to other means he could employ after reaching the nascent soul stage, this Kunlan Ice Flame, which he couldn't use freely, seemed somewhat superfluous. Not only would it not be of much use, but it would also take a large amount of time to slowly refine it, which was truly a thankless task. In contrast, the Li turtle was a naturally ice attribute heaven and earth spirit beast, and its ice attribute divine ability could be said to be uniquely endowed. The Kunlan Ice Flame, in its possession, would not only not be wasted, but might even complement the lead turtle, promoting the lead turtle's cultivation while also greatly enhancing its own power. After much thought, Lu Yun's decided to first give the Kunlan Ice Flame to the lead turtle, and then slowly consider the matter of the Azura Sacred Fire after reaching the nascent soul stage. After all, Lu Yun's possessed all three raw materials for synthesizing the Azura Sacred Fire, it would be too wasteful not to refine it. Seeing that the lead turtle would still need a considerable amount of time to refine the Kunlan Ice Flame, Lu Yun's instructed his puppets to move the lead turtle back to the Spirit Beast room, allowing it to slowly refine on its own. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's, seizing the remaining time, pulled out a small cloth bag from his embrace. This item was secretly given to him by Ling Yuling when they parted. Although he didn't know what it was, it must be very precious, so precious that Ling Yuling had to use such a method to secretly pass it into Lu Yun's hands. And looking at the cloth bag in front of him, Lu Yun's was very sure that it was a magical artifact specifically used to shield spiritual power. What kind of thing needed such caution? Lu Yun's frowned, took a deep breath, and inverted the cloth bag, pouring out a fist-sized grey ore and a jade slip. Lu Yun's first picked up the ore and examined it for a few moments, discovering that it was not any material he had ever seen. With his current knowledge, he couldn't even figure out what it was. This discovery made Lu Yun's frown deepen. After failing to identify the ore, Lu Yun's picked up the jade slip, extended his divine sense into it, and began to read it carefully. The first half of the jade slip recorded the Star Palace's many years of research results and processes regarding the Void Heaven Palace, which made Lu Yun secretly click his tongue and his heart pound wildly. The Star Palace had dominated the chaotic Star Sea for an unknown number of years, and its in-depth research into the Void Heaven Palace's restrictions far exceeded Lu Yun's expectations. Although he had copied all the restrictions from the center of the Void Heaven Palace, those were unresearched, raw restrictions. To understand these restrictions, one couldn't even think about it without a century or two of time. But now with this information, the situation was completely different. Starting from scratch by oneself and continuing to climb on the shoulders of giants were completely different concepts. It could be said that this piece of information saved Lu Yun's at least 100 years of arduous work. With a slight warmth in his heart, Lu Yun's continued to read. But he didn't expect that the latter half of the jade slip did not continue to record the Void Heaven Palace's research results, but instead recorded a terrifyingly famous divine ability. Primal Magnet Divine Light. Chapter 424, Refining Ants. In the secret chamber, Lu Yun's looked at the jade slip in his hand, remaining silent for a very long time. He roughly understood Ling Yuling's intention in giving him this item, but after reading the entire cultivation technique of the Primal Magnet Divine Light, Lu Yun's realized that this was probably not something he could comprehend at his current stage. Lu Yun's even suspected that the Primal Magnet Divine Light was likely not a product of this realm. Setting aside the prerequisite of nascent soul stage cultivation and 5 elements spiritual root, just cultivating this cultivation technique successfully in the human realm spiritual chi environment was an almost impossible feat. The two sages of the Star Palace were quite lucky to have found a small primordial magnetic mountain at the bottom of the sea. With this external aid, they truly had some hope of cultivating the Primal Magnet Divine Light in the human realm. Unfortunately, their aptitude did not match this item, forcing them to remain confined to the Star Palace. However, putting all that aside, in terms of sheer power, the Primal Magnet Divine Light was indeed a top-tier divine ability in the human realm. To say it countered all 5 elements in the world might be an exaggeration, but anything within the 5 elements would indeed be inherently weaker when facing the Primal Magnet Divine Light. Lu Yun's pondered for a long time, then solemnly put away the jade slip and the ore in his hand. He now understood that this ore should be a piece of primordial magnetic divine stone from that small primordial magnetic mountain. To try and cultivate the Primal Magnet Divine Light with such a small piece of primordial magnetic divine stone was a fool's dream. However, it could be used as a reference to understand the nature of the Primal Magnet Divine Light. Thinking of this, Lu Yun's took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the formation before him. There was no rush for the Primal Magnet Divine Light, and research into the Void Heaven Palace's restrictions was not an overnight task. The most important thing now was to first refine this new magic treasure, then use the remaining time to cultivate magic treasures and repair the ancient puppet in the Void Heaven Palace, thereby increasing his strength in the shortest possible time. Although ordinary rank 6 and rank 7 Yao beasts no longer posed any threat to him in Hanli, the outer sea was full of hidden dangers, and who knew what kind of trouble they might encounter. Once surrounded by dozens or more advanced Yao beasts, even the two of them would only be slowly exhausted to death. Not to mention, the two of them also had to prepare to search for the companion demonic grass of rank 8 Yao beasts. Although this item was useless to Yao beasts, how much reasoning could there be between Yao beasts and cultivators? Especially between rank 8 and above Yao beasts and the 2 core formation cultivators. Once they met, it would immediately be a fierce battle. Lu Yun's was not afraid of a single rank 8 Yao beast, but rank 8 and above Yao beasts were not brainless beasts. Although Yao beasts of this level all had their own territories, they also had family groups, relatives, and even friends and mates among themselves. If they truly provoked a nest of Yao beasts, that would be a major disaster. Just thinking about being chased by a group of humanoid Yao beasts sent shivers down Lu Yun's spine. He quickly composed himself, took out several puppet remains from his storage pouch, and began to study them carefully. Time seemed to fly by. Several months later, Lu Yun's put away the largely repaired eagle-headed puppet, raised his head, and looked at the formation before him, a thoughtful expression on his face. At this moment, the surging black chi in the formation had completely vanished, replaced by a dense swarm of black flying ants. These former iron fire ants had undergone a significant transformation. Not only had their bodies grown larger, but their already enormous fangs had nearly doubled in length, making them appear exceptionally ferocious. Their pitch-black shells had also become smooth and bright, like polished black gold, appearing indestructible at first glance. In terms of appearance, these iron fire ants now closely resembled their ultimate mature form, which the Yuling sect cultivator had referred to as the black gold form. However, at this moment, they exuded an overwhelming corpse chi. If not for the formation suppressing them, such a terrifying swarm of refined corpse ants would even be enough to cause localized changes in celestial phenomena. Even with the formation suppressing them now, Lu Yun's could feel the malevolent chi emanating from these refined corpse flying ants. This corpse chi was much stronger than that of the 18 heavenly capital demonic corpses. Of course, this was mainly due to the absolute advantage in numbers. After all, these were hundreds of thousands of iron fire ant refined corpses, so such corpse chi didn't seem particularly strange. Lu Yun slowly exhaled, then stomped his foot on the ground. Instantly, a massive array diagram lit up on the floor of the entire secret chamber, and it began to move, arrange, and combine with the refined corpse ant swarm as its core. Finally, it actually floated up into the air, like a giant disc engraved with countless runes, firmly locking the refined corpse ant swarm in its very center. Lu Yun's gaze sharpened. He brought his hands together in front of his chest, then separated them. In an instant, the array diagram split into three, transforming into three circular discs of varying sizes, enveloping the refined corpse ant swarm layer by layer. After completing all this, Lu Yun's gently exhaled, then roared. Open! The black formation that had been suppressing the refined corpse ant swarm instantly vanished. Hundreds of thousands of refined corpse flying ants immediately swarmed out, carrying a dense, almost tangible malevolent chi, and fiercely pounced towards Lu Yun's. Lu Yun's changed the hand seals, and the three layers of the array diagram instantly glowed brightly. The uppermost array diagram emitted a dazzling yellow light. The refined corpse ant swarm, rushing towards him, was illuminated by this yellow light and suddenly felt as if they were weighed down by 10,000 caddies, forcibly pressed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Yet, even so, these refined corpse flying ants remained ferocious, actually spitting out black flames that converged in the air into a black sea of fire, engulfing Lu Yun's from above. This black flame did not emit any temperature, appearing at first glance like a false illusion. But upon closer inspection, one would find that these black flames were like liquid, connected to each other, resembling a black tidal wave, intending to devour everything in its path. Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged. He formed several hand seals, and the second layer of the array diagram instantly lit up with a faint red glow. The black sea of fire rushing towards him instantly froze in midair, then, like swallows returning to their nest, flew towards the array diagram that was flickering with a faint red glow. The array diagram accepted all, absorbing all the black flames into itself, finally transforming into a quietly burning, black flame formation. The numerous refined corpse flying ants remained unyielding, stubbornly spitting out streams of black flames, but these were all absorbed into the black flame formation. This continued for a full half hour, until all the refined corpse flying ants could no longer spit out any black flames. Each one was listless, lying motionless on the ground. If not for the corpse chi still lingering on them, Lu Yun's might have thought these refined corpse flying ants had been worked to death. Looking at the silently burning black flame formation, Lu Yun's nodded in satisfaction. He formed a palm with one hand and brought it down. The third layer of the array diagram, which had remained motionless, instantly descended, enveloping all the refined corpse flying ants. A dazzling white light illuminated the secret chamber. Beneath the array diagram, hundreds of thousands of refined corpse flying ants emitted wisps of metallic black light, which were absorbed into this white array diagram. Amidst the alternation of black and white, the white array diagram gradually became tinged with some black chi. Go! Lu Yun's pointed a single finger at the black flame formation. The entire flame formation instantly contracted inwards, transforming into a black fireball the size of a human head, and violently dropped onto the black and white array diagram. In an instant, black light burst forth in the secret chamber. Lu Yun slightly narrowed his eyes, watching a black stream of flames and metallic black chi intertwine and merge before him, then contract and condense inwards along with the array diagram, gradually fusing into one. Chapter 425, Failure? The array diagram, as black as ink, collapsed inward like a black hole, rapidly contracting and transforming into a seemingly solid black pillar of light at the center of the secret chamber. Within the pillar of light, a liquid-like black flowing flame and a faint, metallic sheened black chi intertwined, yet remained distinct, chasing and repelling each other endlessly, forming a black, constantly moving double helix. Seeing this, Lu Yun's lips curved upward in delight. Fire and metal are opposing elements. One of these two types of spiritual chi was formed by the fusion, compression, and refinement of the heavenly capital corpse fire, netherworld profound fire, and iron fire ants black flames. The other was formed from the vast amount of metallic essence accumulated and refined within hundreds of thousands of iron fire ants after they consumed large quantities of black iron. Each of these, taken individually, was a top-tier exotic spiritual chi, each with its own merits, making it difficult to determine which was superior. Moreover, given their opposing attributes, their current harmonious coexistence already signified half the success in refining this new magic treasure. Next, he needed to find a suitable medium to truly merge the two. Lu Yun's meditated briefly to recover his mental energy, then took out the Crimson Sun iron he had purchased in Blackstone City from his storage pouch. This single piece of Crimson Sun iron, by itself, naturally couldn't withstand the pressure of these two top-tier types of spiritual chi. Even if Liu Yun's successfully refined blood sun iron from it, it would still be slightly insufficient to serve as the medium for these two types of spiritual qi. However, Liu Yun's unique qi refining artifact refining method excelled in not being constrained by the strength of the materials, but rather focusing on the more fundamental spiritual qi. What truly caught Liu Yun's eye was the blood sun iron's inherent characteristic of perfectly fusing yin fire and metallic properties. With this characteristic, Liu Yun's could use it as an introduction, catalyst, to perfectly merge the two streams of spiritual qi, ultimately giving birth to a powerful spiritual qi of the metal fire attribute, which he would then use to forge his new magic treasure. After recalling the various demonic path sacrificial refining methods from Darkbone's memories, Liu Yun's unhesitatingly chose the one with the quickest results. He tossed the crimson sun iron high into the air, simultaneously chanting a low incantation and forming several hand seals. The crimson sun iron floated in mid-air, gradually glowing with a crimson light as Liu Yun's chanted. Liu Yun's forehead was slightly beaded with sweat, and his eyes were fixed on the crimson sun iron. After a while, Liu Yun's finished his incantation, and the crimson sun iron in mid-air, bathed in red light, subtly transformed into a translucent, crystalline ore. Seeing this, Liu Yun's unhesitatingly bit the tip of his tongue. A slender stream of essence blood instantly flew from Liu Yun's mouth and directly merged into the crimson sun iron. In an instant, the crimson sun iron let out a low hum in mid-air, emitting a dazzling red light. Liu Yun's face suddenly paled, but his hands did not stop. With several rapid changes in hand seals, a hint of blood color gradually emerged from the crimson sun iron's red light, making it appear incredibly eerie. Seeing that the essence blood had such a quick effect, a hint of excitement appeared on Liu Yun's pale face. He quickly took out a small jade bottle, opened its lid with one hand, pointed his other hand at the bottle's mouth, and softly uttered, "Go." 3 crimson phantom images immediately flew out of the bottle. One could vaguely discern that they were 3 Yao beasts of different shapes. A crimson, scaleless great snake, a toad covered in red stripes, and a strange Yao beast, somewhere between a fish and an ox, covered in dark red scales. Each Yao beast emitted a terrifying soul power no less than that of a mid-stage core formation cultivator, but their forms were shrunken by an unknown amount, and their eyes were devoid of spirit, their intelligence completely lost. As soon as they emerged from the bottle, the crimson sun iron in mid-air suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. The 3 Yao beast spirits instinctively tried to escape, but before they could get far, they were directly sucked into the crimson sun iron by the suction force. Liu Yun secretly sighed in relief, a smile playing on his lips. But at this moment, the crimson sun iron suddenly began to shake in the air, emitting an incredibly violent spiritual qi, as if it could explode at any moment. Liu Yun's eyes widened abruptly, and he quickly shot several hand seals into the air. However, the spiritual qi on the crimson sun iron grew even more intense, completely beyond Liu Yun's control. Watching the crimson sun iron glow brightly, like a bomb about to explode, Liu Yun quickly flicked his sleeve. A slender chain, composed of numerous exotic runic characters, instantly flew out and tightly bound the crimson sun iron. The violent spiritual qi was instantly suppressed. The surface of the crimson sun iron was restrained by a layer of exotic runic characters, but inside, a dangerous red light still flickered, making one's scalp tingle. It failed. Liu Yun frowned deeply, recalling the previous operating procedure. It shouldn't be. The process wasn't wrong, and the quality of the materials themselves wasn't an issue. Could it be that the Yao beast spirits aren't suitable? Liu Yun frowned, and casually took out another identical jade bottle from his storage pouch. He extracted a red-scaled lizard-like Yao beast spirit from it and began to examine it carefully. The essence of a Yao beast spirit should be no different from that of a cultivator's spirit, especially at the core formation stage. The composition of everyone's primordial spirit should be the same. I've done similar experiments before, and there were never any errors. But where did the problem lie this time? While contemplating, Liu Yun mentally transmitted a few words. After a while, Liu Yun's too small body emerged from the wall of the secret chamber, staring at Liu Yun with a look of dissatisfaction. I just finished with those golden silkworms. What do you want now? Liu Yun directly threw the Yao beast spirit to Liu Yun's number 2, instructing, help me see if there's any difference between this Yao beast sea of consciousness and a normal human cultivator sea of consciousness. Liu Yun's number 2 raised a hand to press on the Yao beast spirit, then turned his head and looked at him with a very strange gaze. Are you crazy? Haven't we already tried this before? Liu Yun spread his hands helplessly and said to Liu Yun's number 2, we have tried it, but I suspect we might have overlooked something last time. Look at this crimson sun iron. Liu Yun described the accident that had just occurred in detail to Liu Yun's number 2. Liu Yun's number 2 also frowned deeply as he listened, remaining silent for a long time. Both fell into silence. After a good while, Liu Yun's number 2 finally spoke hesitantly. The structure and composition of the primordial spirit will not be a problem, they are absolutely identical. I can guarantee that. As for why this crimson sun iron cannot merge with the Yao beast spirit, could it be due to a lack of resentment? Resentment? Liu Yun's eyes lit up, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. Chapter 426, Grievance Qi. Liu Yun had encountered Grievance Qi, this type of energy, on more than one occasion, most recently in the Void Heaven Palace. Simply put, Grievance Qi is a power that arises in the soul when living beings die, due to negative emotions such as hatred, killing intent, and anger. This power is formless and intangible, but among cultivators, especially among demonic path cultivators, it has extremely wide-ranging uses. It's the kind of thing where, although we don't know the principle behind it, it's really damn useful. Due to the lack of a solid theoretical foundation, and because he wasn't from the demonic path himself, Liu Yun's only had a superficial understanding of this energy. In contrast, Liu Yun's number 2, due to his own physique, had a deep understanding of this power that arises from emotions. You should understand that the higher the intelligence of a living being, the richer its emotions. When facing extreme environments, emotions also become more extreme. Therefore, for humans, even ordinary mortals can generate a large amount of grievance chi upon death, thereby transforming into malevolent spirits that even ordinary cultivators avoid. In comparison, Yao beasts below rank 8 do not possess such high intelligence or complex emotions, making it difficult for them to generate sufficiently powerful grievance chi. Liu Yun's number 2 snapped his fingers. Although it was unclear how a variant heart demon, existing between a physical and energy body, could snap his fingers, he did it. Before, I felt something was off. The primordial spirit of an ordinary cultivator, unless they specifically cultivated some special demonic techniques, wouldn't have any problems. There's no reason why it would transform into yin fire type materials upon fusion with normal Crimson Sun iron. Now it seems highly likely that grievance chi was involved in this process, causing the Crimson Sun iron's inherent properties to change. Grievance chi. Liu Yun stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. In his opinion, although this world was a world of cultivation, it was unexpectedly rigorous in many aspects. From what Liu Yun's had observed so far, energy itself would not appear out of thin air. If, according to Immortal Tianjing's theory, all things originate from spiritual qi, then this grievance qi should also be a type of spiritual qi, just with special properties. So where did the spiritual qi that formed this grievance qi come from? Was it transformed from soul power? Or did it absorb heaven and earth spiritual qi? What was the principle behind this? Could it really be achieved solely by extreme emotions? The more Liu Yun's thought about it, the more he felt that the essence behind this phenomenon was probably more profound than he imagined. Come, do me a favor. Liu Yun's thoughts shifted, and he pointed at the Yao beast spirit, saying to Liu Yun's number 2. Try to trigger its negative emotions. Liu Yun's number 2 turned his head and glanced at the Yao beast spirit, pausing specifically on its now lifeless eyes, before saying to Liu Yun's. Trying is fine, but this guy's intelligence has almost completely vanished. It'll probably be difficult for it to have emotions anymore. Not necessarily. Liu Yun's waved his hand and said. When I released it just now, its first reaction was to flee. This is enough to prove that the Yao beast spirit's instincts are still present, and as long as instincts remain, it's manageable. Just directly trigger its fear of death. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's number 2 gave Liu Yun's a thumbs up with an admiring expression. When it comes to being inhumane, you're still better. Without waiting for Liu Yun's to retort, Liu Yun's number 2 instantly merged into the Yao beast spirit's body. Liu Yun's didn't bother arguing with Liu Yun's number 2. He immediately released his divine sense, tightly locking onto the Yao beast spirit's form, not missing any subtle changes. At first, the Yao beast spirit stood silly motionless in place. It wasn't until about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn that the Yao beast spirit suddenly began to tremble violently. Roar. The Yao beast spirit, which had completely lost its consciousness, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky at this moment, and its lifeless eyes revealed an expression of extreme terror. Strands of dark grey smoke gradually spread from the Yao beast spirit's body, instantly covering its eyes, and gradually transforming into a look of abnormal malevolence. Upon seeing this malevolent gaze, Liu Yun's felt no fear in his heart, but rather an expression of pleasant surprise. He sensed it very clearly. Just now, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the secret chamber was suddenly absorbed a little by this Yao beast spirit, and then this special grievance qi was produced. Liu Yun's No 2's body flew out of the Yao beast spirit, looking back with some pleasant surprise. This trick actually works. Liu Yun suddenly stood up, circling the Yao beast spirit twice, muttering to himself. So that's how it is, the power of emotion. How could I forget, this is a world of cultivation. Grievance chi is also a type of spiritual power. Mortal souls can also generate grievance chi. Could it be that having a spiritual root is not the fundamental condition for being able to absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi? Liu Yun's smile gradually became twisted, making Liu Yun's number 2, who was beside him, feel disgusted. You've had enough. That piece of Crimson Sun iron is still there. Upon hearing Liu Yun's No 2's words, Liu Yun's also suddenly woke up. He quickly took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch and called out to Liu Yun's number 2. Come, come. I still have some fire attribute Yao beast spirits here. Go through that same process with each of them. Liu Yun's excitedly clenched his fist and pointed at the Crimson Sun iron in midair, saying. The reason why the Crimson Sun iron reacted so strongly was simply because the previous Yao beast spirits lacked grievance chi. Now we'll supplement it. The grievance chi of Yao beast spirits is definitely not as strong as that of human cultivators, but if the quality isn't enough, we can make up for it with quantity. I refuse to believe that the grievance chi of a dozen Yao beast spirits isn't as great as that of 3 core formation cultivators. So you're not the one doing the work, are you? Liu Yun's No 2's eyes widened. What do you mean I'm not doing the work? Why are we being so clear-cut between us? Liu Yun said righteously. Well said, you do it yourself. The two looked at each other across the air for a while, and Liu Yun's was the first to give in, pointing at the 2 streams of spiritual chi in the magic array and saying. After the new magic treasure is refined, I'll let you play with it. Deal. Lu Yun's number 2 quickly agreed and turned to dive into the jade bottle in Lu Yun's hand. After a while, Lu Yun suddenly felt the jade bottle in his hand begin to heat up, and a faint roar of a beast emanated from it. Seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but reveal a smile. Several exotic runes instantly climbed onto the body of the jade bottle in his hand, and the beast's roar subsequently quieted down. After a while, Lu Yun's No 2's figure flew out of the bottle, followed by a cloud of dark grey mist. Upon closer inspection, within the dark cloud, there were faintly a dozen ferocious and terrifying Yao beast spirits, their eyes glowing red, fiercely pouncing towards Lu Yun's number 2. Lu Yun directly flung out a slender chain composed of exotic runes, binding these Yao beast spirits into a long string. Alright, step aside. Lu Yun let out a low shout. The exotic runes on the crimson sun iron in midair instantly shattered, and the violent spiritual power was no longer suppressed, on the verge of exploding into a massive fireball. Just then, Lu Yun flicked his sleeve, and a dozen Yao beast spirits, carrying rich grievance chi, instantly flew into the crimson sun iron. Chapter 427, Black Flame Needle. Within the red glow, a faint black-grey chi spread, and the originally explosive spiritual chi instantly calmed down, gradually retracting and fusing with the black-grey chi. Finally, it formed a fist-sized black-red crystal, faintly emitting an astonishing heat. Blood sun iron, it doesn't quite look like it, Lu Yun said, touching his chin in confusion. Of course it doesn't look like it. Whose blood sun iron is made the way you made it? Lu Yun's number 2 rolled his eyes and said as a matter of course. But even if it's not blood sun iron, it's definitely good enough to be the carrier for a new magic treasure. It might even be better than ordinary blood sun iron. Lu Yun thought for a moment, then raised his hand to draw the black-red crystal to his palm. He brushed his hand over it, and a black-red flame was drawn out from the crystal. As soon as the black-red flame appeared, a scorching heat assaulted him, accompanied by a faint, incredibly viscous, bone-chilling fire chi. In terms of the quality of its spiritual power alone, this crystal was several times stronger than the original Crimson Sun Iron, and it was indeed a genuine yin fire type of materials. This thing was probably no longer blood sun iron, but had transformed into some even more peculiar materials. Never mind, it'll do just the same. This matter briefly crossed Lu Yun's mind before he promptly dismissed it. There were simply too many things that required his attention now, even if this particular materials had some unusual aspects, it wasn't worth delaying other matters. Lu Yun looked up and beckoned with one hand. The black light pillar in the secret chamber instantly turned fiery red. Two distinct spiritual powers began to rub violently against each other within the light pillar, accompanied by muffled thuds, and it began to tremble slightly. Lu Yun didn't hesitate and directly threw the crystal in his hand into the light pillar. As soon as it entered the light pillar, the crystal shattered under the immense pressure of the two spiritual powers, transforming into countless black-red specks of light that instantly dispersed throughout the entire light pillar. Lu Yun clapped his palms together, and countless dense runes instantly lit up in the entire secret chamber out of thin air. Following the movement of his palms, they began to compress inwards. Under this immense pressure, the light pillar also began to gradually contract, forcing the two spiritual powers within it to draw closer to each other. The two spiritual powers emitted bursts of explosions, and the golden fire chi began to clash even more fiercely within the light pillar. The entire secret chamber seemed to shake slightly with the mutual impact of the two spiritual powers. Under this immense pressure, the fiery red light pillar gradually began to sway, and ripples like those on a water surface appeared. Lu Yun frowned slightly, then waved his sleeves. Two chains of seal script flew out, instantly covering the entire light pillar. With the help of these exotic seal scripts, the light pillar stabilized once more and resumed its contraction. The two spiritual powers struggled even more violently, but they couldn't shake the light pillar in the slightest. Half an hour later, the immense pressure seemed to reach a certain threshold. Within the light pillar, countless black-red specks of light began to emit dazzling spiritual light. The two spiritual chi seemed to have finally found an outlet and began to swarm into these specks of light. A moment later, only countless dark, lustrous particles remained within the light pillar, faintly emitting an astonishing golden fire chi. Seeing this, Lu Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. He formed a hand seal, and the fiery red light pillar instantly ignited, transforming into a scorching pillar of fire that enveloped all the specks of light. The flames burned for an entire day and night, and Lu Yun's gaze never left them, as if he was afraid of another accident occurring in this final step. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. The pillar of fire gradually extinguished before his eyes, revealing a black spherical object inside, seemingly forged from dark gold. Lu Yun leaned in to take a look, then turned his head to Lu Yun's number 2 with a strange expression. Don't you think this thing is a bit big? Lu Yun asked, somewhat unsure of himself. The black sphere in front of him had a diameter of over 2 feet. As a materials for forging a magic treasure, this thing was clearly too large. The craftsmanship is still a bit lacking. It can only get this big at most. Lu Yun's number 2 shrugged helplessly and said to Lu Yun's. But this is already good enough. Hundreds of thousands of iron fire ants, that's a huge pile. It's already impressive to compress them to this extent. That's true, Lu Yun's agreed, stroking his chin. The Mitian needle recorded in Immortal Tianjing's jade slip consisted of 365 needles, which could separate or combine, possessing immense power. Because of this characteristic, theoretically speaking, this set of flying needles was considered a single magic treasure, avoiding the problem of multiple magic treasures being difficult to cultivate to power. It could be said that in the domain of flying needle magic treasures, this Mitian needle was definitely a top-tier magic treasure. However, What Liu Yun's had created now merely borrowed a part of the Metian needle's refining method, and fundamentally, it was already completely different from that magic treasure. Leaving aside other things, this huge black sphere alone definitely couldn't be refined into just 365 flying needles. It would be more appropriate to expand it tenfold and refine 3,650 flying needles. Moreover, this thing couldn't be called the Metian needle anymore, as the original Metian needle was purely a metal element magic treasure, while Liu Yun's had added too many materials into this new magic treasure. After much thought, Liu Yun's tentatively asked Liu Yun's number 2 beside him. What do you think of the name Black Flame Needle? Liu Yun's number 2 turned to look at him and asked expressionlessly, because it's a fusion of Heavenly Capital Corpse Fire, Netherworld Profound Fire, and Iron Fire Ant's Black Flame, so it's called Black Flame Needle. That's right. What a lazy name. Anyone who hears it will know that the person who named it was too lazy to think. Is it any of your business? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, put his hands on his hips, and said, I've decided, it's called the Black Flame Needle. Alright, alright. Your magic treasure, you call the shots. But shouldn't we finish refining this thing first? Liu Yun's pouted, leaned closer, and began to engrave spiritual patterns on the black sphere. Unlike the technical work just now, this step of engraving the array diagram, in Liu Yun's view, was merely a matter of grinding away at it, requiring nothing but time. More than a year later, above the sea where the small island in the mist was located, the weather suddenly changed dramatically. Gusts of strong wind whipped up sea waves, fiercely crashing onto the small island. The small island trembled slightly under this powerful might, and Liu Yun's immortal cave also began to shake along with it. In the secret chamber, Liu Yun's opened his eyes. He waved one hand, and golden runes instantly appeared, accompanied by obscure and difficult to understand incantations. The entire secret chamber instantly calmed down, without a single tremor. What happened? Liu Yun's frowned, thought for a moment, and then soared out of the immortal cave. Chapter 428, The Flood Dragon Appears. A moment later, Liu Yun's figure abruptly appeared above the small island. With a sweep of his hands, the sea of mist shrouding the entire island parted, revealing the gruesome sight on the island. Due to the formation's protection, the mountain range at the center of the small island remained as steady as Mount Tai, without the slightest tremor. However, outside the formation's coverage, mournful cries echoed, and the ground continuously and violently shook. Giant fissures several jong wide appeared on the earth, easily tearing the flowers, grasses, and trees on the surface into pieces. The entire small island seemed to have been turned upside down, a scene of doomsday stretching as far as the eye could see. Liu Yun's brows were tightly furrowed as he turned to look at the other side of the island. There, layers of raging waves surged on the sea surface, driven by the strong winds, crashing against one side of the island wave after wave, continuously washing over everything on the island and almost submerging half of it. From the direction the giant waves came, beyond the vast sea mist, thunderous roars that tore through the sky rose and fell, accompanied by a low, strange roar from time to time, which momentarily overshadowed the earth-shaking thunder. And with each high-pitched roar, the thunder and giant waves also surged higher. Liu Yun's looked in the direction from which the roars came, his eyes changing several times, making him seem somewhat unfathomable. Just then, with a flash of green light, Han Li's figure appeared beside him. What happened? Is some Yao beast causing trouble on the sea? Han Li asked sternly, a hint of anger in his brows. Liu Yun shook his head with a complex expression and said to Han Li. No, from the looks of it, it should be a level 7 peak Yao beast undergoing tribulation to its shape-shifting thunder tribulation. And judging by its might, the Yao beast undergoing tribulation is probably not simple, at the very least, its body must be very large. Hearing Liu Yun's words, Han Li was startled, and then a hint of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes. Shape-shifting thunder tribulation? In that case, if that Yao beast successfully undergoes tribulation, won't there be an 8th level demonic beast around us? Han Li's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly said to Liu Yun's beside him, this way, the companion demonic grass will have hope. Liu Yun stroked his chin and mused, I'm afraid it's not that simple. A newly advanced 8th level demonic beast's companion demonic grass around its immortal cave probably won't meet our requirements. It would take at least several decades for the companion demonic grass to be sufficiently nurtured by the 8th level demonic beast's demonic chi before it can be used. Han Li smiled and nodded, saying to Liu Yun's. That's simple. Let's quietly follow it first. If that Yao beast successfully undergoes tribulation, then we'll follow it all the way to its lair, note down the location, and then return. Anyway, we don't need the companion demonic grass right now. After a few decades, when our cultivation reaches the late core formation stage, it will be the perfect time to collect it. Liu Yun's nodded in agreement, placed a hand on Han Li's shoulder, and activated the formless escape technique. In a flash, the two figures vanished from their original spot, leaving no trace. As the two flew out of the sea mist, they didn't even need to search deliberately, they spotted their target at a glance. As Liu Yun's had guessed, there was indeed an astonishingly large Yao beast causing trouble on the sea surface not far away. However, the size of this Yao beast far exceeded their imagination. It was a turtle-like Yao beast neither of them had ever seen before, nearly 1,000 zhong in size, floating on the sea like a giant mountain. Its dark hard shell undulated like a mountain on the sea, its flood dragon-like green light head roared towards the sky, and its four limbs, like towering pillars, along with a silver giant tail several tens of zhong long, continuously pounded the sea surface, stirring up layers of colossal waves hundreds of zhong high and hurricane-like white demonic chi. This giant turtle roared, its body continuously thrashing on the sea, turning the entire sea area upside down. And above this turtle, as it roared with its head raised, the sky for 10,000 li was covered in dark clouds. Lightning bolts as thick as arms crisscrossed down from the rolling clouds, forming shocking thunderous electric nets that enveloped the Yao beast, striking it relentlessly. The turtle, however, relied on the stirred-up giant waves and demonic chi to withstand the heavenly lightning strikes. But as the dazzling lightning gradually filled the sky, the giant turtle's originally emerald-green eyes gradually began to turn red. Witnessing this astonishing scene, both fell silent, unable to speak for a long time. This giant turtle was too big. It was definitely not an ordinary sea Yao beast. If their guess was correct, this fellow was probably at least a type of flood dragon, a heaven and earth spirit beast blessed with unique advantages. This instantly made Liu Yun's and Han Li's expressions solemn. If this Yao beast truly was a heaven and earth spirit beast of the flood dragon type, it meant that even if it only reached rank 8 after undergoing tribulation to its shape-shifting thunder tribulation, it would still be capable of fighting an ordinary 9th level, cultivation rank, Yao beast. Its divine ability might even be slightly higher than that of a typical mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. This instantly transformed the giant turtle from an opponent they could handle into an extremely troublesome enemy. Furthermore, what was even more troublesome was that heaven and earth spirit beasts like flood dragons had their own fixed groups. And they were exceptionally united internally. Provoking one meant provoking a whole nest. If they were truly chased by a group of heaven and earth spirit beasts in the form transformation stage in this outer sea, they would truly have no way to ascend to heaven or descend to earth. Looking at the giant turtle undergoing tribulation before them, a cold glint gradually appeared in Han Li's eyes. This fellow cannot be left alive. Both of them were within this giant turtle's territory. Not to mention whether Liu Yun's formation could deceive an 8th level demonic beast's divine sense, the risk of being discovered when they entered and exited the island was enough to make Han Li harbor killing intent towards this giant turtle. If they waited until this giant turtle transformed before killing it, the difficulty would not be ordinary. But if they were to kill this giant turtle here, they could completely arrange the scene to make it appear as if this giant turtle died during its shape-shifting thunder tribulation. There were many Yao beasts that died from lightning tribulation, not to mention that those heaven and earth spirit beasts generally didn't care much for their kin below rank 8. Years ago, he and Liu Yun's had also killed some level 6 and 7 flood dragons in the outer sea. Afterwards, the two simply moved to another monster beast island to continue killing Yao beasts, and they never saw any 8th rank flood dragon come to trouble them. With this thought, Han Li's gaze immediately became somewhat flickering, and a green light faintly lit up in his hand. Liu Yun's quickly pressed down on his shoulder, saying with a solemn tone. Don't act rashly. Look closely. Han Li was startled, following Liu Yun's gaze towards the distance. A sharp shriek came from afar, followed by faint golden light flashing on the horizon. Then, from the opposite direction, a melodious phoenix cry sounded, and a fiery red glow also flew towards them. Before Han Li could recover, Liu Yun's hand on Han Li's shoulder suddenly tightened. Just on the sea surface not far from the two, a strong wind abruptly appeared, whipping up dozens of thick water spouts that majestically soared straight into the sky. Then, large areas of seawater rapidly rose and swelled, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge from the sea. Liu Yun's face was solemn as he and Han Li lightly retreated 100 zhang away, without making a sound. Immediately after, a giant beast, entirely crimson, broke through the waves from the sea and roared towards the sky. In this strange roar, like 10 million galloping horses neighing simultaneously, Han Li's face instantly turned pale. An 8th grade poison flood dragon.